Delivery worker Chen Hao unexpectedly acquired a sign-in system, granting him a unique advantage every day throughout the year. Ding! Today's sign-in successful. You have gained the skill of express delivery. No longer will you need to ride a small electric scooter with a single express delivery. You arrive instantly. Ding! Today's sign-in has awarded you the skill of stock god, enabling you to earn 4 billion in a single day of trading. Ding! Today's sign-in has granted you the skill of great might, invoking the might of celestial beings and deities, a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 1. The Super Sign-In outside a Yuan delivery station. A throng of riders gathered early in the morning. The reason was straightforward. Today marked the assessment day for the delivery station. Since everyone is here, I shall outline today's assessment criteria and the rewards and penalties. The station manager called out from the front of the crowd. As usual, we will compete based on the number of deliveries made. However, due to the city's inspection team visiting this month, the rider with the lowest delivery count today will be fined 3,000 yuan, while the highest will receive a reward of 3,000 yuan. Is that understood? The crowd erupted in murmurs. In previous assessments, fines and rewards rarely exceeded 500 yuan. Today's penalties were outrageous 3,000 yuan. If one were to finish last, that would mean losing a significant portion of their salary for over half a month. That is the rule. Any objections should be reserved. Additionally, I must issue a reprimand to one individual, Chen Hao. Chen Hao, amidst the crowd, looked up in shock at the manager. A reprimand? For what? According to multiple reports, yesterday at 3 p.m., Chen Hao maliciously damaged an electric scooter after work, cutting off the battery wires. Such behavior is heinous, resulting in a fine of 1,000 yuan. Chen Hao's heart sank. What? When did I cut the battery wires? Who reported me? Multiple reports? Suddenly, he turned to see Wang Ming, not far away, wearing a smug expression as he stared at him. Chen Hao's heart dropped. It was indeed Wang Ming. When Chen Hao first became a rider, he inadvertently offended Wang Ming. Since then, Wang Ming had made it a point to harass him periodically, and this report was clearly his doing. Chen Hao chose not to defend himself, as the so-called multiple reports were evidently orchestrated by Wang Ming and his band of cronies. The wires were cut by them, and with no surveillance at the station, this injustice was something he had to swallow. Very well, that's settled. Everyone, do your best today, the manager concluded, clapping his hands to signal dismissal. Wang Ming immediately approached Chen Hao. TSK, got a fine of 1,000 yuan. How unfortunate. It was you who reported me. Chen Hao gritted through clenched teeth. Indeed, it was I who reported you. What can you do about it? Wang Ming sneered. By the way, good luck with today's assessment. I look forward to watching you. With that, he patted Chen Hao's shoulder mockingly and rode away on his electric scooter. Assessment? Chen Hao's expression shifted. Could Wang Ming be planning to sabotage his performance? A fine of 3,000 yuan would be a substantial amount. Yet the deliveries were based on individual performance. How could Wang Ming interfere? Confused, he instinctively pulled out his phone and opened the delivery system. Ding! You have a new order. Please process it promptly. Today's orders came in surprisingly early. Without much thought, he glanced at his phone, and his expression darkened. This was not a system-assigned order, but one given by the dispatcher. A breakfast order totaling 12 yuan, with a delivery fee of 3 yuan, yet the distance was 3.8 kilometers, almost exceeding the delivery range. Upon checking the destination, Chen Hao's heart sank further. There was road construction along the route, requiring a detour that would add at least another 2 kilometers. He instinctively wanted to refuse the order, but soon realized it was a dispatcher-assigned order, which he could not decline. There's a saying in the industry: if a dispatcher assigns you an order, you must accept it. If you don't respond within 5 minutes, the dispatcher will call you after 10 minutes, the station manager will call 15 minutes later, the regional manager will call, and after 20 minutes, you might as well cry. But why? Dispatchers only assign orders during peak hours to alleviate delivery pressure. Why would they start assigning orders so early? Suddenly, he thought of Wang Ming and his connections. The dispatcher at this station was Wang Ming's cousin. Understanding dawned on him. Wang Ming had clearly tipped off his cousin to deliberately make things difficult for Chen Hao. But it wasn't just annoying. The assessment was today. If he kept receiving such orders, he would surely fail, leading to delays, complaints, poor ratings, and inevitably, a fine of 3,000 yuan. Frustration coursed through Chen Hao as he arrived at the breakfast shop, picked up the meal, and stepped outside to find Wang Ming leaning against his electric scooter, smoking a cigarette. Chen Hao, getting orders so early impressive. Keep it up, Wang Ming said mockingly. not waiting for a response as he leisurely rode away. With a scowl, Chen Hao sighed deeply and took out his phone to check for the best route he could find. At that moment, ding. Huh? Another order? No way. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the ultimate sign-in system. This voice was not from an order. What nonsense is this sign-in system? Is my phone infected with a virus? Chen Hao instinctively thought it was some junk software causing the noise, further souring his mood. Daily sign-ins may randomly grant you ultimate skills, effective for one day, refreshing at midnight. Would you like to sign in now? Refresh? What does that mean? Sign in successful. You have gained the ultimate skill, express delivery. You also receive 10 points. Chen Hao was even more bewildered. He searched his phone, but found nothing that could have produced the sound. As the delivery time ticked away, he steadied himself and opened the order details. The address is Building 3, Room 401 for yuan community. Let's see if I take North Construction Road, then express delivery successful. The voice suddenly rang out, startling Chen Hao. He looked up abruptly. To his astonishment, he was no longer on that bumpy street by the breakfast shop. He found himself amidst towering buildings, with a bustling entrance of yuan community nearby. I can't believe it. 8 kilometers arrived in an instant. That express delivery feature is the real deal. He hurriedly delivered the meal to the customer, who was utterly amazed. I only just realized it was a bit far after placing the order and was debating whether to cancel. You arrived way too fast. Did you fly over? Chen Hao smiled. That's our service. Enjoy your meal, and if you're satisfied, please give a 5-star review. Thank you. Of course, absolutely 5 stars. After descending, another order came in immediately. He glanced at it. It was still from the dispatcher, but gradually, more system-assigned orders began to appear. Chen Hao accepted them all without hesitation. Opening the dispatcher's order, he found yet another frustrating one, requiring him to traverse nearly the entire city. He swiftly retrieved the meal and, glancing at the address, tentatively read it aloud. Building B, Wealth Mansion, Room 1302. Express delivery successful. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, Chen Hao regained his senses only to realize he was no longer at the entrance of the restaurant. Upon glancing at the adjacent building, he recognized it as the Wealth Tower, Block B. Ah, how exhilarating. I've struck gold. In this vast world, there is no destination too far for me. Chen Hao, if this momentum continues, the cumulative orders for the day will reach an astonishing magnitude. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended to deliver the meals. In the office of the distribution station, the dispatcher, who happened to be Wang Meng's cousin, was left astounded. Chen Hao's location on her computer screen was bouncing across the map in a frenzy. Without utilizing the courier identification search function, it would be utterly impossible to ascertain his whereabouts. Moreover, the repugnant order assigned to Chen Hao was swiftly delivered at a terrifying pace. Chapter 2. The disparity time swiftly passed, and Chen Hao found himself at Mate Wan's dedicated delivery station. Unlike crowdsourced services, punctual clocking in and out was mandatory. 8 o'clock marked the end of his shift. The subsequent night runners comprised part-time evening workers and crowdsourced deliverers. As Chen Hao rode his electric bike home, his expression remained composed, yet an undeniable sense of triumph surged within him. Chen Hao, how can you still be in high spirits? How was today's experience? Wang Meng suddenly intruded, grinning. He presumed that Chen Hao had traversed both the south and north cities and must have felt utterly nauseated by the day's challenges. Not too bad. How about you? Chen Hao glanced at him, his tone casual. The orders weren't plentiful. I can't possibly compete with some of the maniacs at the station, but I can assure you that I am not at the bottom. Wang Meng replied with a sense of pride. Coming from a well-off family and possessing a naturally laid-back demeanor, he often chose to work only when he felt inclined, resulting in his consistent low performance. Today, having informed his cousin about his endeavors, he felt reassured that he would not be last, leading him to adopt an even more languid attitude. I hope so, Chen Hao responded nonchalantly. After parking his bike, Wang Meng eagerly rushed into the office. Spotting his cousin still at the computer, he inquired, "Cousin, how did it go? Were there many repulsive orders for that fellow today?" "Indeed, there were quite a few, but your cousin's expression was rather peculiar," she replied. "That's good. Haha, I'm already looking forward to Chen Hao's expression later. It should be quite entertaining." "Thanks, cousin. I'll treat you to a meal later." Wang Meng's cousin's lips twitched as she cautioned, "Don't thank me just yet." Noticing her hesitation, Wang Meng queried, "What's wrong, cousin? Did you encounter some trouble? Just say it. You've helped me tremendously today, and I'll definitely assist you." "Never mind. The station manager is calling for a meeting. You should hurry along. She waved him off. Once Wang Meng departed, his cousin stared at the computer screen, her thoughts muddled. Perhaps it was merely a glitch in the system? That was the only explanation she could muster. Outside the delivery station, the riders lined up in formation. Assessments are assessments. I just reviewed the statistics, and everyone performed admirably. The station manager exclaimed cheerfully, standing at the forefront, his demeanor indicating a splendid mood. Everyone has participated in several evaluations, so I won't bore you with unnecessary details. Let me address the rider with the least number of deliveries today. A fine is, of course, mandatory, and I also wish to issue a stern reprimand. Wang Meng's interest peaked immediately. He turned to glance at Chen Hao, who was also observing him. Their eyes met. Yet Wang Meng saw no sign of anxiety on Chen Hao's face. Instead, he appeared remarkably calm, which sent a shiver down Wang Meng's spine. Just wait. Let us see how flustered you become when the manager announces it. Wang Meng sneered, turning back. At that moment, the station manager spoke. The rider with the least daily deliveries completed only 27 orders. Wang Meng stepped forward. Wang Meng's body jolted. Although he usually finished at the bottom, he could typically manage over 30 deliveries. Today, however, preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Hao, he had allowed himself to slack off, resulting in only 27 orders. You owe a fine of 3,000. Furthermore, if you ever find yourself with only 27 orders again, you can consider yourself dismissed. The station manager thundered. The dedicated delivery role comes with a base salary, and to deter individuals from coasting along, a minimum daily order requirement is enforced. Wang Meng's habitual laziness, combined with today's subpar performance, ignited the manager's fury. The fine of 3,000 instantly darkened Wang Meng's expression. Manager, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly have fewer deliveries than Chen Hao? Wang Meng protested, bewildered. With so many repulsive orders, even if I exerted myself, I couldn't possibly finish them all. Mistaken? I am referencing the statistical data from the computer. How could I be wrong? And how dare you compare yourself to Chen Hao? Do you even know how many deliveries he completed today? The manager retorted with a scoff. How many? Someone in the crowd asked, puzzled. I'm pleased to announce that our station's top performer today is none other than Chen Hao, the manager declared, prompting a wave of applause. However, several individuals wore expressions of disbelief. These were the station's usual high achievers, who often vied for the top spots. And they had never anticipated that someone outside their ranks would claim the first position today. Manager, it can't be. I completed 98 deliveries. How many did Chen Hao finish? A voice called out in confusion. The manager's face lit up with excitement, raising an eyebrow. 139 orders. What? Do any of you have objections? The entire delivery station erupted in a frenzy. 139 orders. Manager, you mean Chen Hao? Indeed. Chen Hao has shattered the record set 6 months ago by a diamond-level rider at our station, who completed 123 orders. The record has been broken. The dissenting riders fell silent. This was not merely a handful of deliveries. The new record surpassed the previous one by a staggering 16 deliveries. The former record holder had been a maniac, enduring an entire day without food or drink to avoid bathroom breaks, racing relentlessly from start to finish. By day's end, he was utterly drained, and eventually, he left to become a station manager elsewhere, leaving behind the 123-order record. But today, that record had been eclipsed by Chen Hao. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Hao had deliberately slowed his delivery pace in the afternoon to avoid being seen as a monster. Otherwise, had the restaurants been quicker, he could have easily completed 500 orders. The station manager was undoubtedly elated, for within the station's benefits was a provision that promised an additional 3,000 to the monthly salary for any rider who breaks a record. Thus, Chen Hao, as today's top performer, would receive 3,000 plus another 3,000 for breaking the record, totaling 6,000, all to be dispersed with his monthly wages. In the front of the crowd, Wang Meng clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at Chen Hao. The stark contrast between their situations nearly drove him mad. Not only had Chen Hao escaped a fine, but he had also been rewarded with 6,000 for breaking the record, basking in the spotlight. Meanwhile, Wang Meng, once brimming with pride, had transformed into a mere fool. Facing a fine of 3,000, his earlier elation plummeting to despair. At that moment, Chen Hao remained oblivious to Wang Meng's seething glare, lost in his own world. envisioning a translucent interface suspended in the air before him, visible only to him, the sign-in system's interface. He began to anticipate what new skills would refresh tomorrow, once the time for urgent deliveries had elapsed. Chapter 3. There are no regrets in life that night, as Chen Hao lay in bed. His mind was saturated with thoughts of the system. Previously, he would spend his evenings playing games after work, but tonight he retired early, not to sleep, but to delve into the intricacies of the system. Yesterday, in an effort to avoid drawing too much attention, he had explored the system during his downtime in the afternoon. By merely contemplating the sign-in system, a translucent interface appeared before him, resembling certain game screens. It bore a simple inscription: Host, Chen Hao. Sign-in level, 0. Experience, 10/100. Sign-in points, 10. Current time-sensitive skill, flash delivery. Remaining duration, 0.31134. Permanent skills, none. It seems that the sign-in level can be upgraded, though the benefits of such an upgrade remain unclear. As for skills, time-sensitive skills are understandable, but how does one acquire permanent skills? After some exploration, he discovered the system's marketplace and learned about the means of obtaining permanent skills and the purpose of points. It was simply for exchange. The marketplace boasted an array of items, ranging from pots and pans to luxury cars and mansions. Even private jets were available. However, the points required increased exponentially. For instance, an Aston Martin sports car demanded 10 points. Permanent skills were not cheap either. For example, the flash delivery skill he utilized today required 1 point for permanent status. Yet, with his current rate of earning 10 points per day from sign-ins, it would take 30 years to exchange for a permanent flash delivery. This was absurdly unfair, leaving Chen Hao feeling despondent. As for acquiring a sports car, it seemed an unattainable dream. With a heavy sigh, he drifted into a restless slumber. The following day, as soon as the alarm rang, Chen Hao sprang up energetically, promptly accessing the system panel. Indeed, the time had reset, allowing him to sign in once more. The system then prompted him. Sign-in time has refreshed. Would the host like to sign in immediately? Naturally, he confirmed the sign-in. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate skill, Scholar. You have received 10 sign-in points. Once again, it was a standard 10 points, but what was this Scholar skill? As a delivery driver, how could that possibly benefit him? An influx of information surged through his mind, instantly transforming him into an erudite professor. Yet what good was that? With a deep sigh, his hopes crumbled. He decided to let it be for the day, hoping for a better skill tomorrow, as he sluggishly rose from bed. At that moment, a notification chimed. Fortune has smiled upon you. A task has been triggered. Would you like to accept? System warning. High risk, high reward. Please choose wisely. What was there to consider? Of course, he would accept. It was merely a system. How risky could it be? Task accepted successfully. Objective: successfully receive a kiss from customer. Deadline: midnight tonight. Successful completion rewards 200 points, while failure results in the host termination. Chen Hao shuddered. Termination. This was extreme risk. He had no doubt about the authenticity of such a threat, as even the ability to teleport for flash delivery hinted at the system's capabilities. However, the punishment for failing the task was excessively severe, especially when compared to the meager reward of 200 points. Moreover, the task's objective was absurd. How could he possibly solicit a kiss from a customer? Surely, he could not ask a man for such a thing. It had to be a woman, unless he encountered a lunatic or a fool who would willingly kiss a delivery driver. Regret washed over him for taking on this task. But alas, there were no second chances in this world. He could only brace himself and dress for the day. If worse came to worst, he could always resort to a forceful kiss as the deadline approached. After mounting his electric bike and leaving the station, he soon spotted Wang Ming approaching menacingly with a group of people, prompting Chen Hao to flee in haste. If caught by Wang Ming, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. The first customer was a balding middle-aged man. No chance for a kiss there. The second customer was a girl, but she was unattractive with prominent buck teeth, definitely not an option. The third delivery, however, brought him some luck. The recipient was attractive, heavily made up, and exuding a figure he found appealing. This was his chance. As he prepared to deliver the meal, he suddenly called out, "Excuse me, miss, could you spare a kiss?" The girl turned in surprise, her expression shifting as she processed his request. "What? Is there something else?" she inquired. Chen Hao, steeling himself, responded, "I can pay. How about 200 yuan for just a kiss? Or even 500, 1,000 if you'd prefer." Desperate to escape the dire consequences of failure, he threw caution to the wind, especially since he had earned 6,000 points the previous day. Just as he finished speaking, a muscular man appeared behind the girl. "You dare to flirt with my girlfriend? I'll show you a kiss." The muscular man rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Chen Hao trembled and immediately turned to flee, his speed rivaling that of Lu Xiang. Although he successfully escaped, a negative review swiftly followed, and complaints about him reached the station. With a heavy sigh, Chen Hao took a moment to gather himself on the street. This was untenable. The risk of being beaten was too great, and negative reviews and complaints equated to monetary losses. Each negative review cost 200 points, and each complaint 500. In this instance, he had lost 700 points. If this continued, he would soon find himself in dire financial straits. For the next delivery, he noted the customer's name, Ms. Su, another girl. He decided to proceed with the delivery. After all, time was money, and today he had no flash delivery to rely on. Arriving at the correct floor, he barely had time to knock before the door swung open. "Wow, is this door automated?" he thought, startled. Suddenly, a girl emerged from the room, carrying a small bag and holding a selfie stick. Chen Hao's heart raced. She was a stunning beauty, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, fair skin, sparkling eyes, a delicate nose, and soft, red lips, all perfectly proportioned. "Hello, are you Ms. Su?" Chen Hao asked, swallowing hard. "Yes, that's me. What is up?" the girl replied, waving to her audience through the selfie stick. "Hey everyone, I'm heading out, but I might be late. I have your delivery here, but if you're in a hurry, I can give it to you for free. I need to rush. I forgot about a crucial exam." Chen Hao paused, then added, "If you're headed to Binzhou University, I can give you a ride. You'll make it in time." Chapter 4. Yuan is a mysterious organization. The girl froze, looking at him in astonishment. "How did you know I was going to Binzhou University? Judging by your profile, you're clearly a streamer. About a month ago, I saw an advertisement for a fan meeting at Binzhou University. It was scheduled for 10:30, and given that it's now 10:15, I figured you must be in a rush," Chen Hao explained with a shrug. These calculations were merely fleeting thoughts that flashed through his mind. Just a glance at the girl had connected the time, location, and an advertisement he had seen a month prior. In that moment, Chen Hao's mind functioned like a high-speed computer. The girl's eyes widened, and as she live-streamed, her audience erupted in excitement. "Who is this guy? He's incredible. Is he a real-life Conan?" Indeed, Yuan is an enigmatic organization. If it weren't for Yuan's live stream, I might have missed this entirely. Yuan refers to a girl. "Hello, my name is Su Mei. I am Chen Hao. Just now, you mentioned you could take me to Binzhou University, but how do you plan to do that?" "On an electric scooter." "Huh?" Su Mei posed, perplexed. "Even if I were to hail a taxi now, it would take at least half an hour to reach Binzhou University. And the meeting is starting in just 15 minutes. No, it's only 13 minutes left. We will make it, follow me." Chen Hao smiled, leading the way. In the live stream, 13 minutes to Binzhou University? I am a local. Don't deceive me, or I might actually believe you. Unless you're Superman, that is simply out of the question. Am I about to witness the extraordinary abilities of a mysterious organization? Upon descending the stairs, Chen Hao gestured for Su Mei to hop on the back of his electric scooter. She hesitated, but eventually sat down, the live stream still running. Initially intending to turn it off, the fans insisted on keeping it on to see if Chen Hao could indeed deliver. Of course, the skeptics were in the majority. "You really don't need to rush. We're bound to be late anyway, so it's fine to take it slow," Su Mei said cautiously. Deep down, she didn't truly believe in Chen Hao's claim. After going downstairs and stepping outside, 2 more minutes had passed, leaving only 11 minutes. It was sheer folly to think an electric scooter could cover a taxi's half-hour journey in that time. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing," Chen Hao replied, squinting at the intersection ahead as he twisted the throttle and sped off. The time was now 10:29 a.m., not during peak hours. According to the new traffic regulations released on July 4th, 2014, the peak cycle at major intersections should be less than 150 seconds during off-peak times, while nighttime should be under 120 seconds, secondary roads under 120 seconds during peak hours and under 80 seconds at night. In ordinary intersections, under 100 seconds during peak hours and under 70 seconds at night. Hence, at this moment, the red light at this intersection should be 99 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the green light at the intersection abruptly turned red, and the countdown began. Goodness, a data wizard. You can actually calculate that? I had no idea how that timing was determined. I don't believe it. He must have memorized it just now to know the red light duration. The comments in the live stream exploded, and Sumei, somewhat skeptical, inquired, how can you possibly make it with over a minute left waiting at this red light? Chen Hao flashed a confident smile and replied, we only need to wait for this one red light. After that, we one team need to stop again. Why? Are you planning to run a red light? No, I'm a law-abiding citizen. First, to reach Binzhou University, we must pass through 6 red lights. 1 at a primary thoroughfare, 3 at secondary intersections, and 2 at ordinary intersections, with distances of 0. 5 chilometri, 0. 8 chilometri, 0. 5 kilometers, 0. 7 kilometers, and 0. 5 kilometers respectively. Thus, as long as we get through this red light and maintain a steady speed of 20 kilometers h, we can smoothly pass all the subsequent red lights. Too slow or too fast will not suffice. The audience was utterly astonished. Sumei was equally bewildered, nodding in disbelief, her mind struggling to comprehend Chen Hao's words. But soon enough, Chen Hao demonstrated what it truly meant to master a red light. He breezed through 2 intersections with ease. However, unexpectedly, at one of the intersections, Chen Hao suddenly veered right. Are you lost? Sumei quickly cautioned. Not at all. Time is too tight. I need a closer route. The distance data you see on the map is measured by car travel, but the straight line distance is much shorter, at least reduced by 2/3. Moreover, construction on North Jianxing Road today might force us to take a longer detour with a 70 chance if we go that way, which would waste even more time. As he spoke, Chen Hao plunged his electric scooter into the narrow alleys of the urban village. Ah, you're going through the urban village? Isn't it more congested there? Most people tend to avoid the urban village during rush hour, thinking it crowded. However, at this time, those going to work have already left, and even those who might return for lunch haven't yet arrived. There are far fewer people, at less than 80 of the usual flow. Chen Hao spoke casually. Sumei had no rebuttal. When she looked up, she indeed saw that he was right. The journey was smooth, with not a single red light in sight. All right, Data Wizard, I am impressed. Only 2 minutes remain. Where are we now? If we can arrive before the venue closes, Mingyong, I'll send you rockets, and you can share them with this young man as my reward. Just as the words left his mouth, the electric scooter passed over a speed bump, and suddenly, the street opened up before them. Across the street stood Binzhou University. The time was now 1.5 minutes left. Sumei hurriedly attempted to dismount, but Chen Hao stopped her, with 1.5 minutes remaining. You want to make it on foot? Stay put. I'll take you there. Today, due to the fan meeting at Binzhou University, special permission has been granted for electric scooters to enter. With that, he twisted the throttle. Fortunately, the sports hall was just ahead. Walking would have taken too long. But the electric scooter arrived just before the security was about to close the gates. The entire live stream erupted with excitement. Rockets, airplanes, and various gifts flooded in as the audience cheered. Chen Hao's name trending in the comments. Truly, Mate One is an extraordinary organization. I'm sending gifts. No one stop me. Mingyong, remember to share with the young man. I admire him greatly. Quickly, give me an autograph. Sumei, looking somewhat troubled, replied, but if we share, we want to have time. The security guard is about to close the venue. Family, can we do this next time? How about this, Mingyong? Just give the young man a kiss as a token of gratitude. Without him, you wouldn't have made it here today. A wealthy viewer suggested with a wave of his hand. The audience echoed in agreement. Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. Sumei's cheeks flashed crimson, and she suddenly turned to Chen Hao. Chen Hao, unaware of the comments, was taken aback, and just as he was about to inquire if Sumei had any other matters, she leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, her face ablaze, before darting into the sports hall. Chapter 5, Exploding Across the Internet Ding. System notification. Task completed. Reward points. 200. Chen Hao was dumbfounded. He had been fretting over how to fulfill the task, and now it was complete. The happiness came too suddenly. Glancing at his points, they had indeed increased to 220, and Chen Hao was nearly brought to tears. Good deeds are truly rewarded. This academic achiever proved to be quite useful at a critical moment. The 2 security guards beside him gave him a thumbs up. With the task complete, Chen Hao felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders as he whistled his way out of Binzhou University. Little did he know, his name had just exploded in the live stream. He was famous. After receiving a kiss from a beauty like Sumei, Chen Hao felt as though he was floating. He had run errands all day, and that night, as he lay in bed, his mind began to wander. Now that he had kissed her, could there be more to develop? As he thought of Su Mei's beautiful face, her perfect figure, and the bashful look she had when she kissed him, Chen Hao's heart raced with fervor. As he was pondering, a sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number that wasn't saved in his contacts. However, Chen Hao's brilliant mind began to churn immediately. Memories of advertisements, contacts, and all order numbers flashed through his mind, filtering at a frenetic pace until it landed on order number 6. Miss Su Mei? Chen Hao nearly leapt from his bed, inhaled deeply, and pressed the answer button. Miss Su, what prompted you to call me so suddenly? How did you know it was me? Su Mei replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Perhaps we share a telepathic connection. Chen Hao jested. Didn't he notice you were so witty during the day? By the way, please drop the miss and just call me Su Mei. All right, Chen Hao said with joy. I'm calling because many family members expressed their gratitude for the gifts you sent me. I just tallied it up. It's over 17,000 in total. Leaving out the cents and deducting the platform's 40 commission leaves us with 10,200. I'll split it with you, which means you get 5,100. I'll transfer it to you. What? Chen Hao was taken aback. You can make money just for delivering something? And 5,000 at that. Isn't that a bit excessive? You earned that as a streamer. There's no need to share it with me. I merely helped you out. He scratched his head. That's not the case. It's not me giving it to you. It's what they requested. Just accept it. Give me your number, and I'll transfer it. Su Mei insisted. Despite Chen Hao's repeated refusals, Su Mei was clearly resolute, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Upon receiving the 5,000, Chen Hao felt elated. With the system's rewards, he had earned 3,000 for being first at the delivery station and another 3,000 for breaking the record. And now this thank you fee from a beautiful woman brought his total to 11,000. Earning 10,000 in just 2 days felt surreal. He glanced at his points. 220 was still too little. Tasks were a viable method for accumulating points, but they seemed insufficient. I wonder if there are other ways to earn points, he muttered. Certainly, as long as the host upgrades their sign-in registration, more gameplay and points acquisition methods will be unlocked. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, startling Chen Hao. This was the first time he realized the system could actually respond. The next morning, the first thing Chen Hao did upon waking was to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate skill, Vocal Master. You have earned 10 sign-in points. Chen Hao nearly choked on his own breath. And with the familiar information flooding his mind, he instantly transformed into a Vocal Master. Yet, to him, this was merely a redundant skill. The past few days of sign-ins felt underwhelming compared to the impressive first day of delivery. Sighing, he decided to accept the situation. He got up and went to work. Despite earning 10,000 in 2 days, Chen Hao knew it was a stroke of luck. He still had to go to work. Without the delivery service and the academic prowess, being a Vocal Master offered no assistance in delivering takeout. His delivery speed reverted to its original state. It was until around 1 in the afternoon that Chen Hao received an order with the delivery address of a music academy's auditorium. In a rush, he donned his helmet and headed inside. Upon reaching the auditorium, he found it completely empty. He had to call the customer, who turned out to be a girl. Oh, the food has arrived? Please place it on the podium. It's for our professor, the girl said softly. Chen Hao complied. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a sheet of music on the podium. With his newfound skill as a Vocal Master, he immediately recognized it as a violin score. Conveniently, a violin was resting nearby. The feeling was akin to a gambler spotting a game they simply couldn't resist. Since no one was around, why not give it a shot? Unable to suppress his excitement, Chen Hao picked up the violin, took a deep breath, and began to play with elegance. He didn't even need to look at the score. It seemed etched in his memory. With closed eyes, he immersed himself in the enchanting melody, fluctuating between urgency and gentleness. This was Chen Hao's first experience with the joy of music, the exquisite notes wrapping around his soul, instilling a sense of pride and honor within him. He closed his eyes, savoring the beauty of the moment. Unbeknownst to him, the auditorium had filled to capacity. The crowd stared in awe at Chen Hao's performance, excitedly recording videos and taking pictures. Even the professor who rushed over stood dumbfounded at the entrance. The score was meant for him to explain to his students, yet even he could never reach such a perfect level. The piece was one of the most challenging violin concertos, Beethoven's Violin Concerto in D major. To flawlessly deliver the notes was a feat reserved for the most esteemed masters, most of whom were not young. Yet here was a delivery rider, clad in a yellow Mate 1 uniform, playing it with such perfection. Heavens, how crazy was this world? But why would such a master choose to deliver takeout? Click. Someone had forgotten to turn off their flash while taking a picture, abruptly halting the beautiful music. Chen Hao opened his eyes in shock at the sea of faces before him. Quickly, he smiled nervously at the professor. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't help myself." "No worries. Feel free to come back anytime you wish," the professor replied humbly. In his eyes, the delivery rider's musical talent and understanding surpassed his own, at least in the realm of violin. Chen Hao assumed the professor was merely being polite and left the auditorium with a smile. Meanwhile, those snippets of footage captured earlier quickly made their way onto various short video platforms. And in an instant, Chen Hao became a sensation. The only phrase echoing in everyone's mind was, "Mate 1 is indeed a mysterious organization." Sheikh Darshast, who was completely oblivious to the online buzz. He merely returned home after his deliveries to sleep, having no time to browse the internet. Even if he had known, he would have chuckled, considering such matters fleeting and inconsequential. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? While idly scrolling through short videos at home, Sume stumbled upon a close-up of a face she recognized. It couldn't be him, she thought incredulously. Chen Hao's performance had already led her to question his humanity. If he truly possessed such musical prowess, she felt as though her entire life might have been in vain. However, to confirm her suspicions, Sume clicked on the video. Beautiful melodies emanated from the violin in the clip, and Sume could swear it was the most exquisite violin performance she had ever heard. To her astonishment, the person in the video was none other than Chen Hao. If the individual in the video were a renowned professor or another illustrious master, Sume would undoubtedly not be so astonished. Yet, the person in the video is someone who recently crossed paths with Chen Hao, a mere delivery boy. This revelation is simply unbelievable. Sume is left pondering one question. What could Chen Hao possibly be incapable of? Even if he were to claim he could construct an atomic bomb, she would likely believe him, as he has completely surpassed her expectations. Curiosity piqued. Sume sent Chen Hao a message via a well-known application. Feeling as if he were a treasure she longed to unearth. What's this girl messaging me about again? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Chen Hao mused while gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He may not be exceptionally handsome, but he possesses a certain charm. He wondered what this girl might think of him. Is there something you need? Chen Hao replied to Sume. Was that you playing the violin? Although Sume was fairly certain, she still wanted to hear it directly from Chen Hao. What? What violin? Chen Hao responded, befuddled, unaware that his remarkable accomplishment had spread across the internet. That slow-motion video, don't you ever watch it? Sume rolled her eyes at his response, realizing that while the world was buzzing about him, he remained blissfully unaware. Wait a moment, let me check. Chen Hao replied before beginning to download the slow-motion video. His phone had limited storage, with only a couple of apps installed, leaving him with less than 100 megabytes of free space. Fortunately, the video was only 50 megabytes, allowing for a quick download using the neighboring Wi-Fi. Upon entering the app, he was struck by the familiarity of the video thumbnails and the distinctive titles of the short clips. What a remarkable organization Mate 1 is. A delivery boy with a celestial voice. And who is the greatest of our time? Tuma? Wang? No, it's the delivery boy. And similar phrases flooded his view. Without hesitation, he clicked on a video and recognized the events from earlier that day while making deliveries. Wow, it's gone viral in such a short time, he thought, astonished at the tens of thousands of comments below. Am I famous now? Chen Hao found it hard to accept this reality, yet the evidence was undeniable. Yes, it's me. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to reply to Sume's message, adhering to the lessons instilled by his mother about not making others wait. Wow, it really is you. I was skeptical until I saw your message. How come you seem to excel at everything? Sume responded excitedly, feeling reassured now that Chen Hao had confirmed it himself. It's nothing special, Chen Hao humbly replied. He had to remain modest since his skills changed daily. What he could do today might not be the same tomorrow. It was wise to keep a low profile to avoid embarrassment. The conversation between Sume and Chen Hao continued for quite some time, culminating in Sume inviting him to her home. After she sent the invitation, a sense of regret washed over her. Living alone, inviting a young man over could easily lead to misunderstandings. Really? Chen Hao stared at the message in disbelief. What did it signify when a girl invited a boy to her home? He dared not ponder further, fearing his thoughts might lead astray. Are you coming or not? Su Mei felt an inexplicable surge of irritation at Chen Hao's hesitance. She had taken the initiative, and his indecision seemed to imply he found her unattractive. Regardless, she felt dissatisfied for various reasons. All right, I'm coming, Chen Hao replied, conceding. Good. Remember to arrive early tomorrow. Su Mei felt a sweet sensation rise in her heart as she read his response. That evening, Chen Hao requested a day off from his supervisor. Impressed by his recent performance, readily granted him the day off. The next morning, the first thing Chen Hao did upon waking was to sign in. Excited about visiting Su Mei, he hoped to acquire an impressive skill for the occasion. Congratulations. Sign-in successful, skill acquired, gaming talent. Sign-in points, 10. Why do I keep receiving useless rewards? Chen Hao lamented internally, feeling disheartened as the gaming talent would not aid him in his plans for the day. Never mind. I'll head to Su Mei's place, Chen Hao resolved, hopping on his electric bike and making his way to the location she had provided. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, he headed straight for the elevator, quickly reaching Su Mei's floor. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Su Mei grumbled at the interruption, having just experienced a string of unfortunate defeats in her game. Her annoyance grew as someone disturbed her concentration at the final stages of a match. Oh, it's you. Coming quickly. Su Mei beckoned Chen Hao with urgency. Remember to close the door, she added, rushing back to her computer desk, where she was live streaming, eager not to keep her audience waiting. Chen Hao observed Su Mei darting around, closing the door behind him and taking a seat beside her. The experience of watching a live stream in person was quite extraordinary. Isn't that the delivery boy? An audience member quickly recognized Chen Hao, and whispers of recognition spread through the chat. Is Mimi getting ready for marriage? The comments erupted, igniting discussions about Chen Hao, with viewers urging him to showcase his talents. Look, the audience wants you to perform. Su Mei smirked, realizing that Chen Hao's presence had stirred excitement among her viewers, leaving her questioning the nature of her own stream. I don't want to. Chen Hao began to refuse, but then a voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 7. Let me show off my skills in chicken dinner. Task successfully issued. Objective. Receive a reward of 10,000 yuan after the live stream. Hey, I didn't even agree to take on a task. Chen Hao lamented internally, feeling as though he had been coerced into something he did not wish to undertake. With no alternative, Chen Hao steeled himself. I'll give it a try, he conceded reluctantly. All right, I'll make space for you, Su Mei said, offering her seat to Chen Hao, who took it without hesitation. As he gazed at the gaming interface, he recalled that he had only ever seen others play, having often visited internet cafes during his delivery rounds. He knew the game was immensely popular, with half the patrons engrossed in it. Chen Hao's understanding of this game remained at a rudimentary level. He was oblivious to many aspects. Come, everyone take your seats. Sunflower seeds are $5 a pack. Who wants some? Speak up quickly, as there aren't many left. The crowd chimed in, with one voice declaring, my seeds are $1 cheaper. Enjoying the live stream with a snack is undeniably more delightful. Come, hand me a pack. Make it 2 for me. The chat was abuzz with excitement as the viewers eagerly purchased their snacks, waiting for the forthcoming spectacle. Ahem, it's my first time playing, please bear with me, Chen Hao said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Oh, don't be modest, delivery guy. A voice chimed in from the second player. The 4-man squad, apart from Su Mei, consisted entirely of viewers. I have a good feeling about this match. We might just win, said the 4th player, his voice youthful and exuberant. Come on, everyone, let's jump with the delivery guy. The first player, a girl, exuded a vibrant energy, seeming even more spirited than the boys, embodying the essence of a strong woman. I really am a novice, Chen Hao reiterated. Can you trust me a bit more? Aren't you worried about being left to admire the scenery alone? Where shall we jump, delivery guy? The second player inquired. What do you all think? Chen Hao gazed at the map, puzzled, genuinely unsure of the best landing spot. Let's jump at the school. Life and death are trivial, and if we must fight, then so be it, the girl suggested with confidence. As she spoke, it became evident that she was no ordinary player. Her assertiveness was striking. While others might hesitate with phrases like I'm scared, please help me, this girl confidently declared, stick with me, and I'll ensure you soar. All right, school it is then, Chen Hao decided, noticing the silence around him, indicating that no one else was voicing an opinion. Why haven't you jumped yet? The girl queried, her tone prompting. Am I supposed to press that button? Chen Hao's voice broke the silence. and the realization struck that he was indeed a novice. What do I do? Where am I? What is my purpose? He pondered, feeling lost. Jump, the girl urged. Oh, right. Chen Hao quickly followed her instructions. Wow, this delivery guy seems like he is truly inexperienced, someone remarked, laughter bubbling in the chat. No worries. Switching players wouldn't make much of a difference, another countered. Who claims there is no difference? Step forward. Su Mei, seeing the comments, felt defensive on behalf of her teammate. Luckily, there aren't too many players at the school, someone noted, hopeful about their chances. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail. They had jumped late. I'll guide you, Su Mei said, observing Chen Hao's naive demeanor. She began explaining the basic controls: crouch, run, aim, and loot. Got it, Chen Hao nodded, embarking on his journey in the game. Watch out, there is someone, the fourth player warned, only to find his health bar deplete instantly, showing that he had been swiftly eliminated. How many are there? The first player asked, quickly shifting into a combat mindset. I don't know. I was taken out by one player. There's likely a squad in the room where I died, the fourth player reported. Upon hearing this, the first player dashed toward the location of the fourth player's demise, fueled by adrenaline. Let's go, second player. Chen Hao called to his teammate as they moved to the fourth player's building. Stay still. I'm tossing a grenade, he warned. What did you say? Boom. The second player immediately crouched, awaiting rescue. Ha, I've harmed my teammate while protecting my enemies, came the laughter from the chat, as Chen Hao's actions were deemed both amusing and absurd. I'll save you, don't worry, he said, but as he spoke, he realized the second player's health bar had vanished as well. Someone else here. The second player left with a resigned expression. In a critical moment, the first player, the girl, charged into the room, unleashing a flurry of fire that eliminated the enemy. Listen for footsteps. Be aware of their teammates, she reminded Chen Hao. Understood, he replied, his hands trembling at the sound of approaching footsteps. Fire, she commanded, swiftly eliminating one enemy and forcing the remaining two down the stairs. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Hao lobbed 3 grenades, eager to make an explosive impact. Don't go. Boom. The blasts echoed, taking out all 3 opponents, including the first player, showcasing Chen Hao's impeccable timing. This is extraordinary. Not only can we loot the enemies, but we can also loot our fallen teammate, consolidating resources and exponentially increasing our chances of victory. Truly a masterstroke. The chat erupted in laughter, yet Chen Hao felt a surge of frustration at the unfolding chaos. Delivery guy, don't struggle. Just give up and drop your weapon. The comments urged him to concede. Indeed, you can't win this one unless you become the enemy team, they continued. Not all. Let me get a feel for this round first, and then I'll play better in the next. I believe I've finally grasped the game, Chen Hao insisted, feeling a newfound confidence in his abilities. If you win this round, I'll reward you with 10,000, exclaimed the top donator, igniting a spark of determination in Chen Hao. Is this the top donator? They must be extraordinarily wealthy. I seek support, but just to clarify, I am male. As Chapter 8 unfolds, jealousy brews with Yao Jia, observing Chen Hao's growing confidence and the potential for victory. Su Mei gazed at Chen Hao's earnest demeanor, feeling a pang of reluctance to dampen his spirits. Truth be told, his current level of skill was rather lackluster, even inferior to her own. When she played alone, achieving victory in the game seemed a distant fantasy. And now, witnessing Chen Hao's struggles, she felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. It wasn't that she looked down upon him. Rather, it was a matter of recognizing the reality of his abilities. Instead of allowing others to witness his shortcomings, it would be better for him to withdraw. She couldn't fathom what he was thinking. As Chen Hao stepped into the toxic zone, he was met with a barrage of gunfire. Blocking opponents at the edge of the toxic circle was a most effective tactic. Typically, those caught in such a predicament had little chance of survival. However, the scene before them unfolded unexpectedly. The moment the gunfire erupted, Chen Hao swiftly sought refuge behind a large rock. Though his health was critically low, he did not hasten to heal. Instead, he pulled out a smoke grenade and hurled it towards the enemy's position. Smoke! His teammates were quick to alert each other, only to realize it was merely a smoke grenade, transforming the situation into something quite curious. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Hao continued to deploy smoke grenades, enveloping himself in a shroud of white. Impressive reflexes. Someone commented, "This is better than Mei Mei." Stop joking. It's well known that Mei Mei serves merely as a good luck charm in this game. Infuriated by the comments streaming in, Su Mei's voice cut through the chaos. Moderator. It's time to take action. Mei, I was wrong. Please don't let me into that place. Yes, we acknowledge our mistakes. The group quickly vanished from view, evidently dragged into a virtual black room. At that moment, Chen Hao finished healing and was in peak condition. Listening intently through his headphones, he discerned one opponent to his left and two to his right. Without hesitation, he decided to eliminate the solitary foe first before dealing with the other two. He charged toward the isolated adversary, embodying the adage that in narrow encounters, the brave prevail. The unfortunate soul barely registered Chen Hao's presence before being taken down in a flurry of bullets, leaving no room for rescue. Following this, Chen Hao wisely chose not to engage the remaining two directly, but instead maneuvered to create distance, then employed a 4-time scope to dispatch them with precision. The chat exploded in a flurry of excitement, filled with praises for his remarkable prowess. Chen Hao had effortlessly carved a path through the competition, ultimately claiming 27 eliminations. A staggering feat. It seems my bet of 10,000 is lost, remarked the top donor, prompting agreement from a swarm of viewers. I believe the government should establish regulations to prevent delivery drivers from suddenly emerging and startling the public. Another chimed in, eliciting laughter and further banter. As the atmosphere filled with jest, astonishment also permeated the comments regarding Chen Hao's gameplay. Many had witnessed his previous video and were now left in awe of his unexpected skill, questioning whether he was indeed a prodigy. With a final gunshot echoing in the air, a triumphant winner chicken dinner appeared on the screen. Chen Hao exhaled deeply, the intense focus of the game leaving him somewhat fatigued, albeit mentally. I keep my promises. Having won, it is now my turn to fulfill my pledge, declared the top donor, swiftly sending a 10,000 yuan tip to the stream. Given how skillfully you played, shouldn't you also send a little gift? Su Mei encouraged. And soon the chat was inundated with various gifts, planes, rockets, and a multitude of other tokens of appreciation. I'll transfer these to you shortly, Su Mei informed Chen Hao. Is that really appropriate? He hesitated, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy, knowing the gifts collectively amounted to several thousand yuan. Why don't we split it evenly? Chen Hao suggested. Hey, don't divide the spoils in front of us. The chat erupted in playful protest. What is happening here? Yao Jia, a streamer known for her diverse gaming content, had just noticed she was being outpaced on the popularity charts by someone she had never even heard of. Intrigued, she decided to investigate Su Mei's stream, just as Chen Hao's victory display was still visible. Upon seeing his kill count, she immediately sensed something was amiss. 30 kills in one match. Are you claiming to be a legend? She scoffed, convinced it was a fabricated score. Fuming with jealousy, she devised a plan, summoning her assistant. Xiao Li, we need to take action. Understood. I'll handle it right away, he replied, fully aware of her intentions, indifferent to Su Mei's stream. As the viewer count surged, Su Mei felt an unsettling tension rising within her. What? 30 kills? Are you perhaps a descendant of a gaming legend? Stop spreading nonsense. It's clear this record belongs to a master. The banter escalated, with one user provocatively challenging Chen Hao's legitimacy. Were you calling a fool? The chat quickly devolved into chaos, voices clashing in a cacophony of accusations. Isn't this Su Mei's stream? Why is it so lively? Yao Jia seized the opportunity, her comments revealing her disdain for the opposing streamers. 30 kills? Impressive. Could you possibly carry me? But please don't cheat. I fear for my account. After sending her taunt, she felt a rush of satisfaction, relishing in the competition. What proof do you have of cheating? Su Mei retorted, unable to remain silent any longer. If it didn't cheat, I'll do a headstand while washing my hair live. Yao Jia's jealousy grew palpable as she noticed Su Mei's superior looks. Perhaps I'll play another match to demonstrate my skill. Chen Hao interjected, the perfect solution to prove his worth. Sure, delivery man, we support you. Yes, we support you. Soon, Su Mei's fans began to express their opinions, while the trolls merely scoffed. Before long, Chen Hao had completed another match, achieving 35 kills and surpassing his previous performance. What's the matter? Still using cheats? Yao Jia immediately jumped in, mocking Chen Hao. To the fool above, let me share my years of experience. He is not cheating. Indeed. Perhaps it would be wise for you to purchase a game before making judgments. The situation escalated quickly, drawing the attention of the authorities, who promptly released a statement. According to our investigation, the account shows no signs of cheating. We urge everyone to remain rational. Chapter 9. The Master of Medicine is this lad, truly not cheating? A bespectacled man pondered as he read the official announcement with astonishment. Lu Jie, the team coach and a fan of Su Mei, was merely there for entertainment, primarily engaging with the live chat. Witnessing the match, he initially suspected cheating, especially given some of the rapid shots he couldn't fully comprehend while focused on the chat. However, with the official statement, Lu Jie quickly recognized the talent before him. His mind began to entertain the idea of recruiting this player, though it remained uncertain whether he would accept. The officials have released a statement. I must ask that group of fools, are you feeling embarrassed? They certainly wouldn't feel embarrassed about something non-existent. Oh, dear brother, don't speak so harshly. Perhaps they merely used the cheats to elevate their shoes. For without those few centimeters, they might not even find the player. Impressive, your wit is sharp. The fans of Su Mei erupted in joyous exclamations, as if they had won a significant battle. And indeed, had Su Mei lost this confrontation, her streaming career would likely have come to an end. By the way, where is that bold individual who claimed to wash his hair while doing a 360-degree handstand? Let me see if you truly resemble a propeller. Perhaps you're an engine or even a blender. Yao Jia, witnessing this spectacle, felt her face flush with anger, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. It had escalated beyond her control. She quickly shut down the live stream, praying for the tempest to pass swiftly, fearing that without resolution, her streaming career would be over. Regret washed over her for provoking Su Mei. Ding! Task completed. 200 points earned. Simultaneously, Chen Hao heard the notification in his mind. Thank you for this. Shall we dine together later? Su Mei, having closed the live stream, inquired of Chen Hao. No need. I have some matters to attend to, he replied with a smile, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Su Mei's phone rang, and as Chen Hao listened to the distinctive ringtone, he thought it quite unique. Hello? Who is this? Oh, understood. It's for you. Su Mei handed her phone to Chen Hao. After receiving it, a smile crept onto his face, and Su Mei suddenly remembered the ringtone, feeling a touch of shyness. You are that chicken dinner master, are you not? A voice from the other end belonged to Lu Jie, who had managed to contact an old acquaintance from the streaming company to obtain Su Mei's number. You flatter me, Chen Hao humbly responded, his modesty genuine, as he knew his performance would only last for a day. How long could he maintain the fa ade? I am a coach, and I wish to invite you to join our team. Given your skill level, I can offer you an annual salary of 30 million. Lu Jie stated his intentions outright. Their team was renowned domestically, with formidable strength and abundant resources, having secured multiple world championships. In terms of salary, Lu Jie was confident that no other organization could surpass them. No need, I still have deliveries to make. Chen Hao replied, handing the phone back to Su Mei. Goodbye. I'm off. Let us plan for that meal another day. Chen Hao said as he descended the stairs, locating his electric bike and ensuring it had not been stolen, which brought him considerable relief. Did he just refuse? Lu Jie stared at his phone in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this about delivering food? He declines a dinner invitation. Su Mei felt a twinge of discomfort watching Chen Hao ride away on his electric bike. Upon returning home, Chen Hao fell into a deep slumber, the intense focus from the two matches leaving him somewhat dazed. The next morning he awoke, and his first task was to check in. Ding! Check-in successful, skill acquired. Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and 10 points earned. Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine? What use is that? Let us first check if I'm unwell. Chen Hao reminded himself to assess his health, discovering that he was indeed fit, with no other issues. That was the extent of its usefulness. Chen Hao expressed his frustration, wishing for a more impressive skill, something like turning stone into gold. But then again, having something is better than nothing. Ding! New task. Earn 100,000 within a day. Hearing the familiar voice in his mind, Chen Hao sighed deeply. Earning that amount in a single day was a task fit only for those in the realm of criminal law. Well, let us deliver food. Perhaps I'll encounter a wealthy individual in need of medical assistance. Before long, Chen Hao received an order to deliver nearby. Mounting his electric bike, he set off. Upon arrival, he pushed open the door to find a vibrant scene filled with various men and women indulging in revelry. Who are you? Chen Hao. A familiar voice echoed from within. You are Ma Wenkai? Chen Hao recognized the figure before him, not due to camaraderie, but rather due to their rivalry during university. Oh, doing quite well, I see. You've resorted to delivering food. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in an office every day. It's miserable. Ma Wenkai began to ridicule Chen Hao. If it's so miserable, why not jump off a building? Chen Hao retorted, unfazed by Ma Wenkai's barbs. Today I'm in a good mood. Come, come. I'll treat you all. Everyone, this is my classmate, a delivery man, Ma Wenkai proclaimed, draping an arm around Chen Hao's shoulder as he introduced him to the crowd. A delivery man? Impressive. I doubt I could ever do something like that in my lifetime. One of Ma Wenkai's friends chimed in. Instead of chatting about me, you should be concerned about your friend. He seems unwell. Chen Hao remarked, his gaze fixed on a man seated prominently at the center. Upon entering, he had instantly recognized that the individual was unwell, a realization aided by his new skill as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, allowing him to assess a person's general health with just a glance. Chapter 10. The cure. Who do you think you are? The words echoed with a challenge. The moment Ma Wentai heard them, he erupted in fury. Although he appeared to be sitting quietly, the man in the center was the true master of the situation. The gentleman seated there, Chun Dan, was the nephew of the CEO of Mainyo Company. Ma Wentai had brought Chun Dan along in hopes of ingratiating himself with him, seeking to curry favor so that Chun Dan might speak well of him to his boss, thereby paving his way to success in the workplace. You should be aware that this gentleman is the nephew of our company's CEO. You, a mere delivery boy, should watch your words, or, I assure you, you will vanish from this city by tomorrow. Ma Wentai's gaze fell upon the silent Chen Hao, mistakenly believing that he was cowed into silence, and continued his aggressive tirade. I speak the truth. He is indeed unwell, Chen Hao affirmed confidently. Someone throw him out. Ma Wentai could no longer contain his irritation and ordered his men to expel Chen Hao. You insolent brat, watch your tongue. Two bystanders moved to forcibly eject Chen Hao. Stop. A sudden voice rang out. It was Chun Dan. Brother Chun, I was just about to have him thrown out, Ma Wentai declared, assuming Chun Dan was incensed by Chen Hao's words and eager to rid himself of him. I said stop. Did you not hear me? Chen Dan stood and approached Chen Hao, his tone grave. Can you truly discern that I am afflicted? Internally, Chen Dan was filled with doubt. For Chen Hao's assertion was not unfounded. He was indeed suffering a condition that had plagued him for over a year, despite consulting numerous hospitals and traditional medicine practitioners. No remedy had been found. Chen Hao's immediate identification of his ailment led Chun Dan to suspect he had encountered someone with profound insight. Ma Wentai was momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. Brother Chun, do not heed his nonsense. He is merely a delivery boy. What do you know? Get lost. Chen Dan reproached Ma Wentai. Your condition is quite troublesome, Chen Hao remarked with a semblance of concern. However, your ailment is not insurmountable. It merely requires acupuncture in specific areas, which are often unknown to most, considered a closely guarded secret. Hence, contemporary practitioners remain oblivious to these acupoints. I understand. You need not come to work tomorrow. Chen Dan immediately rebuked Ma Wentai, who was taken aback by the abruptness of this decision. Brother Chun, please reconsider. I am to be married this month. How shall I explain this to my fiancée? Ma Wentai's pleas were laced with desperation, as he felt his life unraveling. Begone. Chun Dan dismissed him without a glance, prioritizing his health over Ma Wentai's pleas. In his eyes, his ailment eclipsed any trivial matters concerning Ma Wentai. Were it a matter of several million, he might even contemplate it. Please spare me. You are magnanimous. Let this be forgotten. Ma Wentai turned to Chen Hao for mercy, recognizing that his words bore more weight. Brother, let us find another place to address your health. Chen Hao disregarded Ma Wentai and spoke directly to Chen Dan, who had already deemed Ma Wentai deserving of his fate. Very well, this way please. Chen Dan, elated, led Chen Hao outside. Ma Wentai watched them depart, his spirit plummeting. He lamented that had he the chance to start anew, he would never have crossed paths with Chen Hao, but rather sought to flatter him, never guessing that he was a master of healing. Master, please take a seat. Chen Dan opened the door of his Mercedes for Chen Hao. No need. I have my electric bike nearby and cannot abandon it. Please, lead the way, and I shall follow, Chen Hao replied, humorously noting that he still needed it for deliveries. Really? Chen Dan was astonished, recognizing him as a true sage, an unassuming delivery boy concealing his extraordinary abilities. All right, I shall drive slowly. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace. Chen Dan nodded and set off, while Chen Hao trailed behind on his modest electric bike. Before long, they arrived in an opulent mansion, Chen Dan's home, currently inhabited solely by him as his parents were perpetually occupied. By the way, do you have acupuncture supplies? Chen Hao suddenly inquired. How could I forget? I would have needed to make an additional trip. Chen Hao mused inwardly. Yes, a few days ago. An acupuncture master treated me, and I purchased a set of needles, Chen Dan replied. To Chen Hao's surprise, he indeed possessed acupuncture supplies, alleviating the hassle of further travel. Perfect, I will administer a few needles and prescribe some herbal remedies. That should suffice. As they entered the mansion, Chen Dan promptly retrieved the needles he had purchased previously. Master, here are the needles, Chen Dan said, having rummaged through his belongings for a moment. Good. Remove your shirt and lie down on the sofa. Chen Hao instructed as he took the silver needles, a familiar sensation washing over him, as if they were an extension of his own being. Chen Dan complied, removing his shirt and positioning himself on the sofa. From this point, remain still. Any misplacement could lead to dire consequences. Chen Hao cautioned, aware that the acupoints he intended to target were indeed extraordinary and obscure. Any deviation could result in grave repercussions. Understood, Chen Dan acknowledged, becoming exceedingly still. Done. After a while, Chen Hao carefully extracted the needles, relief washing over him as he regarded Chen Dan, who appeared markedly better. Despite his trepidation, he had successfully navigated the procedure, knowing that a few of the acupoints were critical. Any error could have had catastrophic results. Thank you, Master, thank you. Chen Dan stood, feeling significantly lighter, his previous headache alleviated, and the discomfort in his abdomen vanished. A true miracle worker, he exclaimed inwardly. Bring me some paper. I will prescribe 2 sets of medicine for you to help restore your health, Chen Hao instructed. Chen Dan eagerly dashed to retrieve paper and a pen. Master, here you go, he said, handing them over. Very well, Chen Hao replied, swiftly writing down the prescription. Remember, 2 sets of medicine, one for 3 days, the other for 2 days, totaling 5 days, with 3 doses daily. Adhere strictly to the regimen. Thank you, Master. Here is a small token of my appreciation. Chen Dan offered, presenting a bank card. Although it only contains 100,000, it is a gesture of my gratitude. Upon reflecting on the matter, I shall accept this. And do remember to take your medicine on time. I am leaving now. Ding. Task accomplished. Reward. 500 points. As Chen Hao stepped out, he immediately heard the notification of his task completion. Chapter 11. Tai Chi, gazing at the bank card in his hand. Chen Hao promptly made his way to the bank to transfer the funds into his personal account, which brought him a sense of security. Later that night, he returned to his humble abode, contemplating whether it was time for a change of scenery, as his current room was rather dilapidated. After all, it was a mere 300 yuan a month. How good could it possibly be? Perhaps, in the future, he might even acquire some form of alchemy or teleportation. Chen Hao mused happily as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Chen Hao awoke with anticipation, eager to discover what skill he might obtain today. Ding! Sign-in successful. Skill acquired. Tai Chi Master. Reward, 10 points. Chen Hao listened in disbelief to the voice in his head. Tai Chi. In his homeland, who was not familiar with it. It was a martial arts masterpiece created by Zhang Sanfeng, emphasizing the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Flipping through his points redemption list, Chen Hao soon discovered the offerings. Tai Chi, Bagua Leg, Tiger Form Fist, Wing Chun, and various other martial arts, albeit at steep prices. For instance, the Tai Chi Master skill required a staggering 8,000 points. Who could afford that? Nevertheless, knowing that he could exchange for a permanent martial arts manual was certainly a silver lining. With a heart full of excitement, Chen Hao set out. For life seemed to hold promise at last. He hummed a cheerful tune as he arrived at the delivery station. Wang Meng, what do you want? Just as Chen Hao parked his electric bike, he spotted Wang Meng approaching with a few unsavory companions. What do you want? A few days ago, you caused me to lose 3,000 yuan. Today, you either pay me 6,000 or you're taking a trip to the hospital. Wang Meng glared fiercely at Chen Hao, clearly still seething over the previous incident that left him 3,000 yuan poorer due to Chen Hao's actions. Why should I pay you for what I've earned through my own efforts? Chen Hao retorted angrily. Wang Meng had evidently made up his mind to give him a hard time today, but Chen Hao was not going to comply with his demands. Having just acquired Tai Chi, he was determined to practice it. Ding. Task issued. Objective: to overpower the 3 ruffians before him. Task completion reward: 200 points. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Hao surmised that it shared his disdain for the trio and rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. You're actually planning to fight back? Wang Ming realized that Chen Hao was not going to submit easily. Get him, he commanded his two companions. Today, I'll show you what true suffering feels like. Wang Ming sneered as the two men lunged at Chen Hao, but the ensuing scene left Wang Ming utterly dumbfounded. In mere moments, Chen Hao had dispatched the two men effortlessly, landing several decisive blows that rendered them incapable of further resistance. Don't come any closer, Wang Ming exclaimed in terror, his disbelief palpable. Previously, Chen Hao had appeared meek, but now he had transformed into a formidable force, leaving Wang Ming astonished. Were you not eager to fight me? Now that it's my turn, you seem discontented? Chen Hao smiled at Wang Ming, who perceived that smile as a harbinger of danger. Ah! Wang Ming's shriek pierced the air. Oh, satisfying, Chen Hao said as he stood and adjusted his clothing. He had long wished to unleash his pent-up frustration on this individual. And now that he had the means, he was determined to relish the moment. Chen Hao was confident that this encounter would deter Wang Ming from seeking trouble in the future. Ding! Task completed. Reward, 200 points. Chen Hao, pleased with the notification in his mind, sauntered out. Wang Ming, watching Chen Hao exit the parking lot, exhaled deeply, silently vowing never to trouble Chen Hao again. Wang Ming's resolve was indeed wise. He had only relied on his cousin, a dispatcher, to act with impunity. Now he realized that he and his friends were no match for Chen Hao, neither in a fair fight nor through underhanded tactics. What could he do but resign himself to a more subdued existence? Sometimes, individuals can be rather petty. They seek to bully those they perceive as weaker, only to retreat in silence when confronted by someone stronger. Chen Hao's spirits soared as he reveled in the satisfaction of releasing the frustrations he had long endured. With a renewed sense of purpose, he accepted a new delivery and hummed a tune as he rode off. Before long, he found himself in a villa district. To his surprise, even the affluent indulged in takeout, which filled him with a sense of pride regarding his profession. 3052, this should be the place. After verifying the information on his phone, he rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Coming, came a woman's voice from within, and the door swung open. Hello, here is your delivery. Upon seeing the woman before him, Chen Hao suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. She was impeccable in both appearance and demeanor, exuding a powerful aura that pressed upon him. The woman nodded, taking the delivery and turning to enter. Chen Hao watched her retreat and shrugged before mounting his electric bike, preparing to leave. Brother, do you think this job will go smoothly? From a van, a burly man inquired of a bald companion marked by a sinister scar. Of course it will. That woman lives alone. Can't we 4 strong men handle her? The bald man, known as Lee Scar, had earned his nickname due to the scar on his head. This isn't my first time out. I'm a bit anxious, the burly man admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Don't worry, stick with the boss. And you'll have all the good things, a robust man named Jiang Dan, who had followed Lee Scar for 3 years, reassured him. I didn't know. We'll follow the boss from now on, the burly man vowed. A woman living alone? Riding his electric bike, Chen Hao overheard their conversation. His senses heightened thanks to his recent acquisition of Tai Chi. He immediately connected their words to the woman he had just encountered, sensing that something was amiss. He swiftly turned back the way he had come. Chapter 12. Tai Chi conquers adversity. Mo Xin Yi tossed the takeout onto the dining table and sank wearily onto the sofa. The recent demands at her company had left her utterly exhausted. Mo Xuanya, the esteemed CEO of a pharmaceutical company in our city, is a remarkable woman who rose from humble beginnings to establish one of the most renowned pharmaceutical enterprises in the nation. Currently, only one domestic company, Centong Pharmaceutical, stands as her rival. However, this competitive landscape is on the brink of transformation, as her company is poised to launch a groundbreaking medication for gastric ailments after 3 years of relentless research. In today's society, gastric issues are prevalent among the populace. Once mass production commences, her company's reputation will soar, positioning it as a true leader in the industry. Thus, Mo Xuanya is particularly invested in this project, often spending entire days immersed in a laboratory. Recently, she has appeared increasingly haggard. Unbeknownst to her, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep without even touching the takeout she had ordered. Ding! A mission has been issued. Rescue Mo Xuanya. Successful completion of this task will yield a reward of 300 points. As Chen Hao listened to the voice echoing in his mind, clarity dawned upon him. The woman he had just seen must indeed be Mo Xuanya. He realized that engaging with the adversaries would be inevitable. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Hao quickly turned back, revving his electric scooter to its maximum speed as he raced forward. "Boss, how do we get inside?" Daniel gazed at the impeccably secured villa before him, feeling a sense of uncertainty about how to proceed. Foolishness. One could simply scale the wall and enter through a window. Surely these villas must have them. With that thought, Li Daobiao took the lead, vaulting over the wall. Upon witnessing this, Daniel hastily followed suit. "Xiao Li, keep an eye on the vehicle and be ready to assist us." Jiang Dan instructed the last person remaining in the car. "Absolutely, Brother Jiang Dan. This isn't my first time, so you can rest assured." The young man in the driver's seat replied with a hint of bravado. This young man, known as Xiao Li, was formerly named Li Zihao and served as their chauffeur. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed. "Who is there?" As Mo Xianya was startled awake by a resounding noise, she soon realized it was too late. Unbeknownst to her, Li Daoba had already leapt through the window, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The young lady possessed quite an appealing appearance. Li Daoba, observing Mo Xianya's countenance, felt an involuntary dryness in his throat, particularly as she had just awakened, her hair somewhat tousled and her garments slightly disheveled, which instantly provoked a reaction within him. "What are your intentions?" he inquired. Mo Xian truly lives up to her reputation as the CEO of a major corporation, maintaining her composure even in such a tense situation. "What does she intend to do? What are your thoughts?" Li Daob scrutinized Mo Xianya with unabashed intensity, his fervent gaze seemingly intent on stripping her bare. "Are you sent by the Sentong sect?" Moswan speculati de lauth. Indet Li Daoba apfim. Noticing that Mo Xian had already deduced the answer. After all, it would not be long before she was taken away, so revealing the information was of little consequence. "How much are they offering you?" "I will offer you 10 times the amount," Mo Xianya said with composure. At that moment, her sole bargaining chip was her wealth, and she hoped it would sway the burly man before her. No, it's not about the money now. Rather, it concerns you. If you spend the night with us, we shall let you go. What do you say?" Li Daob, with a sinister grin, addressed Mo Xianya. Upon hearing his words, Mo Xianya felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of her predicament. These men were clearly the obstinate type. As this realization dawned upon her, a wave of fear washed over her. Escape from these burly men seemed utterly impossible, unless a superhero were to descend from the heavens, a mere fantasy, as she did not believe herself fortunate enough to witness such an occurrence. "Come along quietly with us," Li Daob urged, charging forward, followed closely by Daniel and Jiang Dan, who rushed towards Mo Xianya. The three swiftly subdued her and began to escort her towards the door. Li Daob was acutely aware that if the commotion continued, bystanders might hear, and that would lead to complications. It was clear that once they whisked this girl away, they could indulge in whatever whims they desired. Meanwhile, Chen Hao observed the familiar delivery van parked outside the very establishment he had just visited. As he took in the scene, he mounted his electric bike and sped towards the building. At that moment, Li Daob and his cohorts emerged from the entrance, escorting Mo Xianya. "Hey, put down that woman!" Chen Hao shouted. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Hao immediately shouted. Strangely, the road was devoid of any other souls, save for Li Daob and his companions along with Chen Hao. "Jiang Dan, bring him to me," commanded Li Daob, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Since this young man had witnessed the event, he could not be allowed to live. Li Daob did not wish to be pursued by the police across all of China. "Rest assured," Jiang Dan replied, stretching his limbs and marching towards Chen Hao with an air of indifference. The stark contrast in their physiques was undeniable. As Jiang Dan loomed at nearly 2 meters tall, a veritable mass of muscle, resembling a human tank, while Chen Hao's slender arms and legs appeared pitifully inadequate in comparison. "Please no." Mo Xianya fervently shook her head, hoping to urge Chen Hao to flee, for in terms of stature, he had already lost. As Jiang Dan approached, Chen Hao took a deep breath, assuming the initial stance of Tai Chi, preparing to confront him. "Tai Chi, my foot!" Jiang Dan bellowed, launching a punch towards Chen Hao. Unperturbed by the impending blow, Chen Hao utilized the principle of yielding to force, effortlessly overturning Jiang Dan with a mere flick of his wrist. "Not good, he's formidable." "Dun you, go assist Yang Dan," Li Daob exclaimed, alarmed by the unexpected prowess displayed by Chen Hao, hastily instructing Daniel to join forces with Jiang Dan against him. Hey, damn it! Chen Hao grumbled as he noticed Daniel rushing towards him, feeling irked. Having just begun to grasp the essence of Tai Chi, he was taken aback by yet another opponent charging at him. Without further ado, he resolved to strike, brimming with confidence. A master of Tai Chi, indeed. Chen Hao now felt capable of taking on 10 adversaries. Soon, Chen Hao swiftly dealt with the formidable duo, Daniel and Jiang Dan, leaving them sprawled on the ground, moaning in distress. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Li Daob hastily shoved Mo Xuanya into the vehicle, intending to flee. However, Li Hao was not one to let him have his way. He yanked the driver, Li Zihao, from his seat and delivered a thorough beating, subsequently turning his ire upon Li Daob as well. All 4 of these individuals were merely ordinary people, albeit somewhat sturdy. They stood no chance against the prowess of Chen Hao, a master of Tai Chi. Naturally, he subdued them with ease. Miss, please call the police. I doubt they will be able to rise any time soon, Chen Hao remarked to Mo Xuanya. During his earlier onslaught, he had been careful to target the limbs of these men, leaving no visible damage on the surface. Yet, the acupoints he struck rendered them temporarily incapacitated, unable to summon any strength. Thank you. What is your name? Mo Xuanya inquired of Chen Hao. Me? I am Lei Feng's younger brother, Lei Guan. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he rode off on his little electric scooter, leaving Mo Xuanya in a state of bewilderment, contemplating the events of the day. She understood that Centong Pharmaceutical would not simply let the matter rest. Mo Xuanya took out her phone and dialed a number stored within. Centong, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you wholeheartedly. However, your despicable tactics have thoroughly provoked Mo Xuanya, and when this woman ignites in fury, the gravity of the situation is anything but trivial. Chapter 13. Linguistic proficiency. After Chen Hao departed, he resumed his delivery duties, working tirelessly until past 9 in the evening. The following day, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful, skill acquired. Linguistic proficiency, gained 10 points. As Chen Hao heard the familiar voice echo in his mind, he couldn't help but feel that this was a cruel jest. Linguistic proficiency? What use could this possibly serve for a mere food delivery worker? Was he to deliver meals abroad? Chen Hao was at a loss. The rewards he received daily were rather underwhelming. Never mind, he decided, time to get back to work. At noon, another notification rang out. Task released. Encourage a foreign girl to actively request your contact information. Task completion reward, 300 points. While Chen Hao was busy with his deliveries, he heard the all-too-familiar voice again. Alas, it seemed fate was inescapable. With a sigh, he muttered about the absurdity of the system created by some fool and resolved to focus on his deliveries. To his surprise, he noticed that steak was now being ordered for delivery. Chen Hao glanced at his order list and remarked, albeit with a hint of disbelief, that ultimately, it was the customer's prerogative to choose, and he had no say in the matter. Thus, he continued on his route. Upon entering the restaurant, he addressed the server. Please fetch my order. Well, if it isn't Chen Hao, came a sarcastic voice, unmistakably belonging to Li Wenliang. Li Wenliang? What brings you here? Chen Hao turned to see the familiar figure of Li Wenliang, a college classmate from whom he had not only endured ridicule, but also nuisance during their university days. Li Wenliang hailed from a wealthy family and had never missed an opportunity to belittle Chen Hao. Of course, I can be here. This is my family's Western restaurant. And you, after all these years, what a surprise to see you delivering food, Li Wenliang sneered. Let me see, you go about your business. I'll handle this shortly. Li Wenliang snatched the order from the server's phone, casting a glance at its details. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Chen Hao frowned, concerned that any delay would lead to a complaint due to exceeding the delivery time. What's the matter? Running into an old classmate, and you don't want to chat? Li Wenliang was reveling in his triumph, well aware of the implications of negative reviews, particularly for late deliveries. Conversing with someone like you is hardly appealing, Chen Hao retorted, fully comprehending the thinly veiled hostility in Li Wenliang's words. He saw no reason to maintain civility and spoke candidly, wishing ill upon Li Wenliang and his relatives. I see you have no intention of taking this order, Li Wenliang seethed, his anger flaring at the insult. He was determined not to relinquish the order to Chen Hao so easily. At that moment, a striking blonde woman entered, speaking in a language incomprehensible to those present. Excuse me, madam, do you speak Chinese? Li Wenliang approached her with an unusually cordial demeanor, abandoning his earlier arrogance. The woman continued speaking in a language foreign to everyone around. Is this what linguistic proficiency entails? Chen Hao mused, as he could distinctly understand her words. Soon, a server attempted to communicate in fluent English, but the woman remained bewildered. The situation grew tense as the server's efforts proved futile. In a crucial moment, Chen Hao stepped forward, speaking fluently in German. To his relief, the woman was not speaking English or Japanese, but indeed German. Finally, someone who understands German. Thank you immensely. I am Sophia Phelps, the woman exclaimed, her face lighting up with gratitude. She had nearly resigned herself to seeking another establishment after spending the entire afternoon in vain. Unable to find anyone who could comprehend her language, a most awkward predicament. I am Chen Hao. He introduced himself to Sophia. Meanwhile, the other patrons and servers in the restaurant watched in astonishment, incredulous that a humble delivery worker possessed such linguistic skills. One business professional lamented, I suddenly feel my education pales in comparison to that of a mere delivery person. Li Wenliang stood in shock, unable to reconcile the Chen Hao he knew with the impressive figure before him. Chapter 14. Sophia Phelps. As Li Wenliang listened to Chen Hao converse seamlessly in German, he felt a sting of humiliation. Just moments ago, he had been belittling Chen Hao for his job, and now he found himself face to face with an unexpected reality that was difficult to accept. Yet, as he gazed at the striking German woman, he was reluctant to lose a customer, especially one so enchanting. Chen Hao, could you assist us with translation? Li Wenliang implored, his tone now conciliatory. Given the dwindling clientele at the restaurant, he was eager to retain this patron. Regrettably, my order is pending, and I am parched, unwilling to engage in conversation. Chen Hao shot Li Wenliang a knowing glance, conveying his disinterest. Someone, please, package the items from this order and bring them to me. Li Wenliang gritted his teeth as he directed the nearby server. Hey, Sophia called out to Chen Hao, thrilled to finally encounter someone with whom she could communicate freely. She had been holding back her thoughts for days. Soon, Chen Hao and Sophia engaged in lively conversation. Her emotions oscillated from anger to joy, while bystanders remained utterly perplexed at the exchange. Through their dialogue, Chen Hao gleaned that Sophia was a German woman who had come to China, drawn by its reputation for exceptional cuisine and culture. However, she had neglected a critical detail, her inability to speak Chinese, relying solely on her native tongue. This oversight had rendered her dining experience a series of frustrations, as she struggled to find anyone who understood her language. Ultimately, Sophia had grown despondent with the restaurant. But with Chen Hao's intervention, she felt she had found a savior. I advise you to reconsider your plans, Chen Hao advised Sophia, exasperated by her apparent lack of foresight, highlighting the importance of basic awareness when venturing abroad. I share your sentiments. Upon my return, I shall diligently study Chinese, and when the time comes, I shall certainly visit China and enjoy its wonders. With determination, Sifio resolved that reality often forces some perpetually childish individuals to mature unexpectedly. It seems that Sifio has gleaned profound insights from her upcoming journey to China. However, there remains one issue that requires resolution. My hunger, she admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Her relentless visits to numerous restaurants were solely to satiate her appetite. Had it not been for a gnawing hunger, she would have likely returned home long ago. Chen Hao, your order. The waiter finally presented what Chen Hao had requested. Li Wenliang swiftly took it and handed it to Chen Hao, who he now regarded with newfound respect. With such fluent German, Chen Hao would undoubtedly be a sought-after figure in any company. As for why he chose to work as a delivery driver, Li Wenliang was uncertain. Oh, are you no longer inclined to engage in conversation with me? Chen Hao gestured towards Li Wenliang. Not at all, old classmate. Conversing is certainly welcome. But I mustn't impede your work, Li Wenliang replied with a smile, having already dismissed his earlier remarks from his mind. Such is reality. As long as you possess ability, you shall earn respect wherever you go. However, lacking competence results in swift dismissal. I am famished. What delicacies can be found here? Sifil inquired of Chen Hao, her stomach feeling like a voracious void capable of consuming a whole cow. Here, Chen Hao began to contemplate, observing Chen Hao in deep thought. Li Wenliang couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. He never anticipated that his classmate had concealed such depth, mastering a foreign language during their 4 years in university. Had he known, he would have tempered his past behavior towards Chen Hao. Almost forgot. I recall a German restaurant nearby. Allow me to take you there. Chen Hao eventually replied to Sifiel, confident in his knowledge from his delivery experience regarding which establishments were owned by Germans, ensuring a smooth outing for Sifiel. Really? Sifiel felt a delightful sense of familiarity in this foreign land. Indeed, Chen Hao affirmed with a nod. Chen Hao, what exactly are you discussing? Li Wenliang pressed Chen Hao for clarification. I mentioned that this place is inadequate, the service is lacking, and I suggested she seek another establishment, Chen Hao stated, taking his order and leading Sifiel outside, leaving a bewildered Li Wenliang behind. How infuriating! Li Wenliang exclaimed, Sating. Chen Hao's audacity was beyond comprehension. However, Chen Hao had already departed with Sifiel. Look, that is the German restaurant I mentioned. You can go there. The owner is reportedly German and might be able to assist you. Chen Hao pointed out a large establishment as they exited, its sign boldly declaring German restaurant. Thank you. Thank you, Li Hao. Sifiel expressed her gratitude, realizing that without him, she might have taken an eternity to find someone with whom to communicate, let alone a fellow compatriot. By the way, could you share your contact information? I must express my appreciation when I return to China in the future, Sifiel requested of Chen Hao. It is merely a small matter. You needn't concern yourself with it, Chen Hao replied, though internally he felt a surge of joy, surprised at how easily he had fulfilled this task. No. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. Therefore, it is imperative that you provide your contact information, Sifiel insisted resolutely. Very well then, here it is, 16, that is my mobile number. The moment Chen Hao relayed his number, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Reward points, 300. Chen Hao exhaled deeply, relieved. Goodbye. I must return to work. Please take care, and if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call the number I just provided. Chen Hao said before mounting his electric scooter and speeding away. Chapter 15. The challenge. How vexing. It's nearly time, and if I do not hurry, I shall be late. Chen Hao glanced at the time on his phone. The moment for picking up the order approached. In this world, customers remain indifferent to the circumstances one encounters on the road. They only care about their meal times. A tardy delivery guarantees a negative review. Well, today I face a worthy opponent. In a Porsche, the driver observed the swiftly passing electric scooter in disbelief. Could it be that his luxurious vehicle was overtaken by an electric bike? Such indignity. The driver took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt into the car's ashtray. It appeared that today was the moment to prove himself as the king of the mountain. Just as he prepared to shift gears, the passenger, a woman, taunted him. Not a chance. You can barely see the tail lights of the other vehicle. You intend to chase them on foot? I'm in no rush. I still have to navigate the drainage ditch. The man grinned, believing himself to be the reincarnation of a legendary driver. You better not crash. Do you wish to lose your recently acquired license? The woman remarked, her attention still on her makeup. Sister, I question whether we are even related, he replied, feeling disheartened. Only now do you doubt? It seems your intellect is only sufficient to pass the driving test, she retorted, leaving him feeling disillusioned. Chen Hao, on the other hand, skillfully maneuvered through the challenges, employing techniques such as overtaking and drifting with ease. These abilities stemmed not from the system's assistance, but from his genuine skill. In his heyday, his electric scooter bore an array of stickers, but time had not been kind, and his once prominent vehicle had now faded into obscurity. At last, he arrived at his destination, relieved to find that the house matched the information on his phone. Knock, knock, knock. With 2 minutes remaining before the delivery deadline, Chen Hao knocked at the door leisurely, acknowledging that his skills had waned a bit, largely due to the traffic lights obstructing his path. Is anyone home? After a brief silence with no response, Chen Hao called out again. Oh no, only a minute left. Panic set in as he realized the time, quickly dialing the customer's number. Hello, your takeaway. Who are you? Are you out of your mind? Calling at this hour? Before Chen Hao could finish, a torrent of insults erupted from the other end. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Could you please sign for it? Chen Hao held back his frustration, continuing to address the voice on the phone. He had encountered many such customers before. There was little one could do but endure. Do you have any idea what I am doing? Your call has disrupted my focus. Prepare for a bad review. A young woman inside, seemingly overwhelmed, stared at her exam paper with an expression of exasperation. Bai Yajin is a university student majoring in French, diligently preparing for her upcoming French examination. Just as she began to grasp a few concepts, her train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a phone call from Chen Hao. which incited her frustration. "I will leave the takeaway at your doorstep. Please help yourself," Chen Hao said helplessly into the phone. He understood that, to a certain extent, this delivery service was part of the hospitality industry, and he was acutely aware that he must refrain from arguing with customers at this moment, lest he risk losing his job. What? Leave it at the door? What if someone else takes it? Bai Yajin, feeling displeased, promptly walked to the entrance and opened the door. "Hello, your takeout," she said. Chen Hao gazed at Bai Yajin, exasperated, and remarked, "You've vented your frustrations. Haven Tiyu? Should Tiyu now retrieve your order?" He mused to himself, pondering how such exquisite beauty was marred by her lack of decorum. "Without further ado, I shall leave a negative review. Your actions have disrupted my studies. Do you comprehend the significance of that to me?" Bai Yajin deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation. As Chen Hao listened to Bai Yajin's words, he nearly lost his composure. "This young lady ought to consider herself fortunate for not having encountered me a few days prior. Otherwise, I would have enlightened her on the essence of Tai Chi. My dear girl, you mustn't leave me a negative review. I rely on this job to support my family. A poor rating from you would render my entire day's efforts futile." Chen Hao feigned grievance as he spoke to Bai Yajin. This tactic, which he had learned from a predecessor, was aptly named playing the victim, employed to elicit sympathy and thereby mitigate any adverse evaluations. A most effective weapon indeed. Impossible unless. As Bai Yajin absorbed Chen Hao's words, the anger within her dissipated instantaneously. However, she was unwilling to let him off so easily after having spent the entire morning working through problems. It was only fair to indulge in some relaxation. Unless what? Chen Hao grasped at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, hurriedly addressing Bai Yajin with his request. "Unless you assist me with the problems." Bai Yajin suddenly had a clever idea and spoke to Chen Hao. However, she had no genuine intention of having him solve the problems, for she did not believe he possessed the capability to do so. She merely wished to observe his reaction. Upon hearing these words, Chen Hao was instantly bewildered. Solve problems? Goodness, he had cast aside his pen for years, and now he was being asked to tackle exercises. Was this not akin to a grown man taking on the frivolous task of carrying a bride in a wedding sedan? "You refuse to do it?" Bai Yajin observed Chen Hao's troubled expression and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. "Little girl, I'm afraid I really can't do it. It's been several years since I graduated," Chen Hao said, his face contorted in a dilemma as he spoke to Bai Yajin. It was absurd to expect him to follow the cavalry with the infantry. Wasn't that a mockery of the situation? "Very well, if you choose not to act. I shall leave a negative review. However, should you comply, I may be inclined to bestow upon you a favorable one." Bai Yajin coaxed Chen Hao with a persuasive tone. Were one to adorn Bai Yajin's head with 2 horns and embellish her back with a pair of wings, she would undoubtedly resemble a mischievous little imp. Chen Hao hesitated, sensing that the girl seemed to be anticipating something. Alas, it appeared he had unwittingly ventured into a den of tigers with no means of escape. "Fine, I shall do it," Chen Hao declared resolutely, feeling as if he were risking everything. For he could not allow this young lady to tarnish his reputation with a negative review. "What? Surely, you cannot be serious. Are you truly undertaking this task? You are merely a delivery person, having attended school for only a few days?" Bai Yajin listened to Chen Hao's words, rendered speechless. She had merely spoken casually, never expecting that this fellow would genuinely agree. However, one should consider their own capabilities before making such promises. Chapter 16. Completing tasks with nonchalance. What kind of problems are you tackling? Upon hearing Bai Yajin's words, Chen Hao did not retreat. Instead, he exuded an air of determination as if success was inevitable. "Come on, it was merely a jest. Did you really think I desired your assistance with my assignments?" Bai Yajin disdainfully retorted. A mere delivery worker, aiding her with her studies? Was that not a jest in itself? One might even find themselves on the receiving end of a professor's scathing reprimand. Who could withstand such a fate? If you do not comply, you will receive a poor review. All right, since you insist, I shall ensure you become utterly disheartened. I am curious to see how you can accomplish anything when you cannot even comprehend the exam questions. Bai Yajin is acutely aware of the difficulty of her examination papers. Even she, a top student, requires a considerable amount of time to complete them. How could a delivery worker possibly be familiar with the French language? Indeed, the set of examination papers belonging to Bai Yajin consists of French mock test questions. What kind of questions are they? Chen Hao inquired. French mock test questions. Do you speak French? Baiyajin regarded Chen Hao with a hint of disdain. It was not mere boastfulness. The French language was indeed far more challenging than English. For those who lacked understanding, it was akin to a chicken conversing with a duck. I know a little, she scoffed. Chen Hao, upon hearing this, was instantly elated. This was perfect. Today he had just attained fluency in languages. Not only French, but even Italian and Latin. He could articulate them with ease. In matters of language, there was nothing that Chen Hao could not handle today. P-if-if-ti, mia plusta. Baiyajin remarked as she ushered Chen Hao into the room, where a test paper lay on the table, one she had left unfinished. Now, great scholar, let me see your prowess. With that, she playfully nudged him. Chen Hao clenched his fists, but ultimately relaxed them. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a French language expert. Hurry up. You claim to know a bit of French, didn't you? Why are you dawdling? Are you not a man? Baiyajin observed Chen Hao and hurriedly urged him, emphasizing that he could not afford to waste any time. She needed to submit her findings to her professor shortly. All right, I shall write, Chen Hao replied, taking a deep breath as he seated himself. He gazed at the examination paper, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the seemingly foreign letters before him, as though they were his mother tongue. Each phrase vividly etched in his mind. Indeed, his linguistic prowess was remarkable. As he reveled in the system's capabilities, he embarked on his journey of problem-solving. Baiyajin, witnessing Chen Hao actually beginning to work on the problems, leaned forward to check if he was merely scribbling aimlessly. What she discovered left her utterly perplexed. How could this be possible? Baiyajin watched Chen Haofei translating with remarkable speed, feeling as though she could scarcely believe her eyes. Was this a dream? It must be. Baiyajin silently reflected, as the scene before her greatly exceeded her expectations. Being well-versed in the matter, she understood that Chen Hao's translations were indeed accurate. He even elucidated several points that had previously eluded her comprehension. Yet, it was precisely this realization that left Baiyajin astonished. No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom why she had been outperformed by a mere food delivery worker. On Chen Hao's side, he immersed himself in the task at hand, swiftly translating the French mock exam before him. For the first time, he felt an exhilarating joy in tackling the questions, to the point that he was reluctant to return to his delivery job. With a sigh of relief, he finally completed the mock exam. Who on earth are you? Baiyajin pointed at Chen Hao, somewhat stuttering. At that moment, Chen Hao had utterly astonished Baiyajin. She could no longer afford to look down on him. This delivery man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Chen Hao deftly shifted the conversation towards the favorable reviews of food delivery, a matter of utmost concern to him. Wait a moment, Baiyajin interjected. Ignoring Chen Hao's gaze, she snapped a few photos of her completed practice questions and promptly sent them to her professor. My dear, the professor replied, it seems your skills have remarkably improved since we last met. These problems were beyond your capability before. Shortly thereafter, Baiyajin received another message that brought a mix of emotions to her heart. Let us discuss this further soon, the professor proposed, extending an invitation to Baiyajin. Elated, she realized that her professor, who had many students, had taken note of her. The mere act of ordering takeout had made her professor recognize her potential. She glanced shyly at Chen Hao, reflecting on how she had previously put him in a difficult position, yet now, thanks to him, she had caught her professor's attention. Life truly resembled a theatrical performance. Could you provide me with a favorable review? Chen Hao frowned at Baiyajin, suspecting that this quirky girl might concoct another scheme to trouble him. If she persisted, he would simply walk away. He had no intention of lingering in such an uncomfortable atmosphere. I'll do it, Baiyajin replied, suddenly realizing that Chen Hao had not left yet. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and gave him a positive review. With that settled, I wish you a pleasant meal, Chen Hao remarked, eager to leave. He could hardly endure another moment in this place, were it not for the review. He would not have gone to such lengths. By the way, what did you do before this? How did you come to understand French? Baiyajin called out to Chen Hao, who had begun to turn away. She could not fathom that he was merely a humble delivery worker. Me? Chen Hao chuckled, responding, I enjoy watching films in my spare time, and recently I happened to watch a few French films, so I picked up the language. With that, he stepped out the door. Baiyajin stood there, stunned, unable to process what she had just heard. Wait, did Chen Hao just say he learned French from watching a few movies? Incredible. After Chen Hao departed on his electric scooter, he had casually spoken the French phrase for goodbye, which also implied farewell. Listening to him speak fluent French made by Yajin feel like a fool, a self-important jester whose antics went unnoticed. Chapter 17. The Arts. Upon returning home, Chen Hao began to reflect on the events of the past few days. First and foremost, he had acquired a system that bestows upon him a different skill each day, along with points and tasks to complete. Although he had meandered during his off hours, he had yet to trigger any tasks. He was certain that the conditions for activation must be during his delivery hours. Examining the exchange list, Chen Hao noted that the items were exorbitantly priced, with the least expensive skill, academic excellence, requiring a hefty 5,000 points. Without accepting tasks, it would take him over a year of daily sign-ins, earning 10 points each day, to accumulate enough for just that one skill. Thus, task points became his sole avenue for rapid skill acquisition. This meant that he could not abandon his delivery job. Doing so would mean he could no longer accept tasks in the future. Enough of this overthinking, he resolved. I shall focus on completing tasks and strive to obtain a permanent skill. In these few short days, I have already tasted the sweetness of success, though it is regrettable that the skills are only temporary, as if merely allowing me a taste of the experience. It was akin to a game where one moment you're granted the exhilarating thrill of immense power, only to be told the next moment that you must pay to retain such benefits. What choice do you have? Most would opt to pay, for the joy of gaming is to relish the experience. The following morning, Chen Hao awoke, having enjoyed a restful night, perhaps free from restless thoughts. Beep. Sign in successful. Skill acquired. Mastery of the arts. Points earned. 10. As the morning passed, Chen Hao encountered customers who were mostly amiable, suggesting that the rude ones were indeed the minority. While he was lost in thought, his phone alerted him to a new order. Upon opening the app, he felt a twinge of reluctance. The distance of this order was quite far, nearly outside the city limits, and the route was particularly challenging. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the order, reasoning that the peak hours had just passed, and this was one of the rare moments when delivery workers could take a breather. He might even trigger a task in the process. Before long, however, he began to regret his decision. The road was arduous, and he rode cautiously on his scooter, fearful of any bumps that might spill the contents of his delivery. Eventually, he arrived at his destination. Taking a moment to observe the house before him, he noted its traditional architecture, quite different from those in the city, suggesting that its owner possessed refined tastes. "Hello, your delivery has arrived. I'm at the door. Please come out to collect it," he called, dialing the customer's number. "Oh, for the delivery, just leave it at the door," came the voice from within, followed by the abrupt disconnection of the call. With no options left, Chen Hao complied and stepped inside. He noticed a table not far ahead and hurried over. Just as he was about to place the delivery on the table, he noticed something amiss. A painting lay atop it. Thankful that he hadn't set the delivery directly on it, he carefully placed the items beside the artwork and took a closer look. It was a landscape painting, albeit an unfinished piece. An urge to complete it stirred within him, perhaps due to his newfound skill and interest in such artistic endeavors. Chen Hao scrutinized the painting, quickly observing that while the artist had some talent, they were far from exceptional. Even in its incomplete state, he identified several flaws that he felt he could rectify with ease. Beep. Task issued. Complete the painting before you. Task completion rewards. 300 points. Hearing the familiar notification, Chen Hao found himself in a moral quandary. Was it ethical to meddle with someone else's creation? Yet there was the task to consider. He was torn, grappling with the dilemma. Chen Hao gritted his teeth and silently picked up the brush beside him, continuing to complete the landscape painting before him. His hands itched with the urge to create. After adjusting his state of mind, he finally began to put brush to paper. The art of Huaxia differs greatly from that of the West. While Huaxia emphasizes the essence, the West focuses on form. To Westerners, Huaxia paintings are utterly incomprehensible. They merely see them as akin to a child's doodles, simple and naive. Yet they're mistaken. Huaxia art embodies a profound and ancient legacy. Chapter 18. A visit to paint. The origins of Huaxia painting can be traced back over 2 millennia to the Warring States period when it was rendered on silk, thus termed silk paintings. Even prior to that, there existed primitive rock art and painted pottery, which laid the foundation for future developments. Over time, Huaxia painting evolved through continuous growth and inclusivity into its present form. Not only is Huaxia painting misunderstood by Westerners, but so too are its poetry and cultural nuances, which are scarcely comprehended by foreigners. These cultural treasures symbolize the heritage of Huaxia. With a single breath, Chen Hao completed the entire painting. which exuded a sense of fluidity and comfort, imparting a tranquil feeling that made one yearn to escape the mundane world, seeking refuge in the mountains. Laboring at dawn and resting at dusk, companioned by nature. This artwork, from any perspective, could be deemed a masterpiece. Ding! Task completed. Earned 300 points. The system's notification chimed, signaling Chen Hao's successful completion of the task. Looking at the painting before him, he felt a twinge of guilt. After all, it was not his work, and he had finished it without the owner's consent. Though his intentions were good, he couldn't shake the feeling of having committed a theft. After waiting a while, he noticed the owner had not yet returned. Reluctantly, he decided to leave. He had hoped to apologize, but with the evening rush hour approaching, he needed to return to delivering food. Ultimately, Chen Hao resolved to depart, as he did not wish to miss the bustling peak hour, and it seemed prudent to return later to offer his apologies. With determination, he made his way outside. Just as he stepped out, a group of people entered, centered around an elderly man, clearly the focal point of their attention. "Su Lao, this is indeed a humble abode," spoke a man, the owner of the place, surnamed Lin, whom everyone referred to as Mr. Lin. "Ah, quite charming and elegant. It seems Mr. Lin possesses exquisite taste," Su Lao remarked. The character of a homeowner can often be discerned from their residence, and it was evident that Mr. Lin had a deep appreciation for landscapes and nature. "Indeed," Su Lao affirmed, and while Mr. Lin feigned modesty, it was apparent that Su Lao's praise was well received, as a smile graced Mr. Lin's face. "Please, let us proceed inside." Mr. Lin courteously invited the elder, knowing that this esteemed guest was not one to be taken lightly. He had gone to great lengths to secure Su Lao's presence. Hoping for his guidance, "Mr. Lin, there is no need for such formality. One should feel at home," Su Lao replied, reminding Mr. Lin of the respect due to elders. With that, Mr. Lin led the group inside, all the while introducing the various plants and small wonders that adorned the surroundings. He was able to speak eloquently about everything, creating an impression of a man well-versed in numerous subjects. "Su Lao, we have arrived at the living room. I have prepared some tea for you, made from my treasure collection. Do savor it," Mr. Lin said with a smile, and indeed, the tea was rare. He had been fortunate to acquire a small quantity and rarely shared it, but today was a special occasion. "How fortunate I am," Su Lao chuckled, revealing his fondness for fine tea, which Mr. Lin had astutely recognized. Suddenly, Su Lao's gaze fell upon a painting on the outside table, and he froze, captivated. Chapter 19. The center of discussion, despite his absence upon witnessing Su Lao's reaction, Mr. Lin recalled a painting he had previously started but had left unfinished. This was surely an embarrassment. "Su Lao, this is a work of mine, though it remains incomplete," he began. "Splendid. How remarkable to produce such a masterpiece." Su Lao interjected before Mr. Lin could finish. "This painting is simply exquisite. I doubt even I could create such a piece." "No, not just me. Perhaps even Chi Lao would be astounded." Su Lao gazed at the painting as if it were a rare treasure, his face aglow as though rejuvenated by decades. "Indeed, upon seeing this work, I truly comprehend what constitutes a masterpiece. After witnessing this, I fear I may never view my own creations with the same confidence again. I once believed my skills were commendable, but today I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well," a man lamented. The crowd began to engage, fervently analyzing the painting, while Mr. Lin stood bewildered, unsure of how to respond. What was happening? The piece he had left unfinished had somehow transformed into this extraordinary work that far surpassed his own abilities. "Truly, the younger generation is formidable," Su Lao exclaimed, deeply engrossed in the painting, turning to Mr. Lin. "Su Lao, you misunderstand. I did not create this," Mr. Lin finally confessed, his teeth clenched, feeling compelled to clarify the situation, despite the potential disappointment it might cause. "What do you mean by that?" Su Lao inquired, puzzled. "Just as I stated, this painting is indeed not mine. I distinctly remember only completing half of it, intending to seek your guidance. Upon returning, I found it transformed into this," Mr. Lin explained, bewildered. "You know full well that you have seen my previous work. How could I possibly have progressed so dramatically in such a short span of years?" Mr. Lin insisted, seeking Su Lao's understanding. Only then did Su Lao recall that Mr. Lin's skills had been vastly inferior to the painting before them, and that the style was markedly different. Who, then, could have executed this? "Is it possible that a hidden master resides here? You must introduce me," Su Lao exclaimed. "Surely you jest." There are no hidden masters here, Mr. Lin lamented, nearly in tears, perplexed by the turn of events. How had this transpired in just a short absence? What on earth had happened? Old Su pressed Mr. Lin for answers, clearly determined to clarify the matter today. Mr. Lin found himself at a loss for words, pondering how he could possibly know who had drawn those markings, especially since the artist had left no signature behind. What was the intention behind this enigmatic act? Having had an idea, Mr. Lin decided to summon his butler for inquiries, as he might possess some pertinent information. Suddenly recalling his ever-present butler at home, he called out, "Butler Wang, do come here for a moment." The elderly gentleman, diligently engaged in his tasks, not far away, responded, "Sir, what can I assist you with?" Upon hearing Mr. Lin's voice, he immediately set aside his tasks and hurried towards the crowd. Steward Wang had served Mr. Lin for several decades, having begun his tenure during the time of Mr. Lin's father. Mr. Lin held great trust in his capabilities. However, upon arriving, Steward Wang sensed an unusual tension in the air. The multitude of eyes fixed upon him was undeniably daunting. What on earth had transpired? "Butler Wang, I inquire of you. Has anyone interfered with the painting upon my table?" Upon hearing these words, Butler Wang instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was evident that someone had tampered with Mr. Lin's painting, provoking his ire. If an inquiry were to ensue, he too would undoubtedly face the repercussions. Suddenly, Butler Wang noticed a takeout box beside him, and at that moment, he recalled the delivery man who had just entered. He immediately understood. "Sir, I have realized that no one else came here just now, except for that delivery person," Butler Wang declared with unwavering conviction, firmly believing that it was indeed Chen Hao who had tampered with things. He felt a surge of anger. How dare that delivery man touch the master's painting? Such despicable individuals can never alter their inherently contemptible nature, no matter the circumstances. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, for it was his negligence, as the steward. He had failed to safeguard the household's possessions. He spoke in a flustered and anxious manner. "Rest assured, sir, now that this incident has occurred, I shall immediately notify the delivery company. Such individuals must be dealt with severely." The butler Wang began to prattle incessantly, and in his words, Chen Hao had transformed into a heinous murderer. "So, it seems that it must have been the delivery person who tampered with my painting?" Mr. Lin found it hard to believe upon hearing these words. How could it be possible? After dedicating decades to the meticulous study of painting, he had only just attained his current level of skill. How could a mere delivery worker create such a masterful piece of art? This world is utterly insane. Yes, it must be that delivery worker. That wretched fellow had the audacity to ruin Mr. Lin's painting. He must not be allowed to escape retribution. Butler Wang displayed an expression of indignation, as if he were on the verge of tearing Chen Hao apart right before his eyes. What manner of person is this Butler Wang? Mr. Lin, listening to Butler Wang's words, felt an increasing sense of discontent. This was in the presence of Elder Su. If he left a negative impression, it could spell trouble. As a mere delivery worker, akin to a wretched salted fish, how dare he touch your esteemed artwork? I must report him and leave a scathing review, no matter the cost. Butler Wang grew increasingly agitated, as if the damaged artwork were his own. As he spoke, he took out his phone, preparing to lodge a complaint with the delivery company. Silence. How dare you insult such a master? Old Su could no longer contain his indignation and finally erupted. Initially, Wang, the steward, served Mr. Lin, and out of respect for Mr. Lin, Old Su chose to remain silent. However, as Wang's words grew increasingly outrageous, Old Su could no longer tolerate it. "Mr. Lin, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. You must apologize to me today and extend your apologies to that esteemed master." Elder Su first expressed his apologies to Mr. Lin, then turned to Butler Wang and insisted that if Butler Wang did not apologize to Elder Su today, this matter would certainly remain unresolved. Chapter 20. The arrogant butler. Upon witnessing the situation, Butler Wang finally perceived something amiss. It seemed that this elderly gentleman was indeed the nucleus of the group, with even the owner of his household orbiting around him. This is Elder Su, a name you may not recognize, considering you are merely a country bumpkin. However, the name Su Qingze is undoubtedly familiar to you. Someone nearby scoffed, remarking that a mere butler dared to act so brazenly. It was necessary to bring him down a notch, lest he remain oblivious to his own insignificance. Su Qingze? Upon hearing that name, Steward Wang was instantly taken aback. Anyone even slightly acquainted with the world of calligraphy and painting would undoubtedly recognize the illustrious reputation of this individual. This esteemed figure is none other than the renowned master of traditional Chinese painting, Mr. Su, who also serves as the president of the Chinese National Painters Association and has been honored with the title of Craftsman of China. He stands as a leading figure in the realm of traditional Chinese art. Steward Wang, now utterly bewildered, realized the immense influence this Mr. Su wielded. It is said that he is highly revered in the imperial capital, with many dignitaries and nobles considering it an honor to invite him as a guest. One can only imagine the extent of Mr. Su's power. Steward Wang found himself in a state of utter confusion. With such formidable clout, it would be as effortless for him to eliminate Wang as it would be to swat a fly. Even Mr. Lin would be unable to shield him, and given the circumstances of the day, it seemed Mr. Lin had also run out of patience with him. Mr. Su, I was indeed blind to the brilliance before me. I humbly beseech you to overlook this folly and grant me your mercy just this once, Steward Wang implored with a tone of desperation. Mr. Su scoffed softly, turning his gaze toward the painting. This piece is the first I have encountered in my lifetime that embodies such divine artistry. It is hard to believe that it was created by a contemporary. Mr. Su expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. In the past, while in Suzhou, I encountered a painting that I believed was the finest I would ever see. Yet today, I find my eyes have truly been opened. Mr. Su, could that painting be the endless rivers and mountains without a cloud? Soon, someone nearby recalled a significant event from the past. Indeed, it was the renowned mountain and river without clouds. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin couldn't help but gasp. He remembered that the auction for the original mountain and river without clouds had fetched an astronomical price, rumored to be in the tens of billions. The painting before him seemed to surpass that very masterpiece. He dared not to contemplate the potential auction value of this work. Clearly, the artist was a master. Regrettably, his talent went unappreciated, forcing him to resort to delivering food to make ends meet. Mr. Su sighed, lamenting that true masters in our country have become increasingly rare. While a multitude of charlatans proliferate, engaging in absurd antics and exaggerated artistry to swindle the public, the artistic climate has deteriorated, and it is disheartening that such a master has fallen to the level of a food delivery worker. Mr. Lin, I hope you can locate this individual. It would be a valuable addition to our Huaxia National Painters Association, Mr. Su earnestly implored. Mr. Lin, taken aback by this request, felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Mr. Su would hold this person in such high regard. The position of a teacher within the entire association was indeed a prestigious one. I might be able to assist with this. Steward Wang promptly stepped forward. After causing such a commotion earlier, he finally had the opportunity to redeem himself in front of everyone. He was determined to restore his reputation. I ordered this takeout myself, and I should be able to contact him through the phone, Steward Wang declared, holding his phone up to the crowd. What are you waiting for? Hurry and make the call, Mr. Lin urged Butler Wang, questioning why he had not hesitated when reprimanding earlier, but now seemed to dawdle. Mr. Lin, I am somewhat uncertain. As the voice on the phone sounded exceedingly youthful, I estimate it to be no more than in their early 20s. It was then that Butler Wang elaborated on the matter, expressing disbelief at a master being merely in their 20s. Are you certain you did not mishear? Mr. Lin began to doubt his own hearing, as the level of skill displayed did not align with someone so young. If that individual is indeed in their 20s, there is only one explanation. They must be a prodigy. I can assure you, that person is definitely not over 25, Butler Wang affirmed. How can this be possible? Mr. Lin found himself questioning reality, the thought of them being under 25 echoing in his mind. Nearby, Elder Su, upon hearing this, fell silent, and the surrounding crowd was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chapter 21. Online rumors. Elder Su contemplated ultimately abandoning his thoughts. The master delivering takeout undoubtedly held deeper significance. Disturbing them might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, Su decided to let the matter pass, wishing to avoid inconveniencing the master. Su Yu, a calligraphy enthusiast, was fortunate to have met Elder Su through Mr. Lin today. However, what truly astonished him was that an invaluable painting had been created by a mere delivery worker, who was also quite young. Su had a habit of sharing his daily experiences online, and today, this occurrence far exceeded his expectations. His fingers itched to share the day's events with his online followers. After posting, Su went to take a shower. Not long after, his phone illuminated, and comments poured in like mushrooms after rain, swiftly surpassing tens of thousands. Chen Hao's other accomplishments were circulating online, leading astute netizens to notice a common thread. All events transpired in the same city. Remarkable. Recently, there have been tales of delivery workers being academic achievers and even fluent in foreign languages. Are delivery workers now expected to be multi-talented? It is widely recognized that educational attainment in our country typically progresses through several stages, culminating in delivery workers, who therefore occupy a unique position in the societal hierarchy. Have you noticed? These recent stories about delivery workers all originate from the same city. Suddenly, a distinctive comment appeared in the discussion, quickly gaining attention, and, as replies multiplied, it climbed to the top. The original poster is quite observant. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that all these events occurred in the same city. If this truly is the same delivery worker, it is somewhat unsettling. I find that unlikely. Perhaps several high-achieving individuals are collaborating on deliveries. How could one person possess the energy to manage so many matters? The point made above is valid. Many people in their 20s are still figuring out their own lives. If it is indeed just one person, perhaps we should suggest a national examination to see if they are an extraterrestrial. Responses continued to flow in abundance. Wang Qi was an ordinary individual, leading a monotonous life, spending evenings watching live streams and browsing the internet. The recent buzz surrounding delivery workers had piqued his interest, especially since he had witnessed one such incident firsthand, the live stream event, in which he had actively participated, even engaging in a verbal battle. This sparked excitement in Wang Qi, prompting him to send a private message to Su Mei. Mei, how much do you know about that delivery worker situation? Do tell. After sending the message, he patiently awaited her reply. Su Mei hummed a tune as she finished her meal, preparing to open her computer for the day's live stream. What on earth? Upon opening the streaming platform, she was taken aback to find her private messages overflowing, with new ones pouring in incessantly. Panic set in. Was someone hiring bots to bombard her? The memory of her previous experience still haunted her. With trembling hands, Su Mei opened her private messages, randomly selecting one, which happened to be Wang Qi's. Upon realizing it was merely an inquiry about the delivery worker, she felt relieved, grateful it was not an attack, and decided to check other messages. To her surprise, all the messages were inquiries regarding Chen Hao, revealing the fervor of online users eager to discern whether the delivery workers were indeed the same person. Looking at the escalating number of messages, Su Mei felt exasperated. Whose fans are you all anyway? You do realize I didn't even invite that guy. She thought resentfully. After some contemplation, she decided to go live. Responding to each message would be too tedious. It was more efficient to address everything in a single broadcast. As she began her live stream, Su Mei instantly noticed an abnormal surge in viewer numbers, far more than usual. Typically, she started with around 20 to 30,000 viewers, peaking at over 100,000 hours later. Today, however, she had nearly 900,000 viewers the moment she went live, and the number continued to rise. Everyone, are you here to watch my stream, or what? Su Mei expressed her displeasure towards the screen. I'm here to watch Mei stream, but I also want to know about that delivery worker. Same question. The live chat quickly filled with a torrent of comments, obscuring her view. Honestly, I'm not sure either. I only consider him an acquaintance, and I have no idea if he is involved in those online happenings, she admitted, feeling helpless as she could only provide the phone number of Chen Hao, knowing little else. Really? What a wasted trip. But at least the streamer is entertaining. Fine. I'll just follow her. Perhaps something interesting will happen in the future. Many viewers expressed their disappointment upon hearing Su Mei's response. After her stream, Su Mei slumped in her chair, feeling that the day's broadcast had been excessively challenging. The entire discussion revolved around Chen Hao. She felt a mix of resentment and admiration towards him, frustrated that he overshadowed her, yet grateful that he had attracted thousands of new followers for her. Hello, who is this? Su Mei answered a call from an unfamiliar number, intrigued. Good day, is this Miss Su Mei? I'm also a streamer. The one known as the wallflower in love with grass. The voice on the other end revealed a significant identity. A skilled gamer and a technical streamer with millions of followers, a true online sensation. What can I do for you? Su Mei inquired, sitting up straighter. It is as follows. I would like to request your assistance in introducing that delivery person, if it is convenient for you. Well, I shall give it a try. Thank you, Miss Su Mei. There will certainly be a generous reward once this matter is accomplished. After the voice on the other end finished speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. As soon as Su Mei hung up, the phone rang again. Hello? Yes. All right, I will do my best. Hello, I understand. I will give it a try. A multitude of calls ensued, all from streamers and internet celebrities, each seeking to connect with Su Mei, hoping to draw traffic through Chen Hao and profit from the ensuing attention. Eventually, overwhelmed by the incessant disturbances, Su Mei turned off her phone and retired for the night. Chapter 22. Appraisal expert Chen Hao observed the discussions circulating online, centered around himself, yet he remained unfazed, continuing his quiet routine of delivering takeout. Accumulating points for a permanent skill was his primary concern. Ding! Sign-in successful, skill acquired, appraisal expert, points gained, 10. The familiar notification resonated, and Chen Hao, accustomed to the system's daily announcements, mounted his electric scooter and set off to deliver. Soon, he received an order and promptly embarked on his journey. Arriving at the designated address, which turned out to be an antique shop, clearly labeled Love Antiques. Upon entering, he immediately overheard complaints from within. What should I do? Upon entering, Chen Hao heard the shop owner, Zhao Chun, lamenting to his friend, Huang San, who was named so because he was the third son in his family. Huang San, you must help me come up with a solution, or my life may be over. Zhao Chun exclaimed anxiously, as if facing a dire crisis. My friend, it's not that I am unwilling to assist. I simply do not know how, Huang San replied, glancing at a box containing a delicate vase, clearly aged, yet regrettably shattered. My friend, we have previously appraised this vase. It is undoubtedly genuine. The value of the Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze plate is beyond dispute. As you are well aware, Huang San sighed, lamenting the predicament. If it were an ordinary piece of porcelain, it would be manageable. But this particular item is exceptional. One of the 4 great kilns of China, the Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze plate, a pinnacle of Chinese porcelain antiques. Each piece worth a fortune. These 4 esteemed porcelain artifacts include the Tang and Song Dynasty's blue and white 6-sided vase, the Yuan Dynasty's polychrome bat and peach motif vase, the Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze plate, and the Tang Dynasty's 3-color glazed pottery, each a rare treasure, now scarcely found in the antique market, most having been auctioned off. It was astounding that such a small antique shop could possess one. My friend, I understand, but is there truly no other way? Zhao Chun asked Huang San despairingly. Faced with this crisis, Zhao Chun felt as though he could no longer bear the weight of his predicament, yet he clung to a shred of hope in querying Huang San. Listening to their conversation, Chen Hao finally pieced together the situation. Zhao Chun had inadvertently shattered the Song Ru Kiln sky blue glazed plate, which was not his property, but rather a consignment from another individual, complicating matters further. However, Chen Hao sensed something peculiar about the entire scenario. There must be a solution. It simply depends on you. Huang San sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the high value of the item at stake. What solution? Zhao Chen's eyes brightened at Huang San's words. Any solution would be welcome. Return it with another item of equal value, Huang San proposed. And Zhao Chen understood immediately. This would require him to sacrifice everything he held dear. My friend, you now have 2 options. Either surrender your heirloom to settle this matter or sell your shop, and I will assist you in gathering the necessary funds. Let me think about it. Zhao Chun hesitated, knowing he could never part with his ancestral treasures. Ultimately, the only viable option appeared to be selling his shop, a painful but seemingly necessary course of action. My friend, do not worry. We can always start anew. I, Huang San, will support you, Huang San reassured him, patting Zhao Chun on the shoulder. Yes, Zhao Chun felt a warmth in his heart at Huang San's words. By the way, when is the consignor coming to collect their item? Huang San suddenly inquired. Let me calculate. They said it would be stored for a week. And today marks exactly 7 days. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, they should arrive shortly. Zhao Chun counted on his fingers, recalling how delighted he had been a week prior to receive the valuable piece for storage, as higher value items commanded higher fees. Today, however, he lamented having accepted the porcelain piece. After all, the saying rings true. Those who engage in risk must eventually pay the price. Let's wait and see. Perhaps they will be understanding, Huang San consoled Zhao Chun. Let us hope so. Zhao Chun internally prayed for a favorable outcome. Strangely enough, just last night, the Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glazed plate appeared to be in perfect condition, Today, it lay shattered before him, leaving Zhao Chen utterly perplexed, attributing it all to fate. "Hello, your delivery is here," Chen Hao interjected, addressing Zhao Chen as he approached. "Just place it down," Zhao Chen replied distractedly, his mind consumed with thoughts of the shattered plate, leaving no room for the meal. "Enjoy your meal," Chen Hao said before attempting to leave, only to be interrupted by a group entering the shop. Zhao Chen felt a pang of anxiety as he recognized the young man at the forefront. "Boss Zhao, I have come to collect the item," the young man stated as he approached the counter. It appeared he was not a local, and Zhao Chen was uncertain of his background, knowing only that his name was Wang Ping. "Young Wang, though I hesitate to mention it, there is something imperative you must be made aware of," Zhao Chen said awkwardly. "I am aware. It pertains to the storage fee, correct? Rest assured, I understand the industry norms. The greater the value, the higher the fee. Please, name your price." "Boss Zhao," Wang Ping replied, exuding an air of affluence that further unsettled Zhao Chen. "That is not the issue. The matter at hand is that your item has been accidentally broken." Zhao Chen gritted his teeth, accepting responsibility for the calamity that had befallen the valuable piece. "What did you say? My Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze plate is shattered? How could you allow this to happen?" Wang Ping stared incredulously at Zhao Chen, seemingly unable to digest this stark reality. Chapter 23. The Quarrel. "Boss Zhao, I have heard that you're the most meticulous and reputable around here. How could such a thing happen?" Wang Ping questioned Zhao Chen. "Indeed, this time it was my fault." Zhao Chen felt guilty, as the incident was clearly his shortcoming. The item was entrusted to him, and yet it became damaged. Whose responsibility could that possibly be? As for the value of my Song Ru Kiln sky blue glazed plate, I need not elaborate. You know what to do, Boss Zhao. Wang Ping's expression darkened, and it was no surprise. Such a situation is uncomfortable for anyone. "I understand. Please state your price," Zhao Chen said through gritted teeth. Once he uttered those words, he risked losing everything. "Fine, Boss Zhao, you're a straightforward person. I'll say it outright. 50 million. Wang Ping quoted an astronomical figure, and Zhao Chen nearly fainted upon hearing it. He had anticipated the price would not be low, but he never expected it to be this exorbitant. Even selling the store would not suffice to cover such a debt. "Isn't that price a bit excessive?" Zhao Chen protested. "Excessive? Boss Zhao, you are an expert yourself. You know the true value of this item. Let me ask you honestly, does it seem high?" Zhao Chen fell silent, realizing that Wang Ping was indeed correct. The item held that worth. The Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glazed plate, known for its fine porcelain body, resembles the color of burnt incense ash, commonly referred to as incense ash body. The unique beauty of Ru porcelain lies in its glaze, which exhibits the splendid hues of a clear sky after rain, with a surface as lustrous as jade. As noted by Zhou Hui of the Southern Song Dynasty in Qingba magazine, the Ru Kiln was forbidden from firing at the palace, and agate was used for the glaze. It is evident that such porcelain artistry cannot be replicated in modern times. Most contemporary imitations merely mimic the shape, while the essential methods of creation have long been lost. 50 million is indeed a respectable offer. At an auction 2 years prior, a Song Ru Kiln sky blue glaze plate was sold for 60 million, making the current offer of 50 million quite generous. However, Zhao Chen hesitated. There was simply no way he could gather that sum. "Brother Wang, could you possibly lower the price?" Zhao Chen asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had no choice but to appeal to his own reputation. "Boss Zhao, it seems you have no intention of compensating," Wang Ping remarked, his tone turning menacing. The men behind him understood the implication. It appeared there would be no amicable resolution today, and quickly positioned themselves to pressure Zhao Chen. "Brother Wang, it's not that I don't want to compensate. I genuinely cannot afford such a sum," Zhao Chen replied bitterly. "Stop with the nonsense. Do you think I didn't inquire before placing my items here? Everyone in the antique trade knows you have a family heirloom. Bring it out, and we'll call it even." Wang Ping could no longer contain his anger and shouted at Zhao Chen. "That heirloom has been passed down through generations in my family. There is no way I can part with it," Zhao Chen exclaimed, feeling a surge of panic as Wang Ping targeted his treasured possession. He would never relinquish it. "You're trying to renege on your debt. Brothers, let's South smash this place," Wang Ping commanded angrily. "Brother, it's not like that." Zhao Chen rushed from behind the counter to stop the oncoming aggression. "Today, I offer you 2 options. Either pay up or hand over your heirloom as collateral," Wang Ping said, pointing accusingly at Zhao Chen. It was clear that should Zhao Chen refuse, matters would escalate further. Ding! A task has been issued. Task objective. Assist the antique shop owner in overcoming the current crisis. Task completion reward. 300 points. Just as Chen Hao prepared to slip away, the system's voice echoed in his mind, compelling him to assist the shop owner. However, in order to help, he needed to focus on that porcelain piece. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Hao stealthily approached the Song Ru Kiln sky blue glazed plate. Brother, I'll compensate. I'll compensate. Zhao Chen exclaimed repeatedly. Only then did Wang Ping halt the menacing crowd, satisfied for the moment. But I need some time, Zhao Chun continued, addressing Wang Ping. Old man, are you toying with me? Wang Ping retorted. No, listen to me. I'll first mortgage my store to you, and then I'll find a way to cover the remaining amount. What do you think? Zhao Chun proposed, aware that his shop, located on the main street, held considerable value, estimated at around 20 million, and potentially even higher due to its prime location. The various antiques within, while less valuable than the plate, still contributed significantly to the overall worth, bringing the shop's total estimated value to around 40 million. Don't think you can deceive me. If I take the store, I'll know if you try to escape, Wang Ping said, his skepticism evident. I think it's safer for you to give me that heirloom. Wang Ping had heard about Zhao Chun's heirloom, a legendary ivory Bodhi tree from a renowned Tang dynasty master, worth a fortune. That's out of the question. I assure you, I will never part with my heirloom, Zhao Chen exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Ah, I knew you were trying to evade your debt. Brothers, let us get to work. Wang Ping ordered his companions, who prepared to demolish the shop. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Zhao Chun turned to see a figure standing before the Song Ru Kiln sky blue glazed plate, clad in delivery attire. It was the young delivery man from earlier. When had he moved so close? This antique is a fake, Chen Hao declared confidently, stunning those around him into silence. Chapter 24. Appraising the imitation, you're talking nonsense. How could my possession be fake? Wang Ping retorted, but his bravado faltered as doubt crept in. This item is indeed counterfeit. Just a moment ago, I utilized my expertise in artifact appraisal to examine it thoroughly, and I have concluded that it is a high-quality imitation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun was overjoyed. If the item were indeed fake, his crisis would naturally resolve itself. Don't spout nonsense. You're just a delivery boy, what do you know? Wang Ping scoffed, dismissing Chen Hao's attire with derision. Zhao Chun felt his heart sink again. Yes, this young man was merely a delivery worker. How could he possess any real knowledge? Brother, I'd appreciate your intentions, but stay out of this murky water. You should leave quickly. Zhao Chun expressed his gratitude to Chen Hao, believing that Chen Hao's intentions were genuine in his desire to assist him. However, Zhao Chun understood that the situation was far from simple. Brother Wang, do not even think about my heirloom. Either I transfer this shop to you and seek funds, or you return empty-handed. The choice is yours, Zhao Chun asserted, his resolve firm. After all, he had little left to lose, embodying the notion of a cornered animal that fears nothing. This Ru Kiln sky blue glazed plate should date back to the era of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, Chen Hao stated, immediately identifying the age of the plate. Zhao Chun was taken aback. Chen Hao's knowledge seemed substantial, aligning with his own conclusions. Huang Sen looked at Chen Hao in astonishment, convinced that such expertise indicated Chen Hao was no novice in the antiquities realm. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping felt a surge of panic. This fellow is causing trouble. You must throw him out immediately. He ordered his companions, fearing that Chen Hao might reveal more damaging information. Wait a moment, young brother. Continue, Zhao Chun interjected, recognizing that he was indeed facing an expert. Do you truly believe the words of this delivery boy? He might just be guessing. Wang Ping sneered at Chen Hao, refusing to acknowledge his abilities. Let us reserve judgment until we hear everything, Chen Hao replied, casting a discerning glance at Wang Ping before elaborating. It is well known that this Ru Kiln sky blue glaze plate is a type of Ru porcelain, characterized by its delicate body that resembles the ashes of burned wood, commonly referred to as fragrant ash clay. This porcelain has a unique feature. Its surface feels exceptionally smooth, akin to gentle water. Chen Hao caressed the so-called Ru Kiln plate, seemingly entranced by it. You are correct, young brother. However, the tactile quality of this treasure aligns with your description. Why then do you assert it is a forgery? Zhao Chen inquired, puzzled. He and Huang San, both seasoned in the antiquities field, recognized the truth in Chen Hao's words, yet wondered about the relevance of such declarations at this moment. Patience. The Song Dynasty poet Zhou Hui once remarked in Xingbao magazine that the roux kiln wares were forbidden for being fired in the imperial palace, using agate as glaze. Consequently, these ceremonial vessels developed a distinctive luster. When viewed in sunlight, a faint reddish hue is visible, and the surface is covered with intricate crack patterns resembling fish scales, enhancing its uniqueness. The agate crystals surrounding the air bubbles in the glaze create a starry shimmer, reminiscent of the morning stars, exuding an elegant and refined aura. Chen Hao explained, examining a broken shard of the plate in sunlight. Zhao, you should observe the scenery within, Chen Hao suggested, handing the shard to Zhao Chun. After receiving it, Zhao Chun held it under the sunlight, mimicking Chen Hao's previous actions. Is it beautiful? Chen Hao inquired. Indeed, Zhao Chun replied, momentarily entranced by the view. He realized he had never known such details before and felt fortunate to encounter someone knowledgeable. Yet, Chen Hao lamented, unfortunately, the items within appear to be counterfeit. How so? Zhao Chun asked, intrigued. In his eyes, Chen Hao had transformed from a mere delivery man to an antiquities master, perhaps merely experiencing life in a different role. Fetch a basin of clear water from the back, Chen Hao instructed. Zhao Chun, albeit confused, obediently complied. Now toss that shard into the water, Chen Hao commanded. Without hesitation, Zhao Chun did so, and a peculiar phenomenon unfolded as the shard began to fade. Wang Ping, witnessing this, contemplated fleeing but found Huang San's gaze fixed upon him, leaving him with no escape. This is the greatest flaw of the imitation. They used paint to replicate the starry shimmer. While the craftsmanship is commendable, they overlooked one crucial detail. The stars should be irregularly distributed, whereas this counterfeit displays a systematic pattern, clearly a product of machinery, Chen Hao concluded, effectively exposing the ruse of the roux kiln plate. You make a valid point, Zhao Chun acknowledged, recalling the observations he had made moments earlier. Indeed, the star patterns were too uniform. Now, take it out and examine it in the sunlight again, Chen Hao urged. Zhao Chun promptly cleaned the shard and held it up to the light, this time discovering that the starry shimmer had completely vanished. It is indeed a counterfeit, he affirmed, now entirely convinced. What do you have to say for yourself? Attempting to deceive me with a forgery. Zhao Chun roared at Wang Ping, brandishing the shard. Impossible. What would a delivery boy know? He must be speaking nonsense. How could you trust a mere delivery man? Wang Ping retorted, desperate and unwilling to accept defeat. He had meticulously planned this scheme for the heirloom, and the emergence of Chen Hao had derailed his ambitions. You lie. Were it not for this young brother, I would have fallen victim to your deceit. Zhao Chen exclaimed, ready to confront Wang Ping. The feeling of being duped was intolerable, and he was grateful for Chen Hao's intervention. Without him, he might have foolishly surrendered his shop. Hold your temper, Huang San interjected, restraining Zhao Chun. While it was natural to feel anger in such a situation, acting impulsively could lead to dire consequences, especially with so many onlookers. You scoundrel! I must have been blind to accept your garbage. Zhao Chun cursed at Wang Ping, who, realizing he could not obtain Zhao Chen's heirloom today, begrudgingly retreated with his companions. How dare a delivery boy interfere with my plans? Just wait. I shall make you pay for this. Zhao Chen shouted at Wang Ping's retreating figure, filled with rage at being deceived. It seemed Wang Ping had underestimated Zhao Chen's resolve. Calm yourself. Take a breath, Huang San said, observing Zhao Chen's explosive temper. After all these years, he had thought Zhao Chen had mellowed. Yet today, this outburst proved otherwise. Nevertheless, Huang San understood. One's heritage was at stake, and such matters were intolerable. Today, they owed a debt of gratitude to the young brother who intervened. Huang San turned to Zhao Chun and reminded him that had it not been for Chen Hao's presence today, his old companion's decades of hard work might have gone to waste. Indeed, my young brother, I am truly grateful to you today. Without your help, my future would be bleak, Zhao Chun expressed with heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Hao. He believed that ordering this takeout was indeed a fortuitous decision, vowing to continue ordering takeout in hopes that, should he face difficulties in the future, these delivery drivers would come to his aid once more. It was merely my duty, Chen Hao replied with a hint of modesty, even as familiar voices echoed in his mind. Ding! Task completed, awarded 300 points. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Chen Hao's lips. With another 300 points, he was ever closer to redeeming a permanent skill. Little brother, I cannot thank you enough. Though this is but a small token of my appreciation, I implore you to accept it. Zhao Chun picked up a jade pendant from a nearby shelf and placed it directly into Chen Hao's hand. To you, this may seem like a trifling gesture, but to me, you are my savior. Please, you must accept it. Before Chen Hao could protest, Zhao Chun insisted fervently. Well, if you insist. Chen Hao, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted the pendant. He immediately recognized its antiquity, estimating its worth to be around 100,000. Indeed, for those who dabbled in antiques, even casually discarded items could provide a decent livelihood for ordinary folk. Take care, young brother, and be cautious on your journey. Zhao Chun reminded him. Remember to keep your eyes peeled. Next time, I may not be around to assist you. And do remember to give me a 5-star review for this delivery. Chen Hao made a final request as he prepared to leave. Rest assured, that is a certainty, Zhao Chun replied. Satisfied, Chen Hao mounted his electric bike and pedaled away. Now looking back, these delivery drivers truly are extraordinary, Huang San remarked, somewhat enviously. Although he was older, he kept abreast of trends, aware of the happenings online. Indeed, the delivery industry was teeming with hidden talents. Do you think these delivery drivers are all the same person? Zhao Chun suddenly inquired, having also noted the online discussions and speculated that perhaps they were indeed one and the same. That seems rather implausible, Huang San replied uncertainly. Even seasoned antique dealers like themselves struggled to discern genuine artifacts from fakes, yet Chen Hao had done so effortlessly, proving himself a master of appraisal. If one were to consider other occurrences alongside Chen Hao, he could very well be deemed a prodigy. I also find it unlikely, Zhao Chun nodded, though he could not shake the feeling that his suspicion might indeed hold some truth. Yet, he was reluctant to accept the notion that a young man in his 20s could possess such extensive knowledge across various fields. If that were the case, he would be no mere human, but rather an ancient being who has lived for countless years. Zhao Chun mused inwardly, gradually convincing himself that such a scenario was impossible. Let's not dwell on it, old friend. Now that this matter is resolved, let's go out for a drink, Huang San suggested, feeling the tension ease now that the issue had been settled. Zhao Chun, too, was eager to unwind. That sounds splendid. I was just thinking of going out for a couple of drinks myself. With that, Zhao Chun closed his door, and the two prepared to visit their favorite local eatery for some relaxation and refreshments. On ordinary days, the establishment did not attract many patrons, and today, Zhao Chun had little desire for business. A leisurely evening of skewers and drinks sounded perfect. After a long, arduous day, Chen Hao finally returned home, collapsing on his bed, too weary to move. With anticipation, he opened the system interface, which displayed familiar yet straightforward information. Most of it remained unchanged, except for the points, which had now accumulated to over 2,000. Chen Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. In just a few short days, he had amassed such points, and he eagerly anticipated the possibilities that lay ahead. He mused on the prospect of soon redeeming a true permanent skill. What should I choose as my first permanent skill? Perhaps music, chess, calligraphy, or tai chi, or something entirely different. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, filled with hope for his future. Eventually, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. Chapter 26, Culinary Master Ding. Sign-in successful, skill acquired. Culinary Master, awarded 10 points. Suddenly, Chen Hao discovered an intriguing aspect of the system. It included beginner skills, which, as the name suggested, were at the most elementary level. However, these beginner skills could be upgraded to advanced ones through points. The allure of these beginner skills was straightforward. They were far more affordable compared to the master skills. For instance, the beginner scholar skill required only 400 points, along with other beginner skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and language proficiency, each remarkably inexpensive. Chen Hao found himself at a crossroads, unsure which beginner skill to choose. He did not wish to squander his points on trivial skills. He understood the importance of utilizing his resources wisely. Perhaps I should save my points for the future. I may need them later, he concluded, realizing he currently had no pressing demands. Yet, what was his culinary master skill? As a mere delivery driver, he was not a chef, and customers ordered takeout, not culinary expertise. This seems rather impractical, Chen Hao thought to himself, realizing that today's skill might not prove useful. As he glanced at the latest order's location, he noted it was somewhat distant. However, in pursuit of triggering a task, he resolved to make the extra effort. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the pickup location, the Grand Hotel. As he read the establishment's name, he stepped inside, only to be greeted by an overwhelming sight. There were people everywhere. Wow, this restaurant is incredibly busy. They must be making a fortune today. Chen Hao mused silently as he shook his head and approached the front desk. Hello, I'm here to pick up an order, he said to the receptionist. Pick up? I don't see any order here, the receptionist replied, looking perplexed as if such an order had never existed. Chen Hao felt a pang of confusion, quickly pulling out his phone to check the order details against the location. It should be correct. That can't be right. I just accepted this order. Could you please check your system? Chen Hao, filled with suspicion, addressed the receptionist, asserting that he had meticulously compared the details on his end and concluded that an error was impossible. The only plausible explanation, he reasoned, was a malfunction within their system. All right, please hold on, the receptionist replied, hearing the conviction in Chen Hao's voice as she promptly began her search. In a short while, she confirmed, yes indeed, your order exists, but the kitchen has yet to commence preparation. What? They haven't even started? Chen Hao's voice rose several decibels as he glanced at the time on his phone. Thankfully, there was still some time left, and he hoped it would suffice. How many dishes are still pending? He inquired of the receptionist. Let me check. It appears there are still over 20 dishes, she responded after a brief count. Given that my order has only half an hour left, could you please expedite it? Chen Hao's anxiety grew as he looked at the time on his phone. The receptionist cast a cool glance at him and retorted, What makes you think we should prioritize your order? Chen Hao's expression darkened, and just as he was about to respond, a middle-aged man clad in a chef's outfit emerged from the back. This man, Li Yi, was one of the hotel's chefs. Are you trying to cut in line? Li Yi scrutinized Chen Hao, who appeared to be merely a delivery person, and his irritation flared. It was the middle of the day, and he was busy. How dare this delivery boy come to cause trouble? Hello, my order is about to exceed the time limit, and I will incur a penalty. However, with over 20 dishes remaining, I fear I won't make it if I wait for each one, Chen Hao explained quickly. Your penalty is of no concern to me. It's not my money at stake. If you want special treatment, so does everyone else. They all want their meals promptly. If I prioritize you, what will others think? Can my restaurant even survive that? Li Yi scolded Chen Hao loudly. I'll tell you this. Even if the king himself came today, he'd have to wait in line, let alone a mere delivery boy like you. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Li Yi pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Hao. Listening to Li Yi's tirade, Chen Hao felt his frustration boiling over. You could have simply chosen not to cook. Was it necessary to berate me so vehemently? Is this how you treat people? Ding! A task notification chimed in his mind. Showcase your culinary skills. Prepare the dishes from your order in the kitchen and deliver them to the destination. Completion rewards, 300 points. Instantly, Chen Hao felt a surge of delight. How could he have forgotten? Today, he possessed the skills of a master chef. If they refused to cook for him, he could simply do it himself. Since you want to accommodate me, may I use the kitchen to prepare my own meal? He proposed. What did you say? Li Yi could hardly believe his ears, doubting his hearing. Did this delivery boy just suggest he would cook? I said I want to cook myself, Chen Hao reiterated, thinking Li Yi hadn't heard him clearly. Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. You, a mere delivery person, think you can cook? Li Yi was amused, incredulous that this delivery boy imagined he could handle the kitchen. Do you even know the difference between salt and vinegar? Stop joking and go home to sleep. Since you want to cook it, can I not do it myself? Chen Hao pressed again. I absolutely cannot allow that. Our establishment may not be as grand as some hotels, but we have been a reputable brand for over a decade. Letting you cook would tarnish our reputation. Li Yi replied earnestly, recognizing that allowing Chen Hao into the kitchen could jeopardize their standing. Really, I'm not joking. I don't care if you're joking or not. Go play somewhere else and don't disrupt my work. Li Yi waved him off impatiently, as he had a multitude of tasks to attend to. How about this? If my dishes do not meet your standards, I will not only withdraw them, but also pay you 500 yuan, Chen Hao assured Li Yi, confident in his culinary prowess. Li Yi's eyes lit up at the mention of 500 yuan. Observing Chen Hao's determination, he decided to let the young man attempt to cook. After all, he had little to lose. Well, since you've put it that way, it would be unkind of me to refuse. Let us go. With that, Li Yi led Chen Hao to the kitchen. Rest assured, I have previous experience as a chef, Chen Hao boasted, patting his chest. Kid, a few days of chef work doesn't compare to years of experience, Li Yi scoffed. After so many years in the kitchen, he wouldn't claim to be exceptional. Yet here was this brash young man, seemingly unaware of his own limitations. Upon entering the kitchen, the other chefs immediately noticed Chen Hao's conspicuous delivery attire. "Head, why did you bring this delivery guy in? Are we turning this place into a takeout joint?" questioned Xiao Wang, the youngest chef, who had earned the nickname over time. "Don't be reckless. Perhaps the head sees talent in this delivery boy and wishes to take him under his wing," a nearby chef named Qian Ming chimed in, humorously. Together, they formed the kitchen's comedic duo, ensuring a light-hearted atmosphere. "Don't be so quick to judge. This individual is a master chef who looks down on our cooking and wants to showcase his skills in the kitchen," Li Yi said to Chen Hao, eliciting a chorus of jeers from those around. "Well, I'm eager to see what skills this master possesses," Xiao Wang replied, quickly realizing that this was a setup for ridicule. If someone was going to disrupt the kitchen, he wouldn't hold back. "Master, do you still accept disciples? I'll kneel before you and beg to be your student." Qian Ming mockingly gestured, prompting laughter. "Hurry up, master, show us your skills so we can be amazed." Indeed, the kitchen's attention swiftly turned to Chen Hao, with whispers and taunts filling the air. "All right, everyone back to work. There are customers waiting outside for their meals." Li Yi could not help but smile at the scene before him. "Youngster, this is merely the beginning. Just wait. If your creations do not meet expectations, I shall see how you manage," he mused, already passing a death sentence on Chen Hao in his mind. He held little faith in Chen Hao's ability to produce anything remarkable. Given Chen Hao's current state, merely preparing a simple home-cooked meal would be an achievement, let alone something exquisite. "Keep a close watch, head chef," Qian Ming cautioned Li Yi. With that, Li Yi immersed himself in his tasks, noting the unusually high number of guests today, which left little room for complacency. "Come on, master, it's time for you to showcase your skills. If you fail to impress, my brothers will not let you off easily," Li Yi directed, pointing to an empty stove that had always been kept as a backup, never before put to use until this very day. "Understood," Chen Hao replied, hastening to the stove, his mind consumed with the orders at hand. Leaving no time for idle banter with Li Yi, the head chef quickly followed Chen Hao, fearing that he might inadvertently create chaos. The kitchen was filled with potentially hazardous items, and should Chen Hao mishandle anything, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. Glancing at the orders, Chen Hao noted a simple sweet and sour pork, a braised eggplant, and spicy tofu. After reviewing the tasks, he set to work. He began with the spicy tofu, expertly igniting the stove, briefly rinsing the pot before extinguishing the flames to commence his chopping. With finesse, he retrieved a block of tofu and, wielding his knife with the grace of a master swordsman, he sliced it into perfectly uniform cubes in mere seconds. Observing this, Li Yi retracted his earlier disdain. This display of skill indicated that Chen Hao was no ordinary chef. Perhaps he possessed genuine talent. As Chen Hao proceeded to chop the eggplant, a remarkable technique unfolded. Without peeling it, he deftly maneuvered the knife around the vegetable, and in a surprising twist, he effortlessly removed the skin as if it were merely draped upon the flesh. Soon, Chen Hao's fluid motions captivated the attention of the surrounding chefs, who suddenly felt inadequate in comparison to his prowess. The atmosphere shifted, and their initial dismissive attitudes towards him evaporated, replaced by a newfound respect. It seemed that Chen Hao truly had some remarkable abilities, a realization shared unanimously among those present. Oblivious to the gazes upon him, Chen Hao continued his culinary endeavor. As time passed, the aroma emanating from his pot intensified, enveloping the entire kitchen in a delightful fragrance. The other chefs, inhaling the enticing scent, found themselves salivating, bewildered by their sudden hunger despite having just eaten. As the dishes neared completion, the kitchen was permeated with an aroma that overshadowed all other culinary efforts, leaving only Chen Hao's fragrant offerings in the air. "All right, it's time to serve," Chen Hao announced as the final dish, the sweet and sour pork, was plated, signifying the completion of his cooking. "Care for a taste? I prepared a little extra," Chen Hao said, placing the remaining food on a plate and sliding it towards Li Yi. After all, it was essential for Li Yi to sample the dish to quell any doubts and ensure he would not obstruct Chen Hao's efforts. "All right, let me try," Li Yi replied, unable to resist the alluring aroma wafting before him. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and selected a piece of the sweet and sour pork. As it entered his mouth, a rich flavor burst forth, and with a gentle bite, the tender meat revealed its essence on his palate. The crisp exterior contrasted beautifully with the melt-in-your-mouth texture, harmonizing sweet and sour notes in perfect unison, delivering a delightful sensation. Unable to contain his enthusiasm any longer, Li began to savor the morsel, eagerly chewing and ultimately swallowing it. An exquisite flavor lingered in his mouth, pulsating with each breath. As the essence gradually spread from his teeth to his taste buds, leaving a lingering aftertaste of pure delight. "Oh my, this is absolutely delectable. Xiao Wang, bring me a bowl of rice," Li eagerly exclaimed to Xiao Wang. Although he had just finished a meal not long ago, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Li felt as though his stomach was utterly empty and believed he could still devour 10 bowls more. The surrounding chefs were momentarily taken aback. After all, Li was no ordinary individual. He had once been a chef at a 5-star hotel, but due to a series of unfortunate events, he had found himself in the role of head chef here. Nevertheless, this revelation was astonishing enough. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Li, despite his current circumstances, had once been a chef in a prestigious establishment, having encountered countless experiences and tasted exquisite delicacies, a sentiment shared by all the chefs present. However, the scene unfolding before them shattered the image they had of Li. Previously, he had always exuded calmness and confidence, instilling a sense of assurance in everyone around him. Yet this spectacle truly upended their perceptions. Was this still their head chef? In the minds of the crowd, a singular thought flickered, leading them to question whether they were ensnared in a dream. As they observed Li devouring his meal with fervor, the chefs could not help but feel their own appetite stirred. Witnessing Li savoring his food so delightfully, and with the tantalizing aromas enveloping them, the chefs pondered the exquisite flavors that lay within, yearning to partake in the culinary delight. Yet, contrary to their desires, Li swiftly annihilated the rice in his grasp. Truly, it was a sublime experience. Upon finishing, Li, with an expression of bliss, declared that although the meal had been consumed, the indescribable essence lingered in his memory. He was certain that even the most skilled chef among his mentors could not replicate such delectable dishes. In fact, he dared to assert that these few dishes were among the finest he had ever tasted in his life. The fact that such brilliance emanated from a humble delivery worker was difficult for Li to comprehend. Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to accept the reality that the phrase masters are found among the common folk was not merely a saying. Now, Li found himself uncertain of how to confront Chen Hao. He distinctly recalled having insulted Chen Hao earlier, yet now, the meal he produced surpassed anything Li had crafted. The swift retribution of reality was rather overwhelming. "It seems that the dishes I prepared indeed met your standards, chef," Chen Hao remarked as he gathered the packaged meals, preparing to depart. "I must take my leave now. The customers await their delivery." "Very well, please take care," Li responded, unknowingly adopting a tone of respect towards Chen Hao. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he quickly hopped onto his electric scooter and sped off toward the client's location. Once Chen Hao had departed, Li finally came to his senses. What had happened to that delivery man? Li abruptly stood up and inquired of Xiao Wang, who replied that the man had left over 10 minutes ago. "Damn it, how could I be so foolish?" Li exclaimed, slamming his palm onto the countertop, his face etched with regret. Chen Hao's culinary skills had completely captivated Li. With such talent, why would he settle for delivery? At this level, he could easily work in a 5-star hotel, and the owner would likely treat him like royalty. Li couldn't fathom why this person would think otherwise. However, that was not the crux of the matter. He had just let the man slip away without obtaining his contact information. This was infuriating. The more Li thought about it, the angrier he became, slamming his hand down again, startling the chefs nearby. Upon realizing it was Li, the chefs refrained from speaking, sensing his evident displeasure. Li was overwhelmed with regret for forgetting to ask for Chen Hao's contact details, and now he had no idea when they might meet again. He even entertained the notion of apprenticing under Chen Hao, although it was uncertain whether Chen Hao would accept him. Even learning a couple of skills would serve him well for a lifetime. Now, Li wished there were a remedy for regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have ensured he got Chen Hao's contact information at the very least. Unbeknownst to Chen Hao, who was hurrying along, fearing he might miss the deadline, the scene at Li Yi's establishment unfolded without him. "Can we sample what's left?" Xiao Wang gazed longingly at the plate before him, the enticing aroma stirring his appetite. "Chef, is the sweet and sour pork for table 16 ready?" A server rushed over, anxious. as the guests at that table had been waiting for an entire hour. If it wasn't ready, the server feared reprimand. Yes, yes, Li Yi replied, glancing at the remaining sweet and sour pork, which was just enough for a plate. He quickly replated it and sent it off with the server. Why are you giving such delicious food to outsiders? Can't we save some for ourselves? Xiao Wang pleaded with a look of desperation. Recalling how Li Yi had devoured it earlier, it must be delectable, or he wouldn't have lost his composure. Enough with the banter. Get back to work, Li Yi asserted, reclaiming his authority as he noticed Xiao Wang's reluctance. He couldn't help but anticipate their next encounter, though he was uncertain how long it would be until they met again. Wang Gang was a connoisseur of fine cuisine, having traversed the breadth of the land to indulge in both street food and gourmet delicacies. Over time, he had developed a discerning palate. His method of seeking culinary delights was unique. He disregarded the establishment's decor or ambience, focusing solely on one criterion: the number of patrons. A bustling eatery indicated its quality, as it attracted numerous diners. This approach had indeed served him well, leading him to extraordinary culinary experiences over the years. However, with the recent surge of hype-driven internet-famous restaurants, Wang Gang had encountered several disappointing meals. Today, adhering to his tried-and-true method, he arrived at a restaurant boasting a history of over 20 years, eager to discover whether the food lived up to its reputation. Yet, Wang Gang began to grow impatient. Over an hour had passed since his arrival, and while the crowd was substantial, there was a limit to patience. Why were many who arrived after him already being served? He approached the server to voice his concerns, hoping for prompt service before the lunch rush concluded. As Wang Gang pondered, the server finally approached with the sweet and sour pork. Sir, your sweet and sour pork is here. Would you like rice or steamed buns? I'll have a bowl of rice, Wang Gang replied, admiring the enticing dish before him. The vibrant colors and aromatic scent heightened his anticipation, though he was curious about the taste. Without further ado, he picked up his chopsticks and savored a piece of pork, and it was as if he had unlocked a new realm of flavor. He felt enveloped by the delightful aroma. Delicious, he exclaimed, swearing it was the best sweet and sour pork he had ever tasted, leaving a lingering flavor that was truly unforgettable. Sir, your rice is here, the server announced as Wang Gang eagerly grabbed the bowl, scooping up rice before indulging in another piece of pork. In no time, the entire plate of pork had vanished into his satisfied stomach. This was worth it, he thought, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him, grateful for such exceptional cuisine. Server, another serving of sweet and sour pork, please, he requested, still savoring the exquisite taste. Of course, please wait a moment, the server replied, dashing back to the kitchen. Chef, table 16 has requested an additional serving of sweet and sour pork, the server informed Li Yi. Send it out, Li Yi instructed, promptly plating another serving. As they had passed the peak dining hours, the kitchen was less hectic, allowing for a swift turnaround. Here is your sweet and sour pork. Would you like more rice? The server asked Wang Gang. Yes, another bowl of rice, please, Wang Gang replied, eyeing the dish before him. Something felt slightly off, though he couldn't quite place it. Pushing the thought aside, he swiftly picked up a piece and took a bite, only to find his brow furrowed in discontent. This taste is not right. Wang Gang set down his chopsticks, feeling a surge of irritation. While this sweet and sour pork was undoubtedly tasty, it paled in comparison to the previous serving. Server, what's going on here? Wang Gang inquired, pointing at his plate with a frown. Sir, what do you mean? The server asked, scrutinizing the dish for any discrepancies. Perplexed, as there appeared to be nothing wrong. Why does this sweet and sour pork taste so different from the last? Wang Gang's frustration escalated, leaving the server at a loss for words. The guest, I'm also not quite sure. Perhaps I should call our head chef, the waiter said before hurriedly rushing to the back. The head chef is in trouble. A guest outside claims that the taste of a dish is different. You must go and check it out, the waiter said anxiously to Li Yi. Hearing this, Li Yi, who was taking a break, felt a surge of panic. This could lead to significant trouble. I understand, Li Yi replied, steeling himself as he walked outside. Hello, esteemed guest. I am the head chef of this establishment. Please, share your concerns with me, Li Yi addressed Wang Gang. Why do these two dishes taste so different? The disparity is quite substantial. This can be considered consumer fraud. Wang Gang exclaimed angrily, pointing at Li Yi. You must provide me with an explanation today. Regarding that, the sweet and sour pork you mentioned was not prepared by us, Li Yi admitted, realizing the predicament. They had indeed erred, but the challenge lay in the fact that Chen Hao's team had vanished. I don't care who prepared it. I simply want to know why that person was allowed to cook. Wang Gang's frustration escalated, nearly tipping over the table. Let me clarify. Your dish was indeed prepared by a delivery boy who had come to our kitchen, and he has since gone out to deliver orders. Li Yi decided to speak the truth, knowing that if Wang Gang insisted on having another dish prepared, they would be unable to fulfill that request. A delivery boy? Surely you cannot expect me to believe that. A delivery boy could not possibly create such a dish. Wang Gang scoffed in disbelief. However, he recognized that anyone tasting that sweet and sour pork would assume it was crafted by a master chef. Brother, I assure you, I am not jesting. You may inquire with everyone in the kitchen. They will confirm that the dish was indeed prepared by a delivery boy, Li Yi responded, regretting his earlier decision to serve the dish prepared by Chen Hao. I can attest to that. A delivery boy came in and prepared a dish due to an order. A nearby waiter chimed in, recalling his surprise upon finding Chen Hao in the kitchen, only later learning the full story. He never anticipated that the meal prepared by the delivery boy would be so delicious. Wang Gang scrutinized the two individuals, sensing their sincerity, which left him perplexed. Are delivery boys truly this skilled nowadays? Then tell me, how do we resolve this issue? Wang Gang's tone softened slightly. He was not unreasonable and merely sought an explanation. Brother, this matter is primarily my fault. Consider this meal my apology to you. Please enjoy it, and there's no need to settle the bill. If it is insufficient, just let me know, Li Yi politely offered Wang Gang. Since that is the case, let it be, Wang Gang replied. Very well, enjoy your meal. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Li Yi retreated to the kitchen, while Wang Gang glanced at the sweet and sour pork before him, his appetite dwindling as he picked at it for a moment before departing. Meanwhile, after a long day's work, Chen Hao had just settled into bed when he received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom, why are you calling me so late? Chen Hao inquired, knowing that his mother only contacted him when there was something urgent, given his busy schedule. Haoko, there has been an incident at home. Can you come back tomorrow? The voice on the other end was tinged with a hint of hoarseness, and Chen Hao immediately sensed something was amiss. All right, Mom, I have a day off tomorrow. I'll head back, Chen Hao quickly assured her, offering comfort. After hanging up, Chen Hao promptly called his supervisor, who granted him a day off upon hearing his voice. Sign-in successful. You have acquired the skill. Empathy, gaining 10 points, the system announced. Chen Hao felt invigorated. He had finally attained something valuable. This skill was exceptional, allowing him insight into others' thoughts, quite impressive indeed. Although he felt elated, he could not shake off the worry from his mother's earlier call. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he left his residence and took a taxi home. Chen Hao's hometown was not too far from the city. It was merely a county town beneath the city. Soon enough, he arrived at home. Haoko, you're finally back. His mother, Suya, greeted him, while the middle-aged man beside her was naturally his father, Chen Wei. Mom, what exactly happened? Chen Hao noticed Suya's slightly reddened eyes, indicating she had recently been crying. Xiaoya, she has had an accident. What? What happened to my sister? Chen Hao's heart raced at Suya's words. Xiaoya referred to his younger sister, Chen Xiaoya, with whom he shared a deep bond since childhood. Hearing that she was in trouble filled him with urgency. Xiaoya was injured and hospitalized. Your father and I are illiterate. We couldn't find our way to the hospital, which is why we called you back. Chen Wei spoke with a hint of helplessness, highlighting the difficulties faced by those uneducated in this day and age. All right, Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm heading to the hospital right now, Chen Hao assured them, preparing to leave. Haoko, take some money with you. Chen Wei called out from behind. No need. I've saved up enough money these days, Chen Hao replied before disappearing from sight. Before long, he arrived at the county hospital and, after searching for a while, finally located Chen Xiaoya. Phew, you scared me. I thought I might not see you again. Chen Hao exclaimed as he looked at the girl lying on the bed, her delicate face marred by worry, one leg encased in a cast. His sister, Chen Xiaoya. Go on. Can't you wish for your sister's well-being? I'm beginning to doubt if you're really my brother, Chen Xiaoya remarked, feeling anxious upon seeing Chen Hao, hoping he would remain unaware of the circumstances surrounding her injury. As Chen Hao prepared to confront her, a voice interrupted. You must be Chen Xiaoya's family, correct? A nearby nurse assessed Chen Hao. Indeed, I am her brother, Chen Hao confirmed with a nod. Excellent. You need to promptly handle her admission paperwork, the nurse urged him. Absolutely, I'll take care of it right away, Chen Hao responded, remembering the matter at hand. The nurse departed, satisfied with his answer. Rest well, and don't move too much, Chen Hao reminded his sister before leaving. Enough, enough, I'm not a 3-year-old child, Chen Xiaoya said somewhat dejectedly to Chen Hao. Upon hearing her response, Chen Hao felt satisfied and proceeded to search for the payment location. After a brief search, he finally found the payment window. Chapter 31. Special task. Chen Hao obediently joined the queue at the payment window, with nothing else to occupy his mind. He recalled Chen Xiaoya's earlier thoughts and sensed that her situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar figure standing in front of him. "Excuse me, miss, isn't it rather rude to cut in line?" Chen Hao inquired of the woman before him. "What? I have urgent matters to attend to. Am I not allowed to go ahead?" The woman responded defiantly, showing no signs of remorse. "Who is this young punk questioning me? Does he not realize that I have an important meeting with Little Wolf later? Today I am in a good mood, so I will let him off the hook," she thought, unaware that someone could perceive her innermost thoughts. Chen Hao heard her thoughts clearly and couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of people in the world. To cheat and still feel justified about it. What a role model, he mused. "Darling, what is wrong?" Suddenly, a man rushed over to the woman, inquiring about her distress. "I was standing in line perfectly well, and this young punk accused me of cutting in." The woman, playing the victim, immediately placed the blame on Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but chuckle. This woman is truly a masterpiece of humanity. Today, I must teach her a lesson. "Are you looking down on me, young man?" The man challenged Chen Hao, feeling compelled to defend his partner. "May I ask, miss, is your urgency related to your meeting with Little Wolf?" Chen Hao directly revealed the woman's thoughts. "What do you mean by that?" The woman panicked upon hearing his words. How could he possibly know she was going to meet Little Wolf? What was happening? "Are you not going to the park?" Chen Hao continued, addressing her directly. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," the woman stammered, her husband still present, and she feared he would discover her plans to meet someone else. "Oh my, going to the park and then to a hotel? You seem rather desperate," Chen Hao remarked with an air of irony. The man beside her immediately grasped the situation. The man's expression soured as he realized the implications of her words. The woman, sensing the shift, became frantic. She could not let her husband learn of her infidelity, or it would spell disaster for her. "Oh dear, 3 men already. One named Little Wolf, another Little Tiger, and the last Little Dog. At this rate, we could open a zoo," Chen Hao added with a smirk. "You're talking nonsense. I only have one Little Wolf," the woman blurted out in her panic. This slip of the tongue ignited the man's fury. I've suspected there was someone else for a while now. Today I've caught you red-handed," he seethed, unable to contain his anger upon having his suspicions confirmed in public. "No, darling, let me explain," she pleaded. "Explain? What a joke." The man struck her across the face. Chen Hao, observing the scene unfold, thought this was a fitting consequence for her actions. Quickly, Chen Hao completed his transaction and made a call home. "Hello, Mom. I'd like to discuss Xiaoya's situation with you." On the other end, Suya hesitated, seeming to want to conceal something. "Mom, please just tell me. I can handle it," Chen Hao pressed. After some time, under Chen Hao's insistence, Suya finally relented. Through their conversation, Chen Hao learned that his sister's leg had been deliberately broken by someone named Lu Mang, a notorious local bully with a gang of henchmen. Ding. Task assigned. Eliminate the bully. Reward for completion. System upgrade. 300 points. Note, this is a special task. Please proceed with caution. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Chen Hao realized he must confront this bully not only to protect his sister, but also for the enticing rewards, particularly the system upgrade. Before embarking on this mission, however, he decided to search his points inventory for useful items, as he was but one man, while the bully commanded a small army. With this in mind, Chen Hao began to explore his point exchange options. He soon found a suitable skill, combat mastery, albeit at the beginner level. The reason for this selection was straightforward. It was economical. He calculated that to upgrade to an intermediate skill would require more points than he possessed, making combat mastery the most viable choice. Resolutely, he purchased the beginner level of combat mastery and upgraded it to intermediate without hesitation. Now fully prepared, he simply needed to locate the bully. While he did not know Lu Mang's whereabouts, he was aware of where his thugs often congregated, at a local internet CAF. Chen Hao decided to start his search at the CAF. Without delay, he made his way there. Before long, he arrived at the CAF and found a vantage point to observe the entrance. Moments later, several flamboyantly dressed individuals emerged, exuding an air of arrogance. Recognizing them as the very thugs he sought, Chen Hao approached them. "Are you affiliated with Lu Meng?" He cautiously inquired, unsure if he was confronting the right people. "You little brat, knowing we're with Brother Meng and still daring to block our path?" One of the dyed-haired thugs retorted, moving to shove Chen Hao aside. Seeing the confrontation escalate, Chen Hao was not about to be a passive victim. He seized the thug's arm, and with a swift motion, he heard a crack as the thug fell to the ground, howling in pain. "Ah, my hand. Hey, this kid is looking for trouble. Get him." The remaining thugs, realizing the situation was turning against them, rushed to attack Chen Hao. Chapter 32. "Please call me Master Yi. Tell me, where can I find Lu Meng?" Chen Hao demanded from the thugs, writhing on the ground. "You kneel and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I might just tell you," the same thug defiantly replied, emboldened by his earlier bravado. "To hell with that. Will you speak or not?" Chen Hao replied, placing his foot firmly on the thug's face, twisting it for emphasis. "I must inform you that I, Zhang Daya, am a loyal subordinate of Brother Meng. In life, I stand by him. In death, I shall be his ghost. Do not expect to extract any information regarding Brother Meng from me." Upon hearing these words, Chen Hao couldn't help but chuckle. What a surprise to encounter such a resolute man. "However, I truly do not believe in the superstition. I am eager to see how steadfast you truly are. If you remain silent any longer, you may find it difficult to keep that hand intact." As he spoke, Chen Hao stepped down firmly on the other hand of the yellow-haired thug. Brother Meng is currently located at an abandoned factory on the western outskirts of the county town. The yellow-haired thug was instantly terrified upon hearing this. Weren't these valiant men revered in television dramas? Why did it not apply to him? "I thought you were genuinely a man of steel, but it seems you are merely a cowardly scoundrel." After saying this, Chen Hao burst into laughter and made his way towards the abandoned factory in the west of the county town, which was easily identifiable as the only one in the area. Daring to trouble Brother Meng. They must not understand the extent of his influence. Once the yellow-haired thug watched Chen Hao vanish from sight, he finally exclaimed, "Oh no, I must go to the hospital first." He cried out in pain while clutching his hand, and a few small-time thugs helped each other as they staggered towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Chen Hao cautiously approached the abandoned factory mentioned by the yellow-haired thug. Having entered this territory, he was aware that it belonged to Lu Meng, who had a substantial following. Thus, he needed to proceed with caution. Chen Hao grew increasingly curious. What were Lu Meng and his men doing in such a desolate place? Soon, Chen Hao spotted Lu Meng, who was gathered with a group of individuals, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Suddenly, one person leaned in to whisper something in Lu Meng's ear. "Friend, since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" Lu Meng said, glancing towards Chen Hao's hiding place. "How did you discover my presence?" Chen Hao wondered, believing he had concealed himself effectively. Was Lu Meng truly that skilled? Surveillance cameras. Lu Meng pointed towards behind Chen Hao. Turning around, Chen Hao saw indeed there was a camera. How had he overlooked that? Youthful naivety, it seemed, had clouded his judgment. "Friend, sneaking around is rather unbecoming." Lu Meng stepped forward from the crowd, questioning Chen Hao. "I would like to inquire about the incident involving my sister. How do you intend to resolve that?" Chen Hao stated his purpose directly. "You are the brother of that little girl?" Lu Meng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness at this revelation. He had thought he could let the girl off, yet she had brought him trouble. With the time for their transaction drawing near, he needed to handle the situation swiftly. "Indeed, I have come today to seek justice for my sister," Chen Hao replied coldly. "Then, there is nothing left to discuss. Attack. Make him unrecognizable." Upon hearing this, Lu Meng realized that this matter would not end peacefully. He had to neutralize this young man quickly, or else the impending transaction would be jeopardized. Around 20 thugs, upon hearing Lu Meng's command, charged at Chen Hao with a roar. Seeing this scene, Chen Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. How he wished for the presence of the previous Tai Chi master. However, despite facing such numbers, he remained unfazed. The confidence gained from his intermediate combat mastery fortified his resolve. As the thug charged, Chen Hao did not retreat. Instead, he initiated the attack. In the blink of an eye, he seized one thug's arm, pushing him to the left, and then pulling, dislocating the thug's shoulder. Chen Hao's courage grew as he fought, but the odds were against him. Surrounded by the gang, he occasionally faced sneak attacks from behind. As time passed, the confrontation reached a stalemate. "Damn it! Someone deal with this brat!" Lu Meng shouted at the thugs, exasperated. "If this delays my delivery, I will tear you all apart. Chen Hao caught on a Lu Meng's underlying worries. What did he mean by delivery? A significant question arose in his mind. Right? He also possessed a unique ability. If he combined it with his instincts, he would be less likely to be ambushed. Realizing this, Chen Hao prepared to utilize his innate skill. Another thug, thinking he had the advantage as he approached from behind, thought, this time, I will break your legs. Not today. Chen Hao swiftly turned and unleashed a series of moves, dislocating both arms of the thug. With the aid of his instincts, Chen Hao fought like a force of nature, knocking thugs to the ground one after another. Though he incurred minor injuries, they were of little consequence. Lu Meng observed with growing concern as his men fell, while Chen Hao remained unscathed. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Lu Meng hastily retreated, determined not to let this man discover the contents of the cargo, fearing it would lead to his doom. Seeing Lu Meng trying to flee, Chen Hao surged forward with renewed determination, swiftly toppling the remaining thugs and pursuing Lu Meng inside. He could not allow this man to escape today. As Chen Hao entered the warehouse, he heard Lu Meng's voice. Lu Meng, armed with a cleaver, attempted to strike Chen Hao. However, with the advantage of his instincts, Chen Hao was already aware of Lu Meng's ambush and swiftly disarmed him. You! Lu Meng stared in shock at Chen Hao, unable to believe he had evaded such a deadly strike. I intend to see what goods you possess here, Chen Hao declared, stepping towards a large crate. Lu Meng, desperate, lunged at Chen Hao for a brawl. Yet, Lu Meng was no match for Chen Hao. He was merely an ordinary man and was swiftly subdued. Chen Hao, glancing into the crate, was astonished by its contents. Chapter 33. System Upgrade. Gazing into the crate, Chen Hao was taken aback by the harmful items it contained. Hello, police. Yes, I would like to report a crime. I have discovered illicit goods at this abandoned factory on the western outskirts of the county town. How much? After a brief assessment, he estimated there to be several £100s. Yes, the main perpetrator and accomplices are all present, but you might want to bring extra personnel. There are quite a few of them. Rest assured. Soon, Chen Hao contacted the police department. Lu Meng's audacity to traffic such items would not be overlooked. Chen Hao regarded Lu Meng, who lay on the ground glaring at him with murderous intent, unbothered, as he awaited the judgment of the law. All units mobilize. The police chief, Zhang Daniu, commanded the officers in the precinct. Just moments ago, he had received a call from a concerned citizen reporting the presence of illicit activities. This was a significant case, and they could not let these scoundrels escape. The police department swiftly sprang into action, with several police cars racing out, soon arriving at an abandoned factory on the western outskirts of the city. However, upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A group of thugs lay on the ground, moaning in distress. Chief, there is indeed evidence inside. Just as reported over the phone, it appears to weigh several £100s, said Zhang Daniu, indignation evident in his voice. He never imagined that such a malignant presence could exist within his jurisdiction. It was fortunate for him that a concerned citizen had intervened. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated further. Damn it, let me go. Lu Meng, clinging to a flicker of hope, struggled against the officer's restraints. However, resistance was futile. The thugs were soon subdued and loaded into police vehicles, facing inevitable incarceration, while the principal offender, Lu Meng, was certain to face dire consequences. Who on earth is this person? Lu Meng pondered, recalling Chen Hao's figure with a sense of trepidation. He had never anticipated that striking a girl would lead to such a monumental predicament. Had he known, he would have refrained from any physical contact with her. Chief, who could have done this? Officer Lee inquired curiously, having heard from the recent interrogation that one individual had single-handedly infiltrated their ranks, incapacitating everyone. Initially skeptical, Lee found the thugs' consistent claims to be compelling. You ask me, and I inquire of whom? One thing is certain. That person is a formidable fighter, Zhang Daniu sighed. Although a case had been solved, the feeling of discomfort lingered. Beep. Task complete. 300 points awarded. System upgrade achieved. New feature. Daily random draw. Chen Hao, upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind, realized that Lu Meng and his cohorts had undoubtedly been apprehended. He then began to familiarize himself with the new functionality. After a brief period of contemplation, Chen Hao's excitement rendered him somewhat restless. This new feature held tremendous potential. The function served one primary purpose, a lottery, which not only offered items but also skills. However, these skills differed from those he acquired through daily check-ins. They were permanent. This prospect thrilled Chen Hao. The points required to exchange for a skill were too precious to squander, but the lottery system provided him with a means to acquire new skills, albeit only basic ones. Nevertheless, Chen Hao was content. After all, could not these elementary skills be upgraded? Once enhanced, they would undoubtedly yield significant advantages, effectively reducing his overall point expenditure. Initially, Chen Hao contemplated saving the daily lottery for a 10 or 20 draw, but a small print note shattered his dreams. Note: daily lottery draws cannot be accumulated. Thus, he resolved to rely on a single draw to manifest a miracle. As the saying goes, while a 10 draw may lead to misfortune, a single draw could bring fortune. Chen Hao believed he would not be met with ill fate. With determination, he proceeded to utilize the lottery, hoping fervently for a permanent skill, be it scholarly prowess or telepathy. As he engaged in silent prayer, he noticed an interface materializing before him, with text dancing across the screen. Soon, the pace of the text began to slow. Chen Hao watched, breath quickening, as 2 words came to a standstill before him: singing. Looking at these words, a bemused expression crossed his face. Moments ago, he had anticipated landing on telepathy. What a twist of fate. Congratulations. You have acquired the basic singing skill. The voice resonated in his mind, leaving Chen Hao disheartened, yet accepting. While this skill seemed trivial, it was certainly better than nothing. He shook his head, dismissing the system's implications as he recalled that Xiaoya was still in the hospital. With this thought, he hurriedly hailed a cab to rush to the hospital. Brother, what happened to you? Upon entering, Chen Xiaoya immediately sensed something was amiss, as Chen Hao appeared disheveled and marked by several footprints. It's nothing. Just had a little tumble, he chuckled, attempting to downplay the situation. I don't believe you. You went to confront Lu Meng, didn't you? Chen Xiaoya discerned the truth, her keen intellect setting her apart as a top student in her school. It's merely a minor issue. Do you know what fate awaits Lu Meng? Chen Hao remarked to his sister. Lu Meng, who? Chen Hao began recounting the events to Chen Xiaoya, albeit omitting some details, such as his solitary confrontation with the group. Thus, Lu Meng is facing his just deserts. You might see him in the news in a few days, he said kindly, cherishing his sister as a precious presence in his life. Even without the system, he would have sought clarity with Lu Meng. You're just boasting, Chen Xiaoya replied, rolling her eyes, believing her brother was merely trying to amuse her. Soon, their parents arrived, expressing concern upon seeing Chen Hao's state. However, witnessing his vitality alleviated their worries. They were astonished to learn of his fighting prowess and suggested he become a combat instructor in the county, but Chen Hao declined. In his view, delivering food was far more lucrative. Later, Chen Hao confirmed that Xiaoya had merely sustained a fractured leg, requiring some time for recovery. Mom, Dad, if you need money, just tell me. I have enough to ensure Xiaoya receives proper care, Chen Hao reminded them before departing. Chapter 34. Mastery of Computers. The following morning, Chen Hao awoke with renewed vigor. Today, he had acquired a skill of considerable value: mastery of computers. In this information age, proficiency in computing was highly sought after, albeit demanding extensive expertise. The field was ever-evolving, requiring continuous learning to keep pace with advancements. After completing his morning routine, Chen Hao embarked on his daily delivery journey. As for the lottery, he felt no urgency. It would reset the following day, allowing him to savor the anticipation of life's small joys. What's wrong? Why is my computer acting up? Inside a company, employee Li Zifeng stared at his screen, which was filled with gibberish, pulsating with each passing second. Drawing from years of experience, he suspected his computer had contracted a virus. Haha, looks like you visited a questionable site yesterday, a colleague jeered, only to discover that his own computer mirrored Zifeng's predicament. What, you too? Zifeng was taken aback, staring at his friend in disbelief. How could my pristine computer fall victim to a virus? His colleague, equally baffled, fiddled with his device, utterly perplexed. Something's amiss. My computer is infected as well. Mine too. What on earth is happening? The office quickly descended into chaos, with every computer infected by a virus. Instead of working diligently, what are you all doing? The commotion outside soon caught the supervisor's attention, who burst out of the office and shouted at the disarrayed crowd. Supervisor, our computers have been infected by a virus. Upon seeing the supervisor emerge, Li Zifeng felt as though he had spotted a savior and promptly addressed him. What? The supervisor, upon hearing this, rushed to Li Zifeng's computer, where he was met with a screen full of garbled text. "Is this the situation for all of you?" The supervisor pointed at Li Zifeng's computer and inquired of the others. "Indeed, it is. Supervisor, you must think of a solution. All our data is on this computer." "Yes." "Supervisor, if this cannot be resolved, we will have to start all over again." Someone quickly complained to the supervisor. "Damn it, all of you who understand computers, it's time for you to perform. Fix this as quickly as you can." The supervisor commanded loudly. Hearing this, Li Zifeng immediately rushed to his computer. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. True, he had initially learned to showcase his skills, but he eventually became engrossed and mastered everything. Li Zifeng would not dare claim he could compare with top hackers, but he was confident he could certainly hold his own against first-rate hackers. "I am a seed. Await my rescue," he thought to himself, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with such speed that his nearby colleagues struggled to keep up. The supervisor, witnessing Li Zifeng's fervor, felt immense satisfaction. He never expected this seemingly carefree youth to be so dedicated in a critical moment. "Zifeng, I must admit, I misjudged you. You possess great potential." The supervisor mused, unaware that at that moment, Li Zifeng's mind was solely fixated on one thing. The seed, the seed, the seed. My precious seed must not be lost. "Oomph. Is that all there is to it?" Li Zifeng scoffed, pressing the enter key, and the screen immediately transformed, all the garbled text vanishing. The onlookers rejoiced at this spectacle, astonished by the hidden talents of this usually unassuming individual. Just as the crowd celebrated, the screen suddenly shifted, displaying the words "fool" repeatedly, eventually forming a large, glaring word. "What the hell, there's more." Li Zifeng quickly realized the computer was under a double layer of protection. However, this only added to the challenge, invigorating his spirit as he continued his battle against the virus. The other computer-savvy individuals, inspired by Li Zifeng's determination, hastened their own efforts, and the atmosphere grew increasingly electrifying as they united against the virus. "Is the virus being deployed?" "Boss, you can rest assured. I've got this." "Is that virus truly formidable?" A man questioned skeptically. "Rest assured, boss, I acquired it from a top hacker overseas. Unless they are of elite caliber, it is impossible to crack it. Their company cannot possibly have top hackers." "Oh, let us hope you are correct." In another company, two men were engaged in discussion in an office. Upon entering, Chen Hao was taken aback, questioning whether he had mistakenly arrived at the wrong location, as the scene before him was utter chaos. Good heavens, is this an office or a marketplace? After carefully comparing his surroundings, he realized he was indeed in the right place. "Hello, is Mr. Li Zifeng here? Your delivery has arrived," Chen Hao announced to the bustling crowd, clutching his order. "Just find a spot to set it down," the supervisor replied immediately. "Nonsense. The entire company's hope rests on Li Zifeng and his colleagues." The supervisor would not allow Chen Hao to disturb them. Hearing this, Chen Hao prepared to drop off the delivery and leave, casting a glance at the screen on his way out. As a computer expert, he instantly recognized that the company had been hit by a virus. Ding! Mission issued. Assist the company in overcoming this crisis. Completion reward, 300 points. Chen Hao felt invigorated upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind. After all, why was he still running deliveries? It was to trigger missions. Upon hearing the task notification, he promptly occupied an empty workstation nearby. Fortunately, everyone was gathered around Li Zifeng, so no one noticed Chen Hao's actions. Otherwise, they would have surely objected to his meddling with the computer. Chapter 35. I am here to eliminate the virus. The supervisor turned around, suddenly sensing something was amiss. What the hell? Why is that delivery guy still here? And why is he sitting down? The supervisor's anger flared as he approached Chen Hao. "What are you doing?" he snapped. Given the day's events, his mood was already poor, and now this Chen Hao was adding to the chaos. It was akin to playing a game of chicken with friends, only to match with a novice. Not only do you have to outsmart the enemies, but you also have to contend with your teammate, as they could inadvertently cause your downfall. How could one feel good under such circumstances? "I'm here to help you," Chen Hao replied without lifting his head. Upon hearing this, the supervisor was taken aback, thinking how outrageous it was for a mere delivery guy to make such claims. "Kid, you better get lost and stop making things worse for me." The supervisor glared at Chen Hao, who seemed oblivious to his commands and continued tinkering with the computer, which only fueled the supervisor's frustration further. Soon, the commotion drew the attention of nearby individuals, and several men approached. "Supervisor, what is going on?" This delivery guy claims he can solve our problem. Is he joking? The supervisor explained to the group. Upon hearing this, the men burst into laughter. You, delivery guy, should be focusing on your job instead of pretending to be a tech whiz here. Their tempers were understandably high, as their invaluable files were trapped within the infected computers. And the situation was already dire, so the emergence of a meddler was intolerable. Wang Jiaming, a new employee at the company, had just started and was bewildered by the turn of events. Though he possessed some computer knowledge, albeit minimal, he hesitated to assist, fearing he might worsen the situation. Just then, the supervisor's voice drew their attention. While he couldn't help at the computer, he believed he could contribute here and quickly made his way over to the supervisor. After consulting with his supervisor, Wang Jiaming comprehended the origins of the situation. He remained relatively composed, as his computer was new and held little data of significance. Thus, this incident was, for him, of little consequence. He cast a glance at Chen Hao's computer, curious to see if a delivery boy was merely capable of operating the power button. However, that fleeting look ensnared him. It appeared Chen Hao was genuinely endeavoring to resolve the virus issue. Wang Jiaming tugged at his supervisor's sleeve before speaking, and after uttering his thoughts, he was once again entranced by Chen Hao's coding realm. Upon hearing Wang Jiaming's words, the supervisor leaned closer and observed Chen Hao's fingers dancing across the keyboard, producing a rapid succession of code. The reprimands he had initially considered for Chen Hao were swiftly swallowed back. In no time, Chen Hao captivated the attention of everyone around. A delivery boy who was also a computer whiz was indeed a rarity, and soon all gathered around him. Li Zifeng, anxiously battling the virus on his own computer, suddenly realized that the more he attacked, the fiercer the virus became. Eventually, his code was utterly obliterated by the virus, and he came to terms with his defeat. A rather humiliating one at that. When Li Zifeng regained his awareness, he noticed that the crowd had, unbeknownst to him, shifted to the other side. Curiosity piqued. He approached and was taken aback to see Chen Hao at the center, his gaze shifting to the computer before him, leaving him utterly speechless. Wow, master! Li Zifeng was a discerning individual, possessing a commendable level of skill in computing himself. As the saying goes, an outsider marvels at the spectacle, while an insider recognizes the subtleties. He immediately discerned Chen Hao's exceptional prowess. Firstly, Chen Hao's speed was astonishing, a clear testament to years of experience with computers. Secondly, Li Zifeng recognized that Chen Hao was directly expelling the virus himself, a remarkable feat. Typically, when a computer is infected, antivirus software is employed to eradicate the virus. If the software fails, the virus remains. Yet, Chen Hao had bypassed that step entirely, launching an offensive against the virus with his own crafted code. This far surpassed Li Zifeng's capabilities. Who would have thought this delivery boy was a computer expert? In the tech world, there's a saying, never proclaim yourself a tech master. Only when you resolve a computer issue can you claim expertise. If you fail, the embarrassment is palpable. However, Li Zifeng was ready to assert that Chen Hao was indeed a genuine expert, a cut above the rest. Under Chen Hao's assault, the virus began to dwindle. He estimated that within a minute or two, the virus would be entirely eradicated. Gradually, the entire company encircled Chen Hao, abandoning their tasks. He had become the savior of the organization. At last, under the watchful eyes of his colleagues, Chen Hao struck the final key and pressed enter. The once chaotic screen transformed, with all garbled text vanishing, replaced by the familiar interface. Miraculously, every computer in the company returned to normal. Wow, why are there so many people? Chen Hao, having been intensely focused, only now noticed the crowd surrounding him. Aren't you all supposed to be working? Why have you gathered around me? Brother, I apologize for my earlier tone, the supervisor stated awkwardly, relieved that the issue had been resolved, yet recalling his initial harsh words to Chen Hao with a twinge of embarrassment. Brother, you're incredible. Why are you even delivering food? Before Chen Hao could respond, others began to praise him. Master, please take me as your disciple, Li Zifeng implored, having been thoroughly impressed by Chen Hao's skills. His sole desire now was to learn from him. The reasoning was straightforward. If he could absorb even a fraction of Chen Hao's abilities, he would excel in his online endeavors. Chapter 36. Su Mei has matters to discuss, brother. I truly do not know how to thank you. This must be the doing of the group, the supervisor said angrily, as their company had long been rivals of the group. The overlap in their business domains had often led them to clash, and both were vying for the same client. This was undoubtedly a ploy to undermine them. Yet, thanks to the unexpected intervention of the delivery boy, they were spared from a dire predicament. The supervisor's gaze toward Chen Hao turned increasingly appreciative. The supervisor also recalled his earlier brusque tone and felt a pang of guilt. Ding! Task completed. Reward points. 300. Chen Hao smiled at the voice in his mind. If he continued at this pace, he would soon elevate one of his skills to a master level. No need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. I shall take my leave, Chen Hao remarked as he prepared to depart. The supervisor, realizing the value of such a talent, was determined not to let him slip away. Brother, wait. Please don't leave yet, the supervisor exclaimed before hastily entering the manager's office. Such talent could not be allowed to simply deliver food. He needed to discuss this with the manager. Manager, the supervisor called upon entering. Ah, Supervisor Tang, I didn't expect you possessed such prowess. You managed to resolve the virus in less than half an hour. The manager, addressing the supervisor by surname, lauded him. Impressive. If you had mentioned your skills earlier, I would have promoted you right away. Why keep such talent hidden? If it weren't for this incident, who knows how long you would have kept it to yourself? Before Supervisor Tang could respond, the manager continued to shower him with praise, nearly elevating him to the heavens. Manager, that virus wasn't resolved by me. Supervisor Tang quickly interjected, realizing the urgency of the matter. Oh, it wasn't you? And it must be one of our talents? The manager inquired curiously, wondering if it was Li Zifeng. No, not him either. It was a delivery boy, Supervisor Tang clarified. What? Not one of our people? Just a delivery boy? The manager jumped up, alarmed. After all this time, it turned out that the solution was not even from their company. Such talent must not be allowed to fall into the hands of their rivals. Yes, manager, you should go out and see. If the group continues to act this way, we will be at a loss. Director Tang anxiously addressed the manager, expressing his desire to retain Chen Hao for this very reason. Let us go, the manager said, hastily making his way outside. He did not doubt that Director Tang would deceive him over such a significant matter, if it made him so anxious. Chen Hao must indeed be a remarkable talent. Is this brother the one who will help us resolve this issue? Upon exiting, the manager spotted Chen Hao, whose vibrant attire could only be described as eye-catching, effortlessly drawing attention. Wang Jiaming, upon hearing the manager's words, felt a wave of surprise. The manager had approached Chen Hao with such camaraderie. Who among them could achieve that? It was all about capability. Wang Jiaming silently vowed to one day become a true master of computing like Chen Hao. You flatter me. I merely lend a helping hand. Chen Hao responded modestly to the manager. Here's the situation. I would like to hire you as our cybersecurity consultant, offering you a salary of 100,000 a month. What do you think? The manager directly outlined his intentions, feeling the imminent threat posed by the recent virus. If such incidents continued, their company might face closure, making it imperative to find a cybersecurity expert. Chen Hao felt a spark of interest at this proposition. 100,000 a month. Even if he delivered takeout without eating or drinking, he could not earn that much. A monthly salary of 100,000 translates to an annual income of 1 million, even after expenses. However, the system's notification regarding the limited duration of his skills doused his enthusiasm. This ability was only temporary, not permanent. If another crisis arose the following day, he could not guarantee a solution. Moreover, without delivering takeout, he could not trigger tasks, delaying his path to acquiring permanent master skills. After weighing his options, Chen Hao reluctantly declined the offer. Yet, he remained undeterred, confident that with the system's aid, he would eventually rise to greatness. The thought of being admired while delivering takeout filled him with a sense of excitement. I apologize, but I must continue my deliveries. You may need to seek someone else for this position, Chen Hao stated before preparing to leave. Brother, do you find the salary inadequate? Very well. I'll raise it to 200,000 a month. The surrounding individuals gasped at the manager's increased offer, realizing how formidable talent could command such compensation. It's not about the price. It's about my own circumstances. To be clear, even if you offer me $1 billion a month, I still wouldn't accept. Please, seek another candidate, Chen Hao asserted resolutely. In that case, it seems we're not fated to work together. The manager sighed deeply, perplexed as to why such talent would choose to deliver takeout. What was it about his company that fell short compared to a mere delivery service? With that, I bid you farewell. By the way, if you are satisfied with my service, please consider giving me a 5-star review, Chen Hao recalled, addressing the crowd before vanishing from sight. Upon hearing his phone ring, Chen Hao swiftly retrieved it, noticing the name Su Mei flashing on the screen before answering. Hello. What is the matter? Chapter 37. Be my boyfriend, I need you to assist me with something. Su Mei's familiar voice came through the line. For some reason, Chen Hao felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing her tone. What do you need? He inquired, slightly rushed as he had just received a new delivery order. Oh, it's too complicated to explain over the phone. Could you come by after your shift? Realizing Chen Hao was likely busy delivering, Su Mei decided it best to discuss the matter in person. All right, Chen Hao replied, relieved that this aligned with his current situation. He would finish his deliveries and then visit her. After completing his shift, he rode his electric scooter to Su Mei's location. You're here, Su Mei exclaimed, her hesitant expression brightening with joy upon seeing him. Chen Hao had been late, and she had feared he wouldn't come. I'm here. What do you need? Chen Hao asked directly, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. It's nothing much. I just want you to be my boyfriend, Su Mei confessed, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Chen Hao gasped in surprise. This delicate-looking girl, who seemed shy, had boldly made such a straightforward proposal. Should he accept, or should he refuse? After all, Su Mei possessed an enviable allure, beautiful and well-proportioned. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't tempted. Just as he contemplated his response, Su Mei continued. Of course, it would only be for a day. Her words brought Chen Hao crashing back to reality, dousing his initial excitement. Was she playing with him? No way, he replied, somewhat irritated. Just moments ago, he had been prepared to agree, and now she was throwing a curveball at him. It felt akin to watching a film only for it to abruptly shift genres midway. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Moreover, having recently taken a few days off, requesting another day off tomorrow would be quite unreasonable. Please, just help me out. If not, my mother will drag me away for a blind date tomorrow, Su Mei pleaded, adopting a charming demeanor. Unaware of Chen Hao's discontent, she mistakenly believed it stemmed from his reluctance to help. Explain the situation first, and then I'll consider your request, Chen Hao said, feeling conflicted as he had never encountered such a scenario before. Here's the deal, Su Mei began, outlining her predicament. Chen Hao listened attentively as she described her mother's urgency for her to marry, leading to a carefully selected suitor being brought over for a blind date. Su Mei, however, had no interest in the arrangement and sought Chen Hao's assistance as a shield. Don't you have any other male friends? Chen Hao questioned, bemused that she would resort to such a ruse rather than confiding in a more suitable candidate. You know, I'm just a streamer, mostly staying at home. How many friends do you think I have? Su Mei, some would say, it is Chen Hao, stating that while she had numerous friends in university, she currently only kept in touch with a few close girlfriends, and the concept of male friends had nearly been erased from her mind. How about this? You should have a serious talk with your mother and tell her that you are not ready for marriage at the moment, and perhaps revisit the topic in a few years, Chen Hao suggested to Su Mei. I used that excuse 3 years ago, she replied. Then I could say that a friend of mine has encountered some issues and I need to help them out? Chen Hao offered. That was my excuse 4 years ago. She countered. What about this? I used that 2 years ago, Chen Hao lamented, realizing that all his suggestions had been exhausted, and he finally understood Su Mei's predicament. So, it turns out you are quite the seasoned trickster, he mused. Thus, the only path left for me is to find a fake boyfriend, Su Mei said, her expression one of pitiful desperation. If you don't help me, I truly will have no one to turn to. As she spoke with increasing sorrow, Chen Hao could almost envision a scene of snow falling in June. No need to say more. I will help you. Is that all right? Chen Hao replied, exasperated. Really? So you are agreeing? You can't back out, Su Mei replied, a mischievous glint in her eye. Seeing her expression, Chen Hao suddenly felt as though he had been duped. I want to back out. I just deeply regret ever meeting you. What is wrong with knowing me? Many wish to meet someone as exceptional as I am, but can't, she retorted. Don't worry. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded, she added, producing a box of cookies from seemingly nowhere and placing it in Chen Hao's hands. Here's your reward, she said triumphantly. Hey, these are about to expire, aren't they? Chen Hao quipped. How dare you speak such nonsense? Eventually, Chen Hao bid farewell to Su Mei and began his journey home. Reflecting on the day's unusual events and Su Mei's quirky demeanor, he couldn't help but think how fortunate someone would be to have such a delightful girl in their life. Upon returning home, he remembered he had yet to use his lottery draw for the day and quickly reached out to the system in his mind to redeem it. Ding! Congratulations on winning a luxury car, valid for 1 week. As the voice echoed in his mind, a vivid memory of the car filled his thoughts. It was now parked nearby, and the keys had magically appeared in his hand. Well, at least now I have the perfect prop for our little charade, Chen Hao mused, looking at the keys with a wry smile. This time, he resolved to go all out to assist Sumei. The next morning, Chen Hao awoke, eager to meet Sumei. A splendid day begins with a sign-in, he declared, stretching lazily. Ding. Sign-in successful. Skill acquired. Luxury goods appraisal. Points earned, 10. Habitually, Chen Hao mounted his vehicle, but today he opted for the car. He located the parked luxury vehicle and climbed inside. His first stop was to pick up Sumei. What are you waiting for? Get in. Chen Hao urged the astonished Sumei. Wait, how can you afford such a luxury car? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Was he perhaps a scion of a wealthy family, merely pretending to deliver takeout for the experience? Sumei's mind raced with speculation. It's borrowed. If we're putting on a show, it might as well be authentic. I knew it. There's no way you could own such a car, she said, dismissing her earlier thoughts. Hey, I feel like your earlier comment was somewhat insulting, Chen Hao responded. Rest assured, once I become a renowned streamer, I will buy a car like this and hire you as my driver. Sumei laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells. Then I shall thank you in advance. You must pray for my swift rise to fame, Chen Hao replied, driving as they chatted, heading toward the CAF where Sumei's mother had suggested they meet. Hi Xing, if you meet my daughter, you are sure to be smitten. She is exceptional in both beauty and character, said Sumei's mother, Wang Li, to her daughter's suitor. Gao Xing. Well, one must see to believe, Gao Xing responded with a hint of modesty. Have no worries. Once my daughter arrives, you shall see for yourself, Wang Li said proudly, her only pride being her remarkable daughter. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Wang Li glanced anxiously at the clock. Here we are, this is the place, Gao Xing said as they reached the CAF. Wow, I've seen this car before. It's a newly released sports car from Porsche, priced in the 7-figure range. A CAF attendant exclaimed, excitedly sharing the news with a colleague. I've heard that the seats are made from genuine leather and handcrafted, so they must be incredibly comfortable. Another added, sparking a lively discussion amongst the staff. Soon, the luxurious vehicle attracted the attention of passers-by, who turned their heads to gaze at Chen Hao and Sumei as they exited the car. Sumei? Bang Li exclaimed, astonished as her daughter stepped out of the vehicle. What on earth is happening? Gao Xing stared at Sumei, his eyes widening in admiration. She truly was a stunning beauty. However, upon noticing Chen Hao emerging from the car as well, he felt a surge of hostility, thinking it unacceptable that someone like this social parasite could have such a woman. Let us go, Sumei said, casually linking her arm with Chen Hao's. What are you doing? Chen Hao felt flustered, not accustomed to such closeness with a girl. He instinctively tried to pull away. Don't move, if we don't appear intimate. How will my mom believe us? Sumei insisted, firmly grasping his arm and whispering. Must it be so? Chen Hao found Sumei's warmth overwhelming and felt uneasy. Do you think I want this? You seem to relish my discomfort, she retorted, perceiving him as someone who took advantage of her vulnerability. Chen Hao stammered, quickly deciding to comply, realizing that she was a girl and had already taken the initiative. Mom, Sumei called out, waving as she entered. She then dragged Chen Hao inside. Mei, who is this? Wang Li asked, observing their closeness with confusion. Hadn't she claimed to be single? Where did this brash young man come from? Mom, this is my boyfriend, Sumei shyly remarked to Wang Li. Hello? Annie, my name is Chen Hao, he said politely. Very well, please take a seat. Wang Li gestured for them to sit. It was then that Chen Hao noticed Gao Xing behind Wang Li, instantly realizing that this fellow was likely Sumei's blind date. Since he was here, he would have to find a way to drive this guy away. Hello, I am Gao Xing, a martial arts coach, and I have previously won awards in the city, Gao Xing announced, flexing his muscles at Chen Hao, exuding hostility. I'm sorry, but I'm Sumei's boyfriend. She is already taken, so you should leave, Chen Hao directly addressed Gao Xing. At that moment, he could not afford to back down. If he could drive this guy away, his mission for the day would be accomplished, and he could enjoy a leisurely rest at home. Sumei looked at Chen Hao in astonishment, surprised by his decisive display of masculinity at such a crucial moment. You only know about the wealthy second generation. What do you have to be so arrogant about? Gao Xing exclaimed, standing up with clenched fists, as if ready to strike Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao did not even glance at him, leaving Gao Xing feeling deflated. Gao Xing had assumed that Chen Hao would react like other rich kids he had encountered, intimidated by a show of strength. Yet the scene before him was far from what he had expected. Gao Xing, let us sit down and discuss this calmly. Wang Li interjected, feeling pleased that she had been right. Chen Hao appeared to be in his early 20s. How could he possibly afford a sports car? Surely, it must be funded by his family. This thought did not sit well with Wang Li, who held a strong disdain for such spoiled youths and was baffled as to why Su Mei was interested in this young man. Since Annie spoke up, Gao Xing feigned a willingness to let Chen Hao off the hook and sat down. Chen Hao, what do you do for a living? Wang Li inquired. I work as a food delivery person, and that car is indeed mine, Chen Hao replied, casting a challenging glance at Gao Xing. Upon hearing that Chen Hao was a delivery person, Wang Li felt displeased. Her daughter was like a celestial being. She could not possibly end up with someone in such a lowly profession, which offered little in terms of future prospects and earnings. However, she recalled the luxury car Chen Hao drove and hesitated. While she disapproved of the wealthy elite, she had a particular aversion to those who were uneducated and aimless. Yet, she remained uncertain about Chen Hao's character. Gao Xing, having heard Chen Hao's response, confirmed his suspicions. How could a delivery person afford a car worth 7 figures? This guy must be a pretentious rich kid, and Su Mei was undoubtedly being deceived. Determined, Gao Xing resolved to expose Chen Hao's fade and reveal his true nature to Su Mei. Mom, I don't care. I want to be with Chen Hao, Su Mei declared, sensing her mother's disapproval and firmly clinging to Chen Hao's arm for emphasis. Gao Xing felt infuriated at this revelation, questioning what he lacked compared to this uneducated youth. Let me check the time. Oh, it's already noon. Let us eat, Gao Xing announced, showcasing his impressive watch. Wang Li, noticing the exquisite design, expressed her surprise. Annie, this is a Vacheron Constantin watch, and I bought it with my own money. Unlike some people who rely on their family's wealth, Gao Xing remarked, subtly taunting Chen Hao. Su Mei was displeased by his comment, and was about to retort when Chen Hao gently pressed her hand to calm her. Vacheron Constantin? I haven't heard of it. It must be foreign, he said nonchalantly. Of course, this watch costs more than a car, Gao Xing said, growing increasingly proud as Wang Li appeared intrigued by his watch. Chen Hao, however, found the display amusing. You should put that away. It's clearly a counterfeit, he stated, directly exposing Gao Xing's deception. Having recently gained expertise in luxury goods, Chen Hao immediately recognized the watch as a fake. You're talking nonsense. How do you know it's fake? What evidence do you have? Gao Xing's heart raced, but he knew he had to maintain his composure and assert dominance over Chen Hao. Wang Li, upon hearing Chen Hao's accusation, felt uneasy. After all, Gao Xing had worked hard to purchase the watch, and to dismiss it as fake felt like an insult to his efforts. In her eyes, Chen Hao was simply a small-minded individual who could not bear to see others succeed, and she began to label him as petty. Why won't you admit it? This is real. What should I confess? Gao Xing retorted, despite feeling nervous. Very well, since you insist, let me enlighten you. First, the craftsmanship of your watch is flawed. It is well known that Vacheron Constantin watches are handcrafted, with genuine diamonds embedded both inside and out. The various internal components are made from diamonds to ensure precise timekeeping. Vacheron Constantin timepieces deviate from the accurate time by no more than a fraction of a millimeter. It is barely noon, yet you claimed it was already 12 o'clock. Proving that your watch is not only fake, but also inaccurate. Furthermore, as Vacheron Constantin watches are handcrafted, there should be no signs of cutting on the exterior. Yet your watch bears the mark of a bottle's edge. Moreover, I have checked the unique serial number on your watch, and Vacheron Constantin has no record of it. Chen Hao delivered his remarks with conviction, leaving Gao Xing astonished. How did he possess such extensive knowledge? Su Mei, captivated by Chen Hao's confident demeanor, grew increasingly curious about him. Wang Li, too, listened intently, beginning to realize that Chen Hao was not fabricating his claims. Perhaps she had misjudged him. Oh, I'm not familiar with this. I didn't expect to meet an expert. My money just flew away, Gao Xing lamented, realizing he had been exposed and could no longer maintain his facade. He glared at Chen Hao, quickly understanding that he had encountered a knowledgeable individual, a true rich kid with a deep understanding of luxury goods. What a stroke of misfortune. He had intentionally purchased a counterfeit the day before, convinced that no one would notice, only to be humiliated today. He mentally noted the seller's name for future retribution. Dear Aunt, shall we order something to eat? Chen Hao glanced at Gao Xing, who was feigning misfortune, clearly disregarding him. He was not a fool. It was evident that Gao Xing was exposed and, feeling humiliated, was putting on a woeful act. Well, it seems everyone is hungry, Wang Li concurred. As for Gao Xing, Wang Li felt a wave of disgust at the sight of him. At her age, she could easily see through his pretentiousness. You claim innocence, yet insist on playing a part. It's baffling what you're trying to achieve. Fortunately, Chen Hao is here today. Otherwise, I might have been deceived myself. With this thought, Chen Hao's favorability in Wang Li's eyes surged dramatically. As for Su Mei, she was delighted to witness Gao Xing's embarrassment and had no inclination to care for him. Gao Xing, feeling the sting of isolation, grew increasingly uncomfortable as he realized no one was paying him any attention. His gaze turned towards Chen Hao, brimming with indignation. It was all that wretched fellow's fault. Had it not been for him, he wouldn't be suffering such humiliation today. He vowed to find an opportunity to teach Chen Hao a lesson soon. Before long, the dishes Chen Hao had ordered were served, and the atmosphere became jovial among the group. However, for Gao Xing, it was far from simple. He was evidently excluded, and his mood soured further. If looks could kill, Chen Hao would have been reduced to ashes by now. Chapter 40. A Battle Among Men. Excuse me. I need to use the restroom, Chen Hao announced, rising to find the facilities. Perfect, let's go together, Gao Xing interjected eagerly, having anticipated this moment and refusing to miss such a splendid opportunity. Very well, Chen Hao, noticing the concealed animosity in Gao Xing's eyes, understood that the man harbored ulterior motives. Yet, Chen Hao was unperturbed. He had long harbored disdain for Gao Xing Mei. This young man seems quite decent. But you must be cautious. One can never truly know a person's heart. As soon as Chen Hao departed, Wang Li couldn't help but voice her concerns to Su Mei. Many wealthy youths enjoy toying with women's emotions, and she feared Chen Hao might be one of them. Mother, rest assured, I know my boundaries, Su Mei replied, adopting a dismissive tone towards Wang Li's worries. The more you say that, the less reassured I feel. You're my only precious daughter. What would I do if something happened to you? Please, mother, I'm grown now. I can discern right from wrong. Observing her mother's anxious expression, Su Mei quickly attempted to comfort her. She understood Wang Li's intentions were for her well-being, but her relationship with Chen Hao was merely a facade. There was nothing to be concerned about. Enough about that. Why not try some of the delightful desserts here? They are quite good. Su Mei swiftly diverted the conversation, knowing that if Wang Li continued her rambling, it would only prolong the discussion and potentially reach Chen Hao's ears. You'd better distance yourself from Su Mei, or I'll show you why flowers are so vividly red. As soon as they entered the restroom, Gao Xing threatened Chen Hao. And if I refuse? Chen Hao casually retorted, unfazed by the supposed prowess of a city-level fighting coach. Can you take on 20? If not, don't act tough in front of me. Let me be frank. I have my eyes set on Su Mei. If you don't recognize the signs, you'll be spending your next life in a wheelchair. Gao Xing waved his fist at Chen Hao, attempting to project an air of superiority. I'd be curious to experience life in a wheelchair, but I doubt you possess the capability to make that happen. Are you daring to engage in a battle of men? The loser must leave, Su Mei. Gao Xing's face flushed with anger at Chen Hao's words, resembling a furious warrior from tales of old. Very well. Chen Hao had long been displeased with Gao Xing, setting aside other matters. The man's character was questionable, and if Su Mei were to associate with such a boor, her future would be grim. Upon hearing Chen Hao's challenge, Gao Xing was elated. He couldn't believe that this scrawny fellow could be a match for a city-level combat runner-up. He envisioned breaking Chen Hao's legs or arms. Better yet, why not do both? In his mind, Gao Xing had already sentenced Chen Hao to defeat. Returning to the dining table, Gao Xing wore an air of triumph, brimming with pride. What happened? Su Mei quietly inquired of Chen Hao. Perhaps he accidentally discovered the flavors of the world in the restroom. Chen Hao mused before explaining. How distasteful. Su Mei initially did not grasp the implication, but soon realized that the flavors referred to only two things found in a restroom. Does he not resemble that description? Indeed, it's a striking resemblance. Su Mei chuckled softly at Gao Xing's exuberance. Seeing Su Mei smile at him, Gao Xing thought, could it be that Su Mei finally recognizes who is worthy of her lifelong devotion? Soon, I shall make her fall even more for me. Before long, the meal concluded. Let us go, Gao Xing said, wiping his mouth, eager to speak to Chen Hao. There's a practice facility nearby. What do you intend to do? Su Mei sensed something was amiss upon observing Gao Xing's demeanor. Nothing serious, He wants to teach me combat skills for self-defense. Chen Hao lied without hesitation. If Su Mei learned the truth, she would surely intervene. Very well. Although Su Mei sensed something was off, she couldn't challenge Chen Hao's assertion. Soon, they arrived at the practice facility. Come on, kid. Let me show you what combat is all about. Gao Xing taunted Chen Hao from the center of the room. According to our agreement, the loser must leave Su Mei. Did you not say he was merely teaching you? Sumilization don't. No wonder Gao Xing had been so jubilant earlier. He sought to regain his pride here. Don't worry. I have some experience in combat. Defeating him shouldn't be too difficult. Chen Hao reassured Su Mei. Please, don't go. You won't be able to beat him. Su Mei expressed her concern, noting the stark contrast between Gao Xing's muscular physique and Chen Hao's lean frame. Indeed, young man, are you not merely walking into a beating? Wang Li also cautioned Chen Hao. Annie, have no fear. I have practiced self-defense. Wang Li recognized Chen Hao's determination and refrained from further protests, though Su Mei remained apprehensive. Annie, Mei, rest assured, I won't kill him, perhaps merely one arm. Gao Xing boasted, as if defeating Chen Hao required no effort. There's no need. I fear you may not handle defeat gracefully. Chen Hao stepped forward, facing off against Gao Xing. In a blink of an eye, Gao Xing launched the first attack. How would Chen Hao respond? To everyone's astonishment, he stood still, seemingly frozen in place. As everyone present was deeply concerned for Chen Hao, a fist was about to strike his face. Just when all believed Chen Hao was destined to fall, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly astonished. In a swift motion, Chen Hao seized Gao Xing's attacking hand with one hand and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen with the other foot, following it up with an elegant shoulder throw that sent Gao Xing crashing to the ground. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, as if turned to stone. Impossible. I was merely careless. Let us do it again, Gao Xing said reluctantly to Chen Hao. All right, Chen Hao replied, and Gao Xing, now fully focused, summoned the vigor he had displayed during his city-level competitions, launching a punch toward Chen Hao with the intent to incapacitate him. Yet again, Gao Xing found himself on the ground, defeated. Wang Li observed Gao Xing's performance with growing disappointment. She had not anticipated such pettiness and inability to accept defeat from him. Gao Xing, my daughter is simply incompatible with you. Let us consider this matchmaker meeting a failure, Wang Li declared as she turned to leave with Su Mei, leaving Gao Xing alone in the practice hall. Gao Xing's name, once a source of joy for his parents, now brought him nothing but discontent. Bang Li, I shall entrust my daughter to you in the future. She is my only precious daughter, a bit spoiled, so please be more accommodating after marriage. Wang Li said to Chen Hao as she exited. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Hao's performance had far surpassed Gao Xing's, leading Wang Li to perceive him as a genuine and unpretentious young man. Besides, Su Mei had taken a liking to Chen Hao. It seemed only natural to let the two become a couple. Mom, what are you saying? Su Mei exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She and Chen Hao were merely pretending, and she resented her mother for being so indiscreet. What's wrong with that? A man should marry, and a woman should wed. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Wang Li responded, embodying the wisdom of experience. Eventually, Chen Hao escorted Su Mei and her mother back home before returning to his own residence. Remembering he had yet to utilize a lottery ticket from earlier, he promptly did so. Chen Hao examined the unremarkable nail clipper in his hand, the very prize he had just acquired through the system's lottery. This system is truly all-encompassing. One wonders if it will eventually provide me with someone else's toenails, he mused, bemused by the incongruence of his prize. He set the nail clipper aside and fell into slumber, exhausted after a long day, yet he felt that his relationship with Su Mei had drawn a little closer. Ding. Check-in successful. Skill acquired. Basketball mastery. Points earned. 10. The next morning, Chen Hao rose early, for he still had deliveries to make. He glanced at his newly acquired skill and got out of bed. Spotting a luxury car before him, he contemplated its limited one-week usage, deciding it was better to drive it for deliveries rather than endure the elements on his electric scooter. With that thought, he opened the car door, settled into the plush seat, and prepared to experience the thrill of delivering in a luxury vehicle. Hello, could you please retrieve this order for me? Chen Hao addressed the restaurant staff. Certainly, one moment please, came the reply. Soon, the attendant produced his takeout. Thank you, Chen Hao said, promptly taking the order outside. Wow, is this the latest model from Bugatti? This is definitely a luxury car, exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed woman outside the restaurant, her eyes nearly popping out of her head at the sight of Chen Hao's vehicle. She immediately began posing and snapping photos in front of the car. "This is my boyfriend's car. I don't know why, but it feels a bit uncomfortable to sit in. Ladies, do you have any recommendations for better cars?" She quickly edited a post for her social media, sending it without hesitation. However, she was not satisfied yet. This was a rare opportunity to capture such a fine automobile, and she wanted to document it thoroughly. As Chen Hao exited, he observed the woman taking pictures of his car, but paid her little mind. Thinking he had ample time to wait. Why is that delivery guy staring over here? Does he fancy my beauty? The woman soon noticed Chen Hao, and his unblinking gaze made her feel somewhat uneasy. "What are you staring at, you lowly delivery boy?" She scoffed, her enthusiasm for her photos momentarily disrupted by his presence. You. Instead of focusing on your job, you're just a lowly delivery person. Your fate will never change," she added, disdain dripping from her words. Chen Hao nearly chuckled at her absurdity. How could someone so superficial stand before his car, taking photos while declaring herself superior? A lowly person is a lowly person. You can only gaze at this car. Even if you worked your entire life, you probably couldn't afford a single wheel, she sneered at him, oblivious to the irony of her words. "Get lost. Stay away from me, and keep your distance from my car." The woman assumed Chen Hao was cowed into silence by her insults and sought to drive him away, fearing he might accidentally ruin her photo opportunity. Chen Hao simply laughed softly at her antics, then approached his car, producing his keys. With a swift motion, he opened the door and, as he entered, splashed a bit of water where she had stood. With that, he drove off, leaving her in a state of utter bewilderment. How is this possible? P.S. Just a lowly delivery guy. How could he afford such a vehicle? She wondered, her mind racing as she watched him disappear. Could he be one of those wealthy youngsters experiencing life incognito? Oh no, if only I had realized sooner, perhaps I could have gotten closer to him. Now, not only has my plan unraveled, but what if he seeks revenge? The woman hastily departed, eager to escape the scene. Chen Hao pondered the woman's behavior. What was wrong with the world? Why were there those who, even when struggling to make ends meet, felt compelled to save for luxury items to flaunt? The world seemed increasingly perplexing. The well-fed ponder lust. I wonder if it's truly a good thing for some to be overindulged, he reflected, shaking his head. He dismissed such trivialities from his mind. They were not his concern. Today's deliveries awaited him, and his focus should be on earning enough to provide his parents with a bright, spacious home. Chapter 42. The tumultuous situation on an outdoor basketball court. Two teams were engaged in a fierce contest. Xiao San, guard him tightly. Block him, hurry. A tall man, Tao Wenming, the captain of the basketball team, shouted passionately at a player named Li San, affectionately referred to as Xiao San. "Brother Ming, I'll do my best," Xiao San replied loudly, knowing he was the last line of defense for the team. Should he falter, the opposing team would seize the opportunity, rendering their defense utterly futile. Before him stood a burly figure, Song Xiaofeng, renowned for his exceptional basketball skills and infamous in the local scene. Rumors had circulated that he had been invited to join a national-level team, though the reasons for his refusal remained unclear. While Xiao San dismissed such tales, they nonetheless underscored the formidable prowess of this player, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard as he faced Song Xiaofeng. "You've got some guts to try and defend me," Song Xiaofeng remarked, astonished at Xiao San's audacity. They were already well into the game, and Song had showcased his skills extensively. The fact that Xiao San dared to stand in his way was unexpected. "How will you know unless you try?" Xiao San retorted defiantly. "Indeed, your tenacity is commendable, but such bravado requires genuine skill," Song Xiaofeng replied, beginning to dribble the ball with dazzling finesse, leaving Xiao San slightly dizzy with the intricate displays. "Here I come," Song announced, gearing up for a three-step layup, but Xiao San was determined to thwart his advance, stepping in front to block him. Suddenly, Song altered his approach, transforming his layup into a jump shot. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Xiao San leapt in an attempt to block the shot. However, as he soared, he was met with a smirk from Song. A feint. Xiao San realized too late, and before he could land, the referee's whistle blew, signaling another 2 points for Song. "Too bad, you're still too inexperienced," Song Xiaofeng said, patting Xiao San on the shoulder with a hint of disdain. "I'm sorry, everyone, I couldn't stop him." Xiao San lamented to his teammates. "Don't be so hard on yourself. That guy is tough to handle." "You've done your best," Tao Wenming consoled him, though a sense of worry gnawed at his heart. Glancing at the scoreboard, which read 20-75, he felt a wave of despair at the seemingly insurmountable gap. Seriously? The game is only halfway through, and you're already trailing by this much? Your skills are quite lacking. Playing against you is a waste of time. Someone from Song's team scoffed. Don't say that. This is a complete waste of my life. Had I known they were this incompetent, I would have preferred a nice nap at home. Should I withdraw now to give you a little challenge? Another chimed in. That won't work. At least two of you need to leave for us to feel any pressure, came the dismissive reply from Song's side, causing Tao Wenming to nearly explode with indignation. Yet, it was undeniable that their opponents were far too weak. Otherwise, such a disparity in scores would not exist. Soon, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling the commencement of the second half. How about you surrender? It would let everyone finish early and head home for dinner, Song Xiaofeng suggested. Feigning concern for Tao Wenming's team. Why don't you surrender instead? Xiaosan shot back defiantly. If you refuse to heed our warning, we'll show you what a 3-digit score looks like. Song Xiaofeng sneered at Xiaosan's bravado, dismissing him as ungrateful. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Xiaosan declared, vowing not to allow them to reach triple digits, lest their team be branded with disgrace. Before long, Song Xiaofeng initiated an attack, as the previous possession had been theirs, leading to Tao Wenming serving the ball. He swiftly passed it to a teammate, who began dribbling towards Song's south half of the court. As time elapsed, Tao Wenming finally advanced into enemy territory. Seeing the formidable defenses of Song Xiaofeng's team, he steeled himself and took a bold leap for a three-pointer. Miraculously, it went in. This moment of triumph revitalized their morale, igniting a fierce intensity for the second half of the match. Panting heavily, Tao Wenming glanced at the scoreboard, which now read 35-99. The opposing team was merely a point away from crossing the 100 mark, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. With Song Xiaofeng's team now in possession, they effortlessly penetrated Tao's half, charging towards the basket. You again. Song Xiaofeng smirked at the familiar sight of Xiao San, but Xiao San ignored him, fixated on the basketball in Song's hands. Song scoffed, irritated by Xiao San's indifference, and launched into an attack. However, as he prepared for a dunk, the situation took an unexpected turn. Xiao San leapt, only to be collided with by Song, crashing to the ground and clutching his leg in agony. Xiao San, concerned. Medical personnel quickly rushed to carry him off the court, just as Chen Hao arrived. A familiar voice echoed in Chen's mind. Task issued. Assist Tao Wenming's team to victory. Completion reward, 300 points. Seeing Xiao San being taken away, Tao Wenming felt a sinking despair. Basketball required numbers, and they had no substitutes available. What were they to do now? I'll help you. Chen Hao's voice rang out, determined to step in. Chapter 43. The God of Basketball, huh? Tao Wenming gazed at Chen Hao's slender figure, clad in his delivery uniform, which stood out starkly. Although he harbored doubts about Chen's ability, they had no alternatives. Embracing the belief that every additional player could bolster their strength, Tao Wenming finally relented. All right, what do you all think? Sure, why not? In any case, your defeat is inevitable, Song Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. With such a significant score gap, he found it hard to believe that Chen Hao was anything extraordinary. Are you serious? What did you find this scrawny monkey? One of Song's teammates couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, don't be so harsh. Just look at him. He resembles a skinny monkey. He might just scurry around and surprise us by jumping from one end to the other. The words of that man quickly resonated with his companions, leading to a barrage of mockery directed at Chen Hao. Do you want to fight? Tao Wenming shouted angrily at Song Xiaofeng and his group. The earlier incident involving the injury of the third party had already ignited his fury, and now the personal attacks on Chen Hao, who was undeniably their teammate, pushed him over the edge. Upon hearing Tao Wenming's words, the teammates stepped forward, ready to confront any further provocation. The opposing team, witnessing the ferocity of Tao Wenming, became somewhat intimidated and fell silent. They could wait to settle their scores after the match. The referee admonished everyone and blew the final whistle. Chen Hao surveyed the vast score disparity with only 10 minutes remaining, feeling an immense pressure weighing upon him. Brother, do you excel in offense or defense? Tao Wenming inquired, as it was essential to determine Chen Hao's position strategically. I am more adept at offense, Chen Hao replied, understanding that continuous offensive play was their only hope for victory. Without hesitation, he chose to take on the offensive role. All right, then you will play as a central defender. Xiao Li, you will take the position of defender. Tao Wenming instructed another player, believing this arrangement to be the most suitable. The pressure on the defender was considerable, and Tao Wenming could not risk entrusting that role to someone of uncertain capability. Soon, the final 10 minutes commenced with fervor. Song Xiaofeng charged across the court like a raging bull, unstoppable by any opponent. At that moment, Chen Hao sprang into action, darting towards Song Xiaofeng. And in a fleeting instant, the ball was in Chen Hao's hands. A man in the audience leaped to his feet in astonishment, provoking dissatisfaction among the spectators, prompting him to quickly sit back down and continue watching the match. "Stop him!" Song Xiaofeng exclaimed, realizing too late that he had lost possession of the ball. However, it was too late. Chen Hao stood at the three-point line and shot. The ball went in. This moment ignited cheers from the crowd, as it exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Had this player arrived even slightly earlier, it was possible that Tao Wenming's team would have held the advantage. A thought shared by all in attendance. "What are you doing? How could you let him score a three-pointer?" Song Xiaofeng reprimanded his teammates. "We didn't expect him to shoot from 3. Came a defensive reply. "Enough. Let's be more vigilant next time," Song Xiaofeng said, fixing his gaze on Chen Hao, sensing that this newcomer was a formidable adversary. "Well done, brother," Tao Wenming exclaimed with joy, astonished by the unexpected prowess of this delivery man. They had encountered a true master. "It was nothing much," Chen Hao replied modestly. The contest on the court reignited, and Chen Hao moved like a nimble carp, the basketball court transforming into his pond, perfectly suited to his skills. "Brother, you should play as a forward," Tao Wenming suggested. The score gap was closing, and Chen Hao's abilities had thoroughly impressed Tao Wenming. "Then I shall not hold back," Chen Hao declared, positioning himself at the forefront, directly facing Song Xiaofeng. The latter was filled with frustration, all stemming from Chen Hao. Without him, they would not have been forced into a defensive position. Song Xiaofeng glared at Chen Hao, his eyes blazing with intensity, realizing that this player was the key to their predicament. Determined, Song Xiaofeng resolved to closely mark Chen Hao, ensuring he could not continue to shine. "Play ball," he shouted, and the match resumed. This time, Song Xiaofeng kept a tight watch on Chen Hao, fearful that a moment's lapse would allow him to slip away. Observing the relentless pressure, Chen Hao felt a mix of exasperation. Did he truly have to adhere so closely? The referee seemed oblivious, indulging in takeout on the sidelines, completely disengaged from the unfolding events. "Brother, the ball," Tao Wenming called out, passing the ball to Chen Hao without a second thought. In his mind, Chen Hao was now his idol, the angel who would save him in dire straits. Chen Hao caught the basketball soaring toward him, cursing internally. "Did you not see this sticky defender? And still you pass?" Nevertheless, he knew he had to act, lest the ball be snatched away. Chen Hao deftly maneuvered past Song Xiaofeng, executing a feint that left his opponent off balance, before charging toward the basket. With a resounding thud, the ball went in again. No matter how impressive you think you are, you're still trailing at 98 points with less than 10 seconds remaining. What do you do to turn this around? Song Xiaofeng's frustration dissipated as he assessed the dwindling time. After the inbound, what could they accomplish in 10 seconds? It seemed to him that victory was already secured. "Not so fast," Chen Hao replied, though anxiety crept into his heart. 10 seconds was indeed a fleeting moment, and scoring within that time frame would be a monumental challenge unless the opposing team were utterly inept. The referee's whistle echoed once more as Song Xiaofeng initiated the inbound play, barreling toward Chen Hao. Sensing the danger, Chen Hao intercepted the basketball from Song Xiaofeng's grasp. Time dwindled to 5 seconds, and Chen Hao found himself still in his half of the court. He realized that reaching the opponent's half in such a brief span was improbable. Gazing at the distant hoop, he made a bold decision. With both hands raised above his head, he aimed the basketball at the far basket. Everyone was taken aback by his audacity. Was he truly attempting a shot from half court? All eyes were fixed on Chen Hao, and Song Xiaofeng, sensing impending doom, lunged toward him, but it was too late. Chen Hao released the basketball toward the hoop. In that moment, the entire audience held their breath, eyes glued to the ball, eager to see if it would find its mark. It went in. A voice rang out, exclaiming the score as the ball swished through the net just as the clock expired. The crowd erupted in jubilation for Chen Hao, while Tao Wenming stared in disbelief, awestruck that a half-court shot had been made. It was a feat they had never even dared to imagine until that day. The referee's whistle pierced the air. "I announce that the final score is 101-99. Tao Wenming's team emerges victorious. The referee's declaration confirmed that the preceding moment was no illusion, but a remarkable reality. Young man, would you be interested in joining our Honghua basketball team? In the audience, a tall figure swiftly emerged from the sidelines, striding purposefully towards Chen Hao, eagerly awaiting his response. Goodness, is that not the coach of the Honghua basketball team? What's he doing here? Tao Wenming instantly recognized the imposing figure, known as Zhao Wenxuan, a renowned coach in domestic basketball circles. Zhao Wenxuan is indeed remarkable, often referred to as the star maker. Anyone he selects is destined to become an international sensation. He has already nurtured 7 stars under his guidance. Now, he was extending an olive branch to Chen Hao. Witnessing this scene, Song Xiaofeng was overwhelmed with envy, jealousy, and resentment. He could hardly believe that Zhao Wenxuan had taken an interest in this guy. Song Xiaofeng wished fervently to trade places with Chen Hao, but such a desire was futile. The spectators outside also recognized Zhao Wenxuan and, upon confirming his identity, their gazes towards Chen Hao turned hopeful. Could they be witnessing the birth of a star today? Well, I must decline. Chen Hao's voice resonated clearly across the basketball court, leaving everyone astonished. Was this fellow insane? Such a golden opportunity, and he was letting it slip away. This sentiment echoed in the minds of all present. This was no idle remark. Accepting Zhao Wenxuan's offer would elevate Chen Hao to soaring heights, with a salary exceeding $1 million not being a mere dream, far better than his current job delivering takeout. Rest assured, should you join our basketball team, I will not impose excessive demands on you. Simply maintain your skill level, Zhao Wenxuan urged, his urgency palpable. Hearing this, Tao Wenming could hardly comprehend Chen Hao's stance. What future did he envision as a delivery person? Joining the basketball team would undoubtedly lead to a promising career. As Song Xiaofeng observed the increasingly anxious Zhao Wenxuan, understanding dawned upon him. The Honghua basketball team was currently in a transitional phase. Previous players have been exceptionally talented, leaving no room for newcomers to shine. Now, as those players approached retirement, a suitable replacement was desperately needed. I'm truly not interested in pursuing basketball, Chen Hao replied, preparing to turn away. Zhao Wenxuan was momentarily taken aback. He had presented such favorable terms, yet this young man remained obstinate. Did he fail to offer an attractive proposition? If Tao Wenming were aware of this thought, he would undoubtedly weep. It wasn't that Zhao's offer was inadequate. Chen simply had no desire to partake. You would do better to take me instead. I can endure any training, he mused silently. Song Xiaofeng shared this sentiment. What a splendid opportunity. And yet it was being dismissed. Zhao Wenxuan, however, appeared oblivious to their presence, his focus solely on Chen Hao. Brother, the terms are negotiable. Feel free to express your conditions, Zhao Wenxuan insisted, unwilling to let such talent slip away. Chen Hao's skills were undeniably extraordinary, particularly highlighted during the last half of the game, where he completed a shot in a mere 5 seconds. In that brief moment, his precision had surpassed that of some players on the team. Apologies, but I genuinely do not wish to play basketball, Chen Hao reiterated apologetically to Zhao Wenxuan, before opening his car door and driving away. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation. It turned out he was merely a wealthy heir seeking life experiences, which explained his indifference to the opportunity presented. With a long sigh, Zhao Wenxuan gazed at the spot where Chen Hao had vanished. Tao Wenming, wishing to engage Zhao in conversation, found himself lacking the courage, and ultimately, when Zhao departed, he remained silent. Li Ping, a passionate basketball enthusiast, had his eyes open today. He witnessed the entire match involving Tao Wenming and his team. Initially, he deemed them lackluster, but Chen Hao's entry transformed the game into an exhilarating spectacle. After the match, Li Ping felt an insatiable fire igniting within him, tossing and turning in bed, ultimately deciding to share his experience online. Quickly, his post garnered significant attention from netizens. A luxury car-driving delivery guy turns the game around. This must be a novel. Are today's delivery boys this extraordinary? The trending topics were dominated by delivery personnel. Do you think this delivery guy is the same as the one from before? Does anyone have a photo to share? The comments erupted with requests to see pictures. Li Ping, feeling somewhat helpless, realized he had posted without any photos, having only thought to share the experience after returning home. If he had known, he would have taken more pictures during the game. As the comments multiplied, he could only convey the facts to those inquiring below. Upon learning that Li Ping had no pictures, The netizens expressed their disappointment, yet this only added an air of mystery around Chen Hao. Chapter 45. Su Mei's Outdoor Live Stream Ding. Task completed, earning 300 points. After finishing his shower, Chen Hao was greeted by a familiar voice in his mind, lifting his spirits. With some idle time on his hands, he decided to browse the internet for any intriguing happenings. But upon logging in, he encountered a rather serious issue. How is it that all the trending topics were related to him? What with the National Painting Master Delivery Guy, the Life Experiencing Delivery Guy, and various other headlines, each bore the common phrase delivery guy. Chen Hao shook his head in bemusement. Those in his inner circle were well aware of his true capabilities, skills he no longer possessed. Fortunately, the onlookers had not captured his image, sparing him from potential troubles. He recalled a previous incident where someone had posted their photo online, only to be tracked down within days, prompting them to move away in fear. He had no desire to be thrust into the public eye prematurely. His current focus was on delivering food, completing tasks, and acquiring impressive skills, ideally something akin to turning stones into gold or silver. That concludes today's live stream. Tomorrow's broadcast will be in a different location, which I'll keep a secret. If you wish to know, be sure to tune in. Su Mei announced before shutting down her stream. The streaming profession was becoming increasingly challenging, with newcomers flooding the industry daily, yet few succeeded. Su Mei was acutely aware of her limitations. Gaming was not her forte, and her primary allure lay in her charming demeanor to attract followers. However, she recognized that this approach had its limits, and eventually, viewers would tire of it. What then would she do? Thus, Su Mei had already devised a plan to explore new markets. She intended to experiment with various types of streaming to determine which garnered the most viewers, subsequently choosing to pursue that path. Su Mei initially resolved to venture into outdoor live streaming, taking her followers to appreciate the mountains and waters. This was a plan Su Mei had long harbored, as most people nowadays are bound by the shackles of work, leaving them little time to savor the beauty of nature. Therefore, she decided to test the waters with outdoor broadcasting. Are you there? Su Mei pondered, sending a message to Chen Hao. She felt a pang of apprehension and realized she would need to carry numerous items the next day. Having someone assist her would be immensely beneficial. What is up? Chen Hao quickly replied, eliciting a sense of delight within Su Mei. I wish to live stream at Chuya Mountain tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Being near Chen Hao gave her a profound sense of security, prompting her invitation. Chen Hao, upon reading Su Mei's message, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Miss, I still have work obligations. If you keep asking me to take leave, I might find myself dismissed soon. He directly declined, emphasizing the need to curb this burgeoning trend before it escalated further. Very well, Su Mei replied, feeling somewhat displeased but understanding. After all, they were not closely acquainted, and it wasn't fair to burden him repeatedly. After concluding the conversation with Su Mei, Chen Hao commenced his day's lottery, and, as fate would have it, he won a bottle of beer, which he promptly consumed. Surprisingly, the free beverage was quite enjoyable. Ding! Check-in successful. Skill acquired. Wilderness Survival Master. Points earned, 10. The next morning, Chen Hao awoke to the familiar voice in his mind. Wilderness survival was indeed an advantageous skill. He contemplated this as he began his workday. Which was different today. He opted not to drive the luxury car, having already experienced the extravagance of delivering food in it. It was simply too ostentatious for his taste. Thus, he decided to ride his modest electric scooter instead, letting the luxury vehicle gather dust. Soon, he received an order and was taken aback upon seeing the destination clearly labeled as Chuya Mountain. He was aware that it was nearby and had heard the scenery was splendid, though he had no first-hand experience of it. However, he found himself conflicted, realizing that after declining Su Mei's invitation, he now faced this unexpected turn of events. Was this the destiny of handsome men like him? Chen Hao mused, feeling somewhat self-satisfied. Before long, he sped towards Chuya Mountain on his electric scooter. Hello everyone, I am currently at Chuya Mountain, a renowned scenic spot in our city. Characterized by its pristine beauty, Su Mei began her introduction before the camera. A young man beside her, Chengdu, who was a temporary worker she had hired, gestured towards her from the center of the screen. Upon observing this, Su Mei became animated, launching into a detailed discourse. Why is it called Chuya Mountain, you ask? The answer is simple. This entire mountain, aside from the paths, is adorned with various trees. When autumn arrives and the leaves fall, The landscape transforms into a golden sea from above, hence the name Chuya Mountain. Without further ado, let's venture deeper, Su Mei announced. Commencing her ascent along the mountain trail, much to the dismay of Chengdu, who hurried to keep pace with her. As they journeyed, Su Mei continued to describe the scenery to her audience while climbing Chuya Mountain. Fortunately, the elevation was not too daunting, or Chengdu might have thought he would perish mid-climb. Everyone, let me adjust the camera, Su Mei said, shifting the lens to showcase the beautiful surroundings. The lush forest, the occasional birds soaring in the sky, and the gentle rustle of the breeze were all transmitted to the live stream. This is the allure of nature. I have decided. I shall resign and become a forest ranger. After retirement, I will find a place like this to spend my remaining days. How could I have been so oblivious to such breathtaking views while laboring away? Up on the rooftop, engrossed in my studies, I never realized mountains existed. The live stream erupted with enthusiastic responses, viewers expressing their yearning for nature while lamenting their own constraints, content to revel in the joy of the broadcast. Just as admiration filled the air, Su Mei suddenly felt a sharp sting on her arm. Chapter 46. Su Mei's poisoning in the midst of her spirited explanation. Su Mei abruptly sensed a bite on her arm. Reacting instinctively, she slapped her arm, yet found nothing. Ouch, she exclaimed, noticing a small bump on her arm. Likely a mosquito bite. Is everything all right, Mei Mei? Several viewers quickly recognized her discomfort and inquired. It seems I was bitten by a mosquito. It should be nothing serious. She reassured her audience with a smile. But do take care. In these deep mountains, mosquitoes are particularly abundant. My arms and face were quite the feast for them while climbing. Let us explore another area, Su Mei suggested cheerfully. Gradually, however, she began to feel unwell. Her head throbbed, and her vision narrowed, the scenery around her becoming increasingly blurred. It felt as though she might faint. With a sudden crash, Su Mei collapsed to the ground. Chengdu, witnessing the situation, rushed to her side, alarmed by her state. Su Mei's sudden fall sent shockwaves through the live stream. It appears she has been poisoned. The mosquito bite must have contained venom, triggering her reaction, viewers speculated. Quickly call 120, urged a voice in the comments. As viewers criticized Chengdu's frantic demeanor, wishing they could switch places with him, lamenting his lack of composure in such a critical moment. Hello, 120? Someone here has been poisoned at Chuya Mountain at the summit, Chengdu promptly reported. After hanging up, he glanced at Su Mei's unconscious form, momentarily lost, until he remembered the live stream. Perhaps the viewers had some advice. Brothers, has anyone studied medicine? What should we do in this situation? Chengdu called out to the chat. Medical professionals, please step forward. Anyone with wilderness survival knowledge, we need your help. In no time, the chat filled with a flurry of urgent responses. I've studied a bit of traditional medicine. I hope it's of use. I know a little too. Quickly, those with medical knowledge began to respond. Brothers, please refrain from sending barrage comments. They have overwhelmed those from our medically trained friends. Soon, someone called for calm, and indeed, the screen was cluttered with a chaotic array of comments, rendering it impossible to discern the messages being conveyed. Prompted by this call, those unfamiliar with the situation ceased their barrage, and the screen was significantly cleared, leaving only the contributions of those with medical knowledge. Brother, give her some water. We must prevent her from losing hydration too quickly. A comment directed at Chengdu soon appeared. Upon hearing this, Chengdu immediately opened a nearby bottle of mineral water and poured it into Su Mei's mouth. By the way, brother, let us see the wound. Another comment urged him. Following this guidance, Chengdu quickly found a dark, ominous wound on Su Mei's right arm. The comments became somewhat indecipherable, as if they were unsure of the next step to take. Brother, this is truly dire. This wound is clearly from a highly toxic creature. The best you can do now is to ensure Mei Mei maintains steady breathing, and it would be wise to constrict her arm to prevent the toxin from spreading further. The comments reflected a sense of helplessness. They knew that in a hospital, there would be remedies for such poisoning, but in this desolate wilderness, they felt utterly powerless. Chengdu followed the advice and tightly bound Su Mei's arm. However, her condition did not improve. Instead, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Climbing up here has nearly exhausted me, Chen Hao remarked, having just arrived, feeling somewhat disgruntled about how physically demanding delivering food had become. After his complaint, he noticed Chengdu and saw Su Mei collapsed on the ground. Isn't that familiar? Wait, isn't that Su Mei? Upon realizing it was indeed her, Chen Hao rushed over. What do you intend to do? Chengdu asked, eyeing Chen Hao warily as if he were a villainous fiend. I'm here to help. What else? Chen Hao replied anxiously. I don't trust you, Chengdu insisted, convinced in his heart that Chen Hao was not to be trusted, a sentiment influenced by the dramatizations he had seen on television. I tell you, half of her foot is already in the realm of the underworld. If you continue to obstruct me, do not blame me for being unkind, Chen Hao said with urgency. He had clearly observed the wound on Su Mei's arm and recognized that she had been bitten some time ago. If the wound remained untreated, even the most powerful of beings would be powerless to save her. Are you trying to force your way through? Chengdu watched Chen Hao with suspicion, convinced that Chen Hao's intentions were to take advantage of the situation and that he would resort to force if thwarted. There is only one creature capable of this: the funnel web spider. Its venom is exceedingly potent and can lead to heart failure in mere minutes. Perhaps someone carelessly released it, and that is what has harmed her. Chen Hao explained, drawing on his knowledge. Fortunately, having acquired the skill of wilderness survival today, he felt equipped to handle this challenge. Chengdu, listening to Chen Hao's professional terminology, began to waver in his skepticism. Could this individual truly be here to assist? Brother, let him through. You have encountered an expert. He speaks truthfully. The funnel web spider possesses a formidable toxicity. If we continue to delay, without the arrival of an ambulance, Mei may perish. The comments quickly validated Chen Hao's words. Seeing this, Chengdu stepped aside, pleading, please save her. He was unprepared for such a grim turn of events. The thought of a life lost could land him in grave trouble. Chapter 47, Su Mei e Wakenstein. Mission to rescue, Su Mei completed. Reward, 300 points. Chen Hao heard a voice in his mind and began rummaging through Su Mei's bag. Soon, he discovered a small knife and some alcohol. Thank goodness this girl carries a knife. Otherwise, I would have to use my nail clippers to cut her wound, he thought gratefully. Without hesitation, he poured the alcohol over the knife and ignited it with his lighter. After allowing the alcohol to burn for a moment, he cleaned the blade thoroughly. Testing the knife's temperature, he deemed it just right. After disinfecting, he swiftly made an incision in Su Mei's wound, executing the procedure with fluidity and precision. As the wound opened, a mixture of pus and blood began to flow, prompting Chen Hao to squeeze until only red blood emerged. Sighing in relief at the sight of the flowing blood, he realized that this was only the first step, and he began searching for additional remedies. Reflecting on the funnel web spider's venom, which was acidic and a neurotoxin, he began to scout the area for suitable plants. Soon, he identified a type of herbal remedy. Acting quickly, he gathered several stems and began to chew them. Chengdu, observing this seamless execution, was left in awe. It was evident that Chen Hao possessed considerable experience and expertise in wilderness survival. The livestream chat erupted with admiration, showering compliments upon him. Su Shu, one of Su Mei's many fans, had tuned into her livestream that day, only to witness this alarming turn of events. After Su Mei collapsed, he had called for medical experts in the chat, but to no avail. As Su Mei's condition worsened, panic set in. Though Su Shu had no knowledge of wilderness survival, he understood that the rapid onset of the toxin was not trivial. Just when despair seemed to take hold, Chen Hao appeared, initially perceived as a disruptor, but his actions soon left Su Shu astonished. Watching Chen Hao apply the chewed herbs to Su Mei's arm, Su Shu exhaled deeply, relieved that the previous intervention had not hindered Chen Hao, as it might have resulted in dire consequences for Su Mei. These herbs can suppress the spread of the toxin. The nearest hospital is just half an hour away. They should be arriving soon, Chen Hao reassured the viewers. This girl truly knows how to worry people, he mused, shaking his head at the unconscious Su Mei. Su Shu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him as he listened to Chen Hao. However, he soon noted an unusual trend. Were all delivery personnel this extraordinary? First, a gaming prodigy, and now a wilderness survival expert. Thanks to the delivery guy for saving Mei, the chat erupted with praise, exclaiming, "Long live the delivery guy!" Upstairs, you truly are a man of both wisdom and courage, nearly causing friendly fire. By the way, don't you think this delivery person resembles the one from before? Su Shu's barrage of comments quickly captivated everyone's attention. Goodness, upon mentioning it, there does seem to be a hint of truth in that. Why not take off your helmet for us to see? Indeed, let us behold your visage. May you enjoy longevity. Soon, the comments began to urge Chen Hao to act. Chen Hao touched the helmet atop his head, feeling a twinge of relief. Fortunately, in his haste, he had forgotten to remove it, or else he might have found himself in a predicament. However, since he was already wearing the helmet, Chen Hao had no intention of admitting it. After all, he believed it prudent to remain low-key. Should his identity be revealed, he would not be surprised to find a throng awaiting him at his door the very next morning. Fame does not always equate to fortune. Once one becomes well-known, matters become decidedly more complicated. It is better to maintain a low profile. No, the mountain breeze is rather chilly. The helmet provides warmth. Chen Hao casually remarked to the viewers before the screen. Beside him, Chengdu was at a loss for words. Even if one were to speak untruths, one should at least be considerate. It is the height of summer, and you dare tell me it's cold? Surely, you cannot be serious. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the audience began to express their disbelief. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Instead, allow me to share some insights on wilderness survival. Chen Hao redirected the conversation, as he still awaited the arrival of the ambulance. If anything were to happen to Su Mei, it would be troublesome. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to wait for a while, at least until the ambulance arrived. While many are curious about nature's beauty and allure, it is essential to recognize that nature encompasses not only the splendid, but also the perilous. The natural world adheres to the principles of survival of the fittest. Thus, the so-called venomous creatures and ferocious beasts will not abide by any moral code or legal boundaries. They will only convey one message: survival or demise. The true diversity of life that nature harbors is beyond human comprehension. However, it is clear that upon entering the wild, humanity does not assume the role of the apex predator. The venomous serpents within the forest can easily claim your life, and ferocious beasts can pursue you to the ends of the earth. Therefore, dear viewers, heed my advice. Never venture into the wild alone, for the threats posed by nature far exceed your imagination. Chen Hao addressed the audience, reflecting on the harrowing events. Had he not been present, Su Mei might have perished there. Remember, should anyone consider live streaming outdoors in the future, do not lend your support. Such occurrences are best minimized. In a haze, Su Mei caught sight of a familiar outfit, but then she felt as if she were soaring. Am I to die? As the scenery around her faded into white, regret began to seep into her heart. Chapter 48. Wang Fatty Chen Hao watched as Su Mei was loaded into the ambulance, feeling reassured as he departed. The fact that she was in the ambulance indicated her safety. Anti-venom for funnel web spiders is available worldwide, so there was little cause for concern regarding Su Mei. After a day of exhaustion, Chen Hao finally returned home, yearning to sink into the softness of his bed. Ding dong. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, his phone rang. What could this rascal want? Chen Hao glanced at the contact name displayed on his phone. Wang Fatty. This Wang Fatty, whose real name is Wang Kai, is Chen Hao's closest friend. They were roommates in college, inseparable companions. While others paired off, they consoled each other. Wang Fatty is typically quite busy, even more so than Chen Hao. Chen Hao suspects he works during the day and even at night. Thus, he was curious as to why Wang Fatty was calling him. Could it be that he had no work tonight? Hello, Wang Fatty, why are you calling me? Chen Hao inquired directly, knowing that Wang Fatty would not reach out without reason. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Can an old buddy call to check in? Wang Fatty replied, somewhat displeased. Checking in? Fine, let us meet at our usual spot then. Chen Hao suggested, eager to catch up. Wait, I was just joking. Wang Fatty quickly relented. He truly did not dare to meet, given the circumstances. Now, what is it you need to discuss? Well, tomorrow our class is having a reunion. Let us go together. Wang Fatty's tone was laced with a hint of insistence. Let me think it over. Chen Hao considered declining, as he had little in common with the rest of his classmates, save for Wang Fatty. Rather than attend a reunion, he would prefer to share a drink with Wang Fatty at a street stall. What are you thinking about? In previous years, I let you off the hook. This time, I won TB, so easily dismissed. Wang Fatty felt insulted by Chen Hao's words. Having fallen for his tricks 3 times before, he had finally learned his lesson. We're all classmates. It wouldn't hurt to show up. Wang Fatty's voice came through the phone again. Chen Hao fell into contemplation. Truth be told, he did not want to go, but Wang Fatty had already laid it all out. If he chose not to attend, it would be rather unkind. All right, I'll go tomorrow. In the end, Chen Hao relented. Wang Fatty was right. They were classmates after all, and it would be no great trouble to see them. Great. Make sure you arrive early. Wang Fatty cautioned. Sure, you can count on me. Chen Hao reassured him, feeling the weight of Wang Fatty's doubts. The two exchanged more pleasantries before hanging up. After the call, Chen Hao began the day's lottery. This time, he approached it differently. He first bathed and cleansed his face thoroughly, feeling as if he had transformed into a refined gentleman before embarking on a lottery. Ding! Reward received, an ear scoop. Chen Hao nearly cursed upon hearing the system's announcement. Was it that wretched person who told him to believe in mysticism? Goodness! With that thought, Chen Hao drifted into slumber, where each lottery draw yielded skills and luxurious rewards, ultimately transforming him into the sovereign of the Blue Star. Ding! Skill acquired. Master Sommelier, points gained 10. The following day, after completing his morning routine, Chen Hao donned a casual outfit and set off to pick up Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty's location was not far. They both resided in the same city, albeit on opposite sides. Hey, Wang Fatty, hurry down. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Chen Hao called once he arrived at the designated spot. You better watch out. Once I'm down there, I'll give you a good thrashing. Wang Fatty replied. The irate voice of Wang Fatty resonated from the other end of the phone. Upon seeing the familiar figure of Wang Fatty, Chen Hao exclaimed loudly, "What the heck? Is this your car?" As Wang Fatty approached, he scrutinized Chen Hao intently, or more accurately, he was assessing Chen Hao's vehicle. What's the matter? Doesn't it match my style? Chen Hao teased from the driver's seat. Wow, impressive, brother. Who would have thought you were hiding this deep? Wang Fatty responded in astonishment. During their university days, both had been mere underachievers, so it was indeed shocking to see one of them suddenly rise to such heights. Don't worry, just wait a moment. I'll go grab something, Chen Hao said to Wang Fatty. What are you buying? Wang Fatty inquired curiously. Just stand still. I'm going to get you some oranges, Chen Hao replied after a brief pause. Damn it, Wang Fatty immediately reacted, ready to charge at Chen Hao in playful annoyance. Such is the nature of buddies. They may appear amicable on the surface, yet beneath it, each secretly wishes to outdo the other. What are you standing there for? You're driving a sport car now, Wang Fatty remarked from the comfort of the passenger seat, intrigued. Me? I'm still on my usual line of work, delivering takeout. Chen Hao stated honestly. Don't joke around. Delivering takeout can't possibly afford a car like this. I might as well join you. Wang Fatty thought Chen Hao was merely jesting. Really, why would I lie? I'm still delivering takeout. After pondering for a moment, Wang Fatty asked, do you have any elderly relatives who are widowed? Maybe introduce me to one? Wang Fatty's reasoning was simple. If Chen Hao could afford such a car from delivering takeout, he must be a wealthy second generation living a life of leisure. Now that you mention it, I might have a candidate. My family, Sao, is in need of a boar. Interested? Chen Hao grinned at Wang Fatty. Honestly, you've been quite secretive. I never realized you were a rich kid during our university years. Wang Fatty expressed with envy, as being a wealthy heir was a coveted status in these times. Chen Hao merely smiled in silence, knowing such matters were complex and not easily explained. Chapter 49. Mockery under Wang Fatty's guidance. The two soon arrived at a restaurant. Let's go. It should be on the third floor, Wang Fatty directed Chen Hao. Nodding, Chen Hao parked the car and followed Wang Fatty upstairs. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted a familiar figure, strikingly beautiful and radiating an undeniable charm. This woman, named Tan Suya, was Chen Hao's first love, and at that moment, she was affectionately entwined with a man beside her. Chen Hao recognized this man as well. He was none other than Didi Wei, Chen Hao's nemesis. Didi Wei had harbored a grudge against Chen Hao ever since a past incident where Chen Hao had inadvertently thwarted his advances. Oh, if at ISNT President Chen, what brings you here to our reunion today? Didi Wei quickly spotted Chen Hao and approached with Tan Suya in tow. Just came to take a look. Chen Hao replied coldly. Come on, President Chen, enlighten us on your recent successes. When will you take your brother along for the ride? Didi Wei sneered, his words dripping with condescension rather than the camaraderie expected among classmates. I'm just a delivery guy, Chen Hao replied casually, believing there was no shame in his profession. Delivering takeout is great, limitless potential. Who knows, you might buy a house someday. But by then, I wonder how many I'll have, Didi Wei remarked, his words laced with disdain. Let us not be harsh. Considering his circumstances, delivering takeout is quite impressive, especially since no one wants to hire him for anything else. Tan Suya chimed in, seemingly oblivious to her past with Chen Hao. Chen Hao had no desire to engage further, but Wang Fatty was unable to contain his frustration. However, Chen Hao quickly intervened to stop Wang Fatty from saying anything. Why are you stopping me? Their condescending attitudes make my blood boil, Wang Fatty exclaimed, understandably upset that Chen Hao was being subjected to such ridicule. Why bother stooping to their level? Let them bark, they can't bite, Chen Hao retorted casually. But come on, it's not every day someone treats us. Why not enjoy some food and drink? Chen Hao said as he unapologetically helped himself to the food on the table. Soon, everyone had arrived, and after several rounds of drinks, they began to chat casually about their lives and careers. My boyfriend, Didi Wei, has finally ascended to the position of general manager at an overseas company after all his trials and tribulations, Tan Suya said, her tone brimming with pride as she addressed the group. Wow, general manager of a foreign company? Impressive, Didi Wei. When will you arrange a position for your little brother here? Someone chimed in. Oh, it's just a small income, Didi Wei modestly replied, though his beaming face revealed his delight in the compliments. By the way, we have a rare guest among us today, Didi Wei suddenly said, as if recalling something. A rare guest? Who? The group responded, puzzled by his words. Look, it's our class S top student, Chen Hao. He finally managed to spare some time to join our reunion. Didi Wei smirked, enjoying the spectacle of drawing attention to Chen Hao, hoping to embarrass him. Chen Hao, why don't you share with us what you're doing now? We'd love to hear, Didi Wei prompted, clearly intending to make a spectacle of Chen Hao's current situation. Me? Just a delivery guy, Chen Hao said, wiping his mouth after finishing his meal. He was well aware of Didi Wei's intentions. The man clearly sought revenge for past grievances, still nursing his petty grudges after so many years. Delivering takeout, huh? That's a promising career. I bet your monthly salary barely scratches the surface of mine, Didi Wei said with feigned admiration, prompting laughter from the others. Chen Hao, I always knew this guy wouldn't amount to much. Back in school, he was just a bookworm. What good is that in the real world? It is indeed said that a dog cannot change its nature. It appears that some individuals are destined to live in degradation for a lifetime. However, one can never be certain. Perhaps they might ascend to a prominent position in the future, becoming a figure of significance. The crowd immediately began to resonate with Didi Wei's words, mocking Chen Hao. What? Is a delivery person no longer considered human? On what grounds do you ridicule Chen Hao? At least he earns his living through hard work, unlike some individuals who have climbed to lofty heights, oblivious to the countless hands that have played with them. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi was instantly displeased. Damn it, Chen Hao is my friend. The mockery directed at him is a direct affront to me. Wang Pengzi felt compelled to speak up. What is the matter? Are you envious, fatty? I hear your job offers little in terms of benefits. How about you and Chen Hao join our company? We happen to need 2 gatekeepers, and I assure you, you would earn more than you do now. Didi Wei feigned concern for Wang Pengzi and Chen Hao. Haha, indeed, when these two stand together, they do resemble a comical duo. Why not refer to them as the thin and plump celestial beings? Ha ha ha. Wang Pengzi's words did nothing to quell the laughter. Rather, it only intensified their amusement. No need for that. Such a splendid position as a gatekeeper is better suited for your sycophants. Chen Hao casually dismissed Didi Wei's suggestion, feeling a surge of indignation as events unfolded. Sir, your red wine. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a waiter entered, holding a bottle of red wine. The guests gazed at the wine in the waiter's hands, recognizing it as foreign, though few could identify its exact nature. However, a handful of discerning individuals quickly recognized the label. Good heavens, that is a Ch Toll Latour. Manager D is quite generous. The speaker, Zhang Tianxi, had been associated with Didi Wei during their academic years, and his penchant for fine wine enabled him to identify it immediately. Ah, now I understand why it looks familiar. My boss once opened a bottle at a banquet, but I didn't get to taste it. Today, thanks to Manager D, I can finally partake. Chen Hao could scarcely recall who Li Hongtao was. His presence barely registered. This Ch Toll Latour is a wine worth millions. Manager D is indeed extravagant. The praises for Manager D soon echoed throughout the banquet. After all, we are all old classmates. It is a rare occasion to gather. So I made sure to chill some fine wine for everyone. Didi Wei basked in the admiration of the crowd, feeling a swell of pride. Standing beside her, Tan Xia also wore a self-satisfied expression, as if the wine were her own offering. Thank you, Manager D. This is the first time I've encountered a bottle worth millions. What a worthwhile outing this has been, expanding my horizons alongside you. Why is it that some individuals must resort to delivering food for a living, while others can casually offer items worth a fortune, far beyond what one could earn in a lifetime of delivery. As the conversation unfolded, Zhang Tianxi redirected the topic towards Chen Hao. Hearing this, Di Wei cast a look of approval at Zhang Tianxi. Some people find it difficult just to exist. The mere fact that they are alive is a stroke of luck. What is wrong with delivering food? At least it keeps one physically active. Laughter erupted again, which only fueled Wang Pengzi's growing frustration. It became evident that this group did not regard Chen Hao as a peer, and he regretted bringing him along. Chen Hao grasped Wang Pengzi's hand, preventing him from rushing out, while contemplating the bottle of Chant liqueur, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, let them experience the essence of a high-end lifestyle," Di Wei declared, uncorking the wine and pouring each guest a glass. "Chen Hao, since you are here, allow yourself a taste of the finer things." She held a glass with only a small amount of wine. "Oh dear, it appears there isn't enough to go around. You will have to make do." "That's of no consequence," Chen Hao replied, taking the wine and inhaling its aroma. His brow furrowed slightly. Something fell off. "Thank you, Manager Di." The guests expressed their gratitude towards Di Wei, acknowledging that without her, they would not have had the opportunity to taste such an expensive wine. "Ladies and gentlemen, our reunion is a serendipitous occasion. Let us toast to the time we spent together at university," Di Wei proclaimed, raising her glass and downing its contents in one gulp. "Indeed, Manager D is correct," Zhang Tianxi echoed, swiftly finishing his own glass. "What a fine vintage. It truly lives up to its price." After drinking, he gazed longingly at his empty glass. The others soon followed suit, emptying their glasses as well. Just a bottle of counterfeit wine. Is it really worth such excitement? Chen Hao took a sip, immediately discerning something was amiss. His initial suspicion upon observing the wine's hue had proven accurate. It was not Chant liqueur at all. "You're talking nonsense. How can you not appreciate others' good fortune and start spouting such drivel?" Before Di Wei could respond, Zhang Tianxi jumped in, appearing protective. "What would a mere delivery person know? Ignorance is ignorance. Stop pretending to be knowledgeable," Di Wei retorted angrily. "Surely, this fellow cannot genuinely discern the wine's quality?" Di Wei thought to herself, convinced it was mere coincidence. After all, he was just a delivery person. "This wine is not authentic Chant liqueur," Chen Hao stated calmly. "Huh? Chant liqueur?" Meanwhile, a figure outside the door paused, intrigued by the commotion. Chant liqueur is a wine crafted by the esteemed Roman Icani vineyard, made from the renowned Pinot Noir grapes. The grapes used for Chant liqueur are harvested from low-yielding old vines, giving the wine a deep color that nearly approaches black. However, your bottle of Chant liqueur, while dark, pales in comparison to the authentic vintage. As for the flavor, true Chant liqueur offers a rich experience that fills the throat upon tasting, gradually transforming into an intensely fragrant sensation. In contrast, your wine lacks this depth. Furthermore, due to the use of old vines, Chant liqueur provides a lingering, ethereal mouthfeel, rendering one oblivious to their own tongue. The bottle of red wine you presented bears little resemblance to the exquisite qualities of the esteemed Chant. Its color, palate, and flavor fall woefully short. Even if one were to consider it a mere imitation, the effort seems lackluster and insincere, leaving me with a fleeting sense of anticipation that was ultimately in vain. Chen Hao remarked with evident disdain, placing the wine aside as if it had sullied his lips. Wang, the corpulent fellow, discreetly offered Chen Hao a thumbs up. Chen Hao responded with a reassuring glance, conveying his confidence. As the crowd listened intently to Chen Hao's articulate words, there was an unmistakable sense of wavering allegiance, as if they might be swayed to his side. Even the previously fervent defender, Zhang Tianxi, fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 51. Li Jianjun Di Wei was taken aback by Chen Hao's statement. He was acutely aware that the candy red wine was, in fact, counterfeit. This bottle of wine was a mere imitation that he had purchased solely to impress his classmates. Di Wei's reasoning was quite straightforward. This group of impoverished peers had likely never tasted authentic candy red wine, and even if they had, would they truly be able to discern its genuineness? However, he had never anticipated that Chen Hao would boldly expose the truth. The more Di Wei pondered, the more anxious he became. No, he could not afford to show any signs of weakness at this moment. This individual was merely a delivery courier. As long as he staunchly asserted that the bottle of wine was genuine, who would believe Chen Hao? With his resolve firmed, Di Wei decided to take the initiative. You're talking nonsense. What does a mere delivery driver know about this? In a fit of indignation, Di Wei confronted Chen Hao, exclaiming, "How could you so brazenly slander me when I merely intended to share taste?" His expression conveyed a sense of injustice that rivaled that of Dou-yi herself. The onlookers, upon hearing Di Wei's words, silently concurred, thinking, indeed, this fellow is merely a courier. How could he possibly discern the authenticity of this wine? Di Wei, noticing the crowd's shifting sentiments gravitating towards his side, hastily interjected, "Pray tell, what do you mean by that? My boyfriend has painstakingly brought back a bottle of red wine from France, solely for the pleasure of allowing old classmates to savor its taste. Your words are evidently slanderous." Tan Suya, filled with indignation, interjected angrily. She was oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. All she comprehended was that Di Wei was her boyfriend. Chen Hao's remarks were not only an affront to her partner, but also an insult to her. Whether it is true or false, you are well aware in your heart, Chen Hao asserted, observing Di Wei's obstinate refusal to acknowledge the truth, realizing that this individual was intent on clinging to the matter. In circumstances such as these, Chen Hao felt powerless. He was the only one knowledgeable about wine here. Should Di Wei stubbornly insist on her position, he would be left with no recourse. As the crowd listened to Chen Hao's silence, they cast skeptical glances in his direction, confirming their suspicion that he was merely there to cause disruption. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside. "Excuse me, were you the one speaking about Condi red wine just now?" A middle-aged man approached Chen Hao and politely inquired, having eavesdropped on the conversation from behind the door, absorbing every word without missing a syllable. "What is it?" Chen Hao nodded without hesitation. "It is as follows. I inadvertently overheard your conversation at the door, and I comprehended your analysis with remarkable clarity. Therefore, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our guild." Upon hearing Chen Hao's affirmation, the middle-aged man felt a surge of excitement within. He had not anticipated encountering such a connoisseur of wine in this place, especially one so remarkably youthful. "What do you mean?" Chen Hao looked at the middle-aged man with confusion, pondering the nature of the guild he mentioned. Could it be that this individual had come to engage in some form of pyramid scheme? Chen Hao, feeling a sense of vigilance, thought to himself, my memory fails me. I am Li Jianjun, the president of the National Wine Tasting Association. Today, we reported a wine tasting event upstairs, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to attend. After Li Jianjun finished speaking, he handed his business card to Chen Hao. Upon examining the card, Chen Hao noted the simplicity of its two lines, one for the name and the other for contact information. Listening to Li Jianjun, Chen Hao felt indifferent, as he was entirely unaware of the existence of such an organization in the country. One could say he had no inkling of its significance. Not only was Chen Hao perplexed, but the others present were equally bewildered. Yet, a few individuals, upon hearing Li Jianjun's words, suddenly adopted a respectful demeanor, as if they recognized the weight of his influence. However, Chen Hao's ignorance did not imply that others shared the same lack of knowledge. For instance, Di Wei was well aware of this wine tasting event, as it represented the sole professional institution in the country dedicated to wine certification and quality control, exclusively focusing on high-end wines while dismissing lower-tier varieties. Given that this association was solely concerned with wine appreciation, its members shared a common passion for fine spirits. And due to its high-end focus, all members were either affluent or of noble standing. Consider this. To truly appreciate wine, one must possess a certain level of expertise. But how does one acquire such proficiency? It must have been derived from the wine itself. However, the red wine within often reaches exorbitant valuations in the millions. One can only imagine the immense wealth of those who frequent such establishments. Di Wei had once encountered a saying, "Without a billion, do not even think of entering the wine-tasting guild." As for the president, that goes without saying. They are undoubtedly of the highest echelon. Why would such individuals grace this place? What merit does Chen Hao possess to catch the attention of such distinguished figures? Why not me? Why? Inside, Di Wei roared, contemplating that had he been in Chen Hao's position, he would have readily acquiesced to Li Jianjun. As he beheld Li Jianjun's sudden emergence, a wave of panic washed over him, stemming from a simple truth. His bottle of red wine was indeed counterfeit. It was imperative that Li Jianjun not sample the wine. Otherwise, everything would be irrevocably lost. The thought sent tremors through Di Wei's body. However, events rarely unfold in accordance with Di Wei's desires. Li Jianjun picked up the nearby bottle, inhaled its aroma, and then took a sip from the glass. Indeed, the young man's assertion held true. The wine was a mere imitation of the renowned Kangdi, far inferior and worth at best a five-figure sum. After tasting, Li Jianjun frowned, noting that this subpar wine was unlike anything he had ever consumed before, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Upon hearing this, Di Wei felt a chill run down his spine. It was one thing to be deemed fake, but for the price to be revealed was a clear indication of his impending doom. This situation had escalated beyond mere embarrassment. He was on the brink of self-destruction. The crowd's gaze toward Di Wei swiftly turned hostile, illustrating the adage that love can easily transform into hatred. In an instant, their attitudes toward him performed a complete reversal. How despicable to deceive us with counterfeit wine. It was astonishing to think that only moments ago, he had been the recipient of their gratitude. Everyone silently condemned Di Wei, their thoughts rife with disdain. Even Zhang Tianxi's expression towards him grew unfriendly. As Di Wei absorbed the atmosphere thick with animosity, he lamented inwardly, "This is the end." Chapter 52. The False Truth. Di Wei shifted his gaze to Chen Hao, resentfully thinking that if it weren't for this insufferable fellow, he would never have discovered that his red wine was counterfeit. The ire in Di Wei's eyes nearly engulfed Chen Hao. Meanwhile, Tan Suya, feeling the weight of her classmate's stares, began to feel uneasy. "You pathetic loser. Why don't you just disappear?" Tan Suya cursed Chen Hao in her mind. Of course, they dared not voice their thoughts aloud, as they were in the presence of Li Jianjun, and both were cautious not to overstep their boundaries. "Young man, I extend to you a formal invitation to join our guild," Li Jianjun said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Such a young talent was a rarity. Nowadays, the youth indulged in drinking not for the pleasure of it, but as if it were an affliction. "There is an upcoming world-class wine tasting event, and I hope you will participate." Noticing Chen Hao's silence, Li Jianjun pressed on. Although they had just met, Li Jianjun was convinced of Chen Hao's exceptional skills, especially given the sophistication of his previous remarks. A feeling of unease washed over Li Jianjun as he sensed that Chen Hao's expertise might even surpass his own. He firmly believed that if Chen Hao entered the competition, he would surely achieve remarkable results. Di Wei, overhearing this exchange, was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that Li Jianjun would hold Chen Hao in such high regard. If Chen Hao merely nodded in acceptance, it would signify his swift ascension into high society, effectively eclipsing Di Wei's status. The mere thought of Chen Hao becoming someone he would have to look up to infuriated Di Wei. Nearby, Wang Pongzi observed Li Jianjun, though unaware of his true stature. He could discern the shift in Di Wei's demeanor, realizing that the man before him was not ordinary. The onlookers were equally astonished. Though they did not grasp the full extent of Li Jianjun's influence, the mention of a world-class event was enough to signal his significance. To their astonishment, this esteemed figure was inviting the very Chen Hao they had mocked to join their guild, a twist they never saw coming, leaving them feeling as if reality had warped. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am rather accustomed to my leisurely lifestyle and wouldn't want to burden you with my presence," Chen Hao replied resolutely. He understood that his talent was not everlasting. It would expire by the next day, leaving him ill-equipped to compete in the so-called world-class event. The harsh lesson of Di Wei was a stark reminder against pretending to be someone he was not. Li Jianjun was left speechless, unable to fathom that their prestigious event was so easily dismissed. Wang Pongzi pondered Chen Hao's words, recognizing that with his luxury car, he likely came from means, which clarified his reluctance. Meanwhile, the onlookers were bewildered that he would turn down such an opportunity. "Fool, you deserve a lifetime of delivering packages," Di Wei thought with malicious satisfaction, grateful that Chen Hao had declined, for otherwise he would have been unable to hold his head high in his presence. Tan Suya felt a tinge of disappointment. Had Chen Hao accepted Li Jianjun's invitation, she would have sought to align herself with him. Perceiving Li Jianjun as superior to Di Wei, the very thought of Di Wei using counterfeit wine to deceive them, only to be exposed, further ignited her anger. "Well, since you've declined, I won't press the issue. However, should you ever change your mind, feel free to reach out using the number above. You're always welcome here," Li Jianjun said, refusing to give up before turning to depart. The party fell into a strange calm, yet an air of tension lingered. Hey, Lally, why did you take so long in the restroom? Is old age catching up to you? A man named Sun Lu, the vice president of the wine guild, jested as Li Jianjun returned upstairs. Don't even mention it. I finally encountered a promising wine connoisseur, Li Jianjun replied, visibly vexed by his friend's incessant chatter. Oh, a promising wine connoisseur, you say? Sun Lu inquired, intrigued by the mention of this potential talent. Unfortunately, he declined to join our guild. Is our reputation not strong enough? Li Jianjun pondered, doubtful of their standing within the community, believing that the young man should have been aware of their existence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Chen Hao was not part of the wine circle, and thus had no knowledge of their guild. I think it might be time for a change in leadership, Sun Lu suggested after a moment's contemplation. Don't jinx it. Let us just take our seats, Li Jianjun responded dismissively, moving deeper into the venue. Meanwhile, the gathering remained silent, with Chen Hao unperturbed, enjoying his meal and drink, having not eaten that day and needing to replenish his energy for his delivery expenses. Idiot! Di Wei muttered to himself as he watched Chen Hao devour his food. A cunning plan suddenly took shape in Di Wei's mind. He was determined to humiliate Chen Hao publicly, for he could not bear the thought of unavenged humiliation. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and began to craft a message. After a brief moment, Di Wei glanced at the sent message on his phone and smirked to himself, recalling how this very tactic had helped him eliminate many competitors in the past. Chapter 53. The dishonorable pair after the earlier incident. The guests lost their appetite for the meal. In truth, the mere fact that no one had confronted Di Wei was a small mercy. Finally, someone broke the prolonged silence. My apologies, everyone, but I must leave to pick up my child. This one statement acted like a catalyst, prompting others to chime in. Yes, I too need to pick up my child. I have to get my hair done. I must leave now. Soon, nearly half of the attendees expressed their desire to depart, leaving Di Wei restless. He had painstakingly orchestrated this plan and could not allow his audience to escape. Everyone, please don't rush off. It's only just past noon. Those going to pick up children, get hair done, or return home to spouses, let us take a moment to enjoy this gathering, Di Wei implored the crowd. But I really need to prepare early, came a firm voice from the crowd. Let us proceed this way. There's still 2 dishes yet to be served. How about we wait for everyone to finish those before departing? Di Wei, observing the resolute expressions of the crowd, immediately voiced his suggestion. As for those 2 dishes, they were undoubtedly fabrications conjured by Di Wei, merely a ploy to prolong their stay. Very well. Soon, some in the crowd began to relent, while others, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, glanced at one another and settled back into their seats. Di Wei, witnessing their compliance, exhaled a long sigh of relief. In his heart, he anxiously urged, "Come quickly, you 2 rascals." Perhaps the heavens heeded Di Wei's call, for shortly thereafter, a woman burst into the room. "Chen Hao, run. My husband has found out about us," she exclaimed, rushing towards Chen Hao, as though pursued by some fierce beast. "Ah, Chen Hao, I never expected you to be such a person." Di Wei stood up with delight upon seeing the woman, scolding Chen Hao. "You 2 have finally arrived." In his heart, he sighed with relief that they had not delayed any longer, or else there would be no one left here. "You're the one who has deceived me?" At that moment, an enraged man stormed in, his imposing physique radiating an aura of intimidation. Even Wang Pengzi, standing nearby, began to question whether Chen Hao had truly committed such an act, as he had heard that wealthy individuals often indulged in such affairs. Perhaps Chen Hao was indeed of that ilk. The crowd's perception of Chen Hao shifted dramatically. "I never imagined your character to be so despicable," a woman interjected, her disdain for Chen Hao evident. The men around her grew increasingly repulsed. How many virtuous individuals would engage in such treachery? In an instant, they labeled Chen Hao a scoundrel in their minds. Chen Hao, noticing the cold smirk on Di Wei's face, immediately understood that this was all part of Di Wei's scheme. However, he remained undaunted. Having a clear conscience, he feared not the specter at his door. "Let me tell you, Chen Hao is far superior to you. At least he can satisfy me, while you—" The woman boldly defended Chen Hao against the man. "Get out of my way. I will deal with him first, then with you," the burly man growled, shoving the woman aside. "Chen Hao, run," she yelled, even as she lay on the ground, her pain fueling her anger towards the man. Di Wei, observing the unfolding scene, felt a thrill of excitement. "Brother, take him down. I can hardly bear to watch." I never anticipated he would be such a lecherous fiend, he exclaimed with feigned indignation towards the muscular man. What? Are we really going to fight? This was not part of the script. The man stammered, bewildered. Di Wei, noting his hesitation, cursed inwardly. You fool. Just do as I say. Don't be afraid. Brother. Trust me. Don't worry. Strike him. Di Wei signaled with his eyes, and the man finally understood. It seemed they were about to get serious. Tan Suya, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but smirk. She had thought that Chen Hao would be the sole focus of today's drama. Yet here was an unexpected twist. Are you sure I have an affair with your wife? Chen Hao asked the man, determined to make him understand the gravity of his accusations. You still dare to quibble? Take this. The man retorted, throwing a punch at Chen Hao's face. Di Wei felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched the man swing. You scoundrel. Let us see how you manage now. What happened next left Di Wei astounded. Chen Hao executed a shoulder throw, sending the man crashing to the ground. Let's not forget that Chen Hao possessed intermediate combat skills. Now, tell me, who sent you to slander me? Chen Hao demanded, pinning the man down who lay helplessly on the floor. You know very well what you have done, the man replied defiantly. Di Wei, observing this, frantically gestured to the man, hoping he would not reveal his involvement, for if he did, Di Wei's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. You won't speak, will you? Chen Hao said, a smile creeping onto his face. You think you can escape the consequences of your actions? The man felt a chill at Chen Hao's smile, sensing he was on the verge of a grave mistake. Yet, upon seeing Di Wei's urgent gaze, he resolved to remain obstinate. Fine, so be it, Chen Hao declared, gripping the man's middle finger and bending it backward. The man cried out in pain. Don't be in a hurry. You have 10 fingers to play with. And if those aren't enough, there are your toes. Chen Hao's indifferent voice echoed through the room, sending shivers through the onlookers. Di Wei's expression shifted from satisfaction to panic as he watched the man writhe in agony, now only hoping he would not be exposed. I will talk. Contrary to his expectations, the man soon capitulated. Chapter 54. The truth. Upon hearing the man's confession, Di Wei fell into a state of alarm. Chen Hao, you have deceived this man, and yet you force him to confess. I never thought you were capable of such treachery. Di Wei exclaimed in outrage, as if Chen Hao had committed an unspeakable offense. Who sent you? Chen Hao pressed, twisting the man's fingers. The woman, witnessing this scene, struggled to comprehend how Chen Hao, seemingly so frail, could so easily subdue her husband. Indeed, he was her real spouse. Ever since they had met Di Wei, they had been coerced into such schemes, which had enabled Di Wei to vanquish his rivals and ascend to the position of general manager. However, the unfolding events left the woman bewildered. She watched the scene with growing anxiety, but dared not speak, for defending her husband now would clearly indicate to everyone that this was all a fabrication. It was Di Wei. He told us that if we could embarrass you this time, we would receive 30,000 yuan, the man admitted, pain evident in his voice, as Chen Hao showed no mercy, nearly breaking the man's fingers. Get lost, Chen Hao spat at the man, who, seeing the release of his grip, wasted no time in dragging the woman towards the door. This incident would serve as a stark lesson for him. He would likely think twice before acting so brazenly again. Before Chen Hao could utter another word, the onlookers could no longer remain silent. They were astonished that Di Wei was indeed such a scoundrel, a despicable individual who had repeatedly deceived them. I must express my discontent regarding this visit, as I encountered such despicable individuals. Henceforth, I shall refrain from attending any gatherings organized by my peers. In this instance, it appears that when the wall falls, everyone pushes. It is unclear who initiated the sentiment, but the crowd began to voice their disdain towards Di Wei. Allow me to explain, Di Wei implored, his heart sinking under the weight of the scornful gazes directed at him. He never anticipated that his secrets would be exposed, the catalyst for this debacle being none other than Chen Hao. Di Wei glared at Chen Hao with a fury that suggested he believed Chen had stolen his wife. Meanwhile, Tan Suya looked upon Di Wei with contempt, promptly distancing herself from him. I knew it. How could you possibly be attracted to such a woman? Exclaimed Wang Ponzi, who was acutely aware that, as a wealthy heir, Chen Hao was surrounded by beauty and would never deign to pursue someone of that caliber. Di Wei, how do you respond to today's events? Chen Hao sneered as he approached Di Wei. Despite his typically composed demeanor, the actions of Di Wei had thoroughly incensed him. What is there to say? Di Wei retorted defiantly, refusing to believe that Chen would dare to confront him physically. A resounding slap echoed through the hall. How dare you strike me? Do you realize who I am? I am the general manager of foreign enterprise. There are countless ways to ruin you. Di Wei felt a burning pain on his face, his fury consuming him entirely. Well done. Such a scoundrel deserves it. He likely climbed the ranks through despicable means. Wang Pengzi asserted, prompting murmurs of agreement from those around him. Well struck. I can't believe he is my classmate. How could he deceive us like this? If Chen Hao hadn't acted, I would have wanted to slap him myself. Regardless of the circumstances, Di Wei had incited the wrath of the assembly. Let's depart. This place is truly cursed. Indeed, as long as this man organizes gatherings, I will not attend. The crowd began to move towards the exit, spurred by an unknown leader. Shall we go as well? Chen Hao said to Wang Pengzi as he adjusted his attire. Curse that scoundrel. I am utterly weary of this place, Wang Pengzi remarked disdainfully, striding confidently towards the door. Soon, only Di Wei and Tan Suya remained. Tan Suya stayed behind, recognizing that despite the incident, Di Wei was still a man of stature, and this event would not hinder his ascent in the corporate world. She resolved to cling to this advantageous connection, unless a more promising opportunity arose. Let us depart as well, Tan Suya suggested, stepping closer to Di Wei. Very well, Di Wei replied, warmed by Tan Suya's unwavering support, vowing to ensure she would lead a prosperous life. Allow me to drive you home, Chen Hao offered as he arrived at the entrance in his sports car. Isn't that a luxury vehicle worth a fortune? Li Hongtao exclaimed in astonishment as he spotted Chen Hao inside. Wasn't he merely a delivery boy? How could he afford such a car? Before Li Hongtao could utter another word, most people present recognized the car, as anyone with even a modicum of automotive knowledge would know its value. Just then, Di Wei and Tan Suya emerged and witnessed the scene. Di Wei stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to articulate his disbelief. Tan Suya gasped, covering her mouth in shock, unable to fathom that the person inside was Chen Hao. She was well aware of the vehicle's worth, and, despite not being familiar with its performance, she knew its price all too well. Chen Hao, weren't you a delivery boy? Zhang Tianqi inquired. Indeed, a mere delivery boy would not attract your attention, Chen Hao retorted before driving away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. How could a delivery boy possess such a car? It was inconceivable. Surely, he must be a wealthy heir sampling life outside his usual realm. And this thought crossed the minds of everyone present. As Di Wei watched Chen Hao's departure, he cast aside all his previous thoughts. He knew he would deliberately avoid Chen in the future. Tan Suya, on the other hand, was torn between love and resentment. How had this man concealed his wealth so effectively during their university days? If only he had revealed a hint of his affluence, she would have pursued him relentlessly. Regret washed over her, for she realized that the passenger seat in that car should have been hers, yet now it was occupied by someone she deemed unworthy. No matter what, she resolved to capture this man as interest. With her beauty, a little strategy would surely allow her to ensnare him. Chapter 55. Encountering a robbery upon returning home, Chen Hao glanced at the messages on his phone, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. One message from Tan Suya lamented her plight and expressed her affection for him, indicating a desire to reconcile. Chen Hao is no fool. He would not fall for such tricks. Ignoring Tan Suya's message, he promptly went to bed after completing his tasks. Tan Suya anxiously awaited Chen Hao's reply, recalling how he would have responded promptly in the past. Yet she had forgotten that the Chen Hao of yesteryear was now merely a memory. Congratulations. You have successfully checked in. You have acquired the skill, Special Forces Proficiency, earning 10 points. As Chen Hao heard the familiar voice in his mind, he felt as though the system was mocking him. The previous night, he had drawn a pair of earwax removal tools, an utterly useless prize reminiscent of a promotional giveaway. Now, the system bestowed upon him a skill meant for a soldier, as if he were to step out and uphold law and order. After a brief moment of exasperation, he mounted his electric scooter to commence his day of work. Despite the trials of life, he adhered to the principle that one must persevere. He received a delivery order from a bank, a familiar territory, and swiftly arrived at its entrance. Could Mr. Han please step forward? Your delivery has arrived, he announced upon entering. Manager Han, your order, he reiterated, prompting the receptionist to call out to the back. Coming. A man soon emerged. He was the bank's manager. Han Jiala, please place it here, Han Jiala instructed, as if suddenly remembering something. Chen Hao complied, setting down the delivery before preparing to leave. Just then, 3 burly men burst through the entrance, each wearing stockings over their heads and brandishing weapons. Bang! A gunshot rang out, eliciting screams from nearby women. "Nobody move. If I see anyone stir, I will break your legs," one of the men threatened, addressing the bewildered crowd. Upon hearing these words, the individuals within the bank instantly fell silent, including the few women who had been screaming, now tightly clasping their mouths to stifle any sounds. "Very well. All we seek is wealth. If you simply leave your money behind, we assure you of your safety." The man at the center of this scene, named Li Shiji, nodded in satisfaction, being quite seasoned in such matters. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. However, funds were dwindling, prompting him and his companions to resort to drastic measures once more. "Hello, is this the police?" Han Jiala whispered into the phone, having urgently needed to use it just as the robbers stormed in, prompting him to call for help without a moment's hesitation. Li Shiji, with his keen senses, detected a peculiar sound. Though faint, he was certain it existed. Contemplating this, he made his way toward the source of the noise. "How audacious of you to call the police." Upon reaching the counter, Li Shiji discovered Han Jiala hiding behind it, the call interface still active on his phone. "Listen to me," Han Jiala stammered, glancing at the weapon in Li Shiji's hand, fear gripping him. "How dare you?" Li Shiji fumed. At that moment, the audacity of the young man calling for help was intolerable, and without hesitation, he fired a shot at Han Jiala's leg. Do you see this? This is the consequence of calling the police. If I catch anyone acting suspiciously or failing to cooperate, it won't just be a leg that suffers," Li Shiji declared, his voice echoing ominously as Han Jiala's agonized scream pierced the air. Blood gushed from Han Jiala's leg, sending shockwaves of terror through the remaining bank patrons. One young woman, appearing no older than 20, was so frightened that her face went pale, rendering her immobile. Ding! Mission issued. Neutralize the criminals. Reward for completion, 300 points. Chen Hao, upon hearing the familiar voice in his mind, felt a sense of helplessness. He wished he could swiftly eliminate these robbers, yet his skills were insufficient. With only intermediate combat training and expertise as a special forces operative, he knew that even combined, they were inadequate against armed assailants. Resolutely, Chen Hao decided that recklessness was not the answer. Maintaining composure and seeking an opportunity would be paramount for a decisive strike. Quickly dispatch units. There are robbers at the bank. The police station was mobilized promptly. After all, a bank heist demanded immediate action. Chen Hao observed the 3 assailants, noting their seasoned demeanor. Each criminal occupied a distinct position, ensuring that even if one were taken down, the other 2 would have ample time to react. This realization stirred anxiety within Chen Hao. Quickly, place all the money inside. The robbers hastily gathered all the cash recently withdrawn by the patrons. "Listen up, lay down your weapons, and surrender peacefully. Step outside, and we will treat you leniently. Otherwise, shut your mouth. I currently hold over a dozen hostages. If you don't deliver a vehicle within 10 minutes, I will begin executing hostages," Li Shiji retorted to the outside, fully aware that the hostages were their leverage. "These fellows are clearly seasoned." The man outside in front of the police car exclaimed in frustration. "What now, Chief?" a junior officer inquired. The man, Jiang Nanfang, realized that the situation had exceeded their expectations. Clearly, the criminals inside were no novices, and dealing with them would require more than mere threats. Meanwhile, the area surrounding the bank was densely packed with onlookers. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am currently positioned in front of the bank, where we have effectively surrounded the robbers inside. However, the complication lies in the fact that they possess hostages, and the next steps remain uncertain. Some individuals even began live-streaming the event, sharing it online." Chapter 56. I want in. "Old Li, is there any way out of this?" Jiang Nanfang asked a middle-aged man whose full name was unknown to him, but whose extensive experience in handling cases was well recognized. "I have no viable solutions. That bank is a veritable fortress, with no rear exit and an open front. A frontal assault would be futile as the hostages are not fools," Old Li replied, exasperated. "Can snipers eliminate them?" Jiang Nanfang inquired through the radio. "Impossible," came a swift response. This outcome was anticipated by Jiang Nanfang, as the curtains obstructed visibility, rendering snipers ineffective. His query was merely a desperate attempt. At this moment, Han Jiala felt a growing chill enveloping him, and the pain from his injury intensified. Blood continued to flow from his leg, pooling on the floor. Chen Hao, recognizing the urgency of the situation, understood that if he did not tend to Han Jiala's wounds promptly, the manager would likely succumb to his injuries. Assessing the positions of the three assailants, Chen Hao was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Damn it, how cautiously they operate. He cursed inwardly, noting that the robbers had formed a triangular formation, each maintaining a safe distance from one another. Even if he managed to eliminate one, the others would surely react swiftly. Just then, a luxury car arrived, and a man rushed forward. "Old Jiang, my daughter is inside. You must find a way to save her." The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, and his identity was crucial. If the crowd recognized him, it would undoubtedly create a stir. This man was Qian Tianing, the wealthiest individual in the city. "Old Qian, spare us the drama. I'm just as anxious as you are. But your presence here only complicates matters," Jiang Nanfang replied, realizing that if the robbers spotted Qian Tianing, their aggression would likely escalate. "Old Qian, you've been wise your entire life. How can you be so foolish now?" Jiang Nanfang chided, thankful that he had swiftly pulled Qian Tianing away from the scene. Had the criminals seen him, it would have spelled disaster. "I'm just anxious." Qian Tianing finally grasped Jiang Nanfang's intent. "What is the current situation? I will meet any demands the robbers have as long as they release the hostages." Qian Tianing vowed, for he had only one precious daughter, and without her, life would hold no meaning. Thus, he was determined to save her at all costs. "Rest assured, we will prioritize the protection of the hostage above all else. I will confer with Old Li again, but you must not advance further. If spotted, it could lead to significant trouble." Jiang Nanfang cautioned Qian Tianing, aware that any disruption caused by him at this moment would spell disaster. "Old Li, what shall we do now? More than half of the 10 minutes have already elapsed." Jiang Nanfang promptly inquired of Old Li upon returning. "What to do? You know as well as I do. Why insist on me articulating it?" Old Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. In such circumstances, what feasible plan could there be? It's not like we're filming a movie where a superhero might suddenly appear to resolve everything. "Very well, let us prepare a vehicle for them, and we will follow closely behind." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanfang realized that Old Li was indeed aligned with his thoughts. Currently, there seemed to be no better alternative. They would have to acquiesce to the demands of the robbers and discreetly pursue them. Aside from this, Jiang Nanfang could not conceive of any other viable solution. As for whether the robbers would take your daughter, "Old Qian, let fate decide," Jiang Nanfang silently mused. Inside, Jiang Nanfang called out, "We will meet all your demands. But please do not harm the hostage." At this moment, it was crucial to placate the robbers. Otherwise, if they grew impatient and harmed the hostage, the situation would become untenable. The fate of the hostage rested upon their efficiency. Hearing the compromise from outside, Li Shiji could not help but smile. This outcome had long been anticipated. They were acutely aware that as long as they held a hostage, those outside would not dare to act recklessly. "Quickly, you two, gather the money and bring the hostage along," Li Shiji instructed his accomplices. Upon hearing his words, the two immediately deposited the collected wealth into a large bag. "Boss, how about this?" One of the robbers, holding a fragile young woman, asked Li Shiji, who observed the girl's fearful demeanor, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Good, we will take her." Li Shiji nodded in satisfaction. "Daddy, come save me," the girl cried out, her legs going weak at the sound of her own plea. This girl, Qian Jiejia, was none other than Qian Tianing's daughter outside. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she had never encountered such danger. Had she not whimsically decided to visit the bank today, she would not be in this predicament. Qian Jiejia vowed that if given another chance, she would never set foot in such a perilous place again. Chen Hao, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of urgency. If they allowed the robbers to escape, how could the mission be completed? Moreover, even without a mission, his conscience would be burdened knowing a young girl was taken. "Could you take me along, brothers?" Chen Hao suddenly spoke up to Li Shiji. His reasoning was simple. If he accompanied them, perhaps a solution would present itself. To merely watch as Qian Jiejia was taken away felt unbearable. Qian Jiejia stared at Chen Hao in shock. What was wrong with him? Did he not fear for his life? The crowd crouching nearby also regarded Chen Hao with puzzled expressions. This delivery guy was surprisingly bold. Li Shiji, observing Chen Hao's sudden stand, felt befuddled. This individual was either a trickster or a fool, yet he hardly appeared foolish. Chapter 57. Pursuit. Li Shiji, eyeing Chen Hao's emergence, was reluctant to take him along. Firstly, to prevent any trickery. In these times, many pretended to be fools, and if this person carried a tracking device, it would lead to complications. Secondly, bringing him along would complicate matters. With limited space in the vehicle, adding Chen Hao would make it cramped. Brother, what use is it to take her? Look at her. She's so frightened her legs are giving way. Bringing her along would only be a burden. If she faints on the way, that would create even greater trouble. Chen Hao, noticing Li Shiji's reluctance, quickly clarified. Li Shiji considered Chen Hao's words and found some merit in them. The girl was indeed on the brink of fainting. Bringing Chen Hao along might prove useful if she collapsed. Bring him along, Li Shiji ultimately decided. If anything happened to one hostage, it would be catastrophic. At this juncture, it was prudent to have an extra pair of hands. You little rascal, move. Soon, someone aimed a gun at Chen Hao, ensuring he walked ahead, wary of any deception. Where's our vehicle? Once ready, Li Shiji shouted outside. Right here. I placed the keys on the car, Jiang Nanfang called back, waving the keys in his hand before placing them on the hood. Li Shiji, peering through the door crack, nodded in satisfaction at Jiang Nanfang's compliance. Let us proceed. Let them go first, he instructed Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Qian Jia grew even more terrified. If they stepped outside, what if the others opened fire? Don't be afraid. I'm here, Chen Hao reassured her, firmly grasping her shoulder. Feeling the warmth from his grip, Qian Jia's fear began to dissipate. If only those reckless suitors outside could see this moment, they would surely exclaim, a model of our generation, risking life for love. Okay, Qian Jia nodded, and the two stepped outside side by side. Everyone, be cautious. Do not fire, Jiang Nanfang commanded, spotting Qian Jia, whom he recognized as Qian Tianning's daughter. He could not help but think, old Qian, your daughter's life hangs by a thread. Watching from behind, Qian Tianning almost lunged forward. His daughter was being held hostage. And if anything went awry, where could he go to mourn? Chairman Qian, please remain calm, an officer intervened, realizing that if Qian Tianning rushed forward, the situation could escalate dramatically. Calm? How can I remain calm? Get out of my way. Qian Tianning struggled to break free and surge forward. Old Qian, please. You must remain composed. If you charge out, your daughter's safety will be jeopardized further, Jiang Nanfang urged, running to reassure Qian Tianning. If he were to rush out, it would be utterly absurd. Yet, Qian Tianning could only watch in anguish as his daughter was led toward the waiting vehicle, held at gunpoint. Rest assured, I will ensure your daughter returns safely, Jiang Nanfang promised Qian Tianning. Though he felt uncertain himself, it was imperative to keep the stubborn man calm for now. All right, I trust you. Qian Tianning gritted his teeth, inwardly berating himself for his helplessness, lamenting that he could not even save his own daughter. Do not act rashly, Jiang Nanfang advised the vigilant officers. Should they take action now, the robbers could swiftly execute the hostage, a consequence they could not afford. At least you all are sensible. Li Shiji let out a cold snort as he picked up the key from the engine hood and settled into the driver's seat. Let us go, Sanzi. Keep an eye on those two. After starting the car, Li Shiji addressed the kidnapper in the back, revealing the current situation. Seated in the front were Li Shiji and a robber, while behind them sat the man referred to as Sanzi, alongside Chen Hao and Qian Jia. Don't worry, stay calm. Chen Hao reassured Qian Jia, knowing that she must not panic. Any outburst from her could alert their captors. Okay, Qian Jia responded, her anxiety alleviated by Chen Hao's confidence. Quickly, send someone to follow discreetly, Jiang Nanfang commanded the surrounding officers as he observed Li Shiji driving away. Soon, a convoy of private cars closely trailed behind them. Indeed, these officers were not as compliant as they seemed. Li Shiji glanced at the rearview mirror, realizing that those vehicles were undoubtedly sent by the police. However, they had anticipated this scenario and had already devised an escape route. Otherwise, they would not have dared to act so recklessly. Brace yourselves, brothers, Li Shiji instructed the two robbers. Chen Hao understood that Li was preparing to shake off their pursuers. Prepare yourself, he whispered to Qian Jia, who was seated by the door, with Chen Hao beside her and the other kidnapper next to him. He sensed the moment to act was near. Report, the target has suddenly accelerated. It seems they've noticed us. Report, the target is heading towards the street at high speed. Report, the target has been spotted heading towards the street. Jiang Nanfang listened intently to the reports. Feeling a surge of anxiety, the target's path was all too clear, indicating a pre-planned escape route. If they lost him now, it would spell trouble. As he feared, it wasn't long before they lost sight of them. Bunch of useless fools. How could you let them slip away? Jiang Nanfang bellowed into the radio, utterly astonished that they had truly lost track of the criminals. What am I supposed to report back to Lao Qian? Boss, we've shaken them off. Sanzi exclaimed excitedly, realizing that the cars that had been closely following them had vanished. Haha, such trivial matters are no match for me. Li Shiji laughed heartily. They had meticulously planned the bank heist for over half a month, mapping out their escape route each day to prepare for this very moment. After evading their pursuers, Li Shiji and his companions found themselves nearing the outskirts. Chen Hao, witnessing the exhilaration of the three, felt a surge of joy. At this moment, they were all enveloped in the euphoria of their escape, making it the perfect time to act. Get ready, he whispered to Qian Jiajia before springing into action. In a flash, he seized Sanzi's wrist, forcefully slamming him against the car door, and swiftly wrested the gun from his grasp. Chen Hao then delivered a powerful elbow strike to Sanzi's neck, rendering him unconscious. He aimed the gun at the two men in front. Don't move, I will fire, he warned, pulling the trigger. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the front windshield burst. The rapid succession of events left even Qian Jiajia, seated beside Chen Hao, momentarily stunned. By the time she processed what had happened, she found Chen Hao pointing a gun at the two kidnappers. Damn it, I should have brought you along. Li Shiji lamented, shocked by how swiftly Chen Hao had subdued Sanzi. Pull over, raise your hands. Don't even think about reaching for your gun. Chen Hao noticed Li Shiji's hand slowly creeping toward his waist, where a gun was visibly holstered. Damn it, Li Shiji cursed under his breath, resignedly pulling the car to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Hao quickly confiscated the handguns from both captors. Qian Jiajia gazed at Chen Hao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Moments ago, she had nearly despaired upon hearing they had lost the police, yet now, the tide had turned dramatically. Chen Hao had managed to subdue the three kidnappers in an instant. Get moving. Why aren't you tracking them down? You incompetent fools. You need me to explain this? Jiang Nanfang's furious voice crackled through the radio. Lao Li, immediately organize a team and gather surveillance from the area. I want to know their escape route within 3 hours. Jiang Nanfang commanded his associate. 3 hours? Don't underestimate me. I'll have it sorted in an hour, Lao Li responded, rallying a few people to gather the surveillance footage. Lao Jiang, what should we do now? Qian Tianning questioned urgently, approaching Jiang Nanfang. Don't worry. As long as we compile the footage, we will soon catch up with them, Jiang Nanfang replied, though he felt uncertain about their chances. After all, the criminals were not foolish enough to stop running. Qian Tianning fell silent, aware that Jiang Nanfang was merely offering polite assurances. However, at this moment, he felt powerless. Despite his wealth, it seemed utterly inadequate in the face of the current crisis. Who are you, really? Li Shiji demanded as they exited the car, incredulous that a mere delivery man could possess such formidable skills. Do you mean to tell me the police were tipped off and sent an undercover agent to infiltrate us? That's impossible. This ISNTA movie. There's no such thing as a hero's return, Li Shiji dismissed in his mind. I'm just a delivery guy. If you had arrived even a moment later, I would have walked away. Unfortunately for you, fate intervened, and I felt compelled to intervene. Chen Hao proclaimed with an air of righteous authority, while Qian Jiajia hid behind him, inexplicably excited. Kid, how about a deal? Take this money, let us go, and we all profit, Li Shiji suggested, pushing a bag of cash toward Chen Hao. Upon opening it, they found it filled with genuine bills, estimated to be at least 100,000. Do you think I would let you go for such a paltry sum? Chen Hao replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Li Shiji and the others. If I take this money, I assure you, I will find myself having tea with some unsavory characters the very next day. While money may be alluring, integrity is far more valuable. Attack. Li Shiji shota. Seizing upon Chen Hao's momentary distraction, like famished wolves, he and his accomplice lunged at Chen Hao. Damn it, these two scoundrels even know how to feint. Chen Hao thought swiftly, but he was undeterred as he unleashed his intermediate combat skills, augmented by his special forces training. He remained unflustered. With a swift motion, he executed a move known as Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, gripping Li Shiji's arm and forcefully yanking him downward while using the other hand to throw the second robber towards Li Shiji. How dare you? You claimed you weren't a cop. Li Shiji gazed at Chen Hao's remarkable skills, instantly convinced that Chen Hao was no ordinary individual. What purpose does your resistance serve? Chen Hao squatted before the two men, expressing his helplessness. It was evident that they would not relent until faced with dire consequences. Growing weary of their defiance, he swiftly removed one man's belt and securely bound the two together. Do you have a mobile phone? Chen Hao inquired, glancing at his own device, which displayed a signal of 0 bars, igniting in him a desire for an upgrade. Indeed, his phone had become obsolete. I do, Chen Jia responded promptly, handing over her pink phone adorned with various cartoon characters. Chen Hao couldn't help but admire its whimsical design, wishing he could possess something equally flamboyant. Yet his current circumstances dictated otherwise. Hello, is this the police? After dialing, Chen Hao began relaying the situation to the person on the other end of the line. There are criminals here. He meticulously described the events as they unfolded, concluding by providing his location. All right, they should be on their way shortly, he reassured Chen Jia, who exhaled a long sigh of relief. Despite the assailants being subdued, her father's absence left her feeling anxious. Phone call. A nearby officer addressed Jiang Nanfang. What call? I'm in the midst of making a report. Jiang Nanfang reprimanded the young officer. But this call is from the bureau. They have a lead, the officer quickly clarified. Why didn't you say so sooner? Any lead at this point is crucial. Jiang Nanfang scolded, revealing his evident urgency, which did not escape the young officer's notice. Hello, this is Jiang Nanfang. What lead do you have? He asked directly upon answering the call. What? Are you certain? Jiang Nanfang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Absolutely, came a response, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Could it really be resolved so easily, and by someone of dubious origin? How is it going, Lao Jiang? Chen Tianing approached. Having seen Jiang Nanfang hang up, his concern palpable as his only daughter was still in the hands of the kidnappers. Your daughter is safe, Jiang Nanfang replied flatly. What do you mean? Chen Tianing struggled to comprehend. Just moments ago, Jiang Nanfang had been visibly anxious, and now he claimed his daughter was unharmed. Was this some sort of jest? Quite literally, the young man taken with your daughter has resolved the situation, Jiang Nanfang stated, preparing to leave for the task of escorting the perpetrators. That rascal is jeopardizing my livelihood. Old Li, who had just completed gathering intel on the escape route of Li Shiji and his accomplices, interjected. Chen Tianing quickly grasped the implications of Jiang Nanfang's words, realizing they were indeed true. Quickly, follow the police car. Chen Tianing instructed his driver, who was startled but exhilarated by the prospect of trailing a police vehicle. Soon, Jiang Nanfang arrived with his team, immediately spotting the bound assailants. Impressive, young man. You possess both courage and cunning. He commended Chen Hao without reservation. Uncle Jiang, Chen Jia addressed him politely, knowing he and her father were good friends. Hence her familiarity was entirely appropriate. Your father is just behind us and will be here shortly, Jiang Nanfang assured her, his expression softening as he recalled how fortunate they were to have Chen Hao to thank for Chen Jia's safety. Daughter, you scared your father to death. Chen Tianing rushed over to Chen Jia, visibly relieved after confirming her well-being. Let us proceed. We can discuss everything at the station, Jiang Nanfang instructed, and the group made their way back to the police headquarters, with Chen Hao accompanying them in the police vehicle, as he had to provide a statement. Gentlemen, I trust this matter remains confidential, especially from the public eye, Chen Hao said after giving a statement, having contemplated this outcome thoroughly. As he found himself amidst a whirlwind of attention, he understood that once exposed, it would be nearly impossible to maintain a low profile. That's no issue. If you wish for discretion, I shall ensure it, Jiang Nanfang assured him readily, recognizing Chen Hao's significant contributions and would gladly accommodate such a modest request. Thank you, Chen Hao replied, preparing to take his leave now that his statement had been completed. Young man, wait a moment. He heard Chen Tianing call out as he was about to exit. Chen Tianing approached him, having learned all the details from Chen Jia, realizing that Chen Hao was indeed an exceptional talent, sharp-minded and quick on his feet. Such a person would be invaluable as a protector for his daughter. Is there something you need? Chen Hao asked, aware of Chen Tianing's reputation from various financial shows on television, but puzzled as to why he was being detained. I've heard from Jia about your remarkable abilities, and I would like to offer you a position as my daughter's bodyguard, Chen Tianing stated clearly. Chen Hao glanced at Chen Jia, who mischievously stuck out her tongue in response. That one tea be necessary. I have a delivery job, he politely declined. Please, hear me out before you refuse. I can offer you an annual salary of 1 million. What do you say? Qian Tianning proposed confidently, believing that the allure of such a sum would be irresistible to someone currently making deliveries. My apologies, but I must decline. I prefer my delivery job. Chen Hao reiterated firmly. Qian Tianning stared at him in disbelief, realizing that Chen Hao was entirely serious. Very well then, but please accept this as a token of my gratitude, Qian Tianning said, producing a bank card. There is 100,000 within, and the password is 6 zeros. Understood. I shall not refuse, Chen Hao replied with a smile, recognizing that while wealth is but a transient matter, few would turn down an abundance of it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen Hao finished speaking and prepared to leave. Wait, could you leave your phone number? Qian Jija hurriedly approached as she saw Chen Hao turning to walk away. Chen Hao was somewhat taken aback by Qian Jija's request, but he still provided his phone number. After all, one must not be stingy when it comes to favors. Wonderful. Now I can reach out to you for some fun. Qian Jija exclaimed with joy after saving his number. As for fun, perhaps not. I still have work to do, Chen Hao replied before turning to leave. This fellow is quite remarkable, Qian Tianning remarked, observing Chen Hao's retreating figure. In this world, not everyone can refuse the conditions that just transpired. Anyone with ulterior motives would not have turned down Qian Jija's words. How many people wish to spend time with her? Yet she turned them all down. That insufferable brat, Qian Jija exclaimed vehemently. Qian Tianning couldn't help but chuckle at his daughter's dismay. Witnessing her face's setback was indeed a rarity. You let your daughter be bullied, and you laugh? Qian Jija retorted, displeased at her father's amusement. Chapter 60. Meeting Qian Jija again, this incident rapidly spread across the internet. Although the officials hadn't disclosed the entire story, it didn't hinder bold speculation. Everyone, look at this livestream video. One of the hostages is a delivery guy. What? It really is a delivery guy, but the quality of his phone camera is atrocious. We can barely see his face. I suspect this incident is closely tied to that delivery guy. Perhaps he holds the key to resolving it. Instantly, the online comments exploded, elevating the delivery guy to mythic status. By the end, some even claimed that Chen Hao was a reincarnated deity, descending to the mortal realm for training, and speculated on various extraordinary experiences that transformed him into who he is today. Ultimately, Chen Hao became a sensation online. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have Jiang Nanfang conceal his identity. Had his identity been revealed at that moment, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Chen Hao regarded the situation with indifference, knowing that time would eventually lead everyone to forget. I hope for something substantial tonight, he prayed with his hands clasped. Then began the day's lottery draw with a hint of trepidation. Ding! You've won a week's luxury car experience voucher. Chen Hao stared at the luxury car voucher in disbelief. What use is this to me? A bottle of beer would be far more enjoyable. As a delivery driver, he could hardly use a luxury car for his job. Just a few days prior, he had suffered greatly due to such a vehicle. A traffic jam had caused him to miss a delivery deadline. Since then, he had never used a luxury car for deliveries again. For such work, his little electric scooter was far more practical, maneuverable through narrow streets, and environmentally friendly. Ding! Sign in successful. You have acquired the skill, Divine Singer. Early the next morning, Chen Hao signed in again. He felt this new skill could prove useful since singing would be an inevitable part of his deliveries. With this thought, he felt a growing anticipation for the day ahead. However, by nightfall, he had yet to utilize his skill. What is this system, playing games with me? The day is nearly over, and not a single order has come through. Chen Hao exclaimed in frustration, eagerly awaiting the chance to leverage his skill for rewards, only to find himself without any orders. Ding! New order received. At that moment, his phone chimed. Chen Hao quickly checked, and, as expected, this would be his final order of the day. This has to be the one, he fervently wished. Wonderful. As he viewed the pickup location, he was pleasantly surprised. Just when he was about to give up, a twist of fate had come. Recognizing the opportunity to utilize his skill, Chen Hao hopped onto his scooter and hurried off to collect the meal. Soon, he arrived at the venue. To be honest, he had never been there for leisure during his university years. He was too busy studying and later realized that those efforts were largely in vain, resulting in a wasted college experience. After graduation, he took up delivery work, and though he had interviewed for many jobs, he learned that his academic achievements were of little consequence in the real world. "Excuse me, where is room 301? Chen Hao inquired at the front desk. "Room 301 is on the third floor. There's a sign. Just look for it," the receptionist replied. Nodding, Chen Hao dashed upstairs. Before long, he located the room, knocking several times to no avail due to the loud noise inside. "Hello, your delivery has arrived," he announced upon entering. At that moment, he was met with a familiar voice. "Chen Hao!" Qian Jijia exclaimed, her face a mix of surprise and delight as she spotted him. "My apologies for intruding," Chen Hao said, leaving the delivery and preparing to exit. "What's she doing here? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Don't go," Qian Jijia exclaimed, rushing to grab his arm. After having previously expressed a desire to hang out with him and being summarily rejected, she seized the opportunity now. "I still have work to do," Chen Hao replied, exasperated by her persistence. He had anticipated this. Ever since their encounter the day before, he recognized that she was quite the tenacious individual, having bombarded him with messages throughout the night. Seeing no other option, he contemplated making a quick escape. If she latched onto him, it could easily turn into a prolonged ordeal. "You're being ridiculous. It's already 8 o'clock, and you should be off work," Qian Jijia pointed out, indicating the time on her phone. She had done her research and knew that delivery shifts were divided into day and night, typically from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, and since Chen Hao was a daytime worker, it was clear he was off the clock. "All right, you win," Chen Hao conceded, bemused. "What interest do you, a young lady of privilege, have in the working hours of a delivery driver? I'll treat you today. We can do whatever you like," Qian Jijia declared, patting her chest as if the place were her own home. "Do not worry, I shall leave shortly, for I have work tomorrow," Chen Hao earnestly remarked to Qian Jijia. "Oh, let's not concern ourselves with that for now. Come and enjoy the moment," Qian Jijia exclaimed, pulling Chen Hao to sit on the sofa within the private room. Chapter 61. Fong Cheng seeks trouble. "Jijia, who is this? Why not introduce yourself to us?" spoke a young man, whose appearance was strikingly handsome, yet the jealousy burning in his eyes revealed his true feelings. He was envious of Chen Hao. This man, named Fong Cheng, was a childhood friend of Qian Jijia, having grown up together. Over time, Fong Cheng had developed feelings for Qian Jijia. However, the affection was unreciprocated, as she showed no interest in him. Indeed, he had stubbornly tagged along on this trip, and witnessing Qian Jijia's eagerness towards Chen Hao filled him with displeasure. "This is Chen Hao, my friend," Qian Jijia succinctly introduced, her tone revealing her indifference towards Fong Cheng. "Your friend seems rather extraordinary. I had no idea you befriended a delivery person," Fong Cheng retorted with a cold smirk, unable to comprehend how someone of such lowly status could capture Jijia's favor. "Jijia is mine, and no one can take her away." "Fong Cheng, what do you mean? Are you looking down on Chen Hao?" Upon hearing the sarcasm in Fong Cheng's words, Qian Jijia was instantly provoked. After all, Chen Hao had rescued her just the day before, and naturally, she harbored favorable feelings towards him. Fong Cheng's choice to confront Chen Hao at such a moment was indeed rather unwise. No, I am merely curious about how you two became acquainted," Fong Cheng remarked, noticing Qian Jijia's irritation. He had never anticipated her strong defense of Chen Hao. "Jijia, please calm down. Fong Cheng is merely expressing his curiosity. Even if he hadn't, we would be equally intrigued," a girl nearby advised, her name being Lin, a young lady from a prominent company. "Indeed, we too are eager to learn how you met," echoed a group of onlookers, each of whom belonged to affluent families. Each individual present was either a second-generation rich heir or a wealthy young woman. The fact that Qian Jijia, the daughter of the city's richest man, was acquainted with a mere delivery boy piqued everyone's interest. It was merely during occasion when I ordered takeout, Qian Jijia fabricated, fully aware that Chen Hao preferred to keep the events of the previous day private. Thus, she resolved to keep the matter to herself. As she spoke, Qian Jijia gestured for Chen Hao to take a seat beside her. "What would you like to eat?" "I have no desire." "Are you hungry? Would you like to order takeout?" "I long to return home and rest." Chen Hao gazed at Qian Jijia, utterly speechless. This quintessential heiress was unexpectedly troublesome. Chen Hao felt as though he had wandered into a den of wolves, with Qian Jijia embodying the very essence of that predatory creature. Fong Cheng observed the affectionate interaction between Qian Jijia and Chen Hao, his frustration boiling over to the brink of explosion, yet he found himself utterly powerless. In a moment of inspiration, Fong Cheng's eyes were drawn to the nearby karaoke stage, and a clever idea took root in his mind. Hey, shall we sing? Fong Cheng smiled at Chen Hao and inquired, how about a song? Chen Hao promptly declined, no, I am not particularly skilled at singing. It was evident that he was concealing ulterior motives, and Chen Hao was far too astute to be deceived. Does Jia Jia wish to hear your friend sing? Fong Cheng suddenly turned to the side and inquired of Qian Jiajia, what do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Jiajia responded, demonstrating her inherent simplicity, as she had not contemplated the matter deeply. Everyone, how about we have our newly joined friend sing a song? Fong Cheng suddenly addressed the crowd beside him, saying, all right, my friend, you should showcase your talents now that you've just arrived. A slender figure nearby turned to Chen Hao and chimed in. Soon, everyone expressed their agreement, clamoring for Chen Hao to sing a song. Well, if that's the case, I shall humbly present my talents, Chen Hao replied with a hint of resignation. Although he was uncertain of the intentions behind this fellow's words, Chen Hao possessed the skill of a song deity today, and he was not intimidated by Fong Cheng. All right, brother, you have spirit. However, singing alone might lack the atmosphere. How about we make a wager instead? Fong Cheng gazed at Chen Hao Song, unable to suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had feared that Chen Hao might decline, which was why he had rallied so many people. However, now that Chen Hao had acquiesced, everything would be much easier. What shall they wager? Upon hearing the comparison to singing, Chen Hao instantly brightened, asserting that, even if the renowned Luan Gu were to personally arrive today, he would still be able to match him in a contest of vocal prowess. Let's see who possesses the more melodious voice. Naturally, the one who falters must face a consequence. Fong Cheng chuckled, as if it were already a foregone conclusion that Chen Hao would be the one to lose. What kind of consequence? Chen Hao smiled at Fong Cheng and inquired, his concern not rooted in the severity of the punishment, but rather in its insufficiency. How about this, with so much beer present? The loser must consume every last drop on the table. Fong Cheng gestured towards the large table in the center, which boasted no less than 30 bottles of beer. Goodness, should one actually drink all of that, a trip to the hospital would be inevitable. Upon hearing this, Shirlin quickly grasped Fong Cheng's intent and whispered urgently to Qian Jiajia beside him, Jiajia, you must stop your friend. Fong Cheng's proposal is nothing short of a trap. Those present were unaware that Fong Cheng was a distinguished student from the Conservatory of Music, highly regarded by his instructors for his remarkable talents. In Shirlin's view, if Chen Hao acquiesced to Fong Cheng, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. Shirlin understood, well, that Fong Cheng was acting out of jealousy, envious of the closeness between Chen Hao and Qian Jiajia, and thus sought to undermine Chen Hao. However, this was decidedly excessive. The 30 bottles on the table were far too much for a single person to handle. Let us see what Chen Hao has to say, Shirlin suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Jiajia remarked, for some reason, I feel as though Chen Hao is invincible. Perhaps he is even more formidable than Fong Cheng. Chen Hao nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. The audacity of this young man was commendable, yet regrettably for him, he had encountered me today, and those beers were destined for his consumption. My friend, if you wish to abstain from the competition, I shall not insist, for one must preserve their dignity. Seeing Chen Hao's silence, Fong Cheng assumed that Chen Hao had backed down. Seizing the moment, Fong Cheng sought to press Chen Hao further, suggesting, since our esteemed friend has made such a statement, to decline would be to disregard your honor. However, I must inquire, are you truly certain that the loser must drink so much beer? Chen Hao confirmed with Fong Cheng, as he did not wish for Fong Cheng to later turn against him in an attempt to evade responsibility. Of course, if you feel is excessive, I can certainly reduce the number of bottles according to your preference. Upon hearing this, Fong Cheng mistakenly believed that Chen Hao was showing signs of retreat. In that moment, his feigned generosity in making such a statement was merely a ploy to enhance Qian Jiajia's admiration for him. Chapter 62. Confession. I am the god of song. Are you certain you wish to finish it all? Chen Hao then inquired earnestly, are you certain? Not a single drop remains. Not a drop left. I said, are you done? Do you still want to compete? Listening to Chen Hao's earnest confirmation, Fong Cheng realized that this fellow had indeed lost his nerve, fearing he could not finish such a large quantity of beer. However, the more he hesitated, the less likely Fong Cheng was to grant Chen Hao his wish. Young man, today I shall impart a lesson to you. There are certain women you must not dare to approach, lest you face the consequences. Ding. A task has been assigned. Triumph in the contest against Fong Cheng. with a reward of 300 points upon completion. As Chen Hao listened to the familiar voice echoing in his mind, a subtle smile graced his lips. It's fine now. Let the contest commence. Will you go first? Or shall I? After confirming the situation multiple times, Chen Hao addressed Feng Cheng. His previous hesitation had merely been a strategy to ensure that Feng Cheng would irrevocably close off his own escape routes. Now that Feng Cheng had firmly committed, the main event could finally begin. I shall go first, allowing you to hear my voice and adjust accordingly, Feng Cheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Feng Cheng felt completely at ease. He could hardly believe that a mere delivery boy could rival him, a distinguished graduate of a prestigious music academy. Chen Hao, upon hearing that Feng Cheng would sing first, turned and returned to the sofa. Chen Hao, do you truly believe you can win? As soon as he settled back onto the sofa, Qian Jijia leaned in to inquire. Chen Hao, you've acted rashly. Feng Cheng is a music academy prodigy. You are bound to lose, Shilin warned him. To her, it seemed inevitable that Chen Hao would soon be drowning in beer at the table. Fear not. Perhaps I shall win, Chen Hao replied modestly. That's good to hear. I was worried you might lose and face dire consequences, Qian Jijia said, patting her chest in relief. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance in Chen Hao's words, as if everything he said must be true. Forget it, I won't bother with you, Shilin remarked, momentarily perplexed by Qian Jijia's unwavering trust in Chen Hao, wondering what spell he had cast upon her to inspire such faith. Soon, Feng Cheng selected the song he would perform at the karaoke stage. Next, please enjoy my rendition of Dusk, he announced with a smile. However, upon observing Qian Jijia still cozied up to Chen Hao, the flames of rage nearly erupted in his eyes. You arrogant fool! I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado. As the melodious notes flowed from Feng Cheng's lips, the crowd marveled at his remarkable talent, affirming that his skills were indeed exceptional. Chen Hao, it's not too late to concede. At least you could minimize your losses, Shilin urged again, believing that Chen Hao must have recognized the vast chasm in talent between them. Perhaps by offering him an escape, they could help him drink less. There's no need. Whether I win or lose, I must try. Chen Hao firmly declined her offer. Shilin felt a surge of frustration, despite her repeated attempts to dissuade him. He remained ungrateful. Very well, let this young man learn a lesson the hard way. I find it to be quite ordinary, Qian Jijia, a staunch supporter of Chen Hao, remarked dismissively of Feng Cheng's performance. Roughly so, Chen Hao chuckled. While he acknowledged Feng Cheng's skill, he perceived it as merely above average, remarkable among the general populace. Yet in the realm of music, he was but a dime a dozen. As the final note of Feng Cheng's song faded, the performance concluded flawlessly. Hurry! A voice called out, followed by a cacophony of applause. Feng Cheng, your skills have evidently improved. Perhaps in a few months, you may even debut as a singer. Voices of praise filled the room. Ah, it was merely adequate. Feng Cheng feigned humility, soaking in the accolades while secretly reveling in the attention. His gaze drifted toward Qian Jijia, who remained engrossed in conversation with Chen Hao, seemingly dismissive of Feng Cheng's presence. Buddy, it's your turn. Feng Cheng suppressed his mounting anger as he strode toward Chen Hao. Prepare for a display of my inadequacy. Chen Hao replied as he took the microphone and approached the karaoke station. He selected the song Red Sun, one he held in high regard but had never had the opportunity to sing until now. Upon seeing the title flash on the screen, Feng Cheng could hardly believe his eyes. This song was widely recognized as one of the 10 most difficult Cantonese songs to perform. It required exceptional proficiency, a rapid tempo, and mastery of intricate sections. In short, only those with profound skill could deliver it flawlessly. Even the breath control posed a significant challenge. This song is beyond my grasp. What chance does a mere delivery boy have? Feng Cheng thought derisively. Even those around them were bewildered. The song was notoriously challenging, yet frequently attempted, with no one succeeding. They all regarded Chen Hao's choice as somewhat audacious. Yet, as Chen Hao began to sing, he astonished everyone present. The room fell silent, captivated by his voice. All other sounds faded away, leaving only the enchanting melody of Chen Hao's singing. Qian Jijia, listening intently, found Feng Cheng's earlier performance to be utterly lacking in comparison. She had not anticipated that Chen Hao possessed such remarkable talent. Had she known, she would have insisted her father keep him as her bodyguard. With admiration sparkling in her eyes, she gazed at Chen Hao as if he were a beloved celebrity. Is this the voice of a deity? Someone murmured, and the room erupted in agreement, nodding in fervent approval. Chen Hao's voice held a captivating allure, ensnaring every thought in their minds, compelling them to listen intently, fearful of missing a moment of brilliance. Is this the arrival of a musical god? Such was the collective sentiment, save for Fong Cheng, who realized, the moment Chen Hao began to sing, that he was assuredly destined to lose. Now he understood why Chen Hao had repeatedly asked so many questions. It had all been a ploy to lead him to this moment of defeat. I must record this to share with my parents, someone exclaimed, and suddenly everyone around scrambled to capture the divine sound, realizing that failing to do so might lead to lifelong regret. Damn it, why is the lighting so poor? I can barely see his face. Soon, complaints arose from the crowd, and others quickly echoed the sentiment. With their smartphones being the latest models on the market, it seemed implausible that there could be any issue regarding pixel clarity. It was undoubtedly a problem. How irritating it was that the image was unclear. Qianjia gazed at her phone, where Chen Hao appeared only as a blurry silhouette, devoid of any distinct features. Before long, the duration of a song had passed, and Chen Hao adeptly concluded his performance. After he finished singing, the audience remained momentarily stunned, as if anticipating an encore. One more, one more. Someone was the first to respond, immediately urging Chen Hao for another song. The others quickly followed suit, clamoring for yet another performance. Meanwhile, Fong Cheng watched the scene unfold, his heart nearly bursting with frustration. The atmosphere was far more exuberant than during his own performance. Who was this scoundrel that had overshadowed him? Fong Cheng glared at Chen Hao, seething with indignation that his spotlight had been usurped. That's enough. This song is a bit exhausting, Chen Hao replied to the crowd, then walked directly up to Fong Cheng. Brother, who do you think won? Chen Hao asked with a smile, well aware that Fong Cheng had been provoking him since he entered the room. Did he think he was made of clay? You won, Fong Cheng begrudgingly admitted. With so many witnesses present, even if he wished to backtrack, he could not. It was better to concede gracefully. In that case, shouldn't you fulfill the wager? Chen Hao pointed at the table laden with over 30 bottles of beer, neither more nor less. Fine, Fong Cheng gritted his teeth, finally realizing the enormity of the wager he had made. More than 30 bottles of beer? If he drank them all, he would surely burst. He regretted not betting fewer bottles from the start. Ladies and gentlemen, this brother here is about to showcase his prowess by downing a bottle in one go. Let's give him a round of applause. Chen Hao called out, noticing Fong Cheng's hesitation. Come on, Fong, we support you. It's just a bit of beer, don't worry. The crowd began to cheer, and Fong Cheng understood that there was no way out of this predicament. Chen Hao had effectively cornered him. He was at the edge of a cliff, with no choice but to leap. A true man keeps his word. I shall do as I said, Fong Cheng declared. Steeling himself, rather than hesitate and provide Chen Hao with amusement, he preferred to stand up and finish quickly. He grabbed a bottle of beer and began to gulp it down. Fong is magnificent. Fong is impressive. Fong is forever the radiant sun in my heart. The surrounding cheers rang in Fong Cheng's ears, and he found it all rather ironic. He never expected to find himself in such a situation. Shirlin observed Fong Cheng drinking and felt a pang of sympathy. Even a bull would struggle to finish that much beer. Jia, it's time to call a night. Otherwise, something bad might happen, he advised Qianjia, knowing her influence could mitigate Fong Cheng's predicament. Just a few bottles of beer, what could possibly go wrong? Qianjia remarked, watching Fong Cheng drink with great enthusiasm, feeling quite pleased that this annoying fellow was finally getting a taste of his own medicine. Shirlin was speechless. He had not anticipated Chen Hao's victory. Had Chen Hao lost, Qianjia would surely have intervened, and Fong Cheng would not have had to drink so much. But now, Chen Hao had won decisively. Take it easy, Fong. There's no rush, Chen Hao feigned concern, pulling Fong Cheng back slightly. I don't need your pity. Fong Cheng angrily swatted Chen Hao's hand away and continued to pour beer down his throat. One more, he exclaimed, slamming the empty bottle onto the table, feeling his stomach churn violently before bolting out of the room towards the restroom. You all carry on. I'll check on Fong Cheng, called out Gao Zheng, a close friend of Fong Cheng. Ding. Task complete. 300 points earned. Chen Hao reveled in the satisfaction of having completed the task with his song, earning 300 points in the process. He thought to himself that such occurrences should happen more often. Chen Hao, let us do it. At that moment, Qianjia stood up, addressing Chen Hao. Sure, but once we finish, I must take my leave. You mustn't stop me, Chen Hao replied after a moment's consideration, aware that he had worked the next day and it was already past 9. All right, we should be heading home soon anyway, Chen Jia said, glancing at her watch. Agreed. It's settled. Choose the song and let us sing. Chen Hao smiled, relieved to finally be able to leave and satisfied that he had accomplished his task. Chapter 64. Fong Cheng's Revenge. As soon as Fong Cheng reached the restroom, he could no longer contain himself and began to heave into the toilet. After what felt like an eternity, he finally felt a bit better. Damn that scoundrel. How dare he ruin my chances? He cursed, reflecting on how this evening was meant to showcase his talents. He had planned meticulously to win Chen Jiajia's heart with his singing, only to have it disrupted by the unexpected appearance of Chen Hao. The most frustrating aspect was that it was evident Chen Jiajia had a fondness for Chen Hao. How could Fong Cheng tolerate that? Curse it. He punched the restroom wall in frustration. Not only had he failed to capture Chen Jiajia's affection, but he also lost face in front of everyone. Chen Hao had become the object of his ire, and Fong Cheng wished nothing more than to tear him apart. Fong, are you all right? A familiar voice called from outside. It was Gao Zheng, who had come to check on his friend after seeing him drink too much. I'm fine, Fong Cheng replied as he exited the restroom, heading to the sink to splash some water on his face to regain his composure. Don't be upset. That guy's just a delivery boy. It's not worth your anger, Gao Zheng consoled him, having known Fong Cheng for some time and being aware of his feelings. Damn it. Why should I take crap from a delivery boy? Fong Cheng's frustration boiled over as Gao Zheng mentioned Chen Hao. Rest assured, it is as simple as breathing for us to eliminate those who resemble a salted fish. Gao Zheng patted Fong Cheng on the shoulder, showing little regard for Chen Hao. You have reminded me, Fong Cheng replied, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. Hello, is this Tang Lao-san? I recall you being around here. I find myself in a bit of trouble, and I could use your assistance. The boy sneered. Aren't you the one with a melodious voice? I can ruin your singing ability, and then let us see how you perform. Fong Cheng grinned malevolently at his reflection in the mirror. Well, I finished singing. It's time for me to leave. Just then, as the song concluded, Chen Hao turned to leave. All right then, let us hang out again soon, said Chen Jiajia, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Bro, why are you leaving so soon? The fun is just beginning. At that moment, Fong Cheng entered and observed Chen Jiajia's reluctance to part with Chen Hao, causing a surge of suppressed anger to rise within him. However, he soon rationalized that it was unnecessary to engage with someone on the verge of ruin, which lightened his mood considerably. I can't stay. I have work tomorrow, Chen Hao remarked, preparing to exit. Being late into the night, he differed from these wealthy youngsters who could sleep in. Each day, he missed work meant a day without income. All right, let us meet another time. But I wonder if you'll be fortunate enough to survive. Fong Cheng silently mused. Certainly, but next time, don't bring so much beer, Chen Hao said, turning to leave. Fong Cheng nearly lost his composure and lashed out at Chen Hao, thinking, you arrogant brat. Let us see how long you can maintain this bravado. He envisioned Chen Hao's grim fate following his earlier arrangements. As Chen Hao stepped outside, he made his way to his electric scooter, but soon sensed something was amiss. Are you Chen Hao? A group of thugs had gathered around him, and the one speaking had a scarred face. What do you want? Chen Hao frowned, already sensing trouble. These individuals seemed intent on confrontation. We heard you sing quite well. Why not perform a song for us? The scarred man mockingly addressed Chen Hao. Indeed, they were the thugs Fong Cheng had summoned, with the scarred man leading the group. By chance, he had crossed paths with Fong Cheng, and since then, their relationship had blossomed, one wealthy and the other with a band of miscreants. Fong Cheng often employed the scarred man to settle grievances, rewarding him handsomely for his services. Upon hearing their demand, Chen Hao instantly understood. He had merely performed in that private room, and if anyone bore a grudge, it was likely Fong Cheng who orchestrated this. I'm going home. Step aside, Chen Hao said coldly, offering the thugs one final chance to reconsider. If they squandered it, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Oh, let me tell you the truth. Someone has hired me to silence your voice, and the only thing I know that can achieve such a feat is sulfuric acid. The scarred man produced a bottle of acid from behind him. Drink this, and I'll let you go. He placed the bottle before Chen Hao with a chilling demeanor. I'd rather not, Chen Hao retorted, pushing the scarred man back, ready to fight. Hold it down. The scarred man shouted to his companions as Chen Hao began to resist. The thugs rushed at him, but with his advanced combat skills, Chen Hao swiftly subdued them. leaving them sprawled on the ground. "Who sent you?" Chen Hao demanded, gripping the scarred man by his collar. The scarred man was taken aback by Chen Hao's unexpected toughness, having witnessed his allies fall within moments. "Brother, I admit my mistakes. If you let me go, I assure you we shall part ways peacefully, and I will disappear from your sight," he stammered, fear evident in his voice. "Not willing to talk? How about I pour this sulfuric acid all over you?" Chen Hao threatened, unscrewing the cap of the bottle. All right. It was Fong Chung. He sent me." The scarred man, realizing Chen Hao was not bluffing, quickly divulged Fong Chung's name. At that moment, he recognized he had crossed paths with someone formidable and vowed to be more cautious in the future. "Get lost," Chen Hao commanded, and the scarred man, frightened, hurriedly departed with his gang. Chapter 65. Though I am not online, my legend endures. Chen Hao was taken aback by Fong Chung's ruthlessness. He had only sought to embarrass him, yet Fong Chung intended to silence him permanently. Anger surged within him as he contemplated his revenge. Meanwhile, a video of Chen Hao had made its way online. As the keyword delivery man had been trending for several days, the video quickly captured the attention of netizens. Su Hao, an ordinary individual leading a monotonous life, initially suspected the delivery man incident to be a publicity stunt. However, as time passed, he began to doubt his assumptions. This appeared to be genuine. Typically, publicity stunts involve gradually revealing the identity of the person behind the scenes, culminating in a grand reveal and subsequent fame. This was the prevalent method for rising stars today. Yet, the delivery man had remained shrouded in mystery, revealing nothing beyond his occupation. Gradually, Su Hao found himself questioning his earlier conclusions. Today, he stumbled upon a video titled Heavenly Voice. So the fox's tail finally shows itself. Trying to debut as a singer, are we? Su Hao scoffed internally but still clicked on the video, eager to discern the so-called Heavenly Voice's uniqueness. As soon as the video began, a melody filled the air, leaving Su Hao spellbound. Moments later, as the song concluded, he snapped back to reality. The sound, the rhythm, the emotion, it truly lived up to its title of Heavenly Voice. Su Hao entirely revised his previous opinion, for the individual in the video was evidently a masterful singer. With a proper stage, such talent would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of the music industry, requiring no gimmicks to achieve fame. This indicates that everything previously discussed online is indeed true and not mere hype. In other words, there truly exists a multi-talented delivery person in their midst. And perhaps it is just one individual. With this thought, Su Hao felt a surge of excitement and quickly ordered takeout, hoping to encounter that kind-hearted delivery person at that very moment. Delivery person, take the stage. I shall undoubtedly stand as your steadfast supporter. Su Hao scrolled through the comments below, which were filled with calls for the delivery person to debut, and he couldn't help but add his own remark. I have decided to order takeout for every meal. Who knows when I might catch a glimpse of his hidden talent. Su Hao's comment instantly garnered widespread agreement. Wow, this idea from the original poster is truly brilliant. It seemed more appealing to directly become a delivery person and work alongside the delivery guy, so that he could proudly declare, I am a colleague of the delivery person. Why not be the electric bike for the delivery guy? A voice from above chimed in. You're not quite right. Something's off with you. Su Hao observed the rapid increase in the numbers beneath his comment and finally comprehended why this delivery person had remained atop the trending charts for so long. However, he wondered why the video was so poorly lit, making it difficult to see the person's face. I still want to catch a glimpse of the delivery person's visage. Perhaps they are even more handsome than my idol. Soon, discussions online shifted from the melody to the appearance, with many expressing confusion as to why the face had not been clearly captured. Sherlin stared at his phone in disbelief. Indeed, the video in question was the one he had casually uploaded online. However, he never anticipated that a simple post could garner such immense popularity. Watching his follower count skyrocket by hundreds of thousands, he pondered how high it might rise before it eventually plateaued. Judgia, why is your friend so famous? Sherlin asked, speechless as he gazed at the data on his phone. Judgia, who had not been active online, was unaware of the recent buzz surrounding the delivery person. She merely wanted a share of that heavenly voice. Little did she know it would explode into such a phenomenon. Don't you know? The delivery person has dominated the trending charts for ages without changing positions, Judgia replied confidently. Although she wasn't certain if Chen Hao was the delivery person in question, she suspected it could very well be him, given his multitude of talents. Please don't tell me you posted that video online, Judgia suddenly realized, turning to Sherlin. Yes. Sherlyn nodded, feeling wronged. She had no idea the delivery person would gain such fame. Had she known, she would never have posted the video. No way, let me check. Jia pulled out her phone and connected to the internet, only to find a video of Chen Hao singing recommended to her. Watching the views and comments soar, Jia understood that the situation had escalated dramatically. She knew Chen Hao preferred to keep a low profile, but with the growing curiosity from netizens, it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light. This delivery person is my friend, and he dislikes attention, so he won't pursue a career in the spotlight. Ultimately, Jia decided to clarify the situation with a comment, hoping to draw some attention to herself amidst the chaos. This comment is intriguing, yet it seems oddly familiar. Su Hao mused as a sudden comment popped up on his phone, triggering a memory. Wait, isn't this the daughter of a wealthy tycoon? Su Hao recalled seeing her before. She was the renowned heiress, living a life of luxury. Yet, she claimed that this delivery person was her friend? This revelation only reinforced the idea that the delivery person was no ordinary individual. Soon, netizens recognized Jia's comment, and it sparked a flurry of responses, with various inquiries about the delivery person's looks, family background, and even if he was Jia's boyfriend. Thus, Jia successfully shifted the spotlight onto herself. Chapter 66. Making friends with animals. Hello, what is up? As soon as Chen Hao arrived home, he received a call from Jia. I'm sorry, my friends posted that video of you singing online, but they didn't capture your face. Jia's tone was akin to that of a child who had erred. Oh, it's no big deal whether or not my face was shown, Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. As long as my identity remains concealed, it matters not to me. I just want to shower and sleep. That's a relief. I thought you might be angry with me. Jia sighed in relief on the other end. How could I be? Chen Hao responded casually. After chatting for a while longer, he ended the call. After bathing and changing, Chen Hao decided to light some incense and placed a photo of Jesus in front of him. Online sources claimed this was a form of mysticism that could aid in luck, so he thought he might give it a try. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please reveal your power, draw. Chen Hao declared as he commenced today's lottery. Excitedly, he watched a virtual interface unfold before him, ultimately revealing 4 clear characters, a can of beer. Damn, mysticism is indeed unreliable. This absurd Jesus is of no use, Chen Hao remarked, holding a familiar can of beer, the brand unknown but surprisingly delightful. Before long, he sank into a deep sleep. Ding. Sign-in successful. Skill acquired. Animal affinity. Gained 10 points. Chen Hao was momentarily bewildered by the voice in his mind. What exactly was this ability of animal affinity? He soon discovered that this skill was quite extraordinary, surpassing even Tai Chi in essence. It allowed him to understand the speech of animals, which was indeed remarkable, and interspecies communication. Moreover, the most impressive aspect was that when this skill was active, all animals were drawn to him, as if their fondness for him had been maximized. It was as if he could command even a shark to come ashore, an astonishing power that rendered him virtually irresistible to animals. After collecting his thoughts, Chen Hao set out for the day, brimming with energy. He viewed the order on his phone, which led to a pet hospital. This establishment was sure to be filled with animals, and he was eager to utilize his new skill to converse with them, curious about what thoughts occupied the minds of cats and dogs. Upon arrival at the pet hospital, he immediately spotted a wealthy lady leading a Tibetan Mastiff for a vaccination. Not again. I've had 6 shots this week already, and now I'm back for another. I definitely won't comply easily today, Chen Hao thought, oddly eavesdropping on the Tibetan Mastiff's words. Is this really a Tibetan Mastiff? This is truly a rogue dog, spitting forth foul language with every breath. Li Fang, a recent university graduate, pursued veterinary medicine not to treat humans, but to care for animals. Upon graduation, she eagerly secured a position at a veterinary clinic, initially believing her duties would be straightforward, merely tending to playful kittens and administering vaccinations to dogs. The prospect of encountering a myriad of creatures each day brought her joy. However, after a few days, she sensed something was amiss. The variety of pets was astonishingly vast. There were those who kept insects, scorpions, and even bats. Just recently, a snake owner had visited, sending a chill down her spine. The creature in question was a python, as thick as an adult's calf. Even seasoned men would find such a sight unsettling, let alone a young woman like Li Fang. In this era, the trend of keeping peculiar pets had surged, and one could not afford to offend the clientele, She had to muster her courage to treat their beloved animals, hoping to gradually acclimate to the environment. Yet today, Li Fong faced a formidable challenge. A fierce Tibetan Mastiff loomed before her. She felt a growing sense of dread, convinced that her time here might soon lead to calamity. "Oh, how I wish to return home," she lamented inwardly. "Hurry up, today is my pet's final vaccination. Once it's done, I'll take him away," urged the impatient lady, casting a critical eye at Li Fong, who appeared too inexperienced for the task at hand. "All right, please wait a moment. I will administer the injection immediately," Li Fong replied, swallowing hard, her heart racing. She had never anticipated that being a veterinarian would entail such peril. Had she known, she would have never chosen this path. What a day for a change of personnel. Is this what they mean by subterfuge? She mused. It seems this little girl has come to lower my guard, attempting to deceive me into receiving an injection. Today, I must not yield so easily. This is a battle that will determine the dignity of my existence. The Tibetan Mastiff glared fiercely at Li Fong, unleashing a thunderous howl. Chen Hao, standing nearby, was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. Goodness, is this truly a cultured rogue of a dog? Goodness, can it be that in this day and age, even rogues can transmit their mischief across different races? Be still. It will be over once the injection is done. Li Fong cautiously advanced her steps towards the Tibetan Mastiff, a breed she feared most. Should this large dog unleash its fury, she feared it could lead to her demise. Fortunately, the Mastiff's owner had confined it to a cage, sparing Li Fong from a panic-stricken retreat. Bark! 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 As Li Fong approached the cage, the Mastiff suddenly erupted in a cacophony of barks. Chen Hao, standing nearby, distinctly heard the dog's message. "Get lost, little girl. Don't come near me." He gazed at the Mastiff in disbelief, amused by the whimsicality of the animal kingdom, contemplating that perhaps being an animal in a future life wouldn't be too shabby. Upon hearing the Mastiff's boisterous barks, Li Fong instinctively recoiled, retreating 3 steps in fright. The Mastiff, observing her withdrawal, barked again, seemingly satisfied with the response. "At least you know your place," Chen Hao mused, unable to suppress a smirk. In this day and age, it appeared that humor knew no boundaries, transcending both nationality and species. Chapter 67. Exceptional Tibetan Mastiff. Hello, here is your takeaway. Chen Hao first located the individual who had placed the order and delivered the food. A notification chimed in his mind. Task initiated. Assist Li Fong in administering an injection to the Tibetan Mastiff. Task complete. Earned 10 points. Recognizing the familiar voice in his mind, he understood that work awaited him. "Could you hurry up? I need to pick up my child soon. I truly don't understand how your establishment employs someone like you," the affluent woman urged Li Fong, her impatience mounting as she noticed Li Fong's reluctance to approach the Mastiff. Regret began to creep into her mind about choosing this veterinary clinic. "Rest assured, it'll be done shortly," Li Fong replied, steeling herself. If it were possible, she would gladly have someone else take over this task, but the clinic was understaffed, leaving this daunting responsibility squarely on her shoulders. Staring at the Mastiff within the cage, Li Fong felt as though her feet had taken root, firmly anchored to the ground. "Young lady, don't just speak sweetly. You need to act swiftly," the affluent woman pressed, interpreting Li Fong's hesitation as mere pretense. Soon, their predicament drew the attention of onlookers, all eyes turning towards the trio of one woman and one dog. Li Fong felt the heat of their gazes upon her, causing her to break into a light sweat. "All right, I will do it immediately," she resolved, feeling as though she were being pushed into a corner. With so many spectators watching, failure was not an option. "Bark! Bark!" The Mastiff once again barked at Li Fong, its booming voice causing her arms to tremble. She involuntarily took a step back. "This is unfortunate, encountering a novice like you. I truly question your clinic's judgment in allowing someone so inexperienced to administer an injection." The affluent woman fumed, her patience evaporating as she watched Li Fong retreat once more. What on earth is wrong with this clinic? How can they hire anyone indiscriminately? Can such a person truly provide medical care for pets? How does your employer recruit individuals? Surely, they cannot possibly be placing emphasis on mere appearances. Listening to the scornful remarks of the affluent lady, Li Fong felt a surge of indignation, particularly at the concluding words of the lady. Just as she contemplated retorting, she reconsidered and decided against it. Gritting her teeth, Li Fong approached the cage once more, vowing that this time she would not be intimidated. Woof, woof, woof. A tremor coursed through her legs in fear, yet the increasing gaze of onlookers instilled a modicum of courage within her. Woof, 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 woof. The Tibetan Mastiff, noticing that Li Fong was unfazed by its barks, intensified its ferocity. Chen Hao, observing the spectacle, could only shake his head in disbelief. Truly a rogue dog indeed. Filled with bravado, one could only wonder how its owner had trained it. Little girl, since you refuse to repent, allow me to impart a lesson today, declared the Tibetan Mastiff, as it began to leap and bound. Whether the cage was poorly locked or of inferior quality, the beast sprang forth with astonishing agility. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. After all, this was a Tibetan Mastiff, more ferocious than a wolf. If it were to charge out, who could possibly restrain it? Xiao Xiao, come back. The affluent lady, witnessing this unfolding drama, felt a pang of urgency. A creature as formidable as the Tibetan Mastiff, once unleashed from its cage, would be akin to a wild stallion, unbridled, chaotic, and uncontrollable. However, at this moment, the Tibetan Mastiff was utterly unresponsive to her commands. It was solely intent on delivering a severe lesson to the little girl before it, determined to impart the crucial lesson that one should never dare to touch a Tibetan Mastiff's rear, let alone administer an injection. Li Fong gazed at the imposing Tibetan Mastiff with a face full of terror, fully aware of the formidable nature of such dogs. A single bite could be fatal or at the very least, severely injurious. She pondered whether a bite could be classified as an occupational hazard. Overwhelmed by despair, her legs felt unresponsive to her commands, as if they were laden with lead, refusing to budge regardless of her efforts. Just as the situation seemed dire, she sensed a sudden shadow looming before her. Stop! Chen Hao exclaimed, addressing the Tibetan Mastiff directly. The Mastiff regarded the unexpected arrival of Chen Hao with a mix of disdain and an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though it longed to curl up in his arms and drift into a peaceful slumber. Woof! The Tibetan Mastiff affectionately barked at Chen Hao, then nestled closely at his feet. Good boy. I'll give you a treat soon, Chen Hao casually remarked, stroking the Mastiff's velvety fur. Do I appear to be a dog that relishes treats? The Mastiff seemed to reply, though it appeared quite content nonetheless. The Mastiff nestled against Chen Hao, a look of almost human-like comfort gracing its face. The lady observed this scene in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. It was well known that her dog, typically aggressive and territorial, allowed no one but family members to approach it. This was not merely due to its preciousness, but rather a reflection of its notoriously volatile temperament. Anyone who dared to come near would surely face its wrath, having nearly bitten someone in the past. You're quite nice, but I have no desire for an injection, the Tibetan Mastiff communicated. Don't worry, it will be over soon, Chen Hao reassured the Mastiff. How do you comprehend my words? The Mastiff suddenly realized, its expression transforming to one of astonishment, as it had never before encountered someone who could understand its speech. The world felt a tad unfamiliar. Since you know I understand, behave yourself and refrain from using foul language, Chen Hao advised the Tibetan Mastiff, feeling somewhat exasperated by this peculiar creature. The Mastiff, with a look of grievance, gazed up at Chen Hao, its human-like expression eliciting a chuckle. Little girl, come over and administer the injection, Chen Hao called out to the still-dazed Li Fong. Oh, I'm coming right away. Li Fong finally snapped back to reality, realizing that Chen Hao had successfully tamed the Tibetan Mastiff. She sighed in relief and hurried towards the Mastiff, seizing the rare opportunity presented to her. She would not let it slip through her fingers. Chapter 68. The Beast God Among Us. Although Li Fong felt a twinge of fear once the injection was administered and the Mastiff remained still, she looked at Chen Hao in astonishment. What kind of charm did this man possess that could subdue such a fierce creature? It's all right, it won't hurt. You'll be fine soon, Chen Hao reassured, prompting Li Fong to ponder how the dog could comprehend his words. However, the next scene warped her perception entirely. The Tibetan Mastiff seemed to understand, nuzzling Chen Hao affectionately. All right, we'll eat soon, Chen Hao responded to the Mastiff's plaintive sounds, surprised that the creature possessed a gluttonous trait. Onlookers were left speechless by the extraordinary sight before them. This Tibetan Mastiff was no ordinary pet. It was well known that Tibetan Mastiffs obey their owners alone, and any stranger who dared to approach risked dire consequences. Yet, the unfolding scene was beyond their comprehension. Chen Hao was clearly unfamiliar with the lady, indicating this was their first encounter. Yet, The Mastiff responded to him as if his commands were more effective than its owneress, leaving the crowd utterly puzzled. Moreover, during the injection, the Mastiff remained motionless, resembling a child reluctant to misbehave in the presence of a parent. Zhang Feng, a pet enthusiast who owned a farm dog, had brought his lethargic pet to the hospital, hoping to determine the cause of its malaise. While waiting in line, the Tibetan Mastiff unexpectedly broke free from its cage, recognizing the girl as a novice. Otherwise, such a fundamental mistake would not have occurred. Just as everyone anticipated calamity for the young girl, a figure emerged, clad in the distinctive uniform of a delivery worker. As Zhang Feng prepared to mourn the girl's fate, a miraculous event unfolded. The Tibetan Mastiff, as if encountering its nemesis, obediently lay beside Chen Hao. As Zhang Feng marveled, the next occurrence left him utterly bewildered. "Xiaoqi, where are you going?" he called, watching his farm dog leap from his arms, now full of energy and no longer appearing unwell. Just as Zhang Feng contemplated chasing after his dog, he was further perplexed to see Xiaoqi bounding joyfully towards Chen Hao, grinning broadly as if seeking approval. "Did you think that was the end? No, this is just the beginning." With Xiaoqi's actions, the atmosphere erupted. Other animals began breaking free from their owners, all rushing towards Chen Hao. "Xiaohong, don't run off. Xiaohuang, come back." Their owners cried helplessly, but the pets seemed deaf to their commands, flocking towards Chen Hao until he was surrounded by a multitude of animals. Witnessing the scene left everyone astonished, jaws agape. They were acutely aware of their pets' personalities. Typically, they wouldn't allow anyone to touch them without providing some incentive. Yet now, they were all vying for the attention of a mere delivery worker, a phenomenon too extraordinary to grasp. Zhang Feng gazed at the encircled Chen Hao, wondering if he were a reincarnation of a beast deity. Chen Hao, overwhelmed by the chorus of animals clamoring for his attention, felt a sense of resignation. The cacophony of barks and meows was somewhat overwhelming, as they all sought to engage with him, hoping for a moment of connection. Meanwhile, the Tibetan Mastiff was not pleased. Woof, woof, woof. It barked at the surrounding animals, baring its teeth in warning. Zhang Feng, witnessing the Mastiff's outburst, felt a sudden pang of anxiety, fearing it might go berserk again. Yet, something felt amiss. Observing the Mastiff's behavior, it seemed less a frenzy and more a display of jealousy, issuing a warning to the nearby creatures. Were these animals typically this astute? Wait, wasn't he his own Xiaoqi usually rather dim-witted? Zhang Feng glanced over at his family's rural dog, which was energetically bounding around Chen Hao, desperately trying to showcase itself. Observing this scene, Zhang Feng felt a pang of jealousy. "That damned Xiaoqi, just wait until we get home, I will deal with you." The other pet owners, witnessing their animals fawning over Chen Hao, could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort, each secretly plotting to discipline their pets once they returned home. "All right, one at a time," Chen Hao said, trying to quell the cacophony of barks and meows below him. Under his guidance, the animals began to take turns howling, each attempting to communicate something to Chen Hao. Zhang Feng, captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, felt compelled to document it. Indeed, such a rare occurrence deserved to be shared on social media. He quickly took out his phone and snapped several pictures of Chen Hao, though due to the angle, he only captured Chen Hao's back. Not satisfied with just photos, Zhang Feng recorded a brief video as well. After meticulously preparing, he uploaded everything to his social media feed with the sensational title, "Incredible, the beast god in our midst, all pets in the clinic bowing to him." Without hesitation, he hit send, reveling in the attention his post garnered. Others soon joined in, capturing this miraculous event through photos and videos, all sharing them in the same digital space. As Zhang Feng watched the influx of comments beneath his post, he noticed even old classmates who had not been in touch for a long time chiming in. Feeling a sense of elation at the unexpected attention, he began responding to the comments. "What on earth is going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" An elderly man frowned from within the hospital office. "This is a hospital, not a marketplace. I can't comprehend the commotion out there. Xiaowang, what is happening outside? Why is it such a mess?" The elder called out. Moments later, a young intern named Wang Xiao entered the office, having recently joined the hospital. "Director Bai, you called for me?" he inquired. "What is going on outside? It's utter chaos here. This is a hospital." Director Bai expressed his frustration. Having run the clinic for many years, he had never witnessed such disorder and was bewildered by the state of affairs. "Director, it's extraordinary. A remarkable individual has arrived. And now all the animals are surrounding him, trying to win his favor, Wang Xiao excitedly explained. He had just been administering a vaccine to a nearby kitten when he witnessed the unbelievable scene unfold, and he himself had shared it on social media. Nonsense. How could such a thing be possible? Director by dismissed Wang Xiao's claim, thinking the young man was trying to deceive him. In his view, such occurrences were simply unfathomable. If such a person existed, why had he never heard of him before? It's true, Director. You might still see it outside. If you don't believe me, just go take a look, Wang Xiao insisted, feeling anxious about leaving a dishonest impression in front of the director. Humph. I'll see for myself, Director Bai replied with a scoff, convinced something significant was happening outside, likely involving a dispute between a customer and a staff member. And he suspected Wang Xiao was merely providing a distraction. As he walked outside, Wang Xiao called after him, Director, believe me, it's absolutely true. Director Bai rolled his eyes, perceiving this as a classic case of self-incrimination. Upon reaching the hospital lobby, Director Bai was about to demand an explanation for the commotion when he spotted Chen Hao amidst the crowd of pets. He immediately swallowed the remainder of his words. Director, see, I was lying. Wang Xiao sighed in relief as he noticed Chen Hao had not yet left. He had feared that Chen Hao's departure would confirm his dishonesty. Director Bai stared at Chen Hao in shock, unable to articulate his thoughts. With over 30 years in the veterinary field, he had never encountered anyone who could connect so harmoniously with animals. Even the pet owners had never experienced such a phenomenon. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Director Bai realized that the astonishing sight before him was not a figment of his imagination born from exhaustion. Observing Chen Hao, who appeared to be in his early 20s, he wondered how someone so young had achieved such an extraordinary rapport with animals. Even seasoned veterinarians sometimes faced aggression from these creatures. Director Bai's gaze fell upon the Tibetan Mastiff nestled in Chen Hao's embrace. He was well aware of the breed's ferocity, having treated many in the past. Yet, the Mastiff now exhibited a demeanor as gentle as that of a domestic cat. For the first time in his life, he witnessed a Tibetan Mastiff display such a docile side, unable to control his curiosity any longer. Director Bai strode confidently toward Chen Hao. Young man, may I inquire how you managed to coexist so harmoniously with all these pets? The crowd around them perked up at Director Bai's question, eager to catch every word. Those who frequented the animal hospital were typically pet owners themselves, yearning to deepen their bond with their animals. They had long sought any secrets to achieving such closeness, and Director Bai's inquiry was a momentous opportunity for them. Perhaps it's inherent. Chen Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Truth be told, he knew such an explanation would hardly be believed. Director Bai looked at Chen Hao in confusion, and onlookers wore similar expressions of disbelief. Inherent? Is there some sort of lineage or talent involved? Do you have any other tips? Director Bai pressed on, unwilling to give up. If they could extract any insights from Chen Hao, it would undoubtedly enhance the hospital's business and facilitate better cooperation from even the most ferocious animals, thus improving their efficiency. Early to bed and early to rise. Never missing meals? Chen Hao replied before making a swift exit. He had sensed the director's intense curiosity, akin to a wolf catching sight of prey, and feared that lingering any longer would lead to relentless questioning. Director Bai, hearing this nonsensical tip, felt exasperated. Was that truly a secret? Anyone could do that. He pondered why animals did not shower him with such affection. If Chen Hao was unwilling to share more, there was little that could be done. Such a pity, he thought to himself. With a sigh, Bai Dan prepared to return to his office. If Chen Hao were to share this method with them, he could guarantee that veterinary technology worldwide would advance by 50 years. Zhang Feng watched Chen Hao depart and finally pulled his dog back. You little rascal. How dare you abandon me and curry favor with others? Just wait until I get home. Zhang Feng threatened the rural dog in his arms. But the dog had once again reverted to its previous lethargic state, showing none of the earlier vitality. Everyone present couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if that fellow were the true master. Doctor, please take a look at my dog. Just look at him. Zhang Feng urged Wang Xiao anxiously. Well, it's not so bad, the rural dog thought, deciding to give Zhang Feng a little face after witnessing his frantic demeanor. Doctor, I also have a cat. No rush, one at a time, came the reply. Soon, the hospital returned to its usual order. Yet the earlier events lingered in the minds of the onlookers, a memory they would likely never forget. Meanwhile, The social media post gained more and more likes and comments. In short, Chen Hao had achieved a bit of fame once again. Chapter 70. A narrow path for enemies after finishing a day's work. Chen Hao's first order of business upon returning home was to draw a lottery. This time, he did not indulge in any rituals. He had come to understand that such mysticism was merely self-deception by a group of African chieftains. The true essence of mysticism lay in its absence. So he resolved to act without hesitation and draw a card. Damn, I knew it. Such mysticism is utter nonsense. I'm a bona fide European. Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly as he beheld the virtual screen before him, which announced a grand prize of 5 million. 5 million. Just imagine how long that could sustain him. Tomorrow, I could easily spin 2 boxes of takeout, tossing one aside after devouring the other. Chen Hao thought with exhilaration. He immediately opted to redeem the prize, but oddly, the system did not respond. Is the system malfunctioning? Chen Hao scrutinized the virtual screen, feeling somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, he noticed a line of small print. Note: this money may only be used for good deeds and cannot be utilized for personal gain. Chen Hao stared at the words in confusion. He realized that he could not spend this money for himself, but only use it to assist others. A deep sense of frustration washed over him, as if he had swallowed something bitter. After all, he had finally struck luck by winning 5 million, only to encounter such a restriction. It felt akin to having a sausage dangled before a dog's nose, only to sniff, but never to taste. After a moment of sulking, Chen Hao decided to let it go. It's just 5 million. It's a trifling sum. One day, I shall earn 50 million, no, 500 million through food delivery. For now, he would leave the money in the system and withdraw it when needed, perhaps encountering someone in need along the way. Thus, it would be a win-win situation. Ding! Sign-in successful, skill acquired. Mastery of firearms, gained 10 points. Early the next morning, Chen Hao heard that familiar voice in his mind. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. Just days ago, he had been granted a special forces skill, which had left him astounded, and now he was bestowed with firearms mastery. Did this mean he might encounter danger today? He pondered. By noon, a job from shooting club came in, and without a second thought, Chen Hao headed over. The shooting club undoubtedly had firearms, and with his newly acquired skill, perhaps today's task awaited him there. Fang Xiao, I didn't deceive you, did I? How many rings did you hit? A man in the club spoke to another man who was shooting. If Chen Hao were present, he would instantly recognize this man as Fang Cheng from a few days prior. While the one speaking was named Li Min, probably around 80 rings, Fang Cheng replied, handling the firearm with impressive composure. It was evident he had a knack for showing off. His calm demeanor, while speaking, was truly commendable. Fang Xiao, impressive. You hit 87 rings with 10 shots, Li Min remarked. For an ordinary person to achieve 87 rings was remarkable, especially since Li Min himself had only scored in the 70s. It's fine. I frequent this place, so I've grown accustomed to it. You'll get there too with regular practice. Fang Cheng smiled. No matter how hard I try, I can't measure up to Fang Xiao, Li Min retorted before starting a new round of shooting. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Fang Cheng's phone rang. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come collect it. Just bring it to me at shooting booth number 9. All right, please hold on. After hanging up, Fang Cheng felt a strange familiarity in the voice, but dismissed it and resumed shooting. You? Fang Cheng. Upon arriving at booth number 9, Chen Hao was taken aback to find Fang Cheng there. He had not anticipated that the person placing the order would be this very individual. Due to confidentiality, they only knew the surname of the customer and not their full name. So Chen Hao had never imagined it would be this scoundrel. Chen Hao. Fang Cheng's astonishment grew as he clearly remembered sending Scarface and his crew to handle matters. How was this fellow standing before him unscathed? Chen Hao, too, glared at Fang Cheng, recalling how Fang Cheng had previously sought to silence him, anger bubbling within him. I must find an opportunity to settle this score. Chen Hao silently vowed. Seizing the day seemed preferable. It was time to put an end to their previous encounter. Fang Cheng believed that Scarface's crew would succeed without fail, and he had never thought to investigate further, only to find Chen Hao alive and well. Fang Cheng's frustration boiled. He still held a grudge over the humiliation he suffered last time. Your delivery. Chen Hao coldly handed the package to Fang Cheng, who seized the moment to whisper, You little brat, just wait. I will have my revenge. Fang Cheng grasped the gravity of Chen Hao's words, realizing that Scarface's crew had not only failed, but had also betrayed him. Damn Scarface. Useless as ever. When I get the chance, I will make sure to deal with you properly. However, Fang Chung was not foolish enough to admit this. Instead, he began to plot, knowing he would need to seek out new associates after Scarface's failure. Fang Xiao, what is going on? Do you know this guy? Li Minuts apro Fang Xin. Curious about the connection between the two. I never imagined Fang Xiao would be so down-to-earth as to know a lowly delivery worker. Oh, don't say that. Delivery drivers are the most promising profession nowadays. Who knows, if a rich lady takes a liking to him, he might save himself decades of hard work. A luxurious sports car gifted to you on her 80th birthday? Amidst the laughter, Fang Chung quickly attracted his rowdy friends. Upon noticing that Chen Hao was merely a delivery boy, they began to tease him mercilessly. As Fang Chung observed the gathering crowd and listened to the jests of his companions, a sense of discomfort enveloped him, stirring unease within his heart. His gaze fell upon the firearm that Li Min had yet to set down, and an idea sparked in his mind. Let us have a shooting contest, shall we? Fang Chung proposed to Chen Hao. Previously, in another setting, he had recognized Chen Hao's remarkable singing talent, although he had relinquished the hope of reclaiming his dignity. Fate now presented a splendid opportunity before him. This is indeed a shooting club, where he has spent countless years honing his skills, proving himself to be an adept marksman. In contrast, Chen Hao is merely a delivery man, typically distanced from such pursuits. Fang Chung is confident that this time victory is assured. As Fang Chung gazed at Chen Hao, an involuntary smile of excitement crept across his face. So, are you daring enough to engage in a couple of rounds? Fang Chung repeated to the taciturn Chen Hao. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's surprise swiftly transformed into amusement. The reason for his silence was the fact that he had just acquired the skill of firearms mastery, and without a doubt, he would excel at target shooting. It seemed like fate had conspired in his favor, as he had been contemplating revenge, only for this fool to inadvertently issue a challenge. Was this not an invitation for self-inflicted punishment? All right, let us compete then, Chen Hao promptly responded, eager to ensure that Fang Chung would not retract his challenge. One must admit, Fang Cheng's luck was rather unfortunate. Each time he sought to challenge Chen Hao, it was always with a skill that Chen Hao had just perfected. Had he chosen a different contest on that very day, the outcome might have been strikingly different. It is uncertain whether this fellow's fortune is indeed favorable or not. While one might argue he is fortunate to confront the barrel of a gun, it is equally plausible to assert that he is unfortunate for continuously finding himself in such predicaments. Very well, you exhibit some courage. As per our usual custom, mere competition will not suffice. We must add a touch of stakes, Fang Chung declared confidently to Chen Hao, as if he could already envision Chen Hao's dismay following defeat. However, the wager is rather modest. I cannot accept that, Chen Hao interjected, adamant that this rare opportunity to best Fang Chung must leave an indelible mark on him, lest he remain oblivious to the consequences of his actions. In that case, the loser shall kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Upon hearing this, Fang Chung could not help but admire Chen Hao's audacity, as he shared the same sentiment. Not only did he wish to reclaim his previous honor, but he also envisioned a future where Chen Hao would avoid him altogether. Wait, the stakes are that high? Li Min exclaimed in astonishment. This wager is indeed rather substantial. It is not merely a gamble of wealth, but rather one of dignity. Should one lose, to endure the humiliation of barking like a dog here would render them too ashamed to ever return. How exhilarating! Fang Xiao, eliminate him. We are in search of some entertainment today. The others began to jeer at Fang Chung, and at that moment, anyone who failed to recognize the underlying tensions between the two would be deemed a fool. Is there truly such a form of betting among friends? It is no jest. Should anyone falter, they would find it nearly impossible to face others. Very well, let us mimic the bark of a dog thrice. The one who defaults shall be deemed a disgrace. Chen Hao readily consented, for this wager resonated profoundly with his intentions. Should he emerge victorious, it is likely that Fang Cheng's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Meanwhile, Li Min, upon hearing these words, found himself somewhat bewildered. He could hardly fathom that this delivery boy had genuinely acquiesced, leaving him in the dark as to its implications. Have the festivities between the two individuals reached such a state? The delivery man possesses a certain audacity. Fang Xiao, eliminate him and let him understand your prowess. A bystander called out to Fang Chung without hesitation. At this moment, their steadfast companions undoubtedly rallied behind Fang Chung. Moreover, even if they were unfamiliar with him, they would still bet on his victory. Having frequented this place for years, Fang Cheng's marksmanship was unparalleled among them. Chen Hao, a mere delivery man, would be fortunate to handle a firearm even a few times in his lifetime. The stark contrast made it foolish to believe Chen Hao could prevail. "I shall go first." Allowing you to grasp the art of shooting, Fong Cheng scoffed at Chen Hao. In Fong Cheng's eyes, victory was assured. He could hardly believe that a seasoned soldier would be reduced to delivering takeout. With fluid grace, he meticulously examined the firearm, loaded it, and took aim. The sound of 10 successive gunshots rang out, revealing the score. 81 rings, a commendable figure indeed. Although it fell short of his previous score, Fong Cheng remained confident in his ability to triumph over Chen Hao. "Fong Xiao, you are remarkable." Li Min was the first to rise and exclaim to Fong Cheng, "Your skills have noticeably improved since we last met." You are unaware that Fong Xiao previously achieved a score of 90 rings. 81 rings was indeed a commendable score, akin to an examination where scoring 81 out of 100 is quite respectable. "Are you finished?" "It is my turn now." Chen Hao's voice interrupted the accolades directed towards Fong Cheng. "Are you serious? You still refuse to concede? Do you think this is merely a game of darts? This is a shooting game. You might as well concede and imitate a dog's bark before you take your leave." Li Min mocked Chen Hao without hesitation. The rationale was simple. He was inherently aligned with Fong Cheng's group. Thus it was only natural for him to stand united with Fong Cheng at this juncture, especially considering that this fellow had already incurred Fong Cheng's displeasure. "Indeed, you little brat, go home, wash up, and get some sleep. Off you go. Return home for a glass of milk." Soon, Fong Cheng's entourage joined in the ridicule directed at Chen Hao. Silence. Has your mother not taught you that grown-ups are engaged in serious matters and that children should refrain from interrupting? Chen Hao immediately retorted, declaring that those who consort with the likes of Fong Cheng are no good, with the intention of ridding society of its pests. He showed no mercy towards his surrounding companions. "You little brat, dare you utter another word?" As he spoke, a tempestuous individual charged forward, intent on assaulting Chen Hao. This fellow certainly exuded a certain arrogance. However, it remains to be seen whether his voice would retain such resonance when he finds himself on his knees, imitating a dog. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Li Min felt a surge of anger igniting within him. When did this delivery boy become more formidable than us? Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps he possesses genuine skills, such as the remarkable ability to miss every shot. The onlookers began to express their irritation towards Chen Hao, voicing their anticipation for him to face consequences. "Let us not rush. Today, we shall ensure he understands his folly and humbles himself." Begging on the ground like a dog, Fong Cheng observed the growing disdain directed at Chen Hao and felt a sense of satisfaction. "You arrogant brat. This time, even the mightiest could not save you." Chapter 72. You missed Chen Hao, now proficient in firearms, possessed an intricate understanding of each weapon's characteristics and exhibited exceptional shooting skills. As he began to inspect the weapon in his hands, he confirmed that no modifications had been made before proceeding to load the ammunition. The crowd, witnessing Chen Hao load the bullets, suddenly realized he was indeed serious about this. This young man truly is relentless, unaware of his own limitations. To dare play with firearms, he ought to be cautious, lest the recoil sends him flying. At that moment, bystanders at the club noticed a delivery worker picking up a pistol, piquing their curiosity, prompting them to approach. Li Qing, a shooting enthusiast who frequented the local shooting club, arrived that day, intending to enjoy some practice, only to be surprised by the sight of a delivery worker standing by the shooting range. Intrigued, he hurried over and asked a fellow onlooker, who had been standing there for a while, "Hey brother, what is going on here?" He gestured toward Chen Hao, displaying a look of curiosity. "Ah, he is just an overconfident fool," the man replied, who was one of Fong Cheng's companions, named Fong Shi. "He has some history with my buddy, and after a little provocation, they decided to wager." "Really? I didn't expect to encounter such a spectacle today. What is the bet?" Li Qing's interest was piqued. Such events were rare, and he was thrilled to have stumbled upon this unusual situation, adding a splash of color to his day. "The stakes are high," Fong Shi teased, observing Li Qing's eager expression before finally revealing. "The loser must kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. "How thrilling!" Li Qing exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This was indeed a rare occurrence. He wondered, however, whether the delivery worker possessed any shooting skills. It would be far more entertaining if the contest were not one-sided. At that moment, Chen Hao finished loading his weapon, still wearing his helmet. which for him was of no consequence. However, the crowd's anticipation dwindled upon seeing that he had removed it. It is well known that electric bike helmets significantly impair shooting accuracy. They are heavy and cumbersome, unlike military helmets. Wearing one makes it feel as though one's head is being tightly constricted. Li Qing's hope vanished as he observed Chen Hao's refusal to remove the helmet. Such behavior suggested either ignorance or the demeanor of a true expert, confident enough to shoot while wearing it. Yet, to Li Qing, this man seemed undoubtedly a novice. He realized he had overestimated the delivery worker's abilities. What skill could a mere courier possess? It appeared that the 3 dog barks awaited him. Alas, this is boring. Perhaps I should head back. Soon, murmurs of disappointment echoed around, as Chen Hao's appearance screamed of inexperience, leading the crowd to believe Fang Cheng would easily defeat him. It was akin to watching a boxing match between a robust adult and a 3-year-old. What excitement could that possibly hold? Listening to the surrounding commentary, Chen Hao took a deep breath, understanding that external distractions could easily skew his aim. Bang! The shot rang out, and a bullet hole appeared on the target. Goodness! A 10. Someone exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the score, drawing the attention of all present, even those who had intended to leave. Everyone fixed their gaze on the target, where a new hole had appeared precisely in the center. Li Qing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonished at the sight of a 10. Only the most skilled marksman could achieve such a feat, brother. It seems your friend has encountered a formidable opponent today, he said, draping an arm around Fang Shi's shoulders. A flicker of excitement igniting within him. Fang Shi struggled to find words. If that shot truly reflected Chen Hao's capability, then Fang Cheng was in trouble. No, he thought. What skill could a delivery worker possess? It must have been a fluke. He was certain the next shots would be different. Li Min stared at Chen Hao, torn between astonishment and doubt. Was that luck or skill? No, it had to be luck. He was merely a delivery worker. How could he possibly have any shooting experience? Yes, it had to be a coincidence, he reassured himself. Yet inexplicably, his heartbeat quickened and a sense of unease washed over him, as if to suggest that his assumptions were misguided. Fang Cheng stared at the bullet hole, his heart racing. Could it be that this man had some expertise in shooting? Was history about to repeat itself? No, it must be a coincidence, he insisted to himself. One's energy is finite. How could a young man like Chen Hao master so many skills? As he contemplated this, his trembling hand steadied, as if affirming his own thoughts. Indeed, it must be a coincidence, he had to convince himself. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Chen Hao fired off the remaining 9 shots in rapid succession. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed him discharge all 9 rounds within mere seconds. Typically, after each shot, one must re-aim. Otherwise, accuracy is compromised. Yet Chen Hao, without a second thought, unleashed all 9 shots in one go. What audacity! He was undeniably skilled. The crowd, once dismissive, now regarded Chen Hao with newfound respect. They understood that even without aiming, firing off 9 rounds consecutively was no small feat. The recoil from each shot requires a significant amount of strength to manage, especially with a handgun, not an automatic rifle. As the crowd marveled at Chen Hao's performance, Fang Cheng, however, laughed unabashedly, provoking confusion among those around him. You missed the target, Fang Cheng exclaimed loudly. The target bore only a single bullet hole, indicating that all 9 remaining bullets had missed their mark. Fang Cheng pointed at the target, a smirk on his face. Chen Hao's previous shot, a 10, was clearly a stroke of luck. He had won. The crowd, hearing Fang Cheng's proclamation, turned their attention to the target. Li Min exhaled a sigh of relief upon confirming that there was indeed only 1 bullet hole. But why did it appear larger than theirs? He didn't dwell on it. Fang Cheng had already secured victory. Li Qing observed the singular bullet hole with a sense of regret. While Chen Hao's rapid-fire skills were impressive, the competition was simply about accuracy. Whoever scored the highest would win. Now, kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. Fang Cheng gleefully commanded Chen Hao, eager to witness his rival's humiliation. Do not rush. The reason I have only 1 bullet hole is that all 10 bullets struck the same spot. Chen Hao spoke slowly to Fang Cheng, determined to utterly shatter Fang Cheng's confidence. Thus, he resolved to place all 10 shots in the identical location, solely to undermine Fang Cheng's self-assurance. You're talking nonsense, Fang Cheng retorted, unable to believe that such a miraculous feat was possible. Even world champions could not achieve this. How could a mere delivery worker boast so audaciously? That makes sense, Li Qing interjected, his eyes glimmering with realization. He had sensed something unusual about the bullet hole, noting it was larger than those they typically produced. Upon hearing Chen Hao's claim, Li Qing began to consider that he might indeed be facing a true master marksman. Impossible. You're just blowing smoke, Fang Shi scoffed, incredulous at the notion that such extraordinary talent could exist. Fang Cheng's friends, led by Fang Shi, began to vocally criticize Chen Hao, dismissing him as a braggart. Li Min, however, felt an unsettling anxiety after hearing Chen Hao's words. He recalled the bullet hole he had seen earlier and concluded that Chen Hao's assertion could very well be true. But was there really such extraordinary marksmanship in the world? Li Min found it hard to believe. Let us take a look at the target. That will clarify everything, Chen Hao remarked, disregarding the jeers of the crowd. His suggestion quickly garnered agreement, and soon someone was sent to retrieve the target. I want to see, Li Qing stated eagerly as the target was brought forth, longing to closely examine the bullet holes. He stepped forward and began to scrutinize them, quickly arriving at a staggering conclusion. Chen Hao's claims were indeed valid. Everyone, look at this target. You all are discerning individuals, so I need not elaborate. Observe the irregularity surrounding the bullet hole. This indicates that multiple bullets must have passed through the same entry point to create such a phenomenon. Li Qing held the target aloft for all to see, and indeed, the irregularity of the bullet hole was striking. Before long, more voices began to echo Li Qing's assessment, and as time passed, an increasing number of individuals began to align with his perspective. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. Fang Cheng exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Yet, the surrounding crowd regarded him as if he were a fool. It was clear to them that Fang Cheng was merely attempting to evade responsibility. Well, all the bullets passed through the same hole. Who knows how many actually hit? What if there were only 5? Fang Cheng suddenly interjected, as if struck by inspiration. There is some merit to that argument, Li Qing conceded, nodding thoughtfully. Just by examining the bullet hole, one could ascertain that multiple bullets had passed through, but the exact number remained a mystery. Li Min, who had almost succumbed to despair, now found renewed hope. If Fang Cheng's reasoning held, as long as Chen Hao had not hit the target more than 8 times, he would lose. There's still a chance, Li Min silently wished, hoping fervently that Chen Hao's accuracy was not as extraordinary as claimed. If Chen Hao missed even 2 shots, victory would still belong to Fang Cheng. Yes, who knows how many he actually hit or missed? Fang Shi exclaimed, prompting Fang Cheng's friends to rally in support of Fang Cheng. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. It was indeed uncertain who had emerged victorious. Let us pull up the footage from the earlier monitoring, someone suggested, and the crowd quickly realized the shooting club had surveillance specifically for observing target shots, aimed at preventing such disputes. Though it had never been used before, today it would serve its purpose. Soon, the staff presented the footage of Chen Hao's target, projecting it onto a screen with a special slow-motion feature. Here it comes. The crowd watched intently as the first bullet struck the target. Everyone became acutely focused on the unfolding image, eager to see if the subsequent shots would also pass through the same hole. In rapid succession, the second bullet passed through the same entry point, showing no deviation from the first. Then came the third, fourth, and all the way to the 10th. The audience was left in stunned silence, unable to find words. Incredible. A true master, someone finally exclaimed, breaking the spell of silence that had enveloped the shooting club. To witness such skill today is a rare fortune. Another voice chimed in, expressing awe at the extraordinary talent displayed. The atmosphere erupted with excitement, transforming the once quiet shooting club into a cacophony of admiration, all centered around Chen Hao's remarkable prowess. Chapter 74. Kneel before me upon witnessing the spectacle. Fang Cheng's complexion turned ashen. No matter how he tried to rationalize the situation, it was futile. Faced with the undeniable truth, he knew he had lost. However, Fang Cheng had no intention of conceding. To kneel and imitate a dog would be to sacrifice his dignity, and he could not bear the thought of being the subject of ridicule thereafter. Determined, he resolved never to kneel, prefer to be labeled a petty cheat rather than be pointed at and derided as one who had knelt and barked like a dog. All eyes soon turned to Chen Hao and Fang Cheng, with Li Min observing Fang Cheng intently. Based on his understanding of Fang Cheng, he suspected that Fang Cheng might indeed refuse to honor the bet. With so many witnesses present, if Fang Cheng were kneel, he would lose all face, something he valued above all else. Fang Cheng's friends fell silent, recognizing the reality of the situation. The evidence was irrefutable. Any words they spoke would only serve to offend the assembled crowd, so they chose to watch the spectacle unfold. Betting entails accepting the outcome. You decide how to proceed. Chen Hao declared, his voice cutting through the tension. You're all in cahoots. You've tampered with the equipment to replay that footage, Fang Cheng exclaimed, indignation spilling from him. At this point, he would refuse to admit defeat, resorting instead to denial. Will you kneel or not? Chen Hao, uninterested in Fang Cheng's protests, aimed his gun at Fang Cheng's head. The sudden escalation shocked those around them. The stakes had become dangerously high. I don't believe you dare, Fang Cheng began. But before he could finish, Chen Hao loaded a bullet into the chamber. I'll ask you once more, kneel or not. Chen Hao's voice was cold, devoid of emotion, as if he would pull the trigger at the slightest hint of defiance. Do not act rashly. Put down the gun, and let us discuss this calmly. Fang Cheng observed Chen Hao's cold gaze, and unease began to creep into his heart. He never anticipated that Chen Hao would be so decisive, drawing the weapon without hesitation. I will ask you once more, will you kneel or not? The aura emanating from Chen Hao instilled fear in everyone present, and not a single soul dared to interject. Do not act impulsively. Can you refrain from? Before Fang Cheng could finish, he noticed Chen Hao's finger inching toward the trigger. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. This man was serious. Fang Cheng was astonished to see Chen Hao's willingness to shoot. Had he delayed in kneeling even for a moment, he was certain his head would have been reduced to mere pulp. Bark like a dog, Chen Hao commanded, still aiming the gun at Fang Cheng. Woof, woof, woof. Fang Cheng glared at Chen Hao, feeling humiliated. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming force, he feared that defying Chen Hao's orders could result in a bullet piercing through him. You know what's best? Chen Hao remarked before tossing the handgun to Fang Cheng and turning to leave. There are no bullets in this gun. Someone in the crowd, with remarkably sharp eyes, quickly noticed that the handgun lacked a magazine. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng immediately glanced at the weapon, only to find it devoid of ammunition, causing his anger to boil over. Damn it, you bastard. One day, I will see you crushed beneath my heel, never to rise again. What a fool, someone in the crowd remarked, prompting laughter to ripple through those gathered. What are you laughing at? Try laughing again and see what happens. Fang Cheng seethed, feeling the sting of ridicule. But the crowd paid him no heed. Instead, their laughter grew more boisterous. Shut up, you idiots! Fang Cheng shouted, his fury escalating. At that moment, Li Min could no longer tolerate the scene and pulled Fang Cheng away. Once he left, the laughter subsided. But the shock of what had transpired lingered in the air. They had never encountered such an extraordinary individual before. The entire club erupted in discussions about the incident, brimming with admiration for Chen Hao. Wang Gang, a former shooting enthusiast, had set aside his passion to manage the family business. However, after entrusting it to his son, he opened a shooting club to fulfill his long-held dream. Today, he received reports that a sharpshooter had visited his establishment. According to the reports, this marksman could hit the same spot with 10 bullets. Wang Gang initially scoffed at the claim, thinking it was a far-fetched exaggeration. But after watching a video of the event captured by his surveillance cameras, he was utterly convinced. He witnessed 10 bullets striking the same target with astonishing precision, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. He took that target back to his office, marveling at the bullet holes as if they were a work of art. Upon learning that this sharpshooter was merely a delivery worker, Wang Gang felt a twinge of discontent. Such talent should not be hidden in the delivery industry. He belonged on the international stage, showcasing his prowess. Yet, Wang Gang was at a loss. They did not know the appearance of this delivery worker, as he had not removed his helmet, leaving only his youthful voice to go by. We must find him, he resolved, pacing his office. A talent of such caliber could bring glory to our club and riches beyond measure. After some contemplation, he decided to post an announcement online. Grateful that the surveillance footage featured Chen Hao, lest it be an impossible search. He declared that whoever found Chen Hao would receive a year of free access to his shooting club. The moment the message was published, it sent shockwaves through the online community. Returning home, Fang Cheng seethed as he read Wang Gang's post, slamming his fist onto the table and sending the computer crashing to the floor. Not only had Chen Hao trampled on his pride, but he had also leveraged the situation to ascend. Fang Cheng had no intention of revealing Chen Hao's identity. It was far too humiliating, and he doubted he would ever set foot in that shooting club again. Chapter 75. The orphanage. This incident quickly captured the attention of netizens. All eyes turning to Chen Hao. Is this delivery worker truly so remarkable? I believe they are one and the same. I concur with the previous sentiment. Wang Gang's post sparked a flurry of comments, all centered around Chen Hao. I refuse to believe it. I must see this delivery worker for myself. Is anyone organizing a search for the delivery worker? I am initiating a group. Currently, we have 100 members. Before long, a massive group of thousands had formed, united by a singular purpose, to find Chen Hao. After intense discussions, they named their team the Delivery Worker Fan Club. This is exhilarating. Chen Hao reflected on the earlier events with great satisfaction, relishing the thought of having Fong Chung kneel and bark like a dog, a long-awaited release of his pent-up frustration. He wondered what Fong Cheng's expression had been upon discovering the gun was unloaded. It must have been quite amusing, though regrettably, he could not witness it. In high spirits, Chen Hao remained oblivious to the online chatter surrounding him, feeling as if he could complete 100 deliveries without breaking a sweat. He hummed a cheerful tune as he resumed his work. Be careful not to fall. A beautiful woman gently reminded the children playing in a nearby orphanage. Don't worry, Sister Director, we will be careful, the children replied with earnestness. This woman, Tan Xinmeng, was the director of the orphanage, which, aside from her, consisted of only a few adults. Little Roland, why aren't you playing? Tan Xinmeng asked, noticing a quiet girl sitting to the side, starkly contrasting the lively children. Sister, today is the day they are coming. Isn't it? Little Roland voiced her concerns, though she did not fully understand the situation. She sensed that Sister Director was facing a dilemma, for otherwise she would not be secluded, sighing in solitude every time those individuals visited. Though Tan Xinmeng would instruct them to stay indoors, little Roland had secretly watched from the window, witnessing the director pleading with them. Do not worry, little Roland. I will resolve everything, Tan Xinmeng reassured her. Tan Xinmeng gently stroked little Roland's head. The name Roland, inspired by flowers, does not carry a specific color. For Tan Xinmeng wished for these children to determine the hues they would weave into their futures. Yet, she feared that this might prove challenging. A troubling memory flickered in her mind, stirring an involuntary discomfort within her. I trust Sister Dean, little Roland said with unwavering confidence, for in her eyes, Tan Xinmeng was omnipotent, capable of overcoming any obstacle. Go and play. Tan Xinmeng tenderly ruffled little Roland's hair. Little Roland nodded emphatically before joining the other children in their games. Tan Xinmeng silently hoped to witness the vibrant blossoms of her future, whether they would be purple or golden. However, her unease grew as she watched the children frolic before her. Get out here, you filthy wench. The coarse voice from outside jolted her, prompting her to usher the children inside. Quickly, come inside, she urged them, anxious to shield their innocent hearts from the taint of such individuals. The children obediently responded and filed into the house in an orderly manner, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Just as they entered, several burly men stormed in. You filthy wench, when will you repay the debt? The one speaking is the imposing figure known as Beige, a name not widely recognized, yet everyone in the vicinity refers to him as such. Beige, I truly cannot produce such a substantial sum of money, Tan Xinmeng implored, her voice laced with desperation. Could you possibly allow me some more time? She yearned to repay her debts promptly, yet the amount was simply insurmountable for her. The nefarious individuals had returned. Little Roland peered cautiously through the crack of the door. How infuriating! Had they not visited just a few days ago? Why must they return today? A nearby boy expressed his indignation, his face a mask of outrage. The children within the room erupted into a cacophony of chatter, each voicing their discontent towards the group outside. In stark contrast, a boy at the edge of the room remained silent, not uttering a single word. He quietly pondered they should be arriving soon, for if his memory served him correctly, today was the day. Damn it, a month ago you told me to wait, and now you still ask for patience. Do you truly believe I am so easily placated? Upon hearing Tan Xinmeng's words, Beige felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Beige, my father only borrowed 50,000 from you, and now you demand a repayment of 1 million. I simply cannot provide such an amount, Tan Xinmeng expressed with a sense of grievance. During her father's lifetime, he had to borrow a sum from Beige due to a crisis at the orphanage, and to her astonishment, in just a few short years, the debt had escalated 20-fold. I have no obligation to concern myself with your circumstances. The words inscribed in black and white are unmistakably clear. 1 million, not a penny less. With that, Bagu produced a promissory note. Please, Bagu, grant me a few more days. I assure you I will repay you, Tan Xinmeng pleaded incessantly, as a frail woman. How could she possibly possess such a sum? Grant you more time? If you cannot repay today, then this house shall serve as collateral, Bagu retorted angrily, eyeing the property before him. The house occupied a considerable area, ample enough to cover the million, perhaps even more. Absolutely not. I will never part with my home. Upon hearing Ba Ji's words, Tan Xinming's heart raced with panic. This house was not only the sole inheritance from her father, but also the only sanctuary for the children within. What would become of them if she surrendered the house? You neither produce the money nor wish to use the house as collateral. It appears you intend to default. Bagu stepped closer, his fierce demeanor becoming increasingly menacing. Please, grant me just a few more days, Tan Xinming implored, gazing into Ba Ji's eyes as he approached her. Chapter 76. The brother arrives. How about this? You, my dear, seem to have hidden charms. Why not sell your body to repay your debt? Bagu observed Tan Xinming, who stood merely a breath away, her enchanting fragrance stirring an unsettling desire within him. Impossible, Tan Xinming exclaimed, retreating hastily, creating distance between them. Spend some time with the brothers. Perhaps if they're in a good mood, they might just forget this matter. Bagu gazed at the captivating Tan Xinming, feeling an unsettling warmth coursing through him. His throat parched. I warn you, I will call the police. Tan Xinming's heart raced with increasing trepidation as she met Ba Ji's audacious gaze. Call the police? It all hinges on whether you have the opportunity. As the parrot spoke, it rushed towards Tan Xinming. At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance. Your delivery has arrived. With the sound echoing, Chen Hao stepped inside. I must say, ordering so many items at once is rather excessive. I hope you can place separate orders next time. Chen Hao began to complain as soon as he arrived, bewildered by the situation. How absurd it was for a single order to comprise over 10 items. It seemed they did not regard these delivery workers as human beings. Chen Hao then sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The imposing figures surrounding him did not appear to be of good character, and the girl wore an expression of distress. What could possibly be the matter? Please sign for your delivery, Chen Hao said to Tan Xinming. All right, I'll be more attentive next time. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Tan Xinming replied, her demeanor suggesting she was eager for him to depart. She was well aware that the individuals before her were not to be trifled with, and she wished to spare Chen Hao from any unnecessary entanglement. Get lost, you little brat. Mind your own business, Bagu said, his irritation palpable as Chen Hao had interrupted his plans. Anyone in his position would share his displeasure. What are you staring at? If you don't scram, I'll gouge your eyes out, a thug behind Bagu threatened, impatient to follow their leader and partake in the spoils. Chen Hao's hesitation had clearly irked the group. Hey, come on, give it a try. Chen Hao boldly leaned towards the ruffian. Hey, with my fiery temper. Chen Hao's anger surged forth as he contemplated how this thug might dare to gouge out his eyes. The young miscreant, taken aback by encountering someone even more audacious than himself, found himself momentarily speechless. Kid, it seems you've come looking for trouble today. Bagu shifted his gaze to Chen Hao, his eyes brimming with malice. You should leave quickly. Tan Xinming, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, urged Chen Hao to retreat. If he became embroiled in this matter, it would likely lead to more than just a beating. Today, I shall meddle just this once, Chen Hao replied, casting a reassuring glance at Tan Xinming before turning to confront Bagu. Staring contests were hardly a rarity, and Chen Hao showed no signs of intimidation before these burly men, defiantly returning their glare. All right, I'm eager to see how you intend to handle this. Debts must be repaid. That is a matter of principle. Even if the King of Heaven were to intervene, she must repay what she owes today. What's going on? Chen Hao, perplexed, turned to Tan Xinming and inquired whether those fierce-looking individuals were indeed the victims, while the girl was the infamous deadbeat. Tan Xinming contemplated for a moment before recounting the entire story to Chen Hao. Upon hearing her words, Chen Hao nodded in realization. The situation was rather straightforward. Tan Xinming's father had borrowed money from these men due to issues concerning the orphanage, and after his untimely demise, the debt fell upon Tan Xinming. However, she was unable to pay such a hefty sum, which understandably displeased the burly men, leading to this farcical scenario. You all should take your time. She is here and cannot escape, Chen Hao stated solemnly. The matter was indeed troublesome. Repaying debts is a fundamental principle, yet the interest on this debt seemed excessive, multiplying 20-fold within just a few years. There is no time to delay. I had already granted her a month's extension. Today, she must either surrender the house or repay the money, Ba Gu asserted firmly, his patience thoroughly exhausted by Tan Shiming. At this moment, he was unconcerned with anything else. Retrieving the money was his sole priority. Absolutely not. I will never relinquish my house, Tan Shiming exclaimed passionately, realizing Ba Gu had set his sights on her property. Chen Hao understood her sentiment as well. This was an orphanage, and if the house were seized to settle debts, what would become of the children inside? You will not obtain this house. You should consider other options, Chen Hao directly addressed Ba Gu. You cannot provide the money, and the house cannot be used as collateral, so perhaps you should offer yourself in repayment, Ba Gu leered, eyeing Tan Shiming with greed. That is out of the question. You, a loan shark, have no right to make such demands. Chen Hao interjected sharply, appalled at the suggestion of human trafficking. You little brat, are you colluding with her to evade payment? Ba Gu spat angrily at Chen Hao. Can this big brother drive those ruffians away? It would be best if they never returned. Little Roland looked through the door, eagerly observing Chen Hao's figure. These thugs have been harassing them every few days, often causing a ruckus with the headmistress. I don't know, but I hope this big brother can assist the headmistress, she added. These fellows are despicable. When I grow up, I will teach them a lesson. Just as the children were discussing, a discordant voice rang out from outside. Since you insist on this, there is nothing more to discuss. Attack. I want to see whether your lives are more valuable than your money, Ba Gu bellowed to his gang. Quick, go protect the headmistress, Little Roland shouted, alarmed by the command, as she hurriedly directed her friends to rush outside. If you strike first, I shall not hold back, Chen Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. First, incapacitate that filthy brat, then take care of that one. Upon hearing Ba Ji's orders, the gang charged at Chen Hao. Headmistress, do not fear, we are here, the children exclaimed as they dashed out of the room. However, one child remained behind, standing still and staring intently at Chen Hao in the courtyard. What are you all doing out here? Quickly return, Tan Shiming urged, her heart racing at the thought of the crazed men approaching, knowing the children would be in harm's way. Do not fear them. There are many of us, Little Roland said earnestly beside Tan Shiming. Do not worry, young lady. They will not get past us, Chen Hao reassured, amused by Little Roland's bravery. Little brat, since you want to meddle, allow me to teach you a lesson. Meddling requires skill, one of the thugs sneered as he swung a fist at Chen Hao. Worthless, Chen Hao scoffed, swiftly employing his intermediate combat skills to take the thug down in no time. Are you all ready to submit? Chen Hao asked the groaning thugs sprawled on the ground. How do you like my skills? Surely, I can handle a bit of meddling. He approached Ba Gu with a cold smile. Do not come any closer. Ba Ji's face was a mask of fear as he realized he had provoked someone formidable. Wow, Big Brother is amazing, Little Roland exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Chen Hao effortlessly dispatch the thugs. Ha ha ha, when you want to learn, I shall teach you, Chen Hao remarked, feeling a sense of fulfillment from the praise. Tan Shiming was taken aback by Chen Hao's prowess. She had worried about the costs, only to realize she had overthought the situation. You little brat, repaying debts is a matter of principle, even if you protect her for a moment. Can you shield her for a lifetime? Ba Gu fumed, having not only failed to collect the debt, but also suffered defeat. Chen Hao fell silent at Ba Ji's words. He recognized the truth in them. He knew there would come a day when he would leave this place. And when that time arrived, these thugs would undoubtedly exact their vengeance on Tan Shiming. Rest assured, I will repay you. Please grant me a little more time. Tan Shiming pleaded with Ba Gu and his crew, fully aware of the implication in Ba Gu's words. She understood that Chen Hao could not remain there indefinitely, and they would face dire consequences once he departed. Repay? With what? Will you sell yourself? Ba Gu scoffed at Tan Shiming, knowing that if she could repay, she would have done so long ago, rather than prolonging the issue. Mind your words, otherwise I shall sew your mouth shut, Chen Hao threatened Ba Gu, appalled by the thug's crude language. I beg you, grant me a little more time. I will kneel before you all, Tan Shiming implored, dropping to her knees. The surrounding children were immediately distressed by her display. Headmistress, please get up. We can just give them the house, Little Roland cried, her eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of breaking down. "Yes, headmistress, it is our fault. Perhaps you could send us to another orphanage," the other children chimed in, their concern for Tan Shiming evident. Chen Hao felt a pang of sorrow for the children. Their understanding and compassion were heart-wrenching. "I will take care of this matter," he declared, recalling that he had 5 million at his disposal. The 5 million can only assist people. It is of no use remaining in his hands. The current situation is precisely an opportunity to help others, and Chen Hao has made up his mind to aid Tan Shiming and her companions through their difficulties. "Just you? What can a mere delivery worker like you contribute? I must make it clear that 1 million must not be lessened by a single cent." Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, "Boy fed de a mere delivery worker earns only a pittance each month. How could he possibly come up with 1 million? Brother, I appreciate your intentions, but it would be better if you refrained from involving yourself in this matter," Tan Shiming interjected, also doubting Chen Hao's ability to produce such a sum, a figure that would take an ordinary person many years to accumulate. Moreover, even if Chen Hao were to procure 1 million, she would feel too embarrassed to accept it. "Rest assured, this paltry sum of 1 million is within my reach," Chen Hao reassured Tan Shiming with a smile. "Haha, if you can truly produce it, then you're certainly not merely a delivery worker." Ba Ge mocked Chen Hao, who had inflicted physical discomfort upon him, now seeking to retaliate verbally. "How outrageous!" Chen Hao was about to curse back, but realized there were many children present. It would be a shame to lead them astray. "Big brother, can you really help us?" Little Roland gazed at Chen Hao with hopeful eyes. For the past month, Tan Shiming had been troubled by this issue, and the little ones had witnessed her distress but felt powerless to assist. "Of course. However, you must promise to behave and listen to your elder sister, the director. If you do not comply, I may reconsider my assistance." Chen Hao smiled at the children, feeling inexplicably uplifted by their presence. "Rest assured, I will be obedient." Little Roland promptly promised Chen Hao. "Roland," Tan Shiming scolded the child before turning back to Chen Hao. "Please, don't mind the children. I will handle this matter myself." "It simply cannot be. Since I have resolved to help you, I will see it through to the end," Chen Hao declared as he began to contact the system in his mind, preparing to withdraw 1 million. Indeed, it was possible. Chen Hao observed the system deducting 1 million, which only occurred when it recognized his intent to use the money for aiding others. "Quickly, provide me with your bank account number," Chen Hao instructed Ba Ge, who appeared taken aback by the sudden influx of 1 million in his own account. "Sure, let's see how a delivery worker retrieves 1 million, Ba Ge replied with disdain, unable to believe Chen Hao could genuinely produce such an amount. Soon, one of Ba Ge's subordinates relayed the bank account number to Chen Hao. "Done. You should have received a notification by now," Chen Hao stated as he transferred the 1 million. Ding. Ba Ge heard his phone chime and quickly checked it. Gasp. He inhaled sharply, counting the zeros with disbelief. It was precisely 1 million. In utter shock, Ba Ge addressed Chen Hao, unable to fathom that he had indeed managed to produce such an amount. "How could you so casually produce 1 million? You should not be delivering food. This is classic playing the fool to catch the tiger." Ba Ge thought to himself. "Well then, you have received the money. It's time for the IOU." Chen Hao extended his hand, unafraid of any attempts at deceit. If they dared to trick him, he would not hesitate to leave his mark on them. Ba Ge hesitated, recalling his boss's instructions. Handing over the loan note would sever their ties to this property entirely. "What do you mean? Are you attempting to cheat me?" Chen Hao stretched his limbs, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to fight. All right. Ba Ge, sensing Chen Hao's anger, quickly retrieved the IOU and handed it over. "The note is destroyed, and our debt is cleared. Should you dare to disturb us again, be prepared for the consequences," Chen Hao declared, igniting the IOU with a lighter. Ba Ge felt a pang of anxiety as he watched the paper burn. His boss had explicitly told him that they only wanted the house, nothing else. Their quest for debt collection was merely a facade. Yet, they had not anticipated a formidable opponent like Chen Hao, who had not only repaid the debt, but had also proven to be a force to be reckoned with. "Are you not leaving?" Chen Hao glared at Ba Ge and his companions, who showed no inclination to depart. Let us go. Ba Ye, fearing Chen Hao's wrath, urged his companions as they stumbled toward the exit. "Ba Ge, how do we explain this to the boss?" As they stepped outside, one of the thugs questioned, aware that their boss had a notoriously short temper. This time, they had failed to accomplish their task, and the IOU had been burned. They could already envision their boss's furious reaction. "What do we do?" Just tell him the truth and hope he goes easy on us. Ba Ge grimaced at the thought of their boss's methods. Compared to Chen Hao, their boss seemed like a mere lamb. They found themselves caught between two formidable adversaries. Thank you, big brother. Tan Shiming expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chen Hao, relieved that the nightmare that had haunted her for a month had finally dissipated. A sweet smile broke across her face. It was nothing, Chen Hao replied, slightly bashful. The money was of no use to him, and putting it to good use for Tan Shiming was gratifying. He was taken aback by her gratitude, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Tan Shiming inquired, determined to repay Chen Hao despite having settled the debt. My name is Chen Hao. You may call me Haozi, he replied. How go? Rest assured, I will gradually save enough money to repay you, Tan Shiming promised, eager to write an IOU. No need for an IOU. Consider this my donation. There is no need to repay me. Chen Hao smiled, genuinely pleased to help these children. How go, thank you. Little Roland bowed deeply to Chen Hao. Though she was young, she understood the weight of the situation and had witnessed Tan Shiming's sleepless nights filled with worry. How would you like to express your gratitude? Chen Hao crouched down, smiling at the adorable little Roland. Little Roland pondered, cradling her small head, unable to conceive how to express her gratitude to Chen Hao. How about when I grow up, I take care of you in your old age? She tentatively suggested to Chen Hao. Roland, do not speak so carelessly. Oh ye. Children speak without filters. Tan Shiming hurriedly interjected, fearing what else Roland might say. What is there to fear? Everyone must eventually face life and death. Hold on. I shall hold you to that promise. I am indeed looking forward to your care in my twilight years. Chen Hao laughed heartily. Here, that's my number. Reach out if you need anything. I must get back to work now, he said, leaving his contact with Tan Shiming before riding off on his electric scooter. Thank you. Brother Hao. Little Roland shouted at his receding figure, prompting the other children to echo her sentiments. Chen Hao, hearing their appreciative voices, felt a wave of joy. It was indeed gratifying to help others. All right, let's head back, Tan Shiming announced to the children as Chen Hao's silhouette faded from view, reflecting on her fortune for having encountered such a benefactor. Sister Dean, I want fried potatoes. Little Roland tugged at Tan Shiming's clothing. Sure. Today you can have whatever you desire, Tan Shiming replied with a smile, relieved to have resolved an issue that had weighed heavily on her heart. She decided to treat the children to something special today. Hooray! I want fried potatoes too. Me too. Soon, the children clamored around Tan Shiming, their exuberance filling the air. Watching their vibrant energy, her heart swelled with sweetness, all thanks to Chen Hao. Without him, their lives might not have been so stable. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Hao's presence had already etched itself into Tan Shiming's heart. Chapter 79. The Anxious Wang. Fatty, you incompetent fools. You can't even handle such a trivial matter and still have the audacity to return, a man's voice echoed in a dimly lit room, causing Ah Gu's body to tremble under the weight of his boss Di Qing's scorn, a notorious thug in the area. What good is this mere 1 million to me? That apartment requires at least 3 million. Di Qing esse anger escalated. His desire to eliminate Ah Gu and his companions palpable. Boss, it's not our fault. Who would have thought a delivery boy could produce 1 million? Ah Gu defended himself, baffled by the absurdity of the situation. Excuses? You're a bunch of useless men who can't outsmart a delivery boy and still dare to make excuses. Di Qing exclaimed, delivering a couple of sharp slaps to Ah Gu's face, feeling a newfound disdain for his incompetence. What should we do now, boss? Ah Gu asked, nursing his cheek, aware that Di Qing would not let this slide easily. This time, I'll handle it personally. That apartment will be mine. Of course, once you step in, it's as good as done. Ah Gu flattered, though a nagging feeling of impending difficulty lingered in his mind. That evening, Chen Hao returned home and commenced his lottery draw for the day. Finally, my fortunes have turned, he exclaimed, his trembling hands uncertain where to rest as he gazed at the screen. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, basic X-ray vision. Chen Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously, astonished to find he hadn't misread. Basic X-ray vision was indeed a treasure. As wicked thoughts began to swirl in his mind, he contemplated whether he should linger near the ladies' restroom the next day. No, what am I thinking? I'm not that kind of person, he chastised himself, abruptly halting the descent into indecency, realizing that such thoughts could land him in serious trouble. Unsure of the extent of this newfound ability, he speculated that basic X-ray vision, by its very name, was merely an elementary skill. Thus, it shouldn't be overly powerful. He dismissed the notion that he could see through walls, deeming it improbable. Chen Hao diligently researched and soon grasped the limits of his vision. Ultimately, he concluded that it could only penetrate a wall. Yet he found a significant flaw. Why couldn't it see through clothing? This shouldn't be. It can see through walls, yet not fabric? He mused before surrendering to sleep. Grateful that he, unlike some of his friends, didn't let such trivialities drive him to madness. The night wore on, and a man, surrounded by discarded cigarette butts, bore the appearance of exhaustion, his bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair reflecting disbelief, as if grappling with an unsolvable dilemma. Ding! Sign in successful. Skill acquired, Coffee Master. Earned 10 points. The following morning, Chen Hao arose early, having just finished his morning routine when his phone rang. Hello, what does Wang Fatty want? He responded promptly, aware that he was on the verge of being late for work. I have a very serious question for you. Are we brothers? Wang Fatty's voice came through the line, laced with an unusual gravity that piqued Chen Hao's curiosity. Yes, what is on your mind? This matter cannot be discussed over the phone. We must meet in person. All right. Chen Hao, upon hearing this, quickly requested leave from his supervisor, citing a family emergency involving his brother. Soon, he arrived at their agreed-upon location. Brother, what is it? Speak freely, Chen Hao said, concern etched upon his face. I've encountered a pivotal moment that could alter my destiny, Wang Fatty replied, his previously gloomy expression brightening with excitement. So what is it? Chen Hao, noticing the sudden shift in Wang Fatty's demeanor, felt a sinking sensation in his heart, suspecting something dire had occurred at home. Well, Wang Fatty hesitated before launching into the details of the situation. You call me out here for this trivial matter? Chen Hao exploded upon hearing Wang Fatty's tale, having anticipated something grave. This is a small issue. It pertains to my happiness for the rest of my life. Huh? Chen Hao scoffed derisively at Wang Fatty's concerns. No laughter. It boils down to one question. Will you help or not? Wang Fatty asked earnestly. I will help. Since I'm already here, I'll assist you this one time. But honestly, you should have more courage to deal with such matters, Chen Hao remarked with disdain. I'm not a novice in this matter, Wang Fatty said somewhat bashfully. The situation was as follows. Wang Fatty had taken a liking to a girl, yet he was too timid to approach her for her contact information, which prompted him to call Chen Hao. Wang Fatty believed that Chen Hao, having had some romantic experiences, would undoubtedly be far more adept than he was. Little did he know, Chen Hao was equally inexperienced in this arena. Initially, the serious atmosphere had Chen Hao worried that something grave had befallen Wang Fatty's family, which compelled him to rush over, only to find that Wang Fatty was so lacking in confidence that he needed assistance with such a trivial matter. Is that girl here? Chen Hao inquired as he surveyed the establishment, only to discover that there seemed to be a dearth of female patrons. No way. Could it be that Wang Fatty has a preference for this type? Get lost. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Wang Fatty remarked, recognizing Chen Hao's expression. His sexual orientation was perfectly normal, quite typical indeed. Not here. To be precise, I am unsure of her whereabouts, but she often frequents the CAF across the street. Wang Fatty pointed towards the CAF while addressing Chen Hao. Chapter 80. Wang Fatty's goddess, is this the girl? Chen Hao exclaimed, staring incredulously at Wang Fatty. Yes, Wang Fatty replied, nodding shyly. Upon hearing Wang Fatty's affirmation, Chen Hao let out a long sigh. It was not that the girl was unattractive. Rather, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her radiant smile and delicate features were striking. Wang Fatty had no chance with someone like her unless he transformed into a paragon of charisma. Wang Fatty, why are you so deluded? Hitting a wall is one thing, but why choose a steel plate to crash into? I'll do my best, Chen Hao said, refraining from discouraging Wang Fatty, knowing that he at least had his looks in comparison. Thank you, Hao Ge. Once I succeed, dinner is on me. Wang Fatty exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Chen Hao's agreement. Go on. Stop with the flattery. Chen Hao waved him off before slowly making his way towards the CAF. Brother, this meal might not be very appetizing, Chen Hao thought, lacking any confidence in Wang Fatty's endeavor. Upon arriving at the CAF, he noted that it was relatively empty, with only a handful of patrons. The girl Wang Fatty was interested and stood out remarkably, akin to a white swan among a flock of black ones, capturing one's attention instantly. Chen Hao adjusted his mindset, recognizing that this was his first attempt at such an endeavor, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. "Hello." Chen Hao approached the girl and softly spoke. "Hello, do you need something?" The girl glanced at Chen Hao before seemingly losing interest and returning to her coffee. "Ahem. Could I have your contact information?" Chen Hao, at a loss for how to proceed delicately, decided to be direct. His scant romantic experience left him uncertain about how to request a phone number. In the past, it had always been the girls who asked him for his. The girl chuckled at his bluntness. "You're a bit amusing." She had never encountered a boy who was so straightforward. Most would engage in meaningless chatter before asking for a number. Chen Hao felt awkward, scratching his head. What should he do now? Had she rejected him or accepted? Who could guide him on the next step? "Allow me to teach you." The first step in asking a girl for her contact information is to make a splendid impression. After saying this, the girl scrutinized Chen Hao. Although he was not a stunning beauty, he possessed a certain charm. Years of delivering takeout had given him some muscle, as he often had to climb multiple flights of stairs. "Your face is quite decent, just about passable. Next, you should ask for the girl's name." The girl hinted to Chen Hao. "Hello, my name is Chen Hao. May I know your name?" Chen Hao, not oblivious to her hints, promptly inquired. "Ha ha, you crack me up. Miss and your esteemed name. Are you from the ancient times?" The girl laughed heartily, playfully poking Chen Hao's shoulder. "Ahem." Chen Hao coughed to mask his embarrassment. "My name is M.O.U., with M.O. meaning do, not in you meaning rain," she finally revealed after her laughter subsided. "Montaku, like fishing?" Chen Hao mused quietly. "Waiter, I'll have another cup of mixed coffee. With 3 types of coffee beans." M.O.U. ordered with ease. "Miss, here's your coffee." The waiter soon placed a cup of coffee in front of M.O.U. "Are you still drinking? Aren't you going to sleep tonight?" Chen Hao remarked, glancing at the empty cup before her. "Who says it's for me? This is for you." M.O.U. rolled her eyes at Chen Hao and pushed the coffee towards him. "That is too kind," Chen Hao said, though he had already grasped the coffee cup firmly in his hands. "Go ahead, since you want my phone number, if you could describe all the nuances of this coffee." "It might not be impossible," M.O.U. teased, finding his awkwardness rather entertaining. "All right, that's your challenge," Chen Hao accepted with a smile. Today, his skills coincidentally aligned with coffee, making this task quite manageable. "Impressive. I didn't expect this CAF to have such quality." After taking a sip, he realized the complexity of the brew. It is widely known that mixed coffee is the most challenging to prepare because the beans vary from region to region. Coffee beans can generally be categorized into 5 flavors: sour, bitter, sweet, fragrant, and rich. After savoring another sip, he continued, "The essence of mixed coffee lies in the perfect harmonization of these flavors." Inhaling the aroma of the coffee in his hands, he elaborated, "This particular cup prominently features fragrance with a hint of acidity, likely using Guatemalan beans. The other 2 beans providing the supporting acidity are evidently Kilimanjaro and Mocha Highlands Hara, blended in a ratio of 4:3, resulting in this aromatic and rich mixed coffee." As Chen Hao finished, he took a moment to relish the coffee's fragrance. M.O.U. watched in astonishment as he effortlessly dissected the complexities of the mixed coffee. "You must be a barista." M.O.U. looked at Chen Hao with unwavering certainty, asserting that only a barista could possess such profound knowledge of coffee culture, capable of discerning all its nuances with a single sip. "No, I'm merely a delivery person." Chen Hao chuckled in response. "Impossible," M.O.U. exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she gazed at him, unable to fathom that he could be just a delivery worker. Almost forgetting her purpose for being there, Chen Hao suddenly recalled why he had come. "Could you share your contact information with me?" he inquired with a smile. "Certainly." M.O.U.'s thoughts were drawn back by Chen Hao's eager expression, and she promptly obliged, providing her phone number, which Chen Hao hurriedly noted down. "Thank you, but I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company any longer." With that, Chen Hao stood up and exited the CAF. "Chen Hao, quite intriguing. I shall remember that," M.O.U. mused, her gaze drifting to the coffee in her cup, recalling the confidence and pride with which he had discussed coffee. Regardless, she made a mental note of his name. "Hey, Fat Wong, I've got it back for you." Chen Hao rushed over to Fat Wong. "Good buddy, I owe you a meal sometime," Fat Wong cheerfully said, wrapping an arm around Chen Hao's shoulder. Just as Chen Hao was about to respond, he spotted a familiar figure entering the adjacent building with several others. "Fat Wong, I have something to deal with. Here is her number. I'll be off now." After saying this, Chen Hao swiftly made his way towards the building. "What is the rush? Call me when you have time," Fat Wong shouted after him. "Sure, I'll make sure to treat you well then," Chen Hao replied over his shoulder. "I warn you, if anything happens to Xiao Roland and the others, I will haunt you, Tan Ximing declared angrily, pointing at the group of burly men before her. She had initially believed that once Chen Hao helped her settle her debts, everything would be resolved. However, she now realized how naive she had been, as these scoundrels resorted to such despicable acts. No, if you become a ghost, we will not spare you either, Brother 8 laughed derisively. Tan Ximing glared furiously at Brother 8, wishing she had the strength to retaliate against these men. Having acquired the ability to see through objects, Chen Hao observed Tan Ximing and the thugs entering the elevator and decided without hesitation to take the stairs instead. Boss, the person has been brought, Brother 8 announced as they reached the top floor. Well done, you lot have proven somewhat useful, Di Qing remarked, nodding at Brother 8 and his companions before turning his gaze to Tan Ximing, a glint of mockery flickering in his eyes upon seeing her. Return the children to me, Tan Ximing shouted at Di Qing, her voice filled with desperation. The vile men had seized several children while she was distracted, and her composure shattered in that moment. I can return them, but you must agree to one condition, Di Qing said, a sinister smile curling his lips as if he anticipated her acquiescence. What condition? Tan Ximing asked anxiously, feeling an unsettling dread creep over her at the sight of Di Qing, who seemed less human and more like a wolf in human guise. I have long coveted your house. Let's make an exchange, the house for the children. You would not be at a loss, Di Qing proposed, leaning closer to her, his voice chillingly cold. Absolutely not. Even if it costs me my life, you will never possess that house, Tan Ximing declared resolutely. That house was not merely an inheritance from her father. It was the last refuge for these children in this world, and she could never surrender it. Do not be hasty in your rejection. First, behold these children, Di Qing urged, pulling aside a curtain to reveal a large television screen displaying surveillance footage. The children were crammed into a cage, their hands and feet bound. You beast! You wretched beast! Tan Ximing exploded, her anger igniting as the fear within her dissipated. While I may be a beast, you're no saint either. You could have saved them, yet you cling to your possessions. You are the one who has harmed them. Di Qing taunted, aiming to dismantle Tan Ximing's mental defenses. If he could break her spirit, she would agree to anything. That is impossible. I tell you, I will only part with the house if I am dead, Tan Ximing shot back defiantly. Di Qing was taken aback by her unwavering resolve. He had underestimated her tenacity. Do not be so quick to refuse. If you agree, I will not only return the original sum of 100,000, but will also add an additional 20,000. And all the children will be returned to you, he offered, employing a classic tactic of giving a little to gain much. Tan Ximing fell into deep thought. If it were possible, she truly wished to rescue the children first. She could not bear to see them suffer. No, she finally replied, her voice steady after considerable deliberation. She had nearly forgotten that there were more children who needed her, and 120,000, though appearing substantial, would hardly suffice to reopen an orphanage. What would become of the other children? Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Di Qing seethed, his patience wearing thin. He had approached her with goodwill. Yet this woman was ungrateful, stubbornly refusing to relinquish the house. Observing her defiance, Di Qing felt his options dwindling. If Tan Ximing remained obstinate, he was at an impasse. After all, it was no longer an era where one could simply force someone to sign a contract against their will. As he contemplated this, he noted the anger etched on Tan Ximing's beautiful face, which only heightened her allure. You refuse to hand over the house. Very well, but you must entertain us. Di Qing leered, suddenly realizing how strikingly beautiful Tan Ximing was. Having failed to seize the house, Di Qing's thoughts turned to Tan Ximing herself. After all, they had engaged in all this trouble and deserved some form of gratification, did they not? Upon hearing his words, Brother 8 and his companions' eyes lit up with delight, relishing the prospect of indulging in such exquisite company, even if they could not have the money. Tan Ximing's face flushed crimson as she processed Di Qing's shameless demands, torn between anger and embarrassment, or perhaps experiencing a blend of both. Tan Ximing clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. However, she was not Chen Hao. She could not take on multiple opponents by herself, and she despised her own helplessness. I agree, she uttered through gritted teeth, fully aware that these men would not relent until they extracted some advantage from her today. The most critical factor was that the children were still in the hands of Di Qing and his gang. If she provoked them, who knew what they might do. The mere thought of the children suffering at their hands made Tan Shiming shudder. "Good, you have spirit," Di Qing remarked, his eyes gleaming with a lascivious light as he observed Tan Shiming's reluctant acquiescence. Listening to his words, she felt a wave of anguish wash over her, her entire being growing increasingly uneasy. Ba Gu and his companions reveled in her discomfort, recalling the time they had been beaten by Chen Hao. Though they could not retaliate against him, witnessing Tan Shiming's distress brought them a twisted sense of satisfaction. Di Qing, savoring Tan Shiming's expression, felt a surge of gratification. He relished the power he wielded over others, a psychological ailment known as a control freak from a scientific perspective. "You all leave first. Wait until I'm finished having my fun before it's your turn," he commanded, dismissing Ba Gu and his companions with a wave of his hand. He had no desire to be observed while indulging in his pleasures. "Yes, boss," they replied, understanding that their leader was preparing to entertain himself. They eagerly anticipated their turn after he was done, exiting the room and closing the door behind them with a sense of understanding. Long time no see, they were greeted by a familiar figure, a man who instilled fear in their hearts. "How dare you scum breach our agreement?" Chen Hao's fury ignited as he confronted the familiar faces before him. "Boss, it's not what you think. We were just—" Ba Gu began to explain, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If Chen Hao learned of the circumstances inside, they were certain he would obliterate them. "Are you coming here yourself? Or shall I come to you?" Di Qing leered at Tan Shiming, the desire surging through him. "Bang! Help!" The cacophony from outside erupted, prompting Di Qing to shout in irritation. Just then, the door burst open. No, it was kicked in, and a shadow flew in like a cannonball, landing not far from Di Qing. "Boss, someone else here," Ba Gu gasped, clearly having received a thorough education outside. The director, upon seeing the familiar figure at the door, felt a surge of astonishment, followed by tears streaming down her cheeks. She had lost all hope, yet at this critical moment, he had returned. "Why are you here?" Tan Shiming asked Chen Hao, her voice trembling with emotion. Logically, she had not informed him, so how could he possibly know? "You little brat, who the hell do you think you are to disturb my affairs?" Di Qing bellowed, his rage boiling over upon seeing Chen Hao enter. If it weren't for the fact that he recognized Chen Hao's fighting prowess, he might have charged at him immediately. However, seeing Ba Gu and his companions sprawled on the ground, Di Qing's reason returned slightly. "What are you doing here? Why did you come with them? Don't you know who they are? Did I not instruct you to contact me immediately if anything happened?" Chen Hao questioned Tan Shiming, his anger palpable. Had he not happened to be nearby, he could only imagine the chaos that might have ensued. "They took the children and threatened me not to call you," she replied, finding a sense of solace in his fury. "What?" Chen Hao's expression darkened as he turned to glare at Di Qing, astonished that they would resort to such despicable tactics. A group of grown men stooping to threaten a vulnerable woman filled him with shame on their behalf. "Rest assured, since I am here, I will take care of this matter," Chen Hao declared, his voice resonating through the room. He held a favorable impression of the children, and the thought of them being victimized by such brutes incensed him further. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, his eyes fixed on Di Qing. Had he not passed by and witnessed the scene, he shuddered to think of what Tan Shiming might have endured today. Such scoundrels could utterly ruin a young woman in her prime, and the fact that Di Qing would use children as leverage only intensified Chen Hao's wrath. Such vermin deserved nothing less than annihilation. Di Qing, observing the moaning Ba Gu and his companions on the floor, felt his own anger boiling. Though Chen Hao instilled a sense of caution in him, he quickly regained his confidence, recalling the power of his own backing. "You little brat, you have quite the audacity to lay your hands on my people. Let me make this clear. If you do not explain yourself today, I will ensure you vanish from this world." Di Qing spat, brimming with arrogance. "I look forward to seeing how you will accomplish that," Chen Hao retorted, his gaze shifting to the screen behind Di Qing. He recognized the familiar face of little Roland, seeing her and the others seemingly caged like animals. His fury reached a boiling point. He could hardly restrain himself from obliterating Di Qing. As Di Qing watched Chen Hao approach, a wave of panic washed over him. He realized that this man was likely a formidable force. Chapter 83. "I have support behind me. Let me make this abundantly clear. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll ensure not a single one of your family members remains," Di Qing threatened, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Hao. He understood that in such a situation, the more brazen he was, the better he could maintain control over the confrontation. What did you just say? Chen Hao's temper ignited at the mention of family, which was undoubtedly his Achilles heel. Di Qing's threat to involve his family felt like a personal attack, pushing him towards a violent resolution. Chen Hao don't. Tan Shimeng rushed forward, grasping his fist as he prepared to strike Di Qing. She was well aware of the formidable forces backing these men. Their reckless behavior indicated the terror of their affiliations. Why? Chen Hao questioned, observing Tan Shimeng tightly clutching his fist. Her plea quelled some of his fury, for he understood there must be a reason behind her words. Behind them lies a formidable power. Although you have struck him, it may bring harm to yourself. Tan Shimeng gazed at Chen Hao, a wave of guilt washing over her. It was her fault that Chen Hao had been drawn into this murky situation. The young girl displayed remarkable awareness. Di Qing observed Tan Shimeng as she held Chen Hao back, his anxious heart finally settling. Despite the forces at his back, he realized that distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. Should Chen Hao confront him now, he found himself utterly powerless. Release the children, and we shall consider today's incident as if it never occurred, Tan Shimeng coldly declared to Di Qing. Her sole desire was for the children's safety, without concern for anything else. You want them freed? Certainly, as previously mentioned, you must entertain us, and naturally, the children will be released, Di Qing leered at Tan Shimeng, emboldened by the sight of Chen Hao being restrained. I grant you 3 minutes to ponder, otherwise. Di Qing's threat was abruptly interrupted by a furious roar. I'll consider your nonsense. Chen Hao could no longer contain his anger and swung his fist at Di Qing. Chen Hao, Tan Shimeng quickly shouted, realizing that her actions had placed him in a perilous position. She was well aware that someone had once offended Di Qing, only to find themselves exiled from the city. Do not act recklessly. Di Qing faltered at the sight of Chen Hao's fury, regretting his earlier bravado. You scum have truly ignited my wrath, Chen Hao declared, liberating his fury. Did he fear the powerful forces behind Di Qing? Certainly not. He was no stranger to influential figures, like the city's wealthiest magnates. Chen Hao continued his assault for a full 10 minutes before finally ceasing. How does it feel now? Care to be arrogant again? He inquired, casting a glance at Di Qing, whom he harbored no affection for. Iwantidare, Di Qing stammered, realizing he had no choice but to relent. Just wait. I'll make you pay for this, he vowed, his hatred for Chen Hao deepening. Should you ever trouble the orphanage again, the consequences need not be stated, Chen Hao warned, slapping Di Qing's face, which had transformed into a grotesque visage. I swear. I was blind and failed to recognize your might. Please, let me go, Di Qing pleaded. Chen Hao held back, contemplating that in a few days, he would make Di Qing experience a bitter lesson. Di Qing resolved that he must ensure Chen Hao's disappearance from this world to quell his rage. Chen Hao, you should not have struck him. The forces backing him will not let this go, Tan Shimeng said sternly, though unaware of the true nature of the powers behind these thugs. She was painfully aware of their past misdeeds. For years, they had stirred chaos, suggesting that their backing was formidable indeed. Chen Hao began to ponder, realizing that the lurking power was indeed a nuisance. If not dealt with decisively, they would likely continue to threaten the orphanage. Today was merely a fortunate coincidence, and he could not ensure future serendipity. Seeing Chen Hao's grave demeanor, Tan Shimeng hoped he finally grasped the situation's severity. You must flee as far away as possible, she urged. Di Qing, overhearing this, grew anxious. How could he exact revenge if Chen Hao escaped? The world was vast, and finding him would prove challenging. Don't worry. If I leave, what will happen to your orphanage? Chen Hao replied casually, showing no concern for Di Qing's backing. Indeed, how would we dare to pursue matters concerning your orphanage? Di Qing sighed in relief, grateful that Chen Hao intended to stay. Chen Hao noted the relief on Di Qing's face, recognizing the intent for revenge lingering beneath the surface. Speak, who are the forces behind you? Chen Hao demanded, intent on resolving this matter thoroughly. I truly do not wish to trouble the orphanage again. Di Qing trembled, fearing Chen Hao's wrath. Just answer. Why all the hesitation? Chen Hao kicked Di Qing, urging him to respond. I will tell you. My uncle is the chief steward for Boss Qian, Di Qing blurted out, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Boss Qian? Which Boss Qian? Chen Hao pressed, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Qian Tianing, the illustrious Boss Qian, Di Qing declared proudly, knowing that everyone in the city recognized the name of the wealthiest individual. Upon hearing this, Tan Shimin gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She had never imagined that the power behind Di Qing was Chen Tianing. Chen Hao was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently drawn the attention of the Chen family. Why did everything that transpired recently seem to connect to them? Chapter 84. Uncle, you have arrived. Haha, are you frightened? Di Qing observed Chen Hao's stunned expression and mistook it for fear. He resumed his earlier bravado, as if he could easily overpower Chen Hao at any moment. If you are afraid, kneel before me and bow 3 times. Perhaps I will show mercy and lessen your suffering, he taunted, assuming an air of superiority. Very impressive. Are we? Chen Hao retorted coldly, a smirk forming on his lips as he regarded Di Qing. The latter, sensing Chen Hao's unyielding demeanor, recalled the thrashing he had just endured, causing his bravado to diminish significantly. While we may not match your strength, remember, sometimes sheer strength is not enough, Di Qing warned. Though his words lacked conviction, Chen Hao dismissed Di Qing's warning. Now that he knew who was behind Di Qing, this matter required a flawless resolution. The children of the orphanage could not endure further danger. Realizing the urgency, Chen Hao searched for Chen Tianing's contact information, relieved that they had exchanged numbers previously. Otherwise, resolving this issue would have been exceedingly difficult. Why is this lad calling me? Chen Tianing mused, seeing Chen Hao's name flash on his screen. A sense of delight surged within him as he admired Chen Hao's character. Could it be that he has discovered something? Hello, is this Chen Hao? Chen Tianing inquired on the other end of the line. Indeed, Mr. Chen, it is I, Chen Hao responded, recognizing the familiar voice immediately. What is it? Why do you have the time to call me today, you busy man? Chen Tianing gestured at Chen Hao. Actually, I do have something important to discuss with you. As Chen Hao's words reached Chen Tianing, the joy on his face gradually faded, transforming into a long, drawn expression. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer regarding this matter. Chen Tianing concluded the call and called out towards the door, Li, come in. Soon after, a figure entered the room. Li Fu, the butler, was always prepared to respond to his employer's summons, which is why he held the esteemed position of chief steward. In the Chen household, aside from the family itself, he wielded considerable influence. Yet, he was acutely aware that everything he possessed was granted by the man before him. Should he provoke his displeasure, he could be swiftly cast aside. Li Fu, I inquire whether you have a nephew, Chen Tianing questioned, for he was a businessman and would not hastily condemn his butler based solely on Chen Hao's claims. He intended to uncover the truth. Indeed, I have a nephew. Though he is merely a distant relative, Li Fu replied, sensing that something was amiss in Chen Tianing's tone. Is his name Di Qing? Yes. Li Fu felt a surge of panic as he perceived the barely contained fury in Chen Tianing's voice. Could that wretched boy have caused trouble? It seemed unlikely. He was merely a small-time delinquent, incapable of significant wrongdoing. How outrageous! Chen Tianing exploded, slamming his fist on the table. The reputation of the Chen family was tarnished by a mere ruffian, which was utterly infuriating. Based on Chen Hao's words, if Di Qing dared to engage in such behavior, he must have caused considerable chaos in that area, jeopardizing Chen Tianing's standing. Sir, what is the situation? Li Fu stammered, witnessing Chen Tianing's explosive rage. Your nephew is quite the gem, Chen Tianing began to reprimand Li Fu. Now, you must go and resolve this matter promptly. If Chen Hao does not forgive you, do not return. His voice was cold, indicating that a butler's position could easily be replaced. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will handle it well and ensure Mr. Chen is satisfied. With that, Li Fu hurriedly exited. Damn that scoundrel. How dare he act so recklessly? You've truly put me in a terrible position, Li Fu muttered angrily, recalling how this nephew of his would often come to pay his respects. Little did he know how that money was acquired. Had he known, he would never have accepted it. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, driving towards the location Chen Tianing had specified. Well, your third uncle will be here shortly. Let's see who ends up regretting this, Chen Hao said coldly. He had received assurances from Chen Tianing and doubted that a mere butler would dare defy his wishes, unless he no longer wished to keep his position. Keep dreaming. He's my third uncle, and he'll certainly side with me. Di Qing scoffed at Chen Hao, unconvinced that Chen Hao could summon his uncle. Even if he did, he was certain his uncle would support him. He was eager to witness how Chen Hao would behave once his uncle arrived. This must be the place. Li Fu gazed at the imposing building before him, feeling a sense of trepidation. Anyone of such importance to Qian Tianing must be formidable, and he knew he had to tread carefully. In the elevator, Li Fu contemplated how to win Chen Hao's forgiveness. Moments later, he reached the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, he spotted a familiar face resembling a pig's head. Di Qing, upon seeing Li Fu, felt elated, surprised that his uncle had indeed come to his aid. "You little brat, even if you kneel and kowtow 100 times, I shall not forgive you. Uncle, it's me, Di Qing. Please help me. Look at what this scoundrel has done to me." 2 streams of tears flowed silently down Di Qing's cheeks, reminiscent of a wronged bride seeking her husband's vengeance. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's expression darkened. Had he not known the circumstances, he might have been deceived by Di Qing's pitiful act. Seeing Li fuese grim de minor, Di Qing secretly rejoiced, relishing the thought of how his uncle would retaliate against Chen Hao. "Uncle, look at this mess. It was all this scoundrel's doing. I mentioned your name, and he had the audacity to call you trash, unworthy even to tie his shoelaces." Chapter 85. Uncle, save me. Chen Hao found Di Qing's exaggerated embellishments amusing. How had he not noticed this actor's talent before? Such skills would be wasted if he didn't pursue a career in acting. Perhaps he could even win an award. Li Fu, however, was alarmed by Di Qing's words. What nonsense! If Di Qing was attempting to curry favor with him, he was effectively pushing him into a pit of fire. Silence. Li Fu snapped at Di Qing. Di Qing was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, the next scene astonished him into silence. "Mr. Chen, he is merely a distant relative. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm completely unaware of how this boy has offended you." Li Fu fell to his knees before Chen Hao, acutely aware that Chen Hao was the key figure in this situation. Without his forgiveness, he would have to face Qian Tianing with no defense. Tan Ximing was taken aback to see Li Fu kneeling before Chen Hao, her expectations shattered. She had anticipated Li Fu to confront Chen Hao loudly, demanding retribution. The scene before her was a stark contrast to her expectations, yet she understood one thing. Chen Hao's situation was secure. "Mr. Chen, I truly know nothing of this matter. I beg you, spare me," Li Fu implored, perceiving Chen Hao's silence as disbelief. He was desperate. Losing his job would mean that those he had offended in the past would not show him mercy. "I don't care whether this matter involves you or not. I simply wish to know how to resolve it," Chen Hao replied coldly, yet Li Fu's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Thus, it appeared that Li Fu genuinely had no knowledge of the situation. Chen Hao had not intended to punish Li Fu, as he was one of Qian Tianing's subordinates. While he could certainly reprimand Li Fu, doing so would create lingering resentment in Qian Tianing's heart. However, Di Qing was another matter. He was a true villain and a lunatic, and it was possible he would cause further trouble in the future. If anything were to happen at the orphanage, regret would come too late. One must eradicate the root of the problem. "Mr. Chen, whatever you decide today, we shall proceed accordingly. I will not offer any protection," Li Fu declared resolutely, knowing he must summon the courage to appease Chen Hao. As for Di Qing, he cursed him internally with fervor. Beside him, Di Qing rubbed his eyes in disbelief as the scene unfolded before him. This development was truly unexpected. Had not the others claimed that this individual was merely an insignificant delivery man? How could he possess such formidable power? Let the matter be handled accordingly. I only ask for one thing, to uphold justice. Chen Hao's voice resonated. He was confident that Li Fu would understand his intent. After all, this man was astute and knew precisely how to act. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will handle it appropriately," Li Fu replied, his heart momentarily easing as he realized that Chen Hao was not the relentless type he had feared. Yet, this understanding was contingent upon his own compliance. Should he fail to manage Di Qing's situation judiciously, he could not guarantee Chen Hao would not turn hostile. "You fool! Do you know who this gentleman is? How dare you provoke him?" Li Fu exclaimed, advancing towards Di Qing with a swift kick. "Third uncle, I realize my mistake," Di Qing stammered, suddenly comprehending the gravity of his predicament. He had indeed offended someone of considerable stature, and any misstep could cost him dearly. "Do you understand? You can mess up your own affairs, but dragging me into this is unacceptable." Li Fu's frustration mounted as he regarded Di Qing, who had unwittingly created a significant dilemma for him. Thankfully, he had discovered the issue in time. Had it gone unchecked, who knew what outrageous actions this man might undertake? "Third uncle, I truly regret my actions," Di Qing weakly confessed. "Acknowledging your error is a good start," Li Fu responded, a flicker of hope momentarily brightening Di Qing's countenance. However, Li Fu's subsequent words plunged him back into despair. Mistakes have consequences. You are to report to the police station tomorrow. If not, prepare to be wanted. A mere 20 years should suffice. Li Fu's voice echoed ominously in Di Qing's mind. No, third uncle, please. I beg you, I do not wish to go to jail. Di Qing pleaded desperately. Observing this exchange, Chen Hao nodded, recognizing that Li Fu's words were not solely directed at Di Qing, but also served as a reminder to himself. Stealing a glance at Chen Hao, Li Fu noted the slight nod of approval, which eased the weight on his conscience. He had feared mishandling the situation, provoking Chen Hao's ire. It appeared, however, that his approach had been rather effective. What could be better than this? 20 years in prison. By the time he is released, he will be utterly ruined. Chen Hao mused, at a loss for words, marveling at Li Fu's ruthless efficiency, befitting a steward of Qiantianing. Brother, I know I was wrong. Please, treat my transgression lightly. Di Qing implored, crawling before Chen Hao. It dawned on him that Chen Hao was the true authority in this situation. If he interceded on Di Qing's behalf, perhaps the threat of imprisonment could be averted. Brother, I have erred. I offer my sincerest apologies. Di Qing continued, raising his hand to slap his own face in a gesture of contrition, demonstrating his earnest desire for forgiveness. Chen Hao observed him with intrigue, but the notion of a simple resolution seemed implausible. A sentence of 20 years was non-negotiable. Individuals capable of such misconduct had likely caused considerable harm in their pasts, and leniency was not an option. Interesting, yet ultimately futile, Chen Hao remarked with a smile, preparing to depart with Tan Shiming. Upon hearing his words, Di Qing felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss, his movements freezing as his eyes became devoid of hope. Mr. Chen, it is our boss Qian's wish to invite you to dinner as a gesture of goodwill. Li Fu interjected, noticing Chen Hao's intent to leave. No need. I am currently unavailable. I will reach out to boss Qian at a later date, Chen Hao replied, escorting Tan Shiming away. Di Qing was left in a daze, unable to fathom that Chen Hao had so effortlessly declined an invitation to dine with Qian Tianing, a prospect many would covet. Chapter 86. Business acumen. All right, little ones, you are safe now, Chen Hao announced as he opened the iron cage, having nearly forgotten about this group of children, prompting his return. Big brother, I knew you would come rescue us. Little Roland exclaimed joyfully. Of course. Since you call me big brother, I must protect you. Chen Hao laughed heartily, charmed by the innocence of youth. Giggle, giggle. The director's sister is here too, Roland chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she noticed Tan Shiming. Now you notice me? I suppose I won't be cooking you fried potatoes anymore. Tan Shiming feigned annoyance. You are the best, and you wouldn't do that, Roland retorted, her urgency evident as she sought to appease Tan Shiming. At that moment, Chen Hao noticed another child, whose calm demeanor was surprisingly unsettling. There was not a hint of panic in their eyes. After dropping Tan Shiming off at the orphanage, he felt compelled to ensure the children were not left solely in her care. As Tan Shiming gazed at Chen Hao, the more she observed, the less ordinary he seemed. First, he casually produced 1,000,000 yuan, then effortlessly dealt with Di Qing, and even turned down an invitation from the wealthiest man in town. Such behavior was hardly typical of an ordinary delivery man. Though they stood close, an invisible chasm separated them, as if they were parallel lines destined never to meet. I apologize for raising my voice earlier, Chen Hao said, remorseful for his initial outburst. Realizing his mistake, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It's all right. Thanks to you, these children were saved. Tan Shiming smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. Chen Hao merely nodded, unsure of what else to say, and they both fell into a comfortable silence as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting elongated shadows. By the way, how has life at the orphanage been lately? Chen Hao inquired suddenly. Oh, it's been fine, though not many people have come to donate, Tan Shiming replied, startled by his question. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Wait a moment, Chen Hao said, moving to contact the system and withdraw another 1,000,000 yuan. Here is 1,000,000. Consider it my donation to the orphanage. The password is 6 zeros. After a short while, he handed Tan Shiming a card. No, I cannot accept this. You have already helped us enough, she protested, quickly attempting to return the card. Please accept it, even if not for yourself. Think of the children, he insisted. Tan Shiming was no match for Chen Hao's strength. He swiftly pushed over the bank card and dashed away. Upon returning home, Chen Hao exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. Without hesitation, he opted to participate in a lottery, hoping for a chance to win a bottle of beer. Ding! Reward acquired. A nail clipper. The following day, Chen Hao began his check-in ritual as soon as he awoke. Ding! Check-in successful, skill acquired. Business acumen, earning 10 points. Listening to the voice in his mind, Chen Hao felt utterly speechless. If this skill were permanent, it could indeed transform him into a successful individual in no time. However, with it lasting only a day, who could possibly establish a company in such a brief span? This skill felt futile, and he couldn't help but muse how advantageous it would be if it were permanent, allowing him to ascend to the pinnacle of success. The thought of being a delivery man, juxtaposed with a Fortune 500 executive, sent a thrill through him. After shaking off his wandering thoughts, he commenced his workday. To his surprise, he received an order from Rongchuang International, quite remarkable. As he perused a message on his phone, he felt a surge of astonishment. Rongchuang International was renowned for its opulent villa community, home to the affluent and powerful. Each household likely employed their personal chef, so it perplexed him that they resorted to ordering takeout. Chen Hao soon arrived at Rongchuang International, gazing at the sprawling villas. He imagined how splendid it would be to possess a villa here, but it remained merely a dream. After verifying his identity with the security guard, he was granted entry. One must commend Rongchuang International. The security personnel were exceptionally diligent, documenting every unfamiliar visitor. 5038, Chen Hao murmured, finally locating the order's destination. The area was vast, and he had nearly lost his way. Ding dong. He pressed the doorbell and peered over the wall. He couldn't help but marvel. Wealthy individuals truly lived lavishly, with gardens resembling miniature resorts. Just as Chen Hao was admiring the scenery, a girl emerged from the house. "What are you doing here?" Chen Hao exclaimed, recognizing Qian Jia with surprise. "Why can't it be me?" She replied cheerfully upon seeing him. "Seriously? With your family's resources, why would you order takeout? I bet your chef could prepare something far superior." Chen Hao chuckled, bemused by the thought of wealthy people opting for delivery when they had personal cooks or could hire chefs from five-star hotels. Qian Jia flashed a playful smile, but remained silent. She wouldn't divulge that this was her intentional plan. She wanted to see Chen Hao without disrupting his work. Thus began her quest for takeout, having ordered delivery for 3 consecutive days, each meal a deliberate attempt to meet him. Today, her wish was finally granted. "Hurry, come inside," Qian Jia exclaimed, pulling Chen Hao in without giving him a chance to refuse. Chen Hao, seeing her joy, felt as though he had entered a whimsical realm, with Qian Jia as the enchanting figure pulling him in. However, he suppressed his thoughts and accompanied her inside. "Please, take a seat," Qian Jia insisted, guiding him to the plush sofa in the living room. The softness beneath him was delightful, but he remembered he was there to deliver food, not to linger. "I should really get going," he stated, preparing to rise. Seeing him about to leave, Qian Jia panicked. After finally getting a chance to see him, she couldn't let him walk away. "Stay for dinner. You've come all this way," she pleaded, grabbing his arm. Chen Hao glanced at the 2 takeout boxes on the table and realized one was for him. This girl was adorably foolish, not knowing how long she had been waiting to order. "All right, I suppose I haven't eaten yet," he conceded, settling back down. Qian Jia's face lit up with delight. "By the way, where's your father? Why isn't he home for dinner?" Chen Hao asked, noticing something amiss as he scanned the room, recalling that Qian Tianing was absent. "He's been swamped with company affairs and hasn't been home for days," Qian Jia replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Isn't your company thriving? What could possibly go wrong?" Chen Hao remarked, assuming that Qian Tianing, being a tycoon, had everything under control. "Not at all. My father often says that business is like warfare. If one isn't cautious and lacks ambition, they will inevitably be outmaneuvered." She rolled her eyes at him. "That shouldn't be the case. While intelligence is valuable, it means little without the requisite skills," Chen Hao responded, chewing thoughtfully. "I'm not sure. All I know is that my father has been consumed by a project lately, retreating to study every evening," Qian Jia lamented, noting the anxious atmosphere surrounding her father's relentless dedication. "Ding. Task announced. Assist Qian Tianing with his business proposal. Reward upon completion, 300 points. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Hao's mind, igniting excitement within him. Finally, a task had arrived. "Could you elaborate on your father's business proposal?" he inquired of Qian Jia. "What are you up to?" she asked, eyeing him suspiciously, wondering if he could be a spy sent by rivals. It seemed implausible. How could Chen Hao possibly be a threat? I intend to help your father with the proposal, he declared, opting for honesty over deception. Being caught in a lie would only lead to embarrassment. You know about this? Chen Jia gazed at him in astonishment. Not only was Chen Hao athletic and musically talented, but now he also grasped the intricacies of business. Was there anyone in the world as remarkable as him? Just a bit. I might be able to offer a new perspective, Chen Hao replied with quiet confidence. Well, the more help, the better, Chen Jia agreed, nodding. Are you not concerned I might be a corporate spy? Chen Hao mused, bemused by her lack of suspicion. How had he not noticed her naivety before? With you saying that, why would I be worried? She retorted, dashing upstairs to fetch the necessary documents for him. Here, this is everything related to my father's business proposal. Chen Jia handed him the materials. Chen Hao gasped upon reading the proposal. Qian Tianing was indeed audacious. Having secured such a vast expanse of land to transform into a commercial street, even for a family as affluent as theirs, such an undertaking seemed precarious. My father believes that a commercial street holds promise. Perhaps it could yield substantial profits, Qian Jia remarked, mimicking Qian Tianing's tone, which struck a humorous note. While the potential was indeed there, a misstep could lead to significant losses. Chen Hao placed a hand on his forehead, finally grasping the reason behind Qian Tianing's distress. Developing a commercial street was perhaps the most challenging endeavor in the realm of business. One must meticulously consider the layout of the entire street. First, the route design must not be chaotic. One cannot expect customers to navigate through confusion while shopping. Secondly, the positioning of each shop is critical. While clustering similar stores can be advantageous, overconcentration could hinder sales. Finally, and most importantly, there is the matter of attracting tenants, how to entice shops to lease space. A new commercial street would struggle to draw businesses, primarily due to insufficient foot traffic compared to established areas and potentially inferior layout. Not to mention the necessity of a stable customer base. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hao commenced his work. Meanwhile, Chen Jia observed the profile of Chen Hao, finding him unexpectedly attractive in his earnestness. Jia, please hand me that item, Chen Hao requested while diligently drafting the business plan. All right, she responded promptly, passing him what he needed as he perused the documents. Jia, the blue one. Got it. Jia, the red-covered one. Understood. Thus, the duo engaged in a harmonious collaboration, with Chen Hao drafting the business plan and Qian Jia assisting him. After an hour of intense concentration, Chen Hao exhaled deeply, finally completing the business plan. He gazed at the substantial stack of paper filled with his meticulously crafted plan, which detailed each merchant comprehensively. You are remarkable, Qian Jia praised him, genuinely impressed by the volume he had produced in such a short time. I must be on my way to begin work, Chen Hao announced before departing. Chapter 88. The genius. Once Chen Hao had left, Qian Jia picked up the business plan to scrutinize it closely. I don't understand, she murmured, genuinely perplexed by the commercial jargon. She had no intention of pursuing a career in business. Skeptically, she examined the document, unable to discern its authenticity. Although Chen Hao had once saved her, the worlds of commerce and martial arts were entirely distinct, and she found it hard to believe he could be a business tycoon. Perplexed, she decided to set her thoughts aside and turned her attention to the television, feeling bored. Indeed, transitioning into the realm of commercial streets is quite challenging, Qian Tianing lamented. He had anticipated that once he succeeded in this venture, he would acquire a third of the city's commercial streets and reap continuous rewards. However, the reality was harsh. Having never engaged with the commercial street model before, his mind was a muddled mess. Why are you so subdued today? Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Upon returning home, Qian Tianing noticed Qian Jia watching television quietly, which surprised him. As they say, a family knows its own. And as long as she wasn't causing chaos, he was relieved. However, her unusual behavior piqued his curiosity. No, do you think I only bring you trouble? Qian Jia retorted angrily. All right, I was wrong. He capitulated, noting how much she resembled her mother when she was upset. What are you scribbling on my papers? Qian Tianing's voice trailed off as he was taken aback by the sight of the business plan on the table. Is this a business plan? He approached the table, examining the documents with astonishment. Not only was it a business plan, but it was also the very blueprint for the commercial street he had been contemplating. As he perused the first page, he was utterly captivated. It was profound, extraordinarily insightful, and remarkably sophisticated. He felt as though he were under a spell, continuously flipping through the plan. The person who created this is undoubtedly a genius in the world of commerce, he exclaimed after finishing the last page, thoroughly impressed by the detailed and flawless nature of the document. Jia, did you write this? He rushed to Qian Jia, excitement evident in his voice. What? She responded, turning away in annoyance, as she was engrossed in an intense part of the show. Oh, this was written by Chen Hao, she recalled, realizing the significance of the moment. Qian Tianing, stunned, stared at the plan in disbelief. Had it not been for his daughter's words, he would have struggled to accept this revelation. Are you certain this was written by Chen Hao? Qian Tianing asked, seeking confirmation. I've told you countless times, it was indeed Chen Hao, Qian Jia replied, somewhat exasperated by her father's repeated inquiries, questioning if he was losing his faculties. That thought must be true. It seems Chen Hao is quite the business prodigy. Qian Tianing mused, reassured by his daughter's insistence. Is Chen Hao's business plan truly that exceptional? Qian Jia inquired, intrigued about whether it could indeed be implemented. Not just exceptional, it's nothing short of genius. Qian Tianing enthused, growing increasingly animated as he examined the document. Wait, how did that boy gain access? Jia, tell me, how did Chen Hao? I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must go. Qian Jia interjected hastily, rushing upstairs as she turned off the television. A daughter should not be kept at home, Qian Tianing sighed. We need to convene a meeting, immediately, he declared, brimming with excitement over the business plan, determined to disseminate the information swiftly and commence implementation without delay. Zhao Hongming's most fortunate moment in life was undoubtedly the recognition he received from Qian Tianing. At a young age, he had already secured a prominent position within Qian Tianing's company. Recently, the entire organization had been grappling with a business proposal that seemed to elude resolution. However, adhering to the principle of resting after work and dedicating the work hours to productivity, Zhao Hongming was prepared to indulge in leisure time. Just then, a message pinged in the company group chat. Zhao Hongming quickly clicked to open it. Could it be? He read Qian Tianing's announcement. A meeting regarding the proposal will commence in 10 minutes. Due to the unique nature of this session, we will conduct it via online video. A wave of despondency washed over Zhao Hongming as he contemplated the impending discussion. He thought, oh, that cursed business proposal, someone please resolve it swiftly. Despite his discontent, the meeting was imperative. After all, without Qian Tianing, there would be no Zhao Hongming today. 10 minutes passed rapidly, and Zhao Hongming, now adequately attired, took his place at the computer. Greetings, everyone. Regarding the business proposal, he began, gazing at the familiar figure on the screen. The proposal has been completed. I will share the document with the group for your review to identify any discrepancies. Qian Tianing excitedly addressed the screen, having just captured each page of the proposal with his professional camera at home. What? You mean the proposal is finished? Zhao Hongming exclaimed in astonishment, initially believing the meeting was merely a call to expedite the completion of the proposal. To his surprise, it had been accomplished. Indeed, I will send it now for everyone to examine for any inconsistencies. As Qian Tianing sent the photos to the group, Zhao Hongming noticed the sudden influx of over 30 messages and felt a twinge of irritation. Over 30 images? How long will this take? Chapter 89. The contest. As Zhao Hongming perused the first page of the business proposal, he found himself utterly captivated. The proposal was nothing short of immaculate. Every detail and major section was articulated with clarity and organization. Zhao Hongming dared to assert that this proposal was the most flawless he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Qian Tianing observed the expressions of his colleagues, who were enraptured by the proposal, and a smile crept onto his face. He recalled his own days of similar enthusiasm. Seeing their reactions mirrored his own from the past brought him a sense of balance. Remaining silent, Qian Tianing patiently awaited the group's completion of the document. Although he believed the proposal was already perfect, he understood that within 1,000 individuals, there exist 1,000 interpretations. Some might uncover different insights. Have you all finished? Qian Tianing queried, noticing that everyone had paused their activities, their faces reflecting shock as if they had encountered something extraordinary. Yes, Zhao Hongming replied first, his heart racing with exhilaration. He was astonished by Qian Tianing's remarkable capabilities, Indeed, he was worthy of his position as the wealthiest man. Please, feel free to point out any flaws you perceive. Chen Tianing encouraged the group with an air of confidence. Yet, the response was a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a halt. HM, is my internet lagging? Chen Tianing wondered, seeing everyone motionless on the screen. No, boss. I genuinely cannot fathom any flaws in this proposal. Zhao Hongming remarked self-deprecatingly. The proposal's perfection surpassed his understanding, and he felt a profound epiphany while reviewing its contents. Indeed, boss, there's hardly anything amiss. The proposal encompasses everything we could imagine and more. I truly do not know how to critique it, chimed in Mo Zaheo, known within the company for his critical eye. Everyone present had felt the sting of his critique. He was renowned for his penchant to challenge others. Although he often stirred debate, his observations were typically accurate, giving him considerable weight in Chen Tianing's eyes. If even Mo Zaheo was rendered speechless, it was evident that the proposal was indeed a masterpiece, at least in their collective view. Chen Tianing gazed at the proposal in his hands, feeling its weight as if it bore the burden of 1,000 pounds. When a performer embodies Hamlet so convincingly that all present can think of nothing else, it signifies that the performer's prowess surpasses anyone's expectations. Boss, if you possess such talent, why did you not unveil it sooner, leaving us in suspense for so long? Mo Zaheo complained, the only one bold enough to speak so directly to Chen Tianing. Naturally, the boss intended to challenge you. Zhao Hongming interjected, aware of his long-standing rivalry with Mo Zaheo. Well, now that the boss has resolved the matter, it's all settled. But I must declare, even if I perish here, I must voice, boss, this is incredible. Mo Zaheo exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Chen Tianing on the screen, astonished that even he could not find fault. Indeed, this business proposal could serve as a textbook in the realm of commerce. Zhao Hongming, uncharacteristically, refrained from contradicting Mo Zaheo. Others soon followed suit, showering Chen Tianing with praise. No, this is not my work, Chen Tianing stated solemnly. He too aspired to craft such a groundbreaking textbook, but his abilities fell short. What? Zhao Hongming leaned closer to the screen in disbelief. Yuist, this is not your creation? Are there other experts within the company? This proposal is indeed not my own, Chen Tianing reiterated, emphasizing the truth of the matter. Then who authored it? A big shot from the company? Montak Tsihao in Kvilat Iagadi, intrigued by the prospect of hidden talent within the organization. No, it is not someone from our company. It is a delivery person, Chen Tianing sighed, realizing that they did not know the individual, and it was more straightforward to simply state the person's profession. What? Boss, do not jest. If it truly is a delivery person, I will devour this computer before me. Mo Zaheo retorted incredulously. Boss, even if you wish to keep the truth from us, you cannot simply concoct an excuse. How could a delivery worker possibly compose such a flawless proposal? Zhao Hongming echoed in disbelief. Chen Tianing surveyed the faces on the screen, understanding that, were it not for his daughter's insistence, he too might not have believed it. Yet the truth remained. Chen Hao was indeed the author. It seemed almost absurd. The truth was so unbelievable that no one would accept it. Forget it. Since the boss doesn't want to disclose the author, it's of no consequence. After all, the business proposal has already been completed. Zhao Hongming spoke, feeling a surge of anticipation at the realization that the proposal was finalized. Their plan for the commercial street was not merely about constructing a shopping avenue. With successful execution, they could swiftly capture 30% of the city's commercial districts, subsequently beginning to encroach upon and disrupt other shopping areas. This plan was long-term, yet the initial stages were fraught with challenges. However, with the proposal adequately prepared, they were confident that it would soon yield significant success. As Zhao Hongming gazed at the photographs of the proposal, his hands trembled slightly. Possessing this plan ensured profits in the millions, while a mere adjustment could lead to revenues soaring into the hundreds of millions. The individuals in the video were suddenly invigorated, engaging in fervent discussions about the proposal in their hands. Let me take charge of this proposal. I assure you it will generate over 100 million in profits, suddenly declared Mo Zaheo. This proclamation did not sit well with those nearby. Are you joking? Why should you take it? This proposal can effortlessly secure 100 million in benefits. What makes you worthy of responsibility? Zhao Hongming retorted directly at Mo Zaheo. As long as anyone follows this proposal, They are guaranteed to reap profits exceeding 100 million. This proposal is akin to a treasure. Whoever possesses it will fulfill their annual targets, not only meeting expectations, but potentially multiplying them several times over. It could be said that this business proposal was a coveted prize, and they were akin to little demons vying for a taste of it, each wanting a share. Indeed, it is impossible to entrust this proposal to you. I believe we should compete fairly, remarked Chen Tianing, observing the commotion on the screen with a sense of pride. Although he did not create the business proposal, the idea was indeed his. Suddenly, a bold thought surged in Chen Tianing's mind. All right, since there are no objections, the meeting is adjourned. We can discuss the responsible party later. Upon hearing Chen Tianing speak, everyone fell silent. After his statement, he closed his computer, his mind racing with a daring notion, though he was uncertain if it could be realized. Zhao Hongming watched as Chen Tianing ended the video and resignedly returned to bed, only to find himself tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, his mind consumed by the business proposal, he was acutely aware of the immense profits it could bring. Thus, Zhao Hongming resolved that he would do everything in his power to seize this business proposal, securing it would ensure a lifetime free from financial concerns. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber, exhaustion overtaking him after the excitement. Meanwhile, Amo Zaheo scrutinized the images on his computer repeatedly, growing increasingly astonished. If he could secure this proposal, the profits would be more than enough to last a lifetime. Amo Zaheo made a firm decision. He would stop at nothing to acquire this project. He was not alone in this sentiment. Everyone who attended the meeting shared the same desire to obtain the business proposal. Meanwhile, Chen Tianing placed a call. Hello, is there something I can assist you with, Boss Chen? Upon hearing Chen Hao's familiar voice, a smile crept onto Chen Tianing's face. Chen Hao, I am aware of the business proposal. Chen Hao was not surprised. He recognized that the proposal could indeed help Chen Tianing navigate his challenges. Oh, it's just a small favor. I hope it doesn't inconvenience you, Chen Hao replied humbly. Not at all. This business proposal is... As Chen Hao listened to Chen Tianing's praise, he became wary. He recognized the old adage, no kindness comes without a motive, and suspected that Chen Tianing might have ulterior motives. Oh, you flatter me, but I am far from your level, Boss Chen, Chen Hao chuckled. Chen Hao, a 1T beat around the bush. I would like to invite you to join my company with an annual salary of 1 million. And I will also offer you 5% equity in the company, plus you would be in charge of this project. Chen Tianing directly laid out his proposal. Hearing this, Chen Hao felt tempted. 5% equity could yield billions over the year, and he was aware of the project's value. If this project were assigned to him, even taking a cut would be immensely profitable. However, Chen Hao was not swept away by excitement. He understood that his skill was fleeting, lasting only a day. Once the day passed, his business acumen would vanish. What would he do then? If only I could retain this skill, Chen Hao lamented internally, wishing he could trade for it. However, upon checking his points versus the cost of the business acumen skill, he resigned himself to his fate. I'm sorry, but I cannot manage such a role at this time. I appreciate your consideration, Boss Chen, but I truly cannot, Chen Hao firmly declined, realizing that this brief statement cost him over 1 million, making it understandable why he would feel regretful. What? Chen Tianing exclaimed in disbelief. To be honest, he believed his offer was generous. For a business genius like Chen Hao, $1 million salary was merely a sweetener. While the equity was the real prize, 5% could yield returns that an ordinary person would not earn in a lifetime. Boss Chen, your offer is indeed enticing. To be frank, I was inclined to accept, but due to certain reasons, I must apologize. Chen Hao expressed regretfully, though he wanted to decline Chen Tianing's proposal respectfully. Well then, if you have other matters to attend to, I shall not press further, sighed Chen Tianing, recognizing that Chen Hao had made his stance clear. After hanging up, Chen Tianing was left puzzled, unable to comprehend what had gone awry with his offer. Why was Chen Hao unwilling to forsake a delivery company? No matter how he contemplated it, he could not grasp the reasoning, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. Task completed, 300 points awarded. Chen Hao smiled at the voice echoing in his mind, then began his lottery draw for the day, eventually preparing for sleep. As for the prize he received, the bottle of pesticide beside him served as the best illustration. Sign-in successful, skill acquired. Mastery of racing, points awarded, 10. The next morning, Chen Hao awoke, his heart racing with excitement upon hearing the voice in his mind. What man does not harbor a dream of speed? This skill, if nothing else, would allow him to indulge in his passion. Chen Hao recalled that he had previously obtained the right to use a luxury sports car. Now, with both the vehicle and the skill at his disposal, he could finally experience the thrill of being a racing god. Suddenly, Chen Hao was struck by a serious thought. This is the city center, where street racing is strictly prohibited, and being caught could lead to grave consequences. He recalled a statement made by a street racer during a reporter's interview. Regret. Nothing but regret. With this in mind, Chen Hao promptly dismissed any thoughts of racing and instead rode his little electric scooter to deliver takeout. Chapter 91. A reunion with MOU in a racetrack. The sun hung high in the sky, seemingly surveying the scene below. As the camera panned down, it revealed two groups of individuals, embroiled in a heated argument. At the forefront were two young women. Had Chen Hao been present, he would have instantly recognized the girl on the left, MOU. The very same girl whom Wang Fatty had urged him to contact for her information. Opposite her stood Chun Yin, MOU's archrival. The two had always been at odds, and today was no exception. MOU, where's your racer? Why is he still not here? Chun Yin said impatiently. The two had agreed to bring their own racers for a showdown, but the time for the race had long passed, and MOU's racer had yet to arrive. He'll be here any moment. Just don't cry when you lose, MOU responded, feigning nonchalance. What on earth is going on? Why hasn't he arrived yet? MOU thought to herself. The racer she had chosen was an old acquaintance, known for his reliability, yet he was now significantly delayed. She worried that something unfortunate might have happened on the way. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, MOU's phone rang. Hello. What? You had an accident on the way? It's all right. Focus on your recovery. Don't worry about anything here, she said, hanging up the phone, cursing her own bad luck for having spoken it into existence. Indeed, her fears were confirmed. The racer had collided with a car on his way, and while he was relatively unscathed, he had suffered a fractured leg. With such an injury, not only was he unable to race, but even driving normally would be a challenge. My racer has encountered a problem. Today's race is canceled, MOU told Chen Yin, realizing there was no point in racing without a driver. Say, you're just afraid of losing, which is why you're putting on this act, Chen Yin retorted, unconvinced by MOU's explanation. Moreover, even if it were true, she would not let this rare opportunity to defeat MOU slip away. Exactly. If you're scared of losing, then don't even show up. What excuses are you making? Chen Yin continued, dismissing MOU's predicament. MOU's racer is indeed coming. We can vouch for that. One of MOU's supporters chimed in, unable to tolerate Chen Yin's taunts. Huh, you all must be in cahoots. If you truly had a racer, why is he still not here? Chen Yin sneered. MOU fell silent, realizing that no matter how she defended herself, Chen Yin was determined to discredit her claims. Fine. Since you say the racer hasn't come, then consider yourselves the losers, Chen Yin declared with a smug expression. On what grounds? Are you forbidding any mishaps on the way? Do you not understand what a special circumstance is? A girl beside MOU, namely Yao, shouted at Chen Yin, stepping in as MOU's loyal friend. Indeed, you clearly lack understanding if you cannot even comprehend that, another supporter added. Soon, MOU's friends rallied to support her. But Chen Yin remained unfazed. Regardless of special circumstances, you have breached the agreement. Without a racer, what do you have to compete with? You might as well kneel and plead for mercy and go home to sleep. Chen Yin jeered, fully aware she had the upper hand. Unless you find a racer, I will consider you defeated, she said, her eyes gleaming with triumph. MOU felt a surge of frustration as she listened to Chen Yin's taunts. With her racer unable to make it due to an accident, there was little she could do. Hurry up. Either find someone to race or concede. Don't waste everyone's time, Chen Yin urged impatiently. MOU supporters fell silent, realizing Chen Yin had struck at their vulnerable point. Despite their protests, they could not alter the fact that there was no racer. Feeling the weight of the situation, MOU's frustration boiled over. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. Though her skills were not exceptional, she refused to let her pride suffer in silence. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, MOU's phone rang again. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Where exactly are you? Just keep walking straight, and you'll see us in the stands. MOU replied before hanging up. After ending the call, Chen Hao shook his phone at the security guard at the entrance, who finally permitted him entry after much insistence. Upon stepping inside, he immediately spotted the crowd in the stands, and one face struck him as oddly familiar. Fine, I'll step up myself, and show you what I've got, MOU said defiantly, pointing at Chen Yan. All right, let me see what you're capable of, Chen Yan scoffed, convinced that MOU could never outmatch her chosen racer. Wait, is that you? Chen Hao approached and recognized MOU among the spectators. You really are a delivery guy? MOU stared at Chen Hao, momentarily taken aback. The last time he mentioned his job, she had been skeptical. Now, she was surprised to find him delivering her order. Of course it's true, but honestly, this order is quite excessive for just one delivery guy. I'm not a moving truck, Chen Hao replied, unable to resist teasing her upon recognizing a familiar face. His scooter was laden with takeout, making it clear that he was being treated as more than just a delivery person. Oh wow, I didn't realize you had this side to you. Chen Yin chimed in, noticing the familiarity between MOU and Chen Hao. Chapter 92. I will compete, what do you mean? If you look down on delivery guys, then don't order takeout. MOU retorted sharply. Fine, I want tea order. But you see, every time I eat out, it's at a 5-star hotel. It's such a hassle compared to you, who can just snap your fingers for food. I envy you, Chen Yin replied sarcastically. The renowned establishment, famed for its 3 exquisite offerings a day, truly lives up to its reputation. As long as we can find 3 each day, the hotel will serve us its signature abalone, MOU remarked coldly. It must be said, the quarrels among these women are indeed a rather amusing spectacle. Chen Yin, left speechless with anger, could only glare. Come, everyone, let us have a bite first. Don't let yourselves go hungry, MOU declared, distributing the takeout, filling the air with delightful aromas of food. Chen Yin and her companions, observing MOU devour her meal with such zeal, could not help but swallow hard. Sister Chen Yin will take you to a 5-star hotel shortly. You might even catch a glimpse of her numerous benefactors there, MOU continued, slyly nudging Chen Yin, knowing full well the two were at odds, and that she could afford to be impolite. Stop eating. If you can't find a race car driver, then just concede defeat, Chen Yin retorted angrily. MOU's veiled jabs had completely ignited Chen Yin's fury. Had there not been so many people around, she would have lunged at MOU to silence her. Upon hearing this, MOU fell silent, for she realized that as long as Chen Yin clung to the issue of race car drivers, she was at a loss. Chen Hao, understanding the situation, inferred that these two were clearly arch-rivals, presumably having arranged to race today. However, it seemed the race car driver from MOU's side had encountered some trouble, resulting in this predicament. Ding! Mission released. Assist MOU in securing victory in the race. Completion reward, 300 points. Chen Hao exhaled deeply upon hearing the voice in his mind. He understood his moment had arrived. How about this? I'll help you with the race. Chen Hao's suggestion instantly hushed the crowd. Ha, you? A mere food delivery guy? Don't be ridiculous. Go home and drink your milk, Chen Yin scoffed, openly mocking Chen Hao. What can a delivery boy like you do? You probably haven't even seen a race car. Her companions erupted in laughter at his expense. I appreciate your concern, but I think it's best to decline. Racing is quite dangerous, MOU quickly interjected, alarmed by Chen Hao's boldness. It's not simply driving. It requires a multitude of skills, and the speed is incomparable to ordinary driving. One misstep could lead to disaster. Exactly. How can someone like you be so reckless? Don't you realize the dangers involved in racing? Liao chimed in. Not just Liao, but others around MOU shared the same skepticism. For Chen Hao was merely a lowly delivery man, unfit to even contemplate such high-performance vehicles. Rest assured, I have some confidence in my abilities, Chen Hao insisted. He could not afford to miss this task. Winning meant 300 points, and he was determined not to abandon it. MOU, still anxious about Chen Hao's identity, sought to dissuade him further. By the way, what model is your car? Chen Hao inquired, realizing he would need to reveal a hint of his true capabilities to gain MOU's approval. Porsche 911, MOU replied almost instinctively. The engine utilizes a 3.6L twin-turbo, offering maximum horsepower of 385 and torque of 450, with an 8-speed dual-clutch transmission and a top speed of 293. Chen Hao recited all the specifications effortlessly, recognizing that this car resembled the one he had previously drawn, identical in every detail. The crowd gaped at Chen Hao, astonished by his knowledge, leaving them somewhat bewildered. How do you know that? MOU asked, intrigued, even suspecting that Chen Hao might have stolen her car to gain such familiarity. Because I have one as well. Chen Hao shrugged, surprised to discover that his vehicle mirrored MOU's. Haha, this delivery guy claims he has one too? I can't breathe from laughing. Chun Yin clutched her stomach in mirth. MOU, where did you find this gem? He asked, boasting without a hint of shame, Li Yao remarked. Incredulous that a mere delivery worker could afford a Porsche 911. Brother, stop just drinking. Have some peanuts too. How many bottles have you had? The crowd erupted in laughter, eager to see Chen Hao make a fool of himself. I've decided, let him race. I want to see if this delivery guy can even start the engine. Chun Yin declared, and the surrounding spectators echoed their agreement, demanding to witness Chen Hao's potential embarrassment. All right then, Chen Hao, are you up for it? MOU asked. If he hesitated even slightly, she would not allow him to participate. No problem. It's a piece of cake, Chen Hao replied with a light chuckle. Very well then. Off you go, MOU instructed him. By the way, where's your car? Chen Hao asked MOU. She pointed to the racing area, indicating two parked cars, her Porsche 911 and Chun Yan's vehicle. Chen Hao nodded, hopping onto his electric bike to ride over to the cars. Given the vastness of the racing grounds, he knew running would leave him breathless. Oofed! Chun Yin chuckled softly as she watched Chen Hao ride over on his bike. Upon arrival, he plopped down in the driver's seat of one car, which already housed another individual. This man, named Li Chen Hao, was a notable figure in the racing community, and he could hardly contain his disdain upon seeing a delivery boy take a seat beside him. What do you want? He snapped at Chen Hao. Nothing much. I'm here to race you, Chen Hao stated matter-of-factly while feeling around the car, as if familiarizing himself with the controls.